Chapter 1. Traversing the world of Naruto, the night of the clan massacre. Konoha Hidden Village. Outside the village, within the territory of the Uchiha clan, the most prominent family of Konoha. Aluo, do not be afraid, your father and mother will always be with you. A gentle voice continued to offer words of comfort, a warm hand brushing over the slightly tousled short hair. Itachi, you must take good care of Sasuke. A man's voice echoed from the other side. Yet this statement filled Aluo, who had just fused his consciousness and body, with an overwhelming sense of despair. System, am I destined to die alongside this couple? This was not Aluo's first experience of transmigration. He was now quite accustomed to inquiring the system about the circumstances he found himself in. His last adventure had been in a realm of cultivation where a domineering hero swept through his enemies. He had started as a mere orphan whose clan was annihilated by the protagonist, gradually evolving into the ultimate antagonist, only to perish alongside the hero in the end. He could have survived, but he always assumed the identities of others, and upon the sudden desire for his own body, he chose to abandon the chance to continue living in that world, merely to earn a few more achievement rewards. Another reason was that he had many enemies in that world, and remaining there offered little benefit. Leaving seemed a more prudent choice. Subsequently, he purchased materials for body shaping from the system and requested it to select a slightly less arduous world for him. Thus, he found himself thrust into a Naruto world where life hung precariously by a thread each day. This world was not entirely devoid of survival opportunities, but system, what are you thinking? Uchiha. My current identity is that of an Uchiha, and not just any moment, but I am stuck in the midst of the night of the massacre. What is happening now? Am I to be forced to die under the gaze of 20,000 Sharingan? This is too much, system. You truly have gone too far. The host's new body and identity have assimilated into the world. The current situation is dire. The new world gift pack has automatically transformed into a self-rescue tool. Host's current identity. Uchiha Ro, the third son of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto, born half a day later than Uchiha Sasuke. Due to his frail condition at birth, he was saved but has since been raised in isolation. Current plot time. The night of the massacre, Uchiha Fugaku prepares for his demise, while Uchiha Makoto chooses to follow the couple, intends to take their sickly son to die at the hands of Uchiha Itachi. Host's current strength. A frail child with no power to resist. The host has acquired a one-time invulnerable death-like state, which the host may choose to activate or deactivate at will, limited to the events of the night of the massacre. With the system now active, it provided a series of prompts, along with self-rescue tools. Having determined how to utilize this invulnerable death-like state, Uchiha Ro resolved to put on a performance before his parents met their end. This system rarely issued tasks. Thus, he needed to devise ways to earn points, enabling him to purchase items from the point shop. The only opportunity for the system to engage with him was when his life was in imminent danger, prompting it to inquire whether he wished to evade death or resolutely embrace it. Previously, he had often criticized the system for its lethargy. To this, the system had joyfully accepted. It claimed to have no demands, merely observing the host's progression from crawling to walking, then soaring step by step. Want to earn points? That was something the host would have to figure out on his own. Whenever certain achievements were reached, rewards would be dispensed directly, and if he failed to deduce anything, there would be no hints. Yet this relaxed, free-form approach endeared Aluo to the system, even as he continued to express his discontent. This world was deemed safe by the system, although he was uncertain of its criteria. Given the current situation, it was prudent to test the waters first, hoping to earn an achievement before faking his death. After all, this was the night of the massacre. Failing to act would be tantamount to squandering this opportunity. As for his parents in this world, performing for them posed little pressure. Although he was their child, from the very beginning, they believe his existence was unwarranted due to his frail health. At his birth, they nearly treated him as deceased. It was only after Uchiha Itachi's concern and subsequent examination that he was allowed to remain. In the ensuing years, it was Uchiha Itachi who busied himself finding servants to care for him, seeking doctors for examinations, and teaching him to speak. It was Uchiha Itachi, still a child himself, who managed all these affairs. Tell him to take care of Sasuke, yet bring me along to die. You truly are a wonderful father." Aluo, now Uchiha, suddenly interjected, his tone laced with grievance and resentment. This outburst disrupted the somber atmosphere, causing Uchiha Itachi's hand gripping the knife to tremble. Aluo swayed slightly, his frail form wobbling as he slipped from Uchiha Mikoto's grasp, turning to fix his large, cat-like eyes upon Uchiha Fugaku. Then, under the astonished gazes of the couple and Uchiha Itachi's sorrowful demeanor, he supported himself on the floor, unsteadily rising to his feet. "Aluo, what are you saying?" Uchiha Fugaku stared at his youngest son, an indescribable fear welling up within him. This child had always been obedient, never refusing anything he was asked to do. Occasionally urged by Itachi to take a look, the child gazed at them with eager eyes, never turning down their requests. Even when they occasionally insisted he could not play with Sasuke or that Itachi should not waste time on him, the child complied without question. "Now, how could he possibly be angry?" I said. "As the leader of the Uchiha clan, you have always wielded the best of what our family possesses now. As the clan faces a crisis, you possess power, yet choose not to wield it. You are a traitor to the entire clan. As a husband, you failed to protect your wife while allowing her to await her own death at the hands of her own son. What kind of man are you? As a father, you do not stop your eldest son, leaving your second son to face an uncertain future, and you would lead your youngest son, who has never even seen the outside world, to his slaughter. What kind of father are you?" Aluo's eyes widened, a bitter sensation rising within him, tears pooling rapidly as he unleashed his torrent of accusations. Crying did indeed feel somewhat humiliating. Yet, given his current identity and age, breaking down in despair was the most natural response. He had long ceased to care about the awkwardness of acting. For the sake of survival, he could embrace even cross-dressing without a second thought. Now, he was uncertain whether berating Uchiha Fugaku would yield any achievements, but even if it didn't, he had to establish his character. It mattered not that his body was frail, he absolutely could not display weakness of will. He would rather die fighting than surrender his life without a struggle. Chapter 2. The third son of the Uchiha clan, seizing Fugaku's eyes. "Uchiha, what do you understand?" Uchiha Fugaku's eyes reddened as he roared at his youngest son, who had always been obedient but now dared to stand and scold him. He had been prepared to face death with peace of mind, but now, after being chastised by his son, his Sharingan had activated, and his chakra surged uncontrollably. However, he could not act, he must do nothing. For Sasuke's sake, he could not let Itachi expend too much energy. "Shall I be silent? With my frail state, I can only utter a few words of reproach before death. After all, I cannot wield a blade to slay the son you cherish most, nor can I prevent you, as parents, from seeking to take my life." Uchiha continued his tirade, but soon decided to cease. The system remained silent. He had already determined that mere insults would not yield any achievements. Gazing into the blood-red eyes before him, he contemplated another approach. Since Uchiha Fugaku intended to embrace death, he would not allow those precious eyes to fall into the hands of others. "So, my dear father, let us negotiate. Spare the chance to live for Sasuke, and give your lives to Uchiha Itachi, then bestow upon me your precious Mangeki Sharingan. All three sons are your flesh and blood. You cannot grant all the fortune to them. From birth, I have suffered for 8 years, imprisoned for 8 years, and all the good fortune has eluded me now. When you are on the brink of death, you remember me." Aluo's fingers rose, tears cascading down as he spoke, having stared too long with wide eyes. He stepped closer to Uchiha Fugaku, lightly touching the eerie Mangeki Sharingan with his outstretched hand. "Very well, I shall give it to you after all these years. This is the first time you have asked us for something." Uchiha Fugaku gazed at his weeping son, listening to the commotion outside, and slowly closed his eyes. With a long, drawn-out sigh, he acquiesced to his son's request. Before anyone else could react, he seized Aluo's arm with one hand and, with the other, gouged out his own eyes. The pair of eyeballs rested in the palm of Aluo's small hand indeed. Uchiha Fugaku had truly given away his Mangeki Sharingan. Yet, As he relinquished this gift, Uchiha Fugaku acted for the first and last time that night. Hello, you have already obtained the eyes, but your existence only brings suffering, and you will only burden Sasuke. You should precede us and depart now. With a burst of chakra, Uchiha Fugaku unleashed his power without the need for any ninjutsu, directly overwhelming the child before him, suppressing him to the point of death. Everything unfolded as he had wished. This frail child, who had been sickly since birth and required constant rest, lost all signs of life in an instant under the might of the overwhelming chakra. The child, who had struggled to survive since birth, met his end in such simplicity. Itachi proceeded. Having personally slain his younger son, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were reduced to 2 empty sockets. Yet this did not hinder his calm return to his previous position. Extending a hand still stained with blood, he clasped fingers with Uchiha Mikoto, the couple united in their shared act of violence. System, where's the reward? Surely there must be one for that, just now. Alo lay lifeless on the floor, yet he could perceive everything happening around him. Just moments ago, when Uchiha Fugaku placed a Sharingan in the palm of his hand, Alo had activated his death feigning mode. Fortunately, his quick action spared him from injury. The Sharingan clutched in his small hand vanished as he pretended to be dead. Achievement A gift from father completed. Points 5,000. The achievement reward was instantly granted, with 5,000 points credited in an instant. However, this achievement, Alo felt an overwhelming urge to scoff. It turned out to be merely a gift, unrelated to whether it was a Sharingan or not. Moreover, though it was an identity bestowed by the system, his body and the memories associated with it were undeniably real. This couple had never once offered a gift to their frail child, who could perish at any moment. Though he internally lamented, he was more concerned with the benefits at hand. Despite the system's lackadaisical nature and the unexpected direction of the achievement, the Sharingan he had acquired was not without its utility. Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki Sharingan could be exchanged for 5,000 points. A pair of Mangeki Sharingan for 5,000 points. These points were not insignificant for Alo, especially since he had only just arrived in this world. Exchange. Observing that the item displayed no other uses and could only be exchanged for points, Alo naturally discarded any thoughts of keeping it. If there were alternative uses, such as merging with his own abilities, it would have been indicated by the system. In the system's words, as a slothful entity, it was too lazy to engage in subterfuge with the host. Exchange completed. Host currently possesses 10,000 points. Open the shop. In his death-feigning state, Alo was rendered incapable of any actions, leaving him with only the option of interacting with the system. Upon opening the system shop, he beheld a variety of displayed items. Yet, system, could you exert yourself a little? Why are all the items in this world currently unavailable? Gazing at a series of everyday items and cultivation aids, the current Uchiha Alo felt a pang of disappointment. Were these cultivation items not from the previous world? System, have you become so utterly lazy that you forgot to enable the purchasing permissions for this world? The host body was constructed from materials purchased in the previous world. Thus your body is currently suited only for cultivation. The purchasing permissions for items in this world will only be unlocked once the host body reaches the foundational level of a ninja. The system provided a straightforward explanation. Naturally, the various materials for cultivation were to be crafted according to the elements of that world, so initially, he could only pursue the path of cultivation and magic. Once his physical condition improved, learning ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu would pose no issue. Moreover, according to the system's assessment, ninjutsu and taijutsu were significantly cheaper than cultivation. Even the techniques of this world held little value in his case. However, as of now, with these options still locked, Alo was unable to see the prices and could not contemplate the disparity in costs in the short term. Chapter 3. Afraid of burdening Sasuke. So you want me to die? My own body, never mind. If cultivation is the path, then so be it. I've grown accustomed to it. But could you enlighten me on what this spiritual energy converter is? Are you certain you haven't deliberately set it at 10,000 points just to ensure I use up every single bit I've just earned? Cultivation was nothing to fret over. He had already acclimated to it in the previous world. Yet the spiritual energy converter positioned first in the shop, irked Aloe, especially considering the price it seemed intent on leaving him with not even a single point to spare. The price for the host body is already set at a discounted rate for first-time purchases in the new world. The host is advised to choose carefully when acquiring items in this new realm. The system's explanation was so direct that Aloe felt he could not even refuse this item. Upon opening the item information, he discovered the nature of the discounted price. Spiritual energy converter. Unique item. Can convert other forms of energy into spiritual energy. Original price 1 million. New World first-time purchase promotional price 10,000. A simple introduction, yet it was a unique item. And the original price of 1 million points was now reduced to merely 10,000. Although Aloe felt a sting at parting with his newly acquired points, he had no choice, for survival necessitated that he begin his cultivation immediately. This spiritual energy converter is primarily designed to transform any form of energy into spiritual energy for absorption. Its utility extends beyond this realm, allowing usage in any future locations. Acquiring the spiritual energy converter requires the expenditure of 10,000 points. It is a permanent item that has already been integrated. The host may choose to activate or deactivate it, with the switch incurring no cost. After the completion of the purchase, there was a moment of silence from the system. Aloe, for the time being, is not inclined to engage in idle chatter with the system. He must first delve into the intricacies of this spiritual converter and discern its functionality. His frail body requires adjustment to enable normal activity before contemplating future growth. Furthermore, he must consider how to successfully navigate the upcoming resurrection phase. The sounds of screams and cries resonate from outside, and Aloe understands that Uchiha Sasuke has returned home, only to be seized by Uchiha Itachi and drawn into Tsukuyomi. Poor young Sasuke. Having regained my own body, my mind struggles to keep pace. I find myself in a more pitiable state than he. Aloe suddenly realized that he should refrain from lamenting over Sasuke's fate, after all. At least he had an elder brother to protect him, and parents who cared for him until their last breath. In contrast, he and Sasuke were twin brothers, confined within the small courtyard for 8 years, and the only time he was dragged out was to face death. He wondered whether, upon his resurrection, the village of Konoha would still regard him, a mere Uchiha family waste, as worthy of their attention. It seemed that his current identity was irrevocably that of a frail and useless being, who had gouged out Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. The doors swung open abruptly, and a figure, half of his face bandaged and leaning on a cane, entered the room. He summoned the masked ninja accompanying him to examine the lifeless body of Uchiha Fugaku sprawled on the floor. Upon gazing into his hollow eyes, a surge of anger coursed through him. The eyes that Fugaku had plucked from his own sockets before his demise appeared to have been seemingly destroyed by him. A captain from the Root organization knelt beside Fugaku's corpse, uncovering the truth of how he had extracted his own eyes. As for their whereabouts, they could not ascertain with certainty, but since the gouged eyes were nowhere to be found, they could only endure Danzo's wrath and piece together a plausible explanation from the current clues. Worthless. Danzo muttered a curse, uncertain of whom it was directed at. Before turning away and exiting the room, the captain from Root quickly took possession of Uchiha Makoto's eyes and followed suit. Meanwhile, the Uchiha family's third young master, currently in a state of feigned death, received not even a glance. A body of a useless boy, inferior even to an ordinary person. As long as no traces of chakra were detected, he would not attract any attention. The Root members departed, having no idea how many eyes they had extracted along the way. After they had moved further away, a masked figure appeared, crouching beside the corpses of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto to inspect them, shaking his head in disappointment as he prepared to leave. However, just before he departed, he glanced back at the child lying on the floor, clearly lifeless. Poor little one, if only your health had been better, or if you had been born a few years earlier, you might have become a competent Uchiha. Alas, fate has not been kind to you. Uchiha Obito crouched down and gently patted the cold little face. He knew this child. Every member of the Uchiha clan was aware of him. Yet very few had laid eyes upon this fragile young master. What are you doing? Uchiha Itachi had just concluded his farewell with Sasuke and intended to take one last look at his parents' corpses before departing, only to find this person meddling with his younger brother's lifeless form. This brother, if not for his imminent death, he would have sought a way to keep him alive as well. But the reality was that his existence would only bring suffering. Itachi, whether to keep one brother or two, should make no difference. Why not keep him too? This child has never even stepped outside the door. He has never seen what Konoha is like, has he? Uchiha Obito retracted his hand, rising to continue gazing at the small corpse. Exhaling a sigh that seemed out of place for his current identity, and posed the question that Alo also wished to ask. Keeping one or two may not make a difference to Konoha. Such a waste of life serves no purpose. Their parents likely considered this reason when deciding to take him along. Uchiha Itachi scoffed softly, casting a glance at the masked man before turning to leave the room. This brother, born a tiny bundle, had grown little by little, despite their parents always advising him not to divide his affections too much. But this was his brother. How could he not care? However, they had already made their choice, and some words could no longer be spoken. Itachi, how heartless you are. The same blood runs through both your brothers. Sasuke is cherished and anticipated, while he has been cast aside. Do you think his spirit lingers here, watching you? He must have cried pitifully before his death. Does his soul still gaze upon you now? Uchiha Obito continued to speak, attempting to stir the inner turmoil within Uchiha Itachi. Unfortunately, he received no response. Uchiha Itachi completely ignored him, having already hastened his steps away. Oh dear, how excessive. How can you treat them so differently? They are both your brothers. After Uchiha Itachi left without a backward glance, Uchiha Obito suddenly flailed his arms in a fit of emotion, letting out a few cries. Then, he lowered his gaze once more upon the lifeless child, adjusted his mask, and hurried out to catch up with Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 4. Resurgence, the examination of the mountain clan. Hurry up, carry them all out, and lay them properly. After the two Uchiha departed, Konoha's Umbu finally arrived to gather the bodies. As Alo watched several Umbu carry him away, he pondered how to lift this state of feigned death to ensure that Konoha would not execute him outright. He waited and waited until rows of corpses were laid out in the courtyard, as hundreds of Umbu continued their search within the Uchiha residence. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived. Lord Hokage, only Uchiha Sasuke remains alive from the Uchiha clan and has been sent to the hospital. Currently, no other survivors have been found. An Umbu captain reported the situation. The Uchiha clan. Alas, what a pity. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, standing before the sea of corpses, expressing his sorrow over the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Just as he prepared to deliver a lengthy soliloquy, a small figure among the corpses stirred. Woo, woo. Crying was something Alo found no embarrassment in. In his current state, he was a pitiful child, protected by his parents, who had managed to escape the pursuit through feigned death. As for whether Hiruzen Sarutobi would take the opportunity to kill him, leaving Uchiha Sasuke as the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan, he had no choice. If he did not wake soon, he would truly be buried beneath the earth. With his body deemed useless, he was not even qualified for experimentation. Awakening after being buried would mean his true demise. Was this truly the young master of the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the child positioned beside the lifeless body of Uchiha Fugaku. The arrangement of the corpse was deliberately orchestrated to ascertain identity. Indeed, a thorough examination had already confirmed the unfortunate truth. He was unequivocally deceased. His body cold to the touch. The sudden revival could only be attributed to a unique ocular technique of the Uchiha clan. It was highly probable that Uchiha Fugaku met his end without resistance, perhaps to safeguard his son. Nearby, a member of the Umbu, well-versed in illusionary arts, swiftly attributed the child's miraculous return to life to a distinctive Uchiha Genjutsu. Let us transport him to the hospital, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed. The two children of the Uchiha must be cared for diligently. He gestured for the feeble child, now weeping, to be taken for medical attention, trusting that subsequent examinations would yield further insights. He had previously heard that Danzo had not secured Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, resulting in a considerable outburst of anger. Such is the nature of a father, willing to sacrifice everything for his offspring. As for the frail child, Uchiha Sasuke would retain him to keep Uchiha Itachi in check. This frail boy was an essential pawn in the intricate game of control over Uchiha Sasuke. The last remaining sibling, bereft of all family, clung desperately to this sole connection and memory. What other choices did he possess? Even if Uchiha Sasuke felt no affection for his twin, he could still be molded and shaped. In time, a compliant Uchiha could emerge. System, is the heart-turning technique of the Yamaika clan truly harmless? Mused Uchiha Alo, reclining in the hospital. After being brought in, he underwent a series of examinations by the doctors, who confirmed his survival upon returning to his ward. He was subjected to further scrutiny by the Yamaika clan. Their secret technique proved exceedingly effective, allowing a comprehensive review of the past 8 years. From his birth to the moment, he was subdued for death. The strength of the host's spirit did not necessitate the system's protective measures during the Yamaika clan's assessment. The system assured Alo, affirming its infallibility in judgment. In circumstances where the host required no assistance, the system would refrain from intervention. I now require preliminary training. System, could you provide some protection? The material you sold me for body reinforcement is exceedingly fragile, and yet you offer no after-sales support. Alo silently chastised the unscrupulous system, which only focused on sales and neglected after-sales service. He had expected to at least inhabit a normal human body, yet found himself struggling to absorb spiritual energy. The system merely consumed points for the synthesis of materials purchased by the host, asserting that it should not be blamed for any shortcomings. The materials were bought from you. Alo retorted disdainfully, insisting that the system could not escape responsibility. The host could acquire advanced materials, yet in response to the system's remark, Alo felt disheartened. He was impoverished, lacking the funds, and after years of arduous toil in the realm of cultivation, he had only managed to afford some inexpensive materials for the integration of his new body. He did not wish to become someone else with every world he traversed. He merely desired to be himself. The system offered no semblance of dignity. However, it was true that the detection technique from the Mountain family held little utility for him, given the intensity of his soul from his past experiences in the cultivation world. Ultimately, he decided not to dwell on it. Weakness was weakness. Regardless, his current body was subpar, and for a considerable time, he might be unable to practice ninjutsu. Henceforth, he would remain at home, with his frail physique providing ample justification for a laid-back approach to cultivation. With his spirits lifted, he diligently attuned himself to the surrounding energies, daring to absorb whatever came his way. This spiritual energy converter was indeed remarkable. After absorption, it automatically transformed into spiritual energy, which then integrated into his meridians and flowed into his dantian. Chapter 5. Awakening, a delightful bowl of noodles. Alo awoke from his slumber, gazing at the numerous individuals surrounding him in the room. A mixture of bewilderment and curiosity etched upon his face. He had slept through to the following evening. And in his hospital chamber, apart from the Hokage and advisors, there were several doctors and nurses present. Moreover, a young boy, with cat-like eyes, had taken up residence beside his bed, intently watching him. Uchiha Sasuke, who had awakened slightly earlier, found himself engulfed in a tumult of pain, anger, and resentment upon regaining consciousness. These myriad emotions threatened to overwhelm him. Yet, just as he believed he had lost everything, news reached him that his brother was still alive. Casting aside all other feelings, he forcefully pushed past the nurse's attempts to restrain him and rushed next door, discovering Alo still lost in dreams. His brother, the one whom he had been told to protect since childhood by that man. Now, with their parents gone, and that man having shattered all that he once held dear. Sasuke, did you see Mom and Dad? They were coming to take me away, but I lost them halfway. I can't find them. Alo harbored no feelings of anger or resentment. Under the watchful eyes of so many, he simply rested his head on Sasuke's shoulder, shedding tears of helplessness. As a child who had not ventured beyond the confines of his small courtyard until the age of 8, rarely encountering outsiders and having spoken only to family, a touch of vulnerability was not detrimental. Moreover, for him, this approach was the most worry-free. As for matters of pride, Alo believed that he had long synchronized with the system, preferring to cultivate while reclining rather than standing. The frail boy always found greater comfort than the diligent youth. They departed, with his elder brother taking on the responsibility of caring for Alo, and he was certain that he would tend to him well. Sasuke felt an urge to weep. His parents were gone, and everything seemed lost. Yet, he understood that now was not the time for tears. He needed to suppress his emotions and gently soothe his younger brother to prevent him from crying. While waiting for Alo to awaken, he had overheard the doctor reporting to the Hokage, stating that Alo had previously endured severe psychological trauma, rendering him not only physically weak, but also incapable of withstanding any further emotional distress. This revelation evoked thoughts of his own experiences in that illusionary realm, where he had suffered, leading him to accept that Alo had faced a similar plight. Alo nodded obediently, resting his head on Sasuke's shoulder, his closed eyes still shedding tears. So be it. At least for the time being, he had a relative in this world. As for Sasuke's future, since they were family, complete neglect was out of the question, but the prerequisite was that he must feel the warmth of familial affection. After centuries of solitude, he could not selflessly devote himself due to mere formalities, Yet if someone could provide him with warmth, he would be willing to reciprocate. He had long ceased to give of himself freely. He had learned to assess the returns before determining the extent of his contributions. The outcome of such an approach was often unproductive. But that was acceptable. If he chose not to give, he deemed it fair not to receive. Joy, if it existed, was a blessing, and if it did not, it was simply the norm. At least he would suffer no loss. Doctor, Aloe has fallen asleep again. Sasuke cradled him for a while, hearing no words from Aloe and unsure of what to say. Just as he contemplated asking if Aloe was hungry, he realized, upon releasing his hold, that Aloe had drifted off once more. Anxiously, he summoned the doctor for a checkup, and after confirming there was no danger, merely sorrow and fatigue necessitating more rest, he felt a slight alleviation of worry. Sasuke, what are your thoughts on the matters concerning you and your brother? Hiruzen Sarutobi beckoned Sasuke to step into the corridor for a discussion. Observing the bond between the brothers filled Hiruzen with satisfaction, particularly noting Sasuke's concern for his younger sibling, which indicated that his plan was largely successful. Such a profound brotherly bond must be nurtured moving forward. Once Aloe has regained some strength, we shall return home, and I will take good care of him. Leaning against the wall, Sasuke's gaze remained fixed on the door to the hospital room, where his last remaining family member resided. As for Konoha, he held no trust. If even that person could turn against him, he was unwilling to place his faith in anyone other than his brother. You still need to attend school. How will you care for him during your classes? Hiruzen's brow furrowed as he posed a rather pragmatic question. At just 8 years of age, Sasuke lacked considerable fighting prowess. Attending school and successfully graduating to become a ninja was the path he needed to pursue. Thus, how would he balance his studies with caring for his brother? He needed to gauge the child's attitude. If he could not maintain a stable equilibrium, he could arrange for a ninja to provide care as needed. Lord Hokage, I wish to bring Aloe along to school with me. He is usually very well behaved. Just providing him a space to play or allowing him to sleep would suffice. Sasuke lifted his head, his gaze earnest as he addressed the third Hokage. He could not forsake his pursuit of strength, yet he would never abandon his brother. Nor would he allow others to adopt them. I shall return to arrange something with the school. Your brother's physical and mental state is not ideal, so refrain from disclosing too much to him. Hiruzen spoke with the demeanor of a compassionate elder, his tone imbued with sorrow and profound sympathy. After acquiescing to Sasuke's request, he took heavy steps, slowly exiting the hospital. What a drama, such a seasoned performer. Aloe lay upon his sickbed, inwardly lamenting the impressive performance of Sarutobi Hisashi. However, he had not anticipated Sasuke's request to accompany him to school, which forced him to revise his original plan of lounging at home. Attending school meant that even if he found a corner to doze off, it would still differ from the comfort of his home. Upon further reflection, it seemed imperative for him to remain by Sasuke's side. Otherwise, Itachi Uchiha could return at any moment to end his life. He had not forgotten that although Itachi had cared for him since childhood, he had firmly believed that Aloe should perish, as his existence posed a burden to Sasuke. Moreover, Aloe's training had only just commenced, primarily focused on healing his body, and it would take a considerable amount of time before he could even hope to contend with Itachi's formidable strength. Aloe, it's time to get up for dinner. Sasuke's voice broke through his slumber after barely an hour of sleep. What are we having, Sasuke? Aloe awoke, his drowsy eyes fluttering open to meet Sasuke's concerned gaze. He refrained from continuing the portrayal of sorrow. His eyes drifted towards the bedside table, where a familiar packaging caught his attention. Ichiraka ramen? Is it truly wise for a patient to consume Ichiraka ramen? Yet, apart from that, it appeared there were no other edible options. For no one would prepare meals for the two brothers. I procured the ramen myself. The owner made it separately, ensuring it contained nothing harmful for you. Please have a little. We must conduct a checkup soon, and once we ascertain your health, we shall return home. Sasuke, typically not one for excessive words, found himself speaking more than usual, compelled by the need to care for his younger brother. As he spoke, he gently propped Aloe up against the pillows, placing the ramen before him. Earlier, he had consulted the physician and noted the necessary precautions. The owner of Ichiraka ramen, upon learning he was bringing food for his ailing brother, had inquired about what was permissible before preparing the meal. Although they were of the same age, and despite the sorrow and anguish that should have enveloped him, the presence of his brother instilled in Sasuke a profound sense of responsibility as an elder sibling. He resolved to be a commendable brother, shouldering all the animosity alone, ensuring that hatred did not cloud his vision. For his foremost priority was to safeguard his brother's well-being. The title of brother had hastened his maturation overnight. Sasuke, have you eaten? Aloe lowered his head and took a whiff. The flavor of the ramen was rather subtle, lacking the array of ingredients, consisting solely of noodles and a faint aroma of chicken broth. Tilting his head, he glanced at Sasuke, who had not eaten anything since last night. I will eat once you finish your examination. Sasuke, gazing into Aloe's eyes, cautiously held out the bowl, allowing Aloe to eat first. Aloe, unabashed, consumed approximately 1/3 of the meal. Feeling satiated, he declared, I can't eat anymore. It would be uncomfortable. Sasuke, could you please help me finish it? After taking a few bites and realizing he was no longer hungry, Aloe pushed the bowl towards Sasuke. As for his frail condition that permitted him only to eat a meager amount, he allowed it to be seen. For his weakness seemed to grant others a sense of reassurance. Sasuke, observing his delicate younger brother, was acutely aware that Aloe had always possessed a modest appetite. Initially devoid of any desire to eat, he found himself compelled to lower his head and swiftly finish the ramen, spurred on by Aloe's hopeful gaze. After their meal, the next step was a medical examination. Pushed by a doctor through a series of tests, the frail yet untroubled Uchiha Aloe was eventually discharged from the hospital. Chapter 6. Aloe, let me carry you home. At the hospital entrance, Sasuke knelt down to carry Aloe on his back, one hand securely holding his brother to prevent him from slipping, while the other grasped the medications prescribed by the doctor. Under the cloak of night, their small figures traversed the streets of Konoha, with the occasional shadowy Umbu carefully leaping across the rooftops nearby. Aloe, from now on, you'll live with me. Tomorrow morning, I need to step out to procure some essentials. Wait for me at home after you wake up, Sasuke said, mindful that Aloe might doze off and catch a chill. He spoke of their plans for the morrow and the changes that lay ahead. Upon their return home, Sasuke found a clean room and gently placed the already slumbering Aloe down, covering him with a makeshift blanket he had located. Once he confirmed that his brother was sleeping soundly, he closed the door and made his way to the room where their parents had met their tragic fate. Father, mother, rest assured, I will take good care of Aloe. I will grow stronger. I will kill that man. Sasuke knelt on the floor, gazing at the bloodstains that had yet to be fully cleaned away, unable to restrain his tears. He was still just a child, having been raised in a nurturing environment until that fateful day. Yet, he could not afford to weep in front of his brother. He dared not even mention their parents in Aloe's presence, let alone that man. Aloe, you are so well behaved. In the past, he had often asked their mother why Aloe did not join him in play. She had replied that Aloe's health was fragile, that he could not engage in such activities or be disturbed. He had even asked their father if Aloe could practice with him, believing that this would aid in strengthening his brother so they could play together. Their father had firmly denied the request, stating that Aloe was fine as he was, and any injury or fatigue would only bring chaos to their home. Except for that man. In his early years, that man had told him that Aloe was weak, yet he was their brother, a family member they were meant to protect. But why? Why had it come to this? Why had the very man who urged him to safeguard his family destroyed their home and taken their parents' lives? Lord Hokage, is it truly acceptable for Uchiha Sasuke to mature psychologically overnight? Inquired an Umbu, cautiously positioned behind the Hokage, masked and attentive. They were perched atop a rooftop within the Uchiha district, witnessing Sasuke kneeling on the ground, weeping in anguish. He was undeniably an innocent child, unacquainted with suffering, yet suddenly thrust into maturity. This was the bond of the Uchiha brothers. Once he bore the mantle of an elder brother, he would naturally evolve. His maturation was a positive development, and his brother was here. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not complete his thought, casting a few cryptic glances at the sorrowful Sasuke before dispelling his shadow clone. He had numerous duties awaiting his attention. Had it not been for his concern regarding Sasuke's emotional state, he would not have felt the need to observe personally. This situation was indeed fortuitous. A younger individual with a steadier mind would make for a more manageable education. Most importantly, Aloe must not perish. Suspected to have been poisoned in utero, his body could not harness chakra, engage in ninjutsu, or awaken the Sharingan. It was truly perplexing. Who could possibly target a child yet to be born? Yet, the truth of this matter had been lost with the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, leaving no means to unravel it. This information must not reach Danzo, otherwise, such a fragile pawn could be discarded before it even had the chance to grow. System. From where did that doctor derive the conclusion that I cannot harness chakra due to in utero poisoning? Aloe found himself in a quandary regarding the report delivered to the third Hokage by the doctor upon his departure from Konoha Hospital. His affliction was merely a frail constitution, devoid of any other complications. During the system's operations, certain pieces of identity information were automatically supplemented. As a member of the Uchiha clan, yet inherently incapable of wielding chakra, he was assessed by the hospital's physicians based solely on the present circumstances and historical examination results. They speculated that the host's condition stemmed from maternal toxicity during gestation and inferred that, due to being a twin, the host had absorbed all the toxins, thereby allowing Uchiha Sasuke to remain in good health. The explanation provided by the system left Alo feeling utterly speechless, rendering him temporarily reluctant to articulate his thoughts. His timeline in this world began 8 years prior, coinciding with his birth, at which point the system commenced a partial narrative alteration. Thus, during those previous years, he genuinely existed within this realm, with Konoha Hospital having recorded several visits to treat this ailing young master. In the absence of definitive evidence regarding certain matters, some individuals would rely on these records to draw inferences. They will undoubtedly inform Sasuke, and in an unintentional manner, allow him to become aware. Alo has already discerned that the plan in Konoha is to ensure that he keeps Sasuke firmly under control. As long as the younger brother remains present, Sasuke will be unable to betray Konoha. Furthermore, the higher-ups will likely cultivate Sasuke into a weapon for their own purposes. Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategy involves waiting several years before revealing the truth to Uchiha Sasuke. Should Sasuke ever grow weary or disenchanted with his brother's care, this revelation could serve as a potential catalyst to provoke him. The system is well versed in the circumstances surrounding Konoha and, when questioned by Alo, it seldom withholds information. However, this is contingent upon Alo's initiative to inquire. Otherwise, the system remains reticent, embodying a certain laziness in its disposition. Is Sasuke planning to kneel there all night? Not wishing to continue lamenting Sarutobi Hiruzen's scheme with the system, Alo, unable to perceive the situation himself or transcend his own consciousness, could only press the system further. Indeed, Uchiha Sasuke is profoundly tormented by the murder of his parents. He believes they were slain to protect the two brothers. Consequently, he will not willingly depart from that house tonight. The system assessed Sasuke's condition and confirmed to Alo that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the situation would remain unchanged. Bearing the identity of an older brother, his sense of responsibility will compel him to endure, even as he bears the weight of sorrow. Such opportunities for cathartic weeping are scarce. Alo turned over, grasping the quilt and cradling it in his arms, surrendering once more to the embrace of slumber. A bout of tears is not necessarily an ill omen. It was his arrival that transformed Uchiha Sasuke from a weeping, resentful younger brother into an elder sibling burdened with the weight of responsibility. If he were to be denied even the solace of tears at this juncture, it would indeed be excessively cruel. He resolved to indulge in a restorative sleep, focusing on the absorption of spiritual energy and the swift regulation of his meridians. Only through strength can he envision a promising future and safeguard his brother. Chapter 7. Accompanying brother to school. Alo, partake in your meal first, once satisfied. You may accompany your brother to school. Sasuke had wept for an extended duration the previous night, drifting into a drowsy slumber within that room, remaining there until morning. Just moments ago, he had ventured out to procure a multitude of daily necessities, returning with 2 servings of ramen. This was currently the only food item he could be certain would pose no issue for Alo. As the proprietor of Ichiraku Ramen attentively inquired about any dietary considerations before preparing and packaging the noodles. As for whether ramen would become a staple in the future, that seemed rather improbable. However, any further plans would have to await the conclusion of the school day. Sasuke, am I truly no longer to be confined? Alo washed his face and, upon sitting down at the dining table, cautiously posed a question. In this world, he had always been confined within the yard. Now, the sudden opportunity to live outside certainly required some adjustment. Acting, though a bit troublesome, was something he found enjoyable. Indeed, he would not return from now on. Alo wished to be with his brother, sharing meals, attending school together, returning home after classes, and living in the same room. Sasuke looked down at his ramen, deliberately emphasizing his identity as an older brother while speaking. His intention was not only to help Alo become accustomed to their fraternal bond, but also to remind himself that he was the elder brother, capable of caring for his younger sibling. Sasuke, thank you. Alo lowered his head to eat, muttering a vague thank you. I am the elder brother. Sasuke's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he glanced at Alo across the table, still searching for words to respond while eating. He is the elder brother. Yet Alo has always merely called him by his name. Even in the past, when he secretly slipped away to the small courtyard to play with Aloe, he had never been addressed as such. It was only until he turned 6 and began attending school that things changed, with studies and training occupying his time. He found himself too busy to sneak out. Even when he had a moment, their mother was always nearby. It seemed he hadn't visited that small courtyard in quite some time. Aloe, be good. Once you're at school, your brother will find a place for you to rest. If anyone bullies you, just shout for me. After breakfast, Sasuke carried Aloe out the door. As they walked, he continued to advise Aloe on calling for help whenever he needed it, particularly when other students approached. Upon reaching the streets of Konoha, the merchants and villagers, upon seeing the brothers adorned in the red and white fan insignia, began to discuss the Uchiha massacre loudly. Some remarked that the Uchiha clan deserved their fate, while others seemed to question why 2 little ones were still alive. Aloe, sleep now. When you awaken, you'll be at school. Sasuke could hear the unabashed mockery and jeers directed at them, yet all he could do was comfort his brother, urging him not to listen. For now, he could only remember, etching each arrogant face and every curse into his mind. The cacophony of voices became overwhelming and disconcerting. Aloe closed his eyes, resting his small head against Sasuke's shoulder, murmuring a word before truly drifting into slumber. Upon arriving at the school entrance, Aloe, hearing the cacophony around him, opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Sasuke's younger brother is utterly adorable. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air beside the 2 siblings. Be quiet. Sasuke, already irked by the crowd of girls blocking their path, felt a sudden stiffness in Aloe's hand, realizing with certainty that his brother had been frightened. Turning, he shot a fierce glare with his cat-like eyes, contemplating whether kicking someone away would only exacerbate his brother's fear. Enough noise. Sasuke, come here. This must be your brother, right? The Hokage has already given his regards. During class, let him rest in the teacher's office where a teacher will be on duty. Nothing will go amiss. Irika hurried over, urging the noisy group of girls to disperse, which finally brought about a semblance of silence. He glanced at the delicate child huddled on Sasuke's back, seemingly startled, and finally grasped the meaning behind the 3rd Hokage's words. It was indeed a troublesome matter that Uchiha Sasuke had to attend class, while Uchiha Aloe was in such a delicate state. However, it was said that this child would not run about aimlessly or cause a ruckus, so he should be fine in the teacher's office, not in the classroom. I understand. Thank you, teacher. Sasuke wished to take Aloe into the classroom, but upon seeing the surrounding girls, who were silent yet gazing at him with fervent eyes, he quickly comprehended the situation. Setting Aloe down, he expressed his gratitude to Irika before taking his brother's hand, proceeding slowly towards the teacher's office. If given the opportunity, he dreaded to think of what might transpire with those girls in contact with Aloe. Thus, the teacher's office seemed the safer choice. Aloe, I will come to you after class. Stay here and don't wander off. My classroom is over there. You can see it from the window. If you need anything, just call for me from there. The more he spoke, the more Sasuke felt a cascade of worries and admonitions welling up within him in front of his brother. Once they reached the teacher's office, he still held Aloe's hand, guiding him to the window to point out where his classroom was and how he could find him swiftly. Running over was not an option, but if he shouted loudly from here, Sasuke would surely hear him. All right, Sasuke will study diligently. I'll come over after class. Aloe nodded, for he beheld the classroom across the window. There, a golden little head resting upon the sill, must be the protagonist of this world, Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 8. Our family's money has disappeared. Thank you, system. Aloe, reclining in his chair, turned over, appearing to be in slumber, yet in truth, he was engaging in a leisurely conversation with the system. Please elucidate your reasoning, dear host. Such inexplicable expressions of gratitude may lead the system to ascertain an anomaly, suggesting that your intentions might be less than noble. The system, having received Aloe's thanks, responded rather curtly, if you cannot articulate your thoughts clearly, I shall not accept your gratitude. Expressing thanks only to subsequently request favors is a folly that your predecessors have committed, though it ultimately bore no fruit. I genuinely wish to express my gratitude to you for accompanying me on this journey. While I have not accrued many points, I have certainly stumbled into numerous pitfalls. Is it that you find me excessively foolish, prompting you to bestow upon me a treasure that can convert energy? Aloe's sudden emotional sensitivity was not truly abrupt. Rather, it was a fleeting sensation, akin to the illusion that the system, having bestowed upon him a benefit, intended to cast him aside. Surely, it must be an illusion? The random appearance of discounted items served as a reminder that, as the host bound to this rather lackluster system, Had he been excessively ambitious or industrious, he would have been discarded centuries ago. The system, without a hint of hesitation, candidly informed Aloe that one should not overthink life. As for the fact that this host was somewhat dim-witted, rather unfortunate in luck, and prone to occasional bouts of whimsy and distress, such a pairing with a lethargic system was, in truth, quite acceptable. As long as you do not intend to sever our partnership, look at my frailty. If you were to abandon me, how would I possibly survive? Upon confirming that he was not to be abandoned, Aloe immediately began to revel in his newfound confidence. The internal turmoil he displayed was remarkably natural and vivid. It is advisable for the host to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Although the system will not withhold achievement rewards from the host, it is not omnipotent. A delay of 10 days or even a month without response does not constitute a violation of the original binding contract. The system had long grown accustomed to Aloe's occasional eccentricities and interrupted him before he could finish his thoughts. Indeed, this host cannot handle compliments. A mere word of praise sends him into a prolonged state of elation. I shall cultivate. Just wait until I can roam freely in the ninja world. Occasionally, Arrow engages in playful banter with the system. However, when the system chooses not to reciprocate, he swiftly falls into a tranquil state. This time, noticing his quiet dedication to cultivation, the system responded. It advised the host to refrain from overly enhancing his physical condition, for it is the frail version of himself that is required by Konoha. Should he hastily restore his health? The higher-ups in Konoha would undoubtedly take measures to revert him back to his weakened state. The system, based on the current circumstances, provided an analysis for Arrow. Although he is now capable of commencing his training, the initial absorption of spiritual energy is not only minimal, but he also intends to allocate all of it towards strengthening his body. The system's calculations suggest that Arrow's physique will be unable to sustain a healthy state for an extended period, as Konoha may impose disruptions at any moment. What a nuisance! Aloe holds no grievances against Konoha for their actions towards him, as regardless of the techniques employed, be it ninjutsu, genjutsu, or poison, these all fall within the realm of energy. Although the magnitude of transformation may exceed his capacity, ultimately, it poses no significant threat to him. However, despite his ability to transform, he refrains from doing so, particularly to avoid giving Konoha the impression that his body possesses formidable resistance to toxins or that he can recover from injuries autonomously. He cherishes energy and yearns for cultivation. Yet such endeavors must not take place within Konoha's laboratory. Following the system's reminder, Aloe alters his approach to cultivations. He ceases to fortify his body and instead absorbs a modest amount of spiritual energy, gradually strengthening his meridians and dantian. As for everything else, he decides to wait. He plans to achieve further accomplishments to earn points, which he will then use to acquire certain items, allowing him to cultivate without worry. Relying on the system may not be the most prudent course of action, yet Aloe understands his own nature. It is already quite a feat that the system does not disdain him. Fortunately, it is a rather lenient system, otherwise, he would have been discarded long ago. During a morning of slumber, Aloe absorbs only a meager amount of spiritual energy, yet he enjoys a truly rejuvenating rest. When Sasuke arrives at the office with 2 lunchboxes to rouse Aloe from his slumber, he gazes at his drowsy younger brother, and the icy demeanor he has maintained throughout the morning dissipates quietly. Aloe, let us have lunch over by the playground. After we eat, you can watch your brother train nearby, Sasuke suggests, gently pinching the very similar face of his brother. Once Aloe awakens, Sasuke takes his hand and leads him outside. Did you buy onigiri? Aloe inquires. Aloe, led by Sasuke, stumbled out of the teacher's office and gradually regained his senses as they reached the edge of the playground. Sitting beneath a tree, Aloe opened his lunchbox and paused for a moment. Rice balls. 3 plump and white rice balls lay nestled within the bento box before him. Well, one cannot subsist solely on ramen. Perhaps it is time to sample something new. Sasuke cautiously agreed, picking up a rice ball to taste it first. It wasn't that he had no desire to purchase other items. Rather, after class, he had a private conversation with the teacher, who informed him of some pressing matters. Their family funds had dwindled to nothing, and now they were reliant on the meager living stipend provided by Konoha to sustain themselves. Thus, in the days to come, they could no longer indulge in whatever they fancied. Careful budgeting was imperative, dividing the monthly allowance into 30 portions. They would spend 1 portion each day, a calculation he could grasp. The taste was rather bland, yet not unpleasant. Aloe leisurely savored his rice ball, taking a bite, chewing, and finally swallowing, offering a candid assessment. He was consuming nothing more than a plain rice ball, devoid of any flavor. Nevertheless, it was acceptable. Konoha ensured they would not go hungry, yet it was clear that the two brothers would not be indulged either. When Sasuke had just handed him the rice ball, the system had already provided an explanation. It was a decision reached by Konoha's higher-ups to confiscate all assets of the Uchiha clan. Now, these two brothers were to receive only the standard orphan allowance, with occasional assistance in times of trouble. But it was imperative to make Uchiha Sasuke aware of the harsh realities of life. Only in this manner would he develop a stronger desire to grow in power and serve Konoha more effectively in the future. Yes, for now, this was the situation. When his brother had a break, they could venture into the mountains to catch wild rabbits and pheasants, or fish in the river. Sasuke lowered his head. Chewing the rice ball, his voice muffled. He felt powerless. He could neither protest nor complain, only accept the arrangements made by those in authority. Therefore, if he wished for his younger brother to enjoy better meals, he must exert himself even more. Not only did he need to learn the ways of a ninja, but he also had to acquire various practical skills for daily life, such as cooking. Chapter 9. Sasuke's Culinary Education. Sasuke is truly remarkable. Alo sat beneath a tree at the edge of the playground, observing Sasuke as he practiced throwing shurikens at the target. Seizing the opportunity, he called out softly. Unfortunately, due to his frail health, he found it difficult to project any strength in his voice. I'm tired, but brother has to return to class. Could you carry me back to the teacher's office and wait for you until the afternoon? Sasuke gathered his shurikens and approached, gently urging his younger brother to stand. He felt a twinge of concern and decided he would carry Alo back. Though the distance was not great, he was uncertain whether Alo would tire during the journey. I'm not tired. Alo asserted that he was not fatigued, yet he extended his hand, permitting Sasuke to carry him towards the teacher's office. Should he walk on his own, Sasuke would be unable to make it in time for his class. Complying, he chose to rest and await his brother's dismissal. After gently setting his brother down, Sasuke glanced at the classroom across the window, promptly opened it, and leaped outside, only to swiftly re-enter through the classroom window, just in time for the lesson. However, Sasuke's sudden window escapade drew the attention of several students in the classroom, who turned to see what transpired. Yet, they beheld nothing amiss. Alo had already reclined once more to rest before Sasuke made his exit. The afternoon unfolded uneventfully as Alo cautiously alleviated a blockage in his meridians, patiently awaiting Sasuke's return from school. Following the end of the day's classes, Sasuke, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, disregarded the gasps from the girls and once again traversed the window to join Alo. Let us go home, Sasuke exclaimed, extending his hand to lift his smiling brother, carrying him as they made their way outside. As they stepped through the door, Irika was just returning to the office, arms laden with textbooks. Are you heading home? Irika inquired, observing the brothers before him. He considered that Sasuke's penchant for entering through windows was a habit that could not persist. However, upon noticing the oblivious Alo, he resolved to discuss the matter with Sasuke privately the following day. We're going home. Goodbye, teacher. Alo raised a small hand and waved at Irika. Sasuke responded. And after Irika stepped aside, he carried his younger brother and made his way toward the school gate. At this moment, he had no desire to converse with anyone beyond his brother, be they the boisterous girls or the teachers within the school. They understood nothing, yet always were expressions that suggested, I comprehend, I empathize, I can console you. Yet what the brothers truly needed was not comfort or concern, but rather the most tangible means of survival. The so-called care and solace were merely the spectacles of outsiders, a self-proclaimed sense of superiority. As he walked, Sasuke's mood darkened. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, his breath betraying a hint of volatility and chill. Sasuke, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Alo possesses a remarkable sensitivity to emotions. As Sasuke's mood grew increasingly troubled, Alo gently patted his shoulder, dissipating the tumult of Sasuke's feelings. Let us procure some food. My brother wishes to learn the art of cooking. Sasuke momentarily paused, then composed himself, turning away from Alo and heading towards the produce section. Lacking experience, he recognized that in such moments, one has no choice but to embrace the opportunity to try. Indeed, Alo nodded in acknowledgement and then remained quietly in place. Upon arriving at the vegetable market, just as they were about to inquire about prices and purchase some produce, they encountered the timely arrival of Irika Umino. Irika-sensei? Alo tilted his head, observing Irika, whose expression was slightly awkward. Is this truly a coincidence? Indeed, it is, for even the instructors at the Ninja Academy require sustenance. Just as Alo's imagination was about to conjure some peculiar developments, the system swiftly provided an answer. Even ninjas on missions cannot dine out for every meal. Hence, it is entirely normal for a teacher at the ninja school to purchase groceries after class and prepare meals at home. Are you also in need of groceries? Come along, I shall guide you, Irika said, ruffling his hair with an awkward smile. However, since they had crossed paths, he felt compelled to assist. The two youngsters clearly appeared inexperienced in grocery shopping, and as their teacher, he could not simply stand by and watch them be taken advantage of. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to extend the school day to offer some impromptu lessons, beginning with teaching Uchiha Sasuke the art of grocery shopping. Thank you, Irika-sensei. Alo raised his head playfully, knowing that when Sasuke wished to remain silent, he could simply speak up. Thus, during the shopping excursion, under Irika's enthusiastic guidance, the Uchiha brothers returned home with a substantial amount of groceries. Moreover, aware that neither had ever cooked before, Irika took the liberty of accompanying them to purchase a cookbook filled with homestyle recipes. As for whether they would actually learn to cook, that was beyond Irika's jurisdiction. Upon returning home and setting down the hefty bag of ingredients, Alo stood by, observing Sasuke as he organized them. The technological advancement of this world seemed rather skewed. Alo silently lamented to the system while watching the refrigerator being filled. Refrigerators, televisions, and various household appliances abounded, yet there were no automobiles. It appeared that trains existed in certain areas. The hidden cloud village possessed formidable weapons capable of shattering meteors. Yet, in such a world, reliance on the legs of ninjas for travel was paramount, as they engaged in battle using kunai, shuriken, and a myriad of jutsu. Awaken to the reality that the skewed technological landscape of this world is of little consequence to you. Your current state is so frail that, apart from your brother, no one would even care. The system interjected once more, breaking through Alo's wandering thoughts. The host now possessed a body, yet his antics were becoming increasingly troublesome. While it only engaged in banter, the system was a slothful one, a title Alo had humorously bestowed upon it. What can I say? You are the one who is willing to converse with me now. Alo stood, feeling somewhat fatigued, before moving to the dining table to sit down. With her hands propping up her chin, she tilted her head, gazing intently at Sasuke. As she observed him putting away the dishes into the refrigerator and then perusing through a cookbook, Alo continued to engage in a silent discourse with the system within her mind. The latest news. Uchiha Itachi has become aware of your survival. The system's notification abruptly silenced Alo. Though they would eventually find out, to learn it so soon, this must have been intentionally conveyed by Konoha, right? Alo ceased his antics and earnestly inquired about serious matters with the system. Itachi Uchiha had already departed for the Rain Village. Had it not been for the urgent message from Konoha, he would not have learned of this development so swiftly. Thus, what scheme is Konoha concocting? Are they merely curious to see if Itachi will return to eliminate this burden? Each passing day is fraught with frustration. Chapter 10. Birthday. A brother's wish. Alo, eat this. And next time you won't mess up. For dinner, Sasuke endeavored to cook for the first time. After diligently following the recipe, he managed to produce a somewhat overcooked dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a pot of inadequately cooked rice. While he had added a tad too much salt, it was still palatable enough to satisfy the brother's hunger. Sasuke had indeed made quite an effort. I struggled to even comprehend what is inscribed on the page. After enjoying a meal, Alo glanced at Sasuke, who was engrossed in washing dishes, and felt compelled to offer him a few words of praise. However, just as he began to speak, he noticed that Sasuke's eyes had reddened once again. From now on, brother will teach you to read. It was then that Sasuke suddenly remembered that his younger brother had never learned any characters or knowledge up to this point. Even the ability to speak had been imparted slowly during their clandestine visits over the past few years. There is no rush to learn. Brother can teach me during his breaks. Observing the impending tears in Sasuke's eyes, Alo reached out to gently wipe away the moisture at the corner of his eyes. Initially holding back his tears, the mere touch of Alo's fingers caused Sasuke to lose control, and tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Wah! Sasuke clasped his younger brother, who bore a striking resemblance to him but was noticeably shorter, into his embrace, biting down on his clothing to stifle his sobs. My brother is so well-behaved, so very well-behaved. As the two brothers wept in each other's arms, the third Hokage was bent over a crystal ball in his office. The image shifted swiftly from the Uchiha brothers to a small river in Konoha village, where a golden-haired youth was attempting to catch fish. The fish proved elusive. Although the child moved quickly, he lacked the precision to seize them effectively. After much effort, he finally managed to catch a few small fish and toss them onto the shore. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rose from his chair, adjusted his robes, and prepared to bring some warmth to the golden-haired boy. The neglected kitsune child would respond to even the slightest gesture of affection with trust and closeness. The plans of recent years had borne fruit. As long as Danzo did not interfere from the shadows, this child would surely become the person he envisioned. Days turned into weeks as Uchiha Sasuke escorted his brother to school each day, depositing him in the teacher's office before attending his own classes. Initially, he would buy ramen and rice balls, but after several attempts at cooking, he became capable of preparing meals with a palatable taste within a few months. Another day of classes concluded, and Sasuke arrived at the teacher's office, reaching out to rouse his still sleeping brother, hoisting him onto his back, ready to head home. After some time, his brother's face finally showed a hint of fullness. Though still prone to drowsiness and fatigue after short distances, he was no longer as fragile as before. Sasuke, congratulations on achieving the top rank in the class again. At the school gate, a girl with pink hair stood in front of Sasuke, holding a small box aloft and offering her congratulations. Unfortunately, Sasuke had no desire to engage. He averted his gaze and simply walked past her. Sasuke, Sakura is giving you a gift. Why are you ignoring her? The golden-haired Naruto rushed over, spreading his arms to block Sasuke's path, insisting he stop and clarify his response. The girl had gone to such lengths to present a gift. Even if he intended to decline, he should not disregard her so callously. Although the sight of Sakura presenting a gift to Sasuke stirred his own discontent, he felt compelled to intervene. But Sasuke is ignoring her, and now Sakura is in tears. Get lost, idiot. Sasuke shot a displeased glance at Naruto, intending to continue on his way. He had promised his brother earlier that morning that he would prepare something delicious for dinner that night. But now, with everyone acting as they were, it felt absurd. Today is my brother's and my birthday. Can we please just go home to celebrate before discussing anything else? Alo does not harbor any dislike for Naruto. Rather, he was abruptly awakened from his slumber, and understandably, his emotions were less than favorable. As he opened his ebony feline eyes, a mix of grievance and sorrow washed over him, marking his first formal encounter with the protagonist of this world. Yes, my apologies. As Naruto and Alo exchanged glances, the resemblance of Alo's eyes to Sasuke's revealed a profound sense of injustice, prompting Naruto to realize just how extraordinary this day was for both Sasuke and his younger brother. He quickly stepped aside to apologize, his heart torn with the thought that his mere presence might have disrupted the mood of Sasuke and his sibling. A birthday is a day of significance. Although no one celebrated his own, he understood the essence of others' celebrations. It is of no consequence. We shall return home and meet again tomorrow. Alo waved at Naruto while continuing to rest his little head against Sasuke's shoulder. Although he was capable of walking on his own, Sasuke, as the elder brother, was reluctant to change anything, opting instead to carry him to and from school. Sasuke said nothing further, and after leaving the school, he ensured that no classmates were around before gently setting his brother down. Forget about them. They are just foolish and ignorant. Let us go get the cake. Sasuke observed Alo's expression, confirming that his brother was neither frightened nor affected. Before taking his hand and leading him to the cake shop by the roadside. Today marked their shared birthday, although their living expenses were meager. The essence of celebration could not be overlooked. This is my first birthday. Can I make a wish first? Upon returning home, Alo watched as Sasuke took out the cake and placed it on the table, suddenly voicing his request. All right, Alo can wish first. Sasuke paused for a moment, swiftly regaining his composure to conceal any hint of sadness or melancholy on this special day. It was, after all, Alo's first birthday. They were born on the same day, yet their lives had always been entirely different, with Alo never having his own share of the birthday celebrations. The brother will grow strong, will be happy, and will find joy. Yes, Alo will also be happy and joyful. With his hands clasped together, Alo closed his eyes before the cake, beginning to make his wish. The birthday wish, a child's heartfelt anticipation. Alo wished for good health and happiness every day. Following Alo, Sasuke also voiced his wish. Unlike his cold demeanor with others, Sasuke's expressions remained as vibrant as ever when with his brother, imbued with a profound sense of responsibility. After the brothers made their birthday wishes, they blew out the candles together, their faces reflecting the joy of celebrating their birthday with cake. Meanwhile, a raven with red eyes concealed among the branches of a nearby tree watched the duo, observing them for quite some time before finally taking flight. Chapter 11. It turns out, the heavenly deity has been used. Itachi Uchiha had already departed. As Alo returned to his room to sleep, the system provided a notification. System, why have you suddenly become so diligent? Aloe just took a shower and is now nestled in bed, playfully rolling about with the blanket. The system's sudden enthusiasm has left him feeling somewhat disconcerted. Wasn't he supposed to be a sloth? Your diligence raises my concerns. The host is rather feeble, and there are too many who wish to take advantage of him. The system's response remains succinct and clear. For a weak host, succumbing to the dangers that lurk due to insufficient awareness would be quite an embarrassment for the system, although it truly requires no pride. Therefore, at this moment, any entity harboring ill intentions towards Aloe will be duly alerted by the system. So, are you implying that Uchiha Itachi intends to come and kill me again? Aloe remains uncertain about Uchiha Itachi's true intentions. Having arrived, he has not even offered him a monthly reading. What could he possibly be planning? Currently, Uchiha Itachi is primarily concerned with two matters: the safety of Konoha and the growth of Uchiha Sasuke. The system once again reminds its host not to harbor overly optimistic thoughts. I find myself pondering a question. In the past, although Uchiha Itachi genuinely sought to maintain peace, his family was of utmost importance to him. Even a child despised by his parents, if he were his brother, would receive his utmost care and protection. How could he possibly turn against his parents at such a time? Could it be that before Uchiha Shirsue's demise, he employed the Kodo Amatsukami on him? Aloe lay beneath the covers, increasingly troubled by an unsettling notion. Although this world was fabricated, it was conceivable that the creator had inadvertently left behind certain bugs, resulting in conflicting character backstories for some individuals. Yet, to them, this world felt utterly authentic. Any alterations in certain aspects would naturally serve to fill in the gaps of untold histories. Thus, the sudden transformation of Itachi Uchiha, could it be attributed to Kodo Amatsukami? With Shisui Uchiha deceased, any information that surpassed the boundaries of comprehension would be conveyed in this manner by the system, whether it was unwilling or unable to articulate such details. Very well, that question exceeds the syllabus. Let me pose another. Is Shirsue's left eye currently in a state of cooldown? Aloe comprehended the situation and chose not to dwell on previous queries. Moreover, his rapport with the system dictated that certain matters could not be directly addressed, yet he could subtly inquire about other information. Currently, the left eye of Uchiha Shisui is in a state of cooldown, rendering it unusable in the short term. The system responded quite normally this time. A cooldown implies prior usage. It must have been employed by the banks of the Nanha River. Aloe inquired without any expectation of a response from the system, turning over in his blanket and drifting into slumber. Based on the elapsed time, the system eventually provided an answer after a brief interval. Meanwhile, Aloe, who had seemingly succumbed to sleep, felt the corners of his mouth lift ever so slightly. Could it be the celestial beings? The ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan are indeed fascinating, and his interest has been piqued immensely. Moving forward, he resolved to put forth diligent effort. Once his body had healed, he would also explore the power of his bloodline. However, he murmured, "System, I cannot sleep." After a while, Aloe engaged in conversation with the system once more. The system expressed its belief that when the host no longer needed it, it could adopt an alias and assume a new identity as a nurturing father figure. Day by day, the patience honed by the host, along with the ability to soothe and care for younger ones, became increasingly natural and proficient. My body, after integration, also carries the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, as long as I restore my health, I should be able to activate the Uchiha bloodline. Am I correct in this assumption? Aloe is acutely aware of his own physique, which has been meticulously crafted from materials and subsequently merged by the system before being introduced into this world. He bears a visage strikingly similar to Sasuke's, albeit slightly shorter, leaner, and paler due to his frail constitution. Yet, it is undeniable that his body indeed possesses the genetic lineage of the Uchiha clan, a life form resulting from the fusion of two distinct essences. The host has procured materials within the realm of cultivation that surpass the Uchiha bloodline, enabling the activation of the genetic traits. However, the system advises against cultivating chakra, deeming it an imprudent expenditure of resources. The system provided a comparative diagram, illustrating the disparity in cultivation intensity between the Uchiha bloodline and the growth potential afforded by the materials Aloe previously acquired. Upon examination of this comparison, it became evident that the pinnacle of strength achievable merely aligns with the level of the Sage of Six Paths. In light of this revelation, Aloe's interest in that particular path of growth has significantly waned. As the host begins his cultivation journey, upon entering the chi refining stage, a mode allowing for the seamless transition between spiritual energy and chakra will be unlocked. The system outlines a general framework of limitations for this progression. Reaching the chi refining stage will effectively provide Aloe with a considerable advantage. However, this is not an additional feature activated by the system, but rather a naturally occurring mode inherent in individuals with dual constitutions. Currently, the system merely prefaces this information to the host, ensuring that it does not infringe upon its established regulatory confines. I understand now, Aloe mused. I must not rush into the chi refining stage. I must ensure my meridians and dantian are properly attuned before embarking on this journey. Although Arrow eagerly anticipated the opportunity to experiment with the Sharingan or engage in chakra cultivation, the foremost requirement was that his body must first be adjusted to its optimal state. After receiving a plethora of news that evening, Arrow finally succumbed to slumber in a good mood. Nearby, Sasuke, having drifted into sleep, found himself ensnared in a dream where he was enveloped in a shroud of mist, relentlessly running forward yet unable to recall what he was searching for. Abruptly awakening from his dream, Sasuke sat up with a start and turned his head to the side. Not far from him, nestled within the blankets, was Arrow, who, due to his habit of clutching half the blanket while sleeping, had become ensconced within it. Observing his younger brother's serene and obedient demeanor in sleep, Sasuke cautiously approached, gently extricating the tangled blanket and tenderly covering Arrow with it. Once assured that his brother was resting soundly, Sasuke returned to his own blanket, lying on his side and gazing at Arrow, before soon drifting back into sleep. Upon awakening at dawn, Sasuke first prepared a modest meal by slicing some meat and vegetables, seasoning them, and laying them atop rice to steam. With breakfast and lunch ready to be served from a single pot, he tidied up the meal preparations before engaging in his daily morning training. By the time Arrow arose, Sasuke was already in the courtyard washing his face, while the inviting aroma of the cooked food wafted through the kitchen. Chapter 12. Visitors at our home. Good morning, Irika-sensei. Mizuki-sensei. Aloe followed Sasuke to school, greeting Irika and Mizuki with a cheerful smile. Having often waited for Sasuke in the teacher's office, Aloe had become quite familiar with the two instructors. Irika, perpetually exasperated by students, and Mizuki, whose gentle smile was a constant presence. In this office, the two teachers likely shared a bond due to their teaching the same class. Good morning, Mizuki waved amiably, acknowledging Aloe. The well-behaved and understanding child, who always remained quietly poised, was endearing to most. Good morning. Sasuke, you should head to the classroom. Mizuki has class this morning. I will take Aloe to the teacher's office, Irika cheerfully greeted, reaching out to take Aloe's little hand. However, while Irika found this quite normal, Sasuke shook his head, taking his brother's hand and leading him toward the office himself. He needed to ensure his brother was settled before he could feel at ease. The bond between Uchiha Sasuke and his younger brother was indeed heartwarming. Mizuki watched the two children walk away, his eyes crinkling with delight. This pair of siblings was truly charming, yet it was a pity. The once mighty Uchiha clan had dwindled to just these two children. A few days prior, he had overheard their conversation, revealing that even their meals were not plentiful. The ideals of the will of fire espoused in Konoha were something he, as an educator, found hard to believe. Yet, with no other options available, teaching provided a livelihood. He wondered when he might have the chance to leave this place. Rest well, Aloe. Your brother is off to class. Sasuke delivered Aloe to the office, watching as his brother adeptly climbed onto the recliner. He affectionately ruffled Aloe's hair before leaping out the window. After Sasuke headed to his classroom, Aloe closed his eyes and resumed his slumber. A few minutes later, when Irika entered the office, he found the child peacefully asleep. The day passed quietly, and at noon, Sasuke returned to escort Aloe out for a meal before bringing him back. By the time school was dismissed in the afternoon, the brothers walked hand in hand away from the school gates. Despite most of their outings consisting of Sasuke carrying Aloe, it had significantly improved the child's physical condition, allowing him to walk to and from school holding hands. Though their pace remained a tad slow, it was undoubtedly a step in the right direction. Sasuke, has someone been to our house? Upon returning home, Aloe entered the dwelling and placed Sasuke's backpack down, only to notice some peculiarities. The bedding, which Sasuke meticulously arranged each day, exhibited two creases that differed from his recollections before leaving that morning. Had someone been here? Sasuke proceeded to inspect the room, thoroughly examining the blankets, pillows, and even rummaging through the clothes and the wardrobe. Do not be afraid, Aloe. It could merely be a routine inspection. After conducting a thorough search without uncovering any irregularities, Sasuke approached Aloe and enveloped him in an embrace. He understood that Aloe's reassurances were likely grounded in reason. Yet some matters remained better left unspoken. Aloe nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon returning home, the The daily routine of the two brothers remained unchanged. Sasuke would cook, train, and do the laundry, while Alo merely observed from the sidelines. System, what could Itachi Uchiha possibly want? Coming here in broad daylight merely to check on Sasuke and me? Alo's inner voice called out to the system as he sat serenely beneath the eaves, cradling his chin in his hands, tilting his head to observe Sasuke's training. He had thought that Itachi Uchiha had departed the previous night. Yet he returned during the day, checking whether his younger brother's blanket was warm enough and whether his clothes were adequately clean. These were all rather mundane matters. As the system noted, ensuring that the living conditions of his two younger brothers were suitable posed no issue. However, the fact that Itachi Uchiha took it upon himself to do this raised concerns. What a bother. I truly dread the day when I awaken in the middle of the night, only to find myself staring into a pair of spinning Sharingan. Alo harbored little sentiment towards Uchiha Itachi. He had once cared for the young boy, yet at that time, he chose to abandon him. There was no inclination to squander his energy on resentment, though he would undoubtedly remain vigilant, even with the transformation of the Kodo Amatsukami. The choice to spare Sasuke while extinguishing his own life was a decision made by Uchiha Itachi. Host, is your heart not too tranquil? The system sensed something amiss and inquired directly. As a system, it was privy to all actions of the host. Yet the inner workings of the heart were beyond its capacity to discern. Tranquility facilitates better cultivation. Sasuke treats me well, thus he is my family. Those who have wronged me, regardless of blood ties, do they truly merit my inner turmoil? Alo momentarily paused, then came to the realization that the system was inquiring about something. When he engaged in theatrics, it was merely a performance for others. His playful antics before Sasuke stemmed from his perception of Sasuke as family. As for others, emotions, when overly exuberant, could prove detrimental, adversely affecting his cultivation. Itachi Uchiha might one day re-emerge with the intent to take his life. After listening to this, the system felt there was no issue. Yet it sensed a flaw in logic. Upon careful analysis, it reiterated to Alo the matter concerning Itachi's intent to kill him. How could one not harbor resentment towards someone who seeks to end their life? Since when did its host, who had always been clear about grudges, become so indifferent to such a grave threat? He will not kill me again, as long as Sasuke remains steadfast in his efforts and continues to grow stronger. He will have no desire to harm me. Alo contemplated for a moment before resolutely informing the system of his reasons for not wanting to burden himself with concerns about Uchiha Itachi. Perhaps there were some flaws in character design, yet it was unequivocally clear that Uchiha Itachi anticipated Sasuke's growth and strength. As long as their current objective aligned, to encourage Sasuke to strive for greater power, there existed no conflict. As a catalyst for Sasuke's enhancement. As long as Uchiha Itachi was not subjected to another round of manipulation, he would not willingly embrace death. At worst, in a scenario where Sasuke was unable to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, he might extricate himself as a final resort. Therefore, he needed to cultivate sufficient strength before that moment arrived, ensuring he would not be vulnerable. Perhaps, if someone sought to exploit him as a pawn, he could even turn the tables. It was sufficient for the host to be aware of this. The system confirmed that its host was relatively normal. Yet this normalcy merely mirrored the past. In terms of emotions, he remained too indifferent. Aside from Sasuke, the merits and flaws of others left little imprint on his heart. If a situation arose, it would simply be resolved. The intentions and ambitions of others were of no concern to him. Chapter 13, Encountering Naruto by the River. Who is younger? Alo sat there while his brother went fishing. On this day off from school, Sasuke brought his younger brother to a nearby stream not far from home. After ensuring Alo was in a safe spot, Sasuke leaped into the water, searching for fish to bring back for a meal. Sasuke, there are fish over there. Alo sat upon a stone, gazing about until he noticed a fish gliding towards him. He pointed to the spot and urged Sasuke to catch it. Suddenly, a small stone was hurled through the air, creating a splash. Soon, a sizable fish surfaced, drifting gently with the current. This fish was quite substantial. Tonight, we shall indulge in a delightful fish soup. Sasuke pierced the fish's head with a piece of iron wire. This fish measured over 30 centimeters in length. Perfect for nourishing Alo. One fish, however, is not sufficient. Sasuke, continue your efforts. If you manage to catch several more, we can relish them roasted, stewed, or fried upon our return home. Alo pointed towards the upstream direction, noting that the river was not devoid of fish. A few catches would certainly suffice. It was a rare outing, and the thought of returning empty-handed was disheartening. Let us catch some fish, brother. As Sasuke observed Alo's eagerness, he hung the fish he had caught on a nearby branch and resumed his search in the water. One by one, within less than half an hour, Sasuke had managed to catch 5 fish of comparable size. Feeling satisfied, he decided to stop, gathered the fish together, and prepared to head home with Alo. Uchiha Sasuke. You two are fishing in the river. Just as they were about to leave, a boy with golden hair dashed out from the bushes across the river. Staring in astonishment at the fish Sasuke held. Idiot! Sasuke retorted coldly, casting a glance at the boy across the way, his desire to return home intensifying. That foolish brat could easily lead Alo astray if they became too familiar. Ah, you're going too far, Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, hopping in frustration at being called an idiot. Alo, let us go. Sasuke took his brother's hand, assisting him down from the stones, and prepared to depart. Hey, wait, Sasuke. Naruto shouted, leaping into the river without a care for his soaked pants, splashing through the water in pursuit. Noticing Naruto's approach, Alo halted in his tracks. The friendship between Naruto and Sasuke had evidently begun long before their school days. It was that he was particularly interested. Rather, Naruto was quite amusing. His golden hair striking and bright, a refreshing sight indeed. Alo? Sasuke sensed his brother's reluctance to move and paused as well. Glancing back at the pursuing Naruto and then at his brother's curious expression, Sasuke contemplated how to keep that boy at a distance. After all, he was a classmate of Sasuke's, and he felt a sense of urgency. Alo raised his hand and pointed towards Naruto Uzumaki. The current Naruto indeed appeared anxious as he rushed over, his pants soaked by the river water and his shirt splattered. Damn it, Sasuke, you. Hello there, little brother. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Originally, Naruto had intended to confront Sasuke, but as he approached, he caught sight of the smiling child, causing his face to flush instantly. Someone was smiling and greeting him. I am Uchiha, Sasuke's younger brother. Alo pointed to himself and introduced his name, then made a special point to emphasize that he was the younger brother of Uchiha Sasuke. Just that one sentence transformed Sasuke's previously furious expression as he glared at Naruto, instantly brightening his mood. Although their brotherly bond had always been strong, Alo had consistently referred to him by name. Alo, I know you, exclaimed Naruto, recalling Iruka-sensei's words. Iruka had once mentioned that although Alo could not become a ninja, he was the most obedient and adorable child. Naruto scratched his head, a sudden flash of insight igniting in his mind as he remembered Iruka's admonition. At that time, Iruka had said that if he could possess even half of Alo's obedient nature and understanding, there would be no need for others to worry. In essence, it conveyed a similar sentiment, a compliment directed towards the young boy. Indeed, Alo nodded in acknowledgement, being deemed the most obedient and adorable. He felt no psychological burden in playing the role of a youthful spirit, for his current appearance indeed resembled that of a child. What brings you here? Sasuke's expression grew cold once more. His younger brother, despite being incapable of becoming a ninja, was still a subject of ridicule. How absurd. Huh? I merely noticed you both here and thought to extend my greetings. Sasuke, do not be so petty. I have no intention of stealing your fish. Are you planning to continue fishing? Allow me to inform you that Uzumaki Naruto is extraordinarily skilled at fishing, and I also possess the ability to grill fish. As Naruto received a sharp glare from Sasuke, he remained perplexed about where he had misspoken. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his enthusiasm, which quickly returned. Fishing and grilling fish were indeed within his realm of expertise. We are heading home now. Alo gently tugged at Sasuke's hand, and then flashed a smile at Naruto, politely declining on Sasuke's behalf. Although it remained uncertain whether Sarutobi Hiruzen was eavesdropping, it was prudent for the Uchiha clan and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails to maintain their distance in everyday life. Their brotherly existence was already fraught with challenges, and it would be unwise to allow Naruto's endearing nature to complicate matters with the higher-ups of Konoha once more. Upon hearing that they were about to depart, Naruto felt a tinge of sadness wash over him. However, his emotions were capricious. After a moment of dejection, he beamed with a broad smile. Alo, next time during our break, let Sasuke take you fishing again. I can prepare some delicious grilled fish for you, Naruto exclaimed, his fist clenched in determination as he sought to make a promise with the charming child before him. Although he was Sasuke's younger brother, the delightful smile of the child filled Naruto with anticipation. Indeed, it was only Sasuke that he found irksome. Seeing a familiar visage in another, one that exuded such cuteness, was undeniably delightful. Sasuke, was he older or younger? Alo cast a glance at Sasuke. Although he did not mind adopting a youthful demeanor, everyone was still a child. It was unnecessary for someone to refer to himself as an elder brother. It was imperative to make Naruto realize that, in fact, he was the younger sibling. He was indeed younger. Sasuke's response was exceedingly succinct. Hey, Hey, you scoundrel Sasuke, do not go too far. I may have been born a few months after you, but surely I am older than your little brother. Naruto, upon being called small, instantly erupted with indignation. However, since Sasuke and he were born on the same day, it meant that Naruto was indeed the younger brother. Aloe wiggled his finger playfully in front of Naruto, his laughter growing more exuberant. Indeed, teasing the protagonist in such a manner could truly uplift one's spirits. You bastard, Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed, jumping in frustration, though his ire was solely directed at Sasuke. Idiot. Sasuke shot a cold glance at Naruto, and, before Aloe could even react, he swiftly scooped up his younger brother and headed home. As for Naruto Uzumaki, he was unworthy of his attention. Sasuke's classmate was rather amusing. Aloe was honestly taken away, and as he departed, he waved goodbye to the standing vortex. Naruto. He swiftly returned home, and upon being set down in the courtyard, he noticed Sasuke, who seemed on the verge of saying something. A broader smile graced his face. This pair, destined to become future friends, rivals, and intertwined by fate. Yet, while the prospect of their companionship is delightful, one cannot help but ponder the future where Sasuke is perpetually subjected to torment. Aloe was feeling somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he resolved to continue his training. At most, he could endure for another 2 or 3 years, and then he would be able to cast off this feeble facade. Chapter 14. Aloe's Culinary Endeavors. The missing oil canister. Sasuke. I have improved significantly in my health. I no longer wish to attend school. I desire to rest at home. It feels inappropriate to burden the teachers with my care at school. During dinner, while sipping fish soup, Aloe suddenly shared a thought with Sasuke. He did not wish to return to school. Initially, he had little inclination towards it, but due to his frail condition, he had obliged Sasuke's insistence without a second thought. Now, he yearned for a tranquil space to hone his skills, and with Naruto's recent visit providing a perfect excuse, a little rebellion seemed justified. As for potential dangers at home, Konoha would not interfere with him for the time being, and Itachi had ceased his pursuit of his life. Moreover, there was at least one Umbu shadowing him at all times. Should any mishap occur, they would ensure he reached a hospital without trouble. Aloe. If he did not wish to go, then he simply would not. Sasuke understood the reasoning as well. The discussions among the school teachers must have disheartened Aloe. Knowing that the instructors had spoken disparagingly about Aloe's inability to become a ninja, it would undoubtedly dampen his spirits to face them again. Thus, it was decided that Aloe would stay at home. Sasuke would attend school in the morning, return for lunch, and head back home after classes. During this time, Aloe would have to remain indoors and refrain from any risky endeavors. The brothers may have had differing thoughts, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The following day, Sasuke woke early and prepared breakfast. Upon seeing Aloe rise and greet him with a smile while still in his pajamas, Sasuke fully realized that his brother would no longer accompany him to school. Sasuke, study hard in class and do your best. At the doorstep, Aloe waved goodbye as Sasuke departed. Brother, come home for lunch after class. Aloe, do not wander around the house or engage in any dangerous activities. Sasuke offered a few more reminders before turning to leave. Throughout the morning classes, Sasuke found it difficult to focus, his mind occupied with thoughts of his brother's well-being, wondering if he had stumbled or hurt himself. Meanwhile, Aloe lingered at home, dawdling for over an hour before finally changing clothes and wandering into the kitchen. He retrieved the simplest greens. This feels so challenging. With the Umbu lurking nearby, Aloe washed the vegetables at a leisurely pace, muttering about how difficult and exhausting it was, contrasting it with how effortlessly Sasuke seemed to cook. After the vegetables had wilted, he finally fished them out of the water and set them aside to chop. However, the already pitiful greens were cut into uneven pieces, and during the process, he nearly sliced his finger, causing the Umbu watching nearby to feel anxious. Once the vegetables were prepared, the next step was to cook them, but Aloe searched high and low and discovered there was no oil. The Umbu, fearful that he might set the place ablaze, had taken the oil away, a rather excessive measure considering Aloe's culinary inexperience. What choice do I have? I am just a child who has never cooked before. If I were to suddenly exhibit the skills of a master chef, they would whisk me off to the Hokage's office, and I would have to endure an interrogation along with the Yamanaka clan. Aloe anxiously searched for the oil pot, her heart filled with disdain as she continued to vent to the system. Here in Konoha, she simply had to play her role convincingly. Host, please be mindful of your choice of words. You have merely secured second place in a regional culinary competition and do not possess the skills of a top chef, the system reminded her. Its focus not on the Hokage building, but rather on Alo's shameless self-labeling as a superlative chef. How outrageous! She exclaimed. Yes, yes. I am merely a participant in a small local event. As long as the food I prepare is delicious, the finer details do not matter, not in the slightest. In the presence of the system, Alo had long since lost any semblance of dignity, and given his current demeanor, the system had ceased its critiques. Without the oil can, Alo remained unfazed, promptly igniting the flames and adding water to prepare boiled greens. This maneuver caused the nearby observer from the dark faction to cast a wary glance, pondering whether the meal would be palatable upon Sasuke's return. However, he soon dismissed his concerns. Aside from the oil, the other ingredients, albeit not aesthetically pleasingly chopped, were arranged by Alo in accordance with Sasuke's usual preferences. Once the boiled greens were ready, the prepared ingredients were sprinkled atop, and the dish was presented on the dining table. The rice, having been set to cook before Sasuke's departure, was now perfectly done. After serving the rice and vegetables, Alo tilted his head towards the entrance, silently counting down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Alo, I'm back, Sasuke exclaimed as he burst through the door, the timing impeccable. Sasuke, we seem to have misplaced the oil. I cooked without it. Alo pointed towards the kitchen, his expression tinged with a hint of grievance. What? Sasuke dashed to the kitchen door, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the oil jug resting in its usual spot, yet he chose not to utter another word. After washing his hands, he returned to the dining table and affectionately ruffled Alo's hair with his recently dried hands. Brother, you can cook now. Alo, thank you. Observing the dazed expression on Alo's face, Sasuke settled down and picked up his chopsticks. Taking a bite of the surprisingly delectable dish, he mumbled a subdued thank you before burying himself in his meal. All along, he had assumed that his younger brother merely enjoyed clinging to him, hence the constant presence during meal preparations. It was only upon tasting the dish prepared by Alo that he realized his brother had been diligently learning the art of cooking, striving to memorize the precise quantities of ingredients required for various dishes. Even if he could not become a ninja, so what? His dear Alo was living earnestly and growing with great resolve. Chapter 15. An afternoon respite, the soul of the Uchiha family awaiting his brother at home. He returned promptly after school. After Sasuke finished his lunch and swiftly washed the dishes, he hurried off to school. Once he departed, Alo sat in the yard, basking in the sun while lost in thought. A sofa, recently discovered by Sasuke in another house, was placed under the eaves, and now the small figure curled up within it. Sunlight cascaded down, enveloping him in warmth, and the child's eyes squinted in delight, savoring the afternoon's embrace. This was what the Umbu observed, yet in truth. System, come forth. This is a soul, isn't it? It's drifting about restlessly in broad daylight. Is it really safe? Alo reclined on the sofa, his half-closed eyes exuding a sense of languor. Yet, at that moment, he was fixated on the ethereal form swaying before him, occasionally reaching out in an attempt to touch the essence of his soul. Host, this is merely a soul entity. The system was reluctant to engage, but since Alo had called upon it, it offered a modicum of response. I am aware of that. But I wish to discern who he is, this visage. Alo's gaze remained largely fixed, skillfully avoiding detection by the other party. Yet, within him, a tumult of thoughts swirled, filled with both ridicule and conjecture regarding this person's identity. Judging by appearance alone, it was highly probable that this was Uchiha Izuna, who had perished long before the founding of Konoha. After a brief pause, Alo realized that the system had chosen to remain silent, since it was unwilling to respond. He might as well inquire directly with this spirit. Who are you? The child, already on the verge of slumber, drifted into a dreamlike state, and his ethereal essence met the visitor. What has happened to you? Uchiha Izuna stared in astonishment at the suddenly deceased child, his first instinct being that he had somehow caused the child's demise. He was oblivious to the reasons for his presence in this realm, having merely awakened nearby. He had wandered several times around the Uchiha clan's territory and recognized it by its markers, yet the houses bore varying degrees of damage, with certain areas stained by dried blood. He had previously visited this courtyard a few days ago. It had been inhabited, though the residents had since departed. Today, he meandered aimlessly, only to stumble upon this child. However, he pondered, despite his curiosity and the fact that he had not touched the child, what could have led to the child becoming a corpse? I have come forth to converse with you. There is someone observing me from a distance. Yet in my current state, he cannot perceive me. Alo gestured towards his own body and then pointed at the dark-clad ninja squatting in the distant corner. With the Umbu watching, conversing in the spirit realm became significantly more convenient. Who is that person? And why are they fixated on you and the other members of the Uchiha clan? Izuna was also aware that occasionally, masked ninjas would appear in this vicinity. Their attire seemed to follow a standardized design, albeit with masks that varied from time to time. They are all gone. Alo's soul drifted outward, settling on the ground with a sigh. He was dead, and by the time he arrived here, few remained alive. Can you recount what transpired? Kurenai floated over, sitting beside Alo, extending her hand to cradle the child who bore a striking resemblance to him in his youth. If only he were healthier, engaged in some physical training, he would truly mirror his younger self. Glancing at the child's form, Kurenai felt a flicker of joy for the first time in a long while. I don't know much either. I was confined in that courtyard since childhood, and then on that day, resting his head against Kurenai's arm, Alo began to recount the night of the Uchiha massacre with a calm demeanor, including the choice made by his parents to forsake him, leaving him to face death alone. Fortunately, you have a wonderful older brother. Kurenai listened quietly, her arm tensing at times, but otherwise betraying no emotion. When the child spoke of his brother's care, a sense of bliss radiated from him, prompting her to smile in response. A brother, indeed, while he was still alive. Had a remarkable older sibling. She wondered what had become of him after his death. Had he sought vengeance, or had he fallen to the Senju? My brother was the best. When I was in that courtyard, he would secretly scale the wall to play with me. Do you have a brother as well? When Alo speaks of his elder brother, a radiant happiness illuminates his face. As he continues, he suddenly lifts his head and poses a question to Izuna. Do you have an elder brother? This inquiry. Indeed, during my childhood, I had several brothers. However, after enduring numerous wars, only my eldest brother remains. He is quite formidable. Have you heard of him? His name is Madara, Uchiha Madara. As Izuna recounts his own brother, his expression mirrors that of Alo's. He feels that perhaps the younger generation may not be aware of him, but given his brother's extraordinary prowess, even after many years, there ought to be some records of his legacy. It seems he has heard of him somewhere. Alo raised his hand to tousle his hair, pondering the enigma of Uchiha Madara. Given the limited information accessible to them as brothers, he realized that his knowledge of Uchiha Madara could not have stemmed from the night of the massacre, but rather must have been acquired in earlier days. Back then, he was confined within a small courtyard, unable to venture outside. Well, though he was physically trapped, he could now explore in spirit, as if he had the freedom to roam back then. Was there no record? Izuna paused, contemplating whether his brother had been forgotten. There were some fragments of information, albeit scarce. A few years ago, I managed to slip out and overheard some elders whispering. They spoke of how Uchiha Madara had caused the Uchiha clan to be oppressed in Konoha, and there seemed to be some tales regarding the founding era of Konoha. Alo, drawing from his fragmented recollections of the narrative, conveyed to Izuna a composite version of events he had heard during his childhood. The tale began with the alliance of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who together established the Hidden Leaf Village. However, the narrative took a darker turn as it detailed Madara's estrangement from his friends, the betrayal by his clan, and his subsequent departure from the village, culminating in a fierce confrontation that led to his death, a tragic episode that left behind the Valley of the End as a haunting memorial. These disjointed pieces of information, lacking a precise timeline, were gleaned from whispers of the Uchiha clan's resentment towards Madara, mingled with gossip shared by the elderly. The treachery of the Senju was particularly irksome, as Izuna listened to the account of how his brother had been deceived by the Senju time and again, culminating in a treacherous demise. A surge of indignation ignited within his soul. His once black eyes transformed into a crimson hue, distorting into the iconic three-tomo Sharingan. Ah, the Hidden Leaf, such a splendid place. And the Hokage, what generation do they stand at now? After a moment of seething, Izuna lowered his gaze to the child he held in his arms, regaining his composure before continuing the discourse. The Senju, particularly that wooden-manipulating scoundrel, had long been cautioned against. He had repeatedly warned his brother that the Senju could not be trusted, especially that one with the ability to wield would release. Chapter 16. Izuna. I shall make this place my home. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The second, Senju Tobirama. The third, Sarutobi Hiruzen. And the fourth, Namikaze Minato. Where the first two were brothers, the third was the disciple of the second, and the fourth, the grand student of the third. Tragically, the fourth perished long ago during the Nine Tails incident, alongside his wife. Following this calamity, the third rose to power once more. Alo leisurely counted on his fingers, recounting tales well known to the villagers of Sunagakure. After all, for generations, they had never been regarded as outsiders. Wait, are you referring to the Ninetales incident? That enormous fox? Izuna, upon realizing that the Senju clan had never disclosed the position of Hokage, began to comprehend the situation. However, this Ninetales incident. Could it possibly be the same Ninetales he was aware of? It seemed so. I too had overheard whispers, claiming it was about sealing the nine-tailed demon fox. By the way, my brother's classmate, the one named Naruto Uzumaki, has been labeled as a demon fox by the villagers since childhood. Alo nodded, realizing that the nine-tailed fox he referred to was the only one that existed to this day. Thus, it was highly probable that the nine-tails captured by Uchiha Madara as a summoning beast was known to Izuna as well. How could a fox demon transform into a human? The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were formidable, allowing the Ninetales to be effectively sealed. The Uzumaki Naruto you mentioned is likely the vessel that contains the Ninetales. When Izuna spoke of the Uzumaki clan, he could surmise from the current plight of the Uchiha family that the Uzumaki clan was not faring much better. Uzumaki Naruto, often disparaged as a demon fox since childhood, was clearly a target of bullying due to the absence of the Uzumaki clan. Such malevolent acts were undoubtedly perpetrated by the Senju clan. In truth, Uzumaki Naruto was quite endearing, with his golden short hair reminiscent of the fourth Hokage, sparkling brilliantly. Moreover, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, was married to Uzumaki Kushina, if he recalled correctly. The child, Alo, pieced together bits of information he had overheard, allowing Izuna to form a rough understanding of Konoha's developments over the years. TCH. Konoha, Senju, are there still many members of the Senju clan left? Izuna had never held a favorable impression of the Senju clan, thus viewing any schemes they concocted as entirely expected. However, considering the current state of affairs, with only 2 Uchiha remaining and the Uzumaki clan likely diminished as well, what could be said for the Senju clan? There was no one left. I used to live in the courtyard and couldn't come out, so I was curious and often sneaked out to play. I heard that only Princess Tsunade remains, a disciple of the third Hokage, yet she hasn't returned to Konoha in many years. Shaking his head, Alo yawned and nestled quietly in Izuna's embrace. Now, he needed to grant this individual a moment to contemplate the situation at hand. The earlier information merely highlighted the misfortune of the Senju clan's allies. Now, it was evident that the Senju clan had also perished. Thus, the prominent clans of that time had merely forged a foundation for others. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Izuna finally unraveled the current state of Konoha. The despicable Senju clan had ultimately brought about their own demise. This was indeed a most delightful revelation. Initially, he felt a twinge of sorrow at the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. But upon learning that it was the Uchiha who betrayed his brother, he saw no reason for their existence any longer. Now, the Senju were left with a single descendant who could not return home. This news was truly exhilarating. Hey, little one, why are you sleeping so soundly? Wake up. Return to your body, then you can sleep. After a moment of laughter, Izuna suddenly felt something amiss. Looking down at the sleeping child, confusion washed over him. Though he harbored disdain for those Uchiha who betrayed his brother, this child was remarkably well behaved, especially since he bore a striking resemblance to him. The feeling was entirely different. What if, in his eagerness for conversation, he inadvertently harmed the child? That was absolutely unacceptable. Shaking him yielded no response. So Izuna stood up and carried the child to the sofa. Regardless of its efficacy, the only method he could conceive was to return the child's soul to its body. Back, the spirit he held was placed upon the sleeping form, and as he observed their rapid fusion, the child, still dreaming, rolled over and made a motion as if grasping a blanket. Izuna stood by, bewildered. Was it truly that simple for a soul to depart and then return? If he could extract someone's soul and then occupy their body, would that be feasible? Yet, this was merely a fanciful notion. He did not believe such a thing was genuinely attainable. If souls could traverse so freely, the very boundaries between life and death would be shattered. This was utterly impossible. As night fell, where was his brother? After a prolonged slumber, Aluo awakened in the evening. Rising to his feet, he staggered into the courtyard. Gazing at the desolate surroundings, torn between the decision to venture out in search of companionship or to remain at home and await their return. At this hour, the ninja school would surely have concluded its classes, and Sasuke had previously mentioned that he would return home promptly after school, without any delays along the way. System. Is the emergence of this soul entity truly a normal occurrence? Alo paced anxiously in the yard, internally lamenting to the system about the soul of Uchiha Izuna. Was it planning to make his home a permanent residence? He had thought it would depart by afternoon, yet here it was, rising to lounge on the sofa. One could only wonder if this ethereal presence could appreciate the sofa's comfort. Uchiha Izuna had been mentioned in the memories of the original storyline, but there was insufficient information about him. Currently, he existed as an energy entity, not affecting the host or others. The system could only examine the existing data and perform temporal regressions based on certain objects, but it could not arbitrarily pinpoint events. For instance, while it could use Shirsue's eyes to calculate the time utilized, it could not locate the deceased Uchiha Shirsue to investigate his past actions. The appearance of Uchiha Izuna allowed the system to uncover how he had perished in some aspects of his life, yet these revelations bore no significance for Alo at present. As for the future, both it and the host had reached this juncture, and any subsequent occurrences would be deemed a normal progression, given the host's whimsical approach. It was remarkable that the narrative of this world maintained even a semblance of structure. However, observing the host's attitude towards Naruto Uzumaki, it seemed unlikely he would target the protagonist any further. If the protagonist remained alive, the world would not collapse, and thus the system could enjoy a leisurely existence, relishing in the simplicity of life as a slacker. Chapter 17. Taking this ancestor out for a stroll, Alo? Do not fret, brother is fine. Sasuke hurried back before dusk, opening the door to find Alo with a bewildered expression, rushing over to comfort his younger sibling. He had intended to return home after school, but that rascal Naruto Uzumaki had insisted on sparring. Subsequently, he had given that fool a good thrashing, only to be intercepted by Irika on his way back, who proceeded to lecture them about camaraderie and friendship among classmates. Had Sasuke been in a brawl? Alo pointed at the footprint on Sasuke's shoulder, asking, "Is this the shoe of Naruto? So, you two have arranged to fight after school and it has continued until now?" "Indeed, I find myself growing weary, unable to keep pace with the exuberance of youth. Encountering that fool, Naruto, he obstructed my return home, gave me a beating, and then the teacher caught us." Sasuke, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned away, avoiding the gaze of his younger brother, whose eyes were clearly filled with mirth. It was all that idiot's doing, causing trouble not only by delaying his return home, but also by revealing to his brother that he had been fighting after school. Sasuke must have won, right? Without concern for the teacher's reprimand, Alo cheerfully inquired, certain of Sasuke's triumph. "Yes, that fool hardly knows how to take a hit. I'm off to prepare dinner." Nodding, Sasuke felt no need for further contemplation. After all, he had emerged victorious. "I shall wash my hands first," Alo observed as Sasuke made his way to the kitchen, offering a brief greeting before approaching the sink and quietly turning on the faucet to wash his hands. Beside him, Izuna floated over once more. Ever since Sasuke returned home, Uchiha Izuna had been closely watching the brothers, and now that they had momentarily parted, he first checked on Sasuke before rushing over to greet Alo. "Your brother just had a fight. Why is he still allowed to cook?" Izuna had come to understand that they were a pair of twins, and thus had mentally prepared himself for Sasuke's appearance. Now that he had seen him, he no longer dwelled on it. However, he was quite curious. Although Alo's physique appeared fragile, it did not seem to warrant an inability to prepare a meal. It was evident that he deeply cared for his brother, so why had he not taken the initiative to prepare dinner? Especially considering that Sasuke had a whole afternoon to spend idly at home? Alo lowered his head to wash his hands, and when Izuna approached to observe him, he shot him a disdainful glance. At such moments, conversing with him seemed futile. Was he expected to speak to thin air, or perhaps perform a display of dissociation? "You glare at me. How dare you glare at me? Ah, indeed, you cannot converse with me at present. Perhaps you could wait until nightfall to chat with me. Would you be interested in having your brother learn the ninjutsu and training methods of our Uchiha clan? Looking at the current state of affairs, Konoha has left us with little, yet I possess a wealth of knowledge. Accompany me for a stroll, and I shall teach you. And you could then pass this on to your brother." Izuna observed the child glaring at him, huffed softly, and suddenly realized that he was merely a spiritual entity at this moment, and that the child's every action was under the watchful gaze of certain ninjas. In such circumstances, he did not merely cease the dialogue. Rather, he lingered beside the child, murmuring about the joys of companionship and the potential benefits he could offer. Alo, for his part, occasionally let his gaze linger, but offered little more than that. After partaking in a simple dinner prepared by Sasuke, Alo continued to watch as Sasuke pursued his training goals, followed by the daily ritual of teaching Alo how to recognize characters. Having learned a few more characters, Alo declared himself weary, prompting the two brothers to return to their room, extinguish the lights, and retire for the night. The brothers lay in their respective blankets, and once Alo was certain that the Umbu were not lurking on the rooftop watching them, he extended his hand from beneath the covers and tugged at the corner of Sasuke's blanket. "This afternoon, a spirit visited our home, perhaps an ancestor. He claimed he could teach us our family's ancestral training and ninjutsu. Sasuke, stay at home while I learn, and then I shall teach you. Aloe's fingers traced words in the palm of Sasuke's outstretched hand. Following the fateful night of the massacre, Aloe, having grasped a portion of the written language, discreetly conveyed to Sasuke that he possessed the peculiar ability to momentarily detach his consciousness during slumber. He communicated clandestine matters regarding the presence of the Umbu in their home, and the scrutiny they faced from Konoha through a series of subtle inscriptions on Sasuke's palm before bedtime. Sasuke had been taken aback and filled with concern, but upon confirming that Aloe exhibited no adverse effects beyond mere somnolence, he permitted Aloe to venture nearby, albeit with the stipulation that he must notify him prior to utilizing this ability. Exercise caution. If you sense anything amiss, return immediately. Sasuke's fingers tightened, enveloping Aloe's hand within his grasp. After a brief pause, he released his hold and inscribed a few words. He felt powerless to protect Aloe. Thus he resolved to grow stronger. However, Konoha had confiscated all their family's training scrolls, secret techniques, and various information, leaving him to rely solely on the rudimentary ninjutsu and taijutsu he had once studied, attending classes at the academy. Allowing Aloe to meet a deceased ancestor was perilously reckless. Yet he could not see the situation himself and could only depend on Aloe to serve as a conduit for communication. I shall return shortly. Aloe inscribed a few characters with his finger, then relaxed his hand, succumbing to slumber. In a state of disembodied consciousness, he greeted Sasuke, yet alas, Sasuke remained oblivious to his presence. Observing Sasuke's crimson eyes, the originally singular Tomo transformed into two. A sight that made Aloe realize he may have been a touch too hasty. I am quite concerned for you. Let us depart swiftly. Take me to behold the Hokage rock and the Hokage building. Along the way, I shall impart some foundational training techniques he can learn. Izuna glanced at Sasuke's eyes, shook his head with a sigh, and then reached out to lift the child, soaring through the rooftop into the open air. Upon Aloe's indication of direction, Izuna floated towards it, only to be halted by an invisible barrier at the outer wall of the Uchiha clan's territory. You cannot pass? Aloe found himself somewhat bewildered. This situation was indeed troubling. The presence of such an ancient soul here might very well mean it had transformed into a bound spirit. Let me out. I am constantly obstructed by this entity. Izuna kicked at the invisible barrier before him, which had ensnared him in this place. Very well, refrain from struggling, lest I incur injury. Aloe waved his hand in front of him, and the barrier that separated him from the world felt non-existent. He urged Suna to release him and attempted to float on his own. The sensation of drifting was peculiar, yet amusing. After a brief moment of play, he gathered the scant amount of spiritual energy he possessed to form a cage-like structure, trapping Suna inside. Thus, holding this cage, he transported her from the Uchiha clan's territory to the outside world. Once they had emerged, the cage of condensed energy dissipated, allowing Suena to behold the outside realm. However, in an instant, she vanished from her position, only to reappear within the very intangible wall she had just escaped. Aloe tilted his little head, observing the utterly bewildered Izuna. He, too, found himself in a state of confusion. Was this truly a bound spirit, and one equipped with teleportation capabilities? If you can find me further, we shall merely take a glance at the Hokage building before returning. In a fit of frustration, Izuna struck the invisible walls with several kicks, then turned to Aloe with a conflicted expression, urging him to utilize that cage-like contraption to escort him outside. Today, he was determined to witness what the so-called Hokage building truly resembled. Chapter 18. A night visit to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazes into the crystal ball. This is the Hokage building, and there stands the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as he peers into the crystal ball. It seems he is inspecting the women's bathhouse. Aloe floated along, accompanied by the trapped Izuna, as they arrived at the Hokage building. The two spirits peered through an open window, catching sight of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was still at work late into the night. However, the sight of him intently gazing at a crystal ball, seemingly investigating the women's bathhouse in Konoha, left Aloe somewhat conflicted. It was his first time bringing this ancestor out for a bit of fun, and witnessing such a Hokage made him wonder if it shattered the Elder-esque conspiracy theories regarding the Hokage. Yet, before long, Hiruzen shifted his focus on the crystal ball to the outskirts of Konoha, and there appeared the Uchiha clan grounds, eventually honing in on the courtyard where Sasuke and Aloe resided. After a thorough examination, confirming there was nothing amiss, the Umbu remained vigilant. and the image in the crystal ball shifted once more, revealing once again the women's bathhouse. Let us go. Izuna felt as though he was leading a child astray, but it was not his intention. He could only hope to have the child lead him away for the time being. Exiting the Hokage's office, the two spirits hovered above the Hokage building, gazing at the distant Hokage monument. Although the sculptures were somewhat abstract, Izuna instantly recognized the figures of Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju upon the first glance. Seeing their statues filled him with fury, prompting a desire to kick them, to shatter the effigies of those insufferable Senju brothers. Alas, as a spirit unable to inflict harm or destroy objects, he could do nothing but fume in silence. No, it was not that he could do nothing. He could teach the last two Uchihas. Once they grew stronger, they could enact his vengeance by demolishing the despicable statues of the Senju clan. Return home. I shall instruct you in cultivation. Endeavor to impart the knowledge to your brother before dawn, starting with the most fundamental techniques. The thought of one day witnessing those statues in ruins spurred Izuna to urge Alo to hasten their return home. Indeed, Alo did not linger. In his ethereal form, he glided swiftly back to the Uchiha clan's territory. Upon returning home, he noticed that Sasuke was still awake. Without hesitation, Alo reverted to his corporeal state and gently moved his fingers in the palm of Sasuke's hand. I'm back. Everything went smoothly, right? Sasuke's eyes were closed as he communicated by tracing letters in Alo's palm. The bond between the two brothers had grown stronger, especially as they honed their ability to write and discern words through touch, a skill sharpened by the watchful eyes of Konoha. Nothing went awry. I merely caught a glimpse of the Hokage spying on the women's bathhouse with a crystal ball. It reminded me to check on our home. And once I confirmed all was well, I intended to resume my observations of the bathhouse. Alo was reluctant to discuss the matter. Yet Kwana persistently urged him to reveal just how incompetent the Hokage truly was, insisting he relay this to Sasuke. The intention, of course, was to ensure that whenever Sasuke encountered or recalled the Hokage, he would invariably think of him as an utterly unworthy figure. As the Hokage, he had leered at countless women in the village, young and old alike, far more times than one could count. What a lecherous old man. Sasuke remained silent for a considerable time before reluctantly penning his assessment. It was astonishing that the school had relentlessly promoted the third Hokage as the strongest, only for it to be revealed that he was such a character. One could only wonder about those teachers who extolled the virtues of the third Hokage daily, and how they regarded their wives, sisters, mothers, and grandmothers. By the way, our esteemed ancestor is right beside me. He instructed me to convey this to you. After a bout of humorous lamentation regarding Saratobi's repugnant and unscrupulous everyday antics, Aro transitioned to more serious matters. There was no rush at this point. Izuna briefly conveyed a few points, which Aro meticulously transcribed for Sasuke. After more than an hour of thorough verification, once it was confirmed that Sasuke had committed the information to memory, Aro finally felt at ease enough to retire for the night. Meanwhile, Izuna remained vigilant, observing Sasuke as he embarked on his initial attempts. Should any complications arise, he would need to rouse Aro for the purpose of relaying information. Fortunately, Sasuke proved to be quite astute. Although he had previously been unaware of this information, his newfound knowledge facilitated a smoother training process. Alo slumbered soundly until dawn, while Sasuke practiced diligently by his side for half the night. His Sharingan opened and closed repeatedly, and after numerous attempts, he had finally mastered the art of activating and deactivating it with ease. Sasuke, I'll prepare lunch at noon. Make sure to give it your all at school. After finishing breakfast, Aluo stood at the door to bid Sasuke farewell. Despite having not slept throughout the night, Sasuke appeared to be in excellent spirits, though one might wonder if he would succumb to slumber upon resting his head on the desk during class. It is likely, after all, they are still quite young, and when fatigue strikes, rest becomes a necessity. When will you begin your training? As Sasuke departed, Izuna floated beside Aluo, playfully poking his finger at Aluo's face. Alas, the living Aluo would not feel any contact from his finger. Still, the weariness lingered. Alo engaged in some simple physical activities at home, only to find himself utterly exhausted as he sank to the ground. With a sigh, he rose slowly and made his way to the sofa, where he resumed his leisurely sunbathing. As his consciousness began to drift away, he was abruptly pulled aside by Izuna. Did you tell that boy yesterday that I am your ancestor? Izuna suddenly recalled that while observing the boy's writing yesterday, he had indeed described him in such a manner. Isn't it true? You bear a striking resemblance to Sasuke. I have a feeling that if Sasuke were to grow up, he would look quite similar to you. What is this called? genetic inheritance across generations. Alo tilted his head and winked at Izuna, leaving him to ponder the truth of the matter. It seemed improbable. While there was indeed a resemblance, Izuna believed that the Uchiha clan would never allow either him or his brother's progeny to ascend as the new clan leader. Although, considering his brother's obsession with training and battling a certain individual, it was possible he would leave no descendants at all. Are you certain that you had no children when you passed away? Alo was indeed curious, yet he refrained from inquiring with the system, choosing instead to gaze intently at Uchiha Izuna, hoping this seemingly ancient figure would provide the answers he sought. It was not as if there had been no such instances. During the time, there were several attendants at his service. Izuna, somewhat conflicted, ran his fingers through his hair. He was no longer a child. And as the brother of the clan leader, he was certainly not devoid of female attendants. However, bringing up such matters in the presence of a child felt rather awkward, especially considering that this child could very well be his descendant from a previous generation. Chapter 19. Taking Izuna to visit the Ninja Academy. Indeed, you already entertain the possibility of having descendants, and moreover, Sasuke and I have inherited the maternal traits in our appearances. My mother bore such features, while my father exhibited others. Alo molded spiritual energy into threads, sketching the likeness of Uchiha Mikoto, only to obscure it before rendering an image of Uchiha Fugaku. The couple's appearance unmistakably revealed their lineage. Alo, do you harbor resentment towards them? Izuna observed the figures of the two, yet his focus lay not on their visages. Placing his hand upon Alo's head, he could no longer suppress the question that had troubled him since yesterday. Having been confined within a small courtyard since childhood, he had never gazed upon the world outside. His first departure from that enclosure was under the coercion of his parents, who sent him to his demise without resistance. Under such circumstances, it was remarkable that the child had not succumbed to mental collapse. I do not harbor hatred. Resentment depletes one's energy and will, and I refuse to squander it on them. Alo shook his head. He truly harbored no feelings of resentment. His selfishness rendered any emotional fluctuations concerning those who failed to protect or care for him as a mere waste. Was there truly not even a trace of hatred? Mizuna observed the child's expression and listened to his words, yet she did not believe it was as simple as that. To declare that even hatred was a waste suggested a reservoir of accumulated disappointment, which must have coalesced into such a sentiment. Alternatively, perhaps the child's fervent desire to comprehend the world beyond had led to certain aberrations in his abilities. His spirit could roam freely while his physical form languished in frailty. The more she pondered, the more she was convinced that the child's frailty stemmed from these reasons. Cradling him in her arms, she contemplated returning him to his slumbering body. If engaging in conversation required the sacrifice of his health, then such interactions would indeed be unnecessary. I do not wish to return just yet. I promised to take you out, remember? Today, let us visit the school. When the Uchiha clan was still around, I often floated out to watch Sasuke in class. He was quite adorable back then, and on several occasions, when my elder brother came to fetch him, he would only agree to return home if carried. Alo declined to return just yet, insisting on taking Izuna out for some leisure, effortlessly weaving tales without a hint of preparation. However, as the conversation flowed, he suddenly fell silent. The term he uttered, a name he had spoken during his early babbling years, was one that surfaced before the system took over his existence. Although his body was managed by the system at that time, the memories were still conveyed to him, reflecting upon his childhood. When he stood before his parents demanding that someone be assigned to care for his younger brother, Itachi Uchiha, Alo felt a pang of conflict. Itachi Uchiha. Even after the demise of Shursui Uchiha, one could attribute Itachi's actions to the influence of otherworldly deities. Yet, he worried about being a burden to Sasuke, a fact that weighed heavily on his mind. Never mind, he thought. It was enough to have Sasuke by his side. His desires were modest. The mere presence of familial affection in this world brought him immense joy. Come on, let me take you to see the Ninja Academy in Konoha. Alo engaged in a moment of self-reflection, reaffirming that his objectives remained clear and distinct. He then grasped the hand of Izuna, guiding him effortlessly to the outermost wall of the Uchiha estate. With practiced skill, he encapsulated their souls and floated away from the Uchiha residence, traversing the streets of Konoha until they arrived at the Konoha Ninja Academy. On this particular day, Sasuke sat quietly in class, his demeanor unusually tranquil. Yet he exhibited signs of drowsiness. Beside him, separated by an empty seat, Naruto Uzumaki languidly rested his head on the desk, mumbling sleepily about what delicious food he might have. The children here truly seemed to revel in comfort. Izuna observed these youngsters, who were either dozing off, daydreaming, or playfully engaging with one another, and he felt a wave of complex emotions wash over him as he recalled their childhood days. Was this the future that his brother had envisioned? Indeed, it appeared serene. He had heard tales of a time when children as young as 6 had already been sent to battle, learning both taijutsu and ninjutsu. Yet now, in this academy, students could only master the 3 basic techniques by the time of their graduation, with little exposure to anything beyond that. Alo floated outside the window, observing Sasuke, and gestured with a hand as if to pat his head from afar, subsequently breaking into laughter. In response to Izuna's lament, he shook his head and pulled Izuna towards this year's graduating class, eager to showcase the student's prowess. At the age of 12, in Izuna's era, one should have already matured into a competent warrior. However, the students here struggled even with the basic 3-body technique. Though not as chaotic as Naruto's original portrayal, their skills exhibited minimal practical effectiveness. With their slow hand-seal execution, many would likely be sent flying by an enemy before even completing the necessary seals. What then? Were they truly learning? Izuna scrutinized the graduating students for a while, confirming that few were noteworthy. As a member of the Uchiha clan, who had been trained in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and deadly techniques from a young age, he found it inconceivable that after 6 years of schooling, under the vigilant supervision of teachers, only such a lackluster group of ninjas emerged. Was the purpose of their education merely to allow them to engage in games? There was much to learn: theoretical knowledge, combat training, and the students practicing throwing techniques on the playground. Most importantly, the new students entering this year were still learning these basics, and it might be worthwhile for us to listen in. Aluo pulled Sanai along as they dashed past the playground, which was filled with the sounds of children, and arrived at the window of the first-grade classroom. Observing the teacher passionately expounding on the prowess of the 3rd Hokage, whom he deemed the strongest, Aluo encouraged Sanai to listen attentively, suggesting that it might enlighten him. The strongest? That peculiar, lecherous old man? As Sanai listened, his frustration grew. Was this truly how educators instructed their pupils? A man who had not stepped onto the battlefield since assuming the role of Hokage, what was the source of his might? Had the current era ceased to measure strength by prowess? Perhaps his greatest strength lay solely in his continued existence. Alo's innocent laughter belies the increasingly incongruous nature of his words for one of his tender years. This does not astonish Izuna, for in their era, Alo's demeanor was entirely typical. One might surmise that he harbors a profound fear of prodigies emerging into the world. As for the classroom, where tales of the mightiest Hokage are told with vivid enthusiasm, Izuna finds himself disinterested. It is little wonder that the 4th Hokage met his demise so swiftly. A mere 9 tails could extinguish even the most formidable warrior of that time. Moreover, the tragic fate of the Uzumaki family is worth noting. Indeed, the couple, Minato and Kushina, perished amidst the tumult of the 9 tails rampage, while the legendary Konoha White Fang succumbed to slander. As for the legendary Sannin, one betrayed their village and allegedly aligned with an enigmatic organization. Another faded into obscurity within the gambling underworld, and the last, having grasped a semblance of essence, spends his days lurking in women's baths, drawing inspiration from those he has seen in a most compromising manner, reportedly in search of a prophesied child. Alo harbors a profound aversion towards Konoha, particularly detesting the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and consequently, his disciples. Orochimaru, on the other hand, is somewhat acceptable. This scientist has always had a clear purpose, fixated on the Uchiha clan's vessel, yet he undeniably contributed to Sasuke's growth. Moreover, due to Alo's personal inclinations, he holds a preference for scientists. Tsunade, as a member of the Senju clan, maintains a rather unfriendly relationship with the Uchiha. As for the lecherous sage Jiraiya, the toad sage from Mount Myaboku, who once deceived a pair of brothers into committing matricide, even if the narrative has yet to unfold, he is already loathed by Alo. Chapter 20, the second achievement. Sleeping together in class. What you despise the most is that peeping girl in the bathhouse, isn't it? When Izuna spoke of a certain individual, his gaze was filled with disdain, but this negative sentiment dissipated as he contemplated playfully engaging the child. The Uchiha clan's rapport with the village is rather tenuous, and they likely seldom visited the bathhouse in Konoha. However, I cannot guarantee what sort of girlfriend I may encounter in the future. What if she happens to be from the village? Furthermore, my brother is also in search of a partner. If his future wife is merely an ordinary ninja or a civilian from Konoha, Wouldn't he that expose her to the lecherous gazes of old perverts? Contemplating an even more distant future. Should my brother and I marry and be blessed with a precious daughter, one wonders if she and her friends might visit the Konoha bathhouse for a soak, only to be spied upon. The possibility of being observed, perhaps even depicted or used as inspiration for stories, and then disseminated throughout the ninja world, could lead to emotional turmoil for the child, potentially culminating in despair and self-harm. Alo had no intention of seeking a girlfriend, let alone having a daughter. Yet this did not hinder him from utilizing these sentiments to help Izuna comprehend his disdain for lecherous old men. The men of Konoha were indeed unfortunate. From mothers to sisters, wives, daughters, and even granddaughters. You are still young. Do not ponder such matters too deeply. Izuna gazed blankly at Alo, his eyes somewhat unfocused, momentarily at a loss for words. Such matters, if not personally relatable, might not evoke much thought or awareness. But once he considered a future wife and precious daughter, the urge to eliminate certain old lechers surged within him. If his own family were to encounter such situations, the desire to rend those scoundrels limb from limb would be insatiable. My health is quite frail, thus I am unlikely to harm any lovely young ladies. Yet my brother is in excellent health and quite popular among the girls at school. Perhaps one of his admirers might succeed. Just the thought of a future sister-in-law from Konoha makes me yearn to gouge out the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and that other fellow, and trample them to dust. Alo became increasingly agitated, despite Izuna's persistent attempts to soothe him. Several times, he cast fierce glances towards the Hokage building. Do not be angry. Let us return home, where I shall teach you the art of chakra cultivation. Although your body is not yet capable of harnessing chakra, with proper care, you shall soon be able to attempt it, she coaxed gently. Izuna felt she lacked any natural talent for comforting a child. Yet, it was evident that Alo was in a foul mood, and even if she was not adept at comforting, she had to learn. Let us return home. Alo, accompanied by Suena, floated to the Hokage rock, delivering several kicks to the statue of the third Hokage before returning home, huffing in indignation. Upon arriving, he released Suena and, without a greeting, promptly returned to his slumbering form. After a considerable time spent gazing at him, Suena finally witnessed Alo stretch and awaken. It was nearly noon, and he had slept for such an extended period. It was time to prepare a meal. The child leaped off the sofa, washed his face, and hurried to the kitchen. He prepared a simple dish of cold tossed vegetables, while the rice was already set to cook at the time Sasuke had arranged before heading to school. Once Sasuke returned home, the two brothers enjoyed their mealtime together with great delight. In the afternoon, Sasuke went to class, leaving Alo to continue lounging. Observing the aloof Alo, who had returned to his body devoid of any emotional resonance, Suena reclined on the wooden planks beneath the eaves, his entire essence radiating confusion. That little rascal had to be pretending, didn't he? Surely, he must have been acting. How else could his emotions shift so abruptly? What a mischievous child. Unaware of how his ancestor had been fretting all afternoon. What was the matter with him? As Alo drifted into an afternoon slumber, his consciousness materialized once more, landing beside Suena, where he poked the elder's face with his fingers. Throughout the noon, he had been wandering about, so what caused him to suddenly appear so listless now? You little scamp, deceiving me, an old man. Noticing Alo's approach, Suena began to feign complaints, lamenting how certain young ones were too brazen in their treatment of the elderly. However, even though I refer to you as our family's ancestor, you were merely in your early 20s at the time of your death. You have yet to experience the trials of old age, and strictly speaking, you need not consider yourself an elder. Alo sat on the floor, observing the bewildered expression on Izuna's face, nodding earnestly as he spoke. It is not an elderly figure, rather a young one who perished beneath the blade of Tobarama Senju. How unfortunate it is that your ancestor lacked the prowess to live to a ripe old age. Upon witnessing Alo's excessive bravado, Izuna turned away from the little one, lamenting his own tragic life that had not afforded him the opportunity to grow old. Your voice harbors no trace of sorrow. Enough of this. You mentioned you would teach me how to cultivate, rise and impart your wisdom, for I wish to learn before evening falls, so I can relay it to my brother. Alo observed the lackluster performance of his companion, urging him to rise and attend to more pressing matters. Two ethereal beings, one a teacher and the other a scribe, imparted knowledge to Sasuke as he hurried home from school in the afternoon. By the time dinner was concluded and Sasuke had completed his fundamental exercises, he returned to his room, where he awaited the teachings of the ancestral techniques passed down from the Uchiha lineage. From the Warring States period to the present, the prowess of ninjas has notably diminished with each generation. This decline can be attributed not only to a waning sense of urgency born from life and death struggles, but also to the partial loss of training methods. Throughout the first half of the night, Alo conveyed various pieces of information, and Sasuke diligently endeavored to memorize them. Fearing forgetfulness in the latter half of the night, he seized every opportunity to practice. By the following day, after attending school, Sasuke could no longer resist the weight of fatigue, succumbing to slumber at his desk. Achieving a new milestone, Fated Bonds 1, falling asleep together in class, earning a reward of 1,000 points. Throughout the morning, Alo remained awake, not only preparing the ingredients for lunch but also digging a few holes in the vacant plot beside the yard, intending to experiment with planting some quick-maturing vegetables. At that moment, a notification from the system suddenly appeared. Achievement reward? Previously, when Sasuke had beaten Naruto after school, there had been no achievements to speak of. After 2 sleepless nights, Alo had dozed off at his desk, and now this was considered an accomplishment? System, your criteria for achievements seem increasingly absurd. The host need not doubt that sleeping in class is indeed a rare occurrence for Uchiha Sasuke. The system made its presence known, emphasizing that this achievement was not easily attained. Sasuke, who placed great importance on his image, especially after the night of the massacre, believed he bore the weight of the Uchiha legacy and strived for excellence in all endeavors. In his view, sleeping during class was simply unacceptable. Chapter 21, The Art of Spiritual Cultivation, Techniques for Nurturing the Soul. Very well, 1,000 points. Let me see what valuable items I can exchange for. Alo had never been particularly concerned with the matter of points, as he and the system had grown accustomed to the absence of achievements over the years, a state that had become quite normal. The sudden availability of points naturally prompted a desire for expenditure. Currently, the host had not yet reached the chi refinement stage and had not unlocked the ability to exchange chakra attributes, rendering him unable to redeem items from this world. Although the system provided a prompt, the decision to purchase remained solely with Alo. Upon accessing the system's marketplace interface, he discovered that the available items for purchase were all cultivation-related tools and techniques, all of which were suitable for his use. The Spirit Cultivation Technique, a method of cultivation that enhances the strength of the soul, applicable to both living and deceased beings. Price, 999 points. System, thank you for leaving me with 1 point. Upon encountering this, Alo promptly made the purchase. After acquiring it, he found that the need for arduous interpretation was eliminated, a convenience inherently provided by the system. However, his motivation for this acquisition extended beyond mere personal cultivation. It was also due to the fact that the cultivation method of this spiritual technique was not solely confined to him. Sasuke, being the reincarnation of Indra's will, possessed an autonomous soul, yet the remnants of Indra's intent lingered, inevitably leading to complications that would displease Alo. Thus, during Sasuke's development, it was imperative for Alo to fortify his spirit. The stronger the soul, the more effortlessly it could liberate itself from the vestiges of lingering will. Host, instructing the inhabitants of this world in cultivation techniques will not be a simple endeavor. The system imposes no restrictions, yet essential reminders remain indispensable. For Alo, the spiritual technique was remarkably straightforward, even more so than the cultivation methods from his previous realm. Nevertheless, the youth of this world primarily focused on chakra, aspiring to become ninjas. Thus, this spiritual technique could be perceived as an intrusion of external information. No matter, I need it for myself and for them. The ability to cultivate is paramount. Should they be unable to, I would not suffer a loss, yet. Alo turned around with a smile, gazing at the ancestral spirit squatting before him. Both the undead and the living possessed the capacity for cultivation. Thus, he decided to begin with this ancient spirit, observing its progress to discern what aspects might require refinement. I sense that there is a latent danger behind that smile of yours. After watching Alo remain silent for a considerable time, suddenly breaking into laughter, Suinai instinctively felt the urge to flee. Yet, curiosity compelled him to stay, intrigued by what tricks this mischievous brat was concocting. Was it yet another theatrical performance aimed at deceiving him, or perhaps a novel game altogether? Alas, it seems that nothing can be done well. After merely digging a few pits, he already feels utterly exhausted. Alo let out a sigh, placing the small shovel upon the ground, and slowly rose to his feet, making his way back to wash his hands before reclining once more. Alo Dushare, what do you intend to do now? Queried Suna, who sat beside him, observing Alo's ethereal form emerging without a hint of surprise. In fact, the more Alo hesitated to speak, the more Suina felt a growing curiosity. Ancestor, may I inquire if there exists any method of cultivation for the deceased? Uncertain. Alo deemed it prudent to seek clarification. Upon my demise, I awakened here. Even if there were methods of cultivation, I would be unable to access them. Shaking her head, Suena too was unaware of what transpires after death. The Uchiha clan had witnessed countless souls depart, yet upon arriving here, he had encountered no other spirits. Perhaps they had all journeyed to another realm, leaving him behind in this world, bewilderingly displaced in time, having leaped from the warring states period to the present. Would you care to try learning from me? I have devised a unique method of soul cultivation. It may very well prove beneficial for you. Just look at you. Wandering aimlessly every day. How dreadfully dull. Alo, without the slightest hint of embarrassment, boldly claimed the spiritual cultivation technique as his own research. After all, it was all under his purview, and the system would not reveal the truth to others. Thus, he could assert whatever he wished. Could one learn it? Why not give it a try? Indeed, Serena had little else to occupy his time, and without Alo guiding him, he would not even be able to step beyond the gates of the Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds. Whether he succeeded in his cultivation or not, at the very least, it would provide him with an opportunity to engage himself, as the teachings were limited. The growth of Uchiha Sasuke, too, required a gradual approach. So, you must devote yourself to learning diligently. First, you should. Alo took the spirit of Suena to the rooftop, encouraging him to lie down and absorb the energies of the sun and moon. Only when he felt the presence of this energy could he begin to gather and strengthen his soul. After demonstrating the various techniques twice and confirming that Suena had grasped them, Alo reclined nearby, quietly engaging in energy absorption. Presently, although his soul's strength was considerable, being an outsider meant he needed to diligently cultivate and enhance his abilities in this world to wield his soul as a weapon. It was said that Tsunade's boyfriend, Dan Kato, possessed the ability to separate his spirit from his body, allowing him to venture forth and dispatch foes. To achieve a similar level, Alo needed to first absorb a sufficient amount of energy native to this realm. It was somewhat troublesome, yet it promised greater safety. Suena lay on the rooftop, diligently sensing for a long time, but he detected no energy fluctuations. However, observing Alo's state confirmed that he was indeed in the midst of cultivation. Suena continued to recline, activating the Sharingan in his spiritual form to capture the traces of energy surrounding him. As evening fell, Alo's spirit returned, eagerly awaiting Sasuke's arrival for dinner, casual conversation, and to watch Sasuke train. Afterward, they would retire for the night. Day after day, their routine remained remarkably similar, yet each day brought new developments. After more than half a month, one night, while Alo was asleep, he separated from his body and ventured out to greet Sasuke. To his astonishment, he found Sasuke in the dimly lit room, his red eyes with two tomo rotating to follow his position. It was clear, Sasuke could see him. Alo drifted about the room, and when he was certain he could be seen, he approached Sasuke directly, locking eyes with him. You can see me. Though Sasuke had long been aware that Alo could manifest in a spectral form at night, witnessing it firsthand was a novel experience. The spirit appeared somewhat smaller than his corporeal self, moving weightlessly as it drew closer to greet him. Sasuke extended his hand, yearning to make contact, only to find his fingers passing through the ethereal form. Raising a finger, he inscribed words in the small hand that still clasped his. He could see him, yet instead of joy, a sense of concern enveloped him. If you go outside now, will you be discovered? Sasuke's worry stemmed from his brother's penchant for wandering out. Previously, when invisible to the naked eye, there was little cause for alarm. However, in his current state, Alo was visible to the Sharingan, increasing the likelihood of detection by other ocular jutsu or ninjutsu. Alo's presence outside thus became perilously risky. Chapter 22. Alo is stolen, the surprised Orochimaru. It's all right. Whether I can be seen or not is within my control. Upon finishing his words, Alo's once distinct spirit before Sasuke gradually faded, until there was no trace left. That will suffice for now. Let us refrain from venturing out today and instead rest for a few days before discussing outings, he suggested. Although the spirit had indeed vanished from sight, Sasuke remained unsettled, gripping Alo's hand tightly as he continued to write, urging him to return home. Alo's fingers twitched momentarily, and he returned, clutching the blanket to his chest, resolutely choosing not to go out. The interaction between the two brothers had long since become a familiar routine. However, on the rooftop basking in the moonlight, Suena felt an acute sense of torment. Not only had his training yielded little progress, But he also found himself showcasing brotherly affection in the presence of a lost soul who could not even locate his brother. Such excess was intolerable. Another night passed in tranquil slumber, and upon the dawn of the next day, Sasuke exchanged greetings with Alo before departing for school with homemade rice balls in hand. The school had organized an outdoor survival training session, making it impossible for him to return home at noon. After Sasuke's departure, Alo continued to lie in the sun. However, just as he had fallen asleep and was about to greet Sona in a state of astral projection, a member of the Umbu swiftly sprinkled a powder upon him and seized his body, dragging him away. "Ancestor, please keep watch here for me. I shall investigate their intentions." Alo did not return to his body. Instead, he pursued the form that had been taken from him, swiftly racing away. This troublesome Konoha could not grant a moment of respite. Izuna floated back to the rooftop, observing the distant figures of Alo and the Konoha Umbu. The three Tomo in her eyes stirred momentarily before abruptly converging into a singularity. Alo floated beside the dark faction, observing the transformation of his body from being hoisted to being cradled in a single arm, unhurried to return to his physical form, content to watch how events would unfold. Initially, he presumed he was being taken to the Konoha hospital for a checkup. Considering his recent improvement in health, Konoha might require detailed diagnostic data concerning his condition. However, the dark faction veered off course, swiftly leading him to a concealed area within the village, prompting Alo to ponder whether Danzo was involved. Fortunately, he did not have to contemplate for long, as he soon beheld the individual awaiting him. "Orochimaru, this child must not perish." Danzo, observing the child being handed over, emitted a disdainful grunt towards Orochimaru before departing from the subterranean enclave. Were it not for Orochimaru's insistence on examining another survivor from the Uchiha clan, he would not have sought Sarutobi Hiruzen's intervention to have the dark faction bring the child for a day. Yet, what was Orochimaru planning to investigate about this boy? Could it be that the poison he endured in the womb was related to Orochimaru? Regardless, the child was a lost cause, and Danzo harbored no concern for his fate. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demand for the boy to return alive posed a significant dilemma. He will not die. Such a dear child shall thrive. Orochimaru's smile was sinister as he gestured, summoning two expressionless ninjas to step forward and place the child upon the medical operating table. Once Danzo's entourage had vacated, Orochimaru lowered his gaze to the youth lying on the table, signaling for his subordinates to exit as well. With no one else remaining in the underground chamber, the silently maniacal Orochimaru raised his head, locking eyes with Alo, who hovered beside the bed. "You were aware of my condition all along." Alo floated gracefully before coming to a halt before Orochimaru, revealing a pristine smile. "Uncertain of the circumstances, I am aware only that you were meant to be deceased, having been slain by your father on that fateful, blood-soaked night." Orochimaru's voice was hoarse and laden with darkness as he gazed at Alo, slowly articulating that haunting incident, the very night that elicited a glare from Uchiha Itachi whenever it was mentioned. As a member of the Akatsuki, he was privy to the peculiarities surrounding this child, largely due to Tobi's incessant murmurs questioning how a child, once confirmed dead, could possibly return to life. The Uchiha clan's ability to defy death was indeed a captivating subject. Previously, they had surmised that Uchiha Fugaku had employed some ultimate genjutsu to save his younger son. However, now, witnessing the child's ethereal spirit drifting about, it became evident that this was unrelated to any illusion. It seemed that Uchiha Fugaku had indeed taken his younger son's life, and the reason for this child's miraculous survival lay solely in the extraordinary nature of his soul. What a pitiable child he is. He cannot harm me. Alo blinked calmly at Orochimaru, recounting the circumstances of that time. As for whether Orochimaru believed him, his continued existence was a testament that he had not been slain. The eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, did you utilize them? Previously, Orochimaru had assisted Danzo in examining certain corpses and eyes belonging to the Uchiha clan. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku had personally excavated his own eyes, yet if they were subsequently destroyed, there should have been some residue left behind. However, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. The eyes excavated by Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have been erased from existence, with even the blood traces reduced to merely a few specks on his fingers and palm, absorbed as an energy entity. Alo gazed at Orochimaru, who answered these inquiries with utmost sincerity. Yet, were another to hear these responses, they might perceive them as mere fabrications. However, Orochimaru was different. Could the Sharingan serve as a means of energy absorption? What about the others? A gleam of scientific fervor sparkled in Orochimaru's eyes, as if he beheld a precious treasure nestled in his embrace while fixating on aloe. Yes, it is indeed possible, albeit with limitations. It necessitates the reliance on energy naturally absorbed from the environment to maintain balance. Aloe is indeed deceiving, fully aware of his own falsehood. Yet, Orochimaru has chosen to believe him. Furthermore, there is no need for aloe to elaborate excessively. Orochimaru has already discerned that it is the sole entity absorbing energy, not the frail physical form lying before him. Is it sage art? Observing the youthful spirit, who is entangled in confusion and tugging at his hair, Orochimaru has instinctively filled in the gaps with additional information. After all, he has witnessed the formidable strength of natural sage arts. Tenban Sh Go serves as a prime example, albeit hindered by insufficient control, often leading to chaotic states. Now, he has encountered another unique child, one who can cultivate soul power without the need to refine the physical body. What, then, is sage art? Aloe reached out to prod his slumbering form, entangled in contemplation, yet could not fathom the essence of this so-called sage technique. In this world, the art of sagehood remains an exceedingly enigmatic phenomenon, scarcely known even among ordinary ninjas. And he was no exception. Were it not for Orochimaru's appearance, the term might have eluded him for several more years. Chapter 23. Orochimaru, come, my dear child. Walk with me. I can teach you the ways of sage arts, enabling you to grow stronger and more swiftly. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can you safeguard all that you hold dear. Orochimaru extended his hand toward Aloe. He had changed his mind. All the resources offered by Danzo paled in comparison to the treasure standing before him. This child, undeniably precious and irreplaceable. My brother will be saddened if he returns home to find me absent. Aloe shook his head. He was now a good child, a devoted brother, and he must not cause his elder sibling any sorrow. Therefore, Orochimaru, if you wish to entice someone, should you not enhance your offerings? Given that you are able to perceive the world outside, you must surely comprehend how feeble you and your compatriots appear to Konoha at present. Should you fail to grow stronger, both you and your brother will merely serve as pawns for Konoha to expend at will. Just as you are being delivered to me now. Orochimaru could surmise that this young lad would undoubtedly be reluctant to accompany him. Nonetheless, he was confident that this child would ultimately belong to him. Only he could perceive the essence of this child as soul, provide him with the opportunity for growth, reveal the grotesque visage of Konoha, and offer him a glimmer of hope. No, he could not allow his brother to feel sorrow. He must not bring sadness to his brother. After a moment of contemplation, Aloe ultimately shook his head in refusal. He gazed at the glaring Orochimaru, awaiting further discourse on the potential benefits of accompanying him. As for the possibility of being forcibly taken away by Orochimaru, it was clear that the latter sought followers who willingly joined him, rather than abducting those who wished to remain. The hostess' confidence was palpable, prompting the system to interject with a cautionary remark. This host, increasingly audacious, was engaging in a game of wits with the already scarred Orochimaru. One must tread carefully around the white serpent's kiss. Surely not. My frail body bears no value. If one were to think like Orochimaru, he might even contemplate bestowing upon me a more formidable vessel. Moreover, given his soul's afflictions, while I possess the ability to cultivate my spirit, would he not overlook such a significant detail? Although Aloe emphasized to the system that Orochimaru would require his assistance, in truth, he harbored no fear of Orochimaru's attacks at present. His physical form may be frail, yet should circumstances escalate to a critical juncture, unleashing a power not of this realm, he would not flinch even in the face of Orochimaru's fractured soul. Indeed, even if confronted by the Sage of Six Paths, he would remain undaunted. At worst, they would play until the world itself crumbled, and he would simply flee with the system, while the system preferred a languid existence. The rapport they shared was cultivated through gradual understanding, allowing for a swift retreat when peril loomed. What do you desire? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his golden serpent-like gaze flickering, suddenly adopting a different demeanor. This child possessed a remarkably potent and unique soul. He could engage in negotiations with a spirit of collaboration. I require certain materials for my brother's cultivation. Should you provide these, I will accompany you and impart knowledge on how to fortify your soul through training. Aloe observed the shift in Orochimaru's demeanor with a hint of surprise, yet he swiftly adapted to the rhythm of the conversation. Since they were negotiating terms, it was only natural to engage in a proper discussion. He was not a heartless merchant. Thus, if Orochimaru provided what he required, he would reciprocate with what the latter desired. As for Sasuke's body, there was no need for concern. He would reveal to Orochimaru that beyond merely utilizing a youthful vessel, There existed myriad alternative methods to attain immortality. Should Orochimaru's cultivation falter, there remained an exceptional contingency, the army of White Zetsu. Are you not worried that your brother will be heartbroken by your decision to accompany me? Orochimaru initially contemplated that this was merely a collaborative discussion, a typical exchange where negotiation was expected, and he did not mind offering additional resources in other areas. However, he began to question whether this child was genuinely negotiating cooperation or simply requesting him to supply materials that Uchiha Sasuke could utilize in his training. And then just leave it at that? My spirit can traverse freely. I can return home to clarify matters with him and visit frequently. So there should not be significant issues. However, you must consider the implications of bringing me back. The effects that may arise during my training extend beyond mere materials. Alo let out a slightly exasperated sigh as he shared his intentions with Orochimaru. He planned to depart from Konoha and accompany Orochimaru. Yet he still felt the need to frequently return home to check on Sasuke. The system reappeared momentarily, sarcastically commenting that Uchiha Sasuke truly could cry before swiftly vanishing again. Alo, weary of exchanging banter with the system, is acutely aware that Sasuke is bound to feel disheartened, melancholic, and even burdened by self-reproach, engaging in a painful journey of growth. Initially, his intention was to wait until Sasuke graduated from school before he would restore his own health, subsequently entering the phase of chi cultivation and embarking on a dual cultivation journey. However, with new developments unfolding, he was taken away by the Umbu under the orders of the Hokage and subsequently handed over to Danzo, who then brought him before Orochimaru. Given this opportunity to escape, why linger any longer? Once he departs from Konoha, he can promptly restore his health and enter the chi cultivation phase, with numerous avenues for growth awaiting him in the future. No problem, merely some materials. I can afford that. Now, I can take your body away. Can you catch up on your own? Orochimaru chuckled ominously. Such a well-behaved and endearing little creature. Since you've agreed to accompany me, then, from now on, you shall belong to me. Itachi Uchiha, your Sharingan is indeed formidable, but your two younger brothers will henceforth be under my stewardship. Be cautious in your pursuit. Do not allow my body to sustain any harm, for the original form is the most suitable. We shall delve into the intricacies of this matter in due course. Alo turned to survey his surroundings. It was time to seek out Sasuke. He hoped Sasuke would not be angered, for otherwise, he would have to return daily to pacify his brother, leaving him with little time for training. Hurry and come. Orochimaru studied the ethereal form of the child before him intently, and in the child's presence, he opened his mouth to release a great serpent. The serpent then widened its maw and engulfed the youth lying upon the operating table. Despite having anticipated Orochimaru's method, Alo still found the sensation uncomfortably slimy. Until tomorrow, Orochimaru. Alo's figure gradually faded, ultimately vanishing before Orochimaru's eyes. Tomorrow morning. What a delightful child. Orochimaru squinted as he surveyed his surroundings, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction that this little one had set a time to meet before departing. A child who confirmed the time again, fearing he might worry, was endearingly obedient. Keeping him at the base should not cause too much commotion. Apart from Kimimaro and Tenten, it had been quite some time since he had encountered such a well-behaved child. Perhaps Kabuto could be considered relatively quiet, yet he was already an adult, lacking the charm of this young one. Chapter 24. Life is a performance. To survive, one must master the art of acting. Alo. Sasuke had just traversed a thicket when he emerged into a clearing, seeking a concealed spot to rest. To his astonishment, he turned to find Alo hovering beside him. He silently opened his mouth in surprise. His brother's sudden appearance startled him. Did something happen? Why aren't you waiting at home for me? Don't worry, brother. I just wanted to see you. Once we return home, I will find an opportunity to explain everything. Alo unusually addressed Sasuke as brother. Upon confirming that Sasuke was aware something was amiss, he glided gracefully, indicating a direction for Sasuke to continue his run. Today's outdoor training aimed to have them locate intelligence concealed within the woods, with their ranks determined by the completeness of the information gathered and the time taken to reach the destination. As Sasuke scanned his surroundings in search of clues, Alo remained at his side, neither too far nor too close, occasionally informing him of the presence of several Umbu observing them. The number of Umbu accompanying the students today was somewhat substantial. Unfortunately, he was not human at present. Within the range of most people's sight, a spiritual entity was invisible, especially one devoid of chakra, leaving no trace whatsoever. After a day of arduous outdoor survival training, Sasuke diligently sought clues, overcoming various obstacles, ultimately securing first place. Once all the students arrived at the final destination, the day's course concluded, and Irika led the students back to the village, announcing their dismissal. "You bastard Sasuke. Now, let me challenge you to a match. I, Naruto Uzumaki, will definitely not lose to you again." After the dismissal, Naruto stealthily made his way to the intersection leading to the Uchiha residence, waiting for Sasuke, who habitually went grocery shopping first, to arrive before springing forth to confront him. The last time he lost, and the time before that, the more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. Naruto's blue eyes widened as he assumed a stance resolutely blocking Sasuke's path. "Get out of my way." Sasuke, already anxious to return home, found himself compelled to suppress his impatience, reluctantly purchasing a few simple vegetables before hastening home. To his dismay, he was obstructed by this fool. "Let us have a match. I won't even see you at home." Aluo floated beside Sasuke, letting out a sorrowful sigh. He realized that he would not see his complete brother again. At least not until Sasuke graduated. "You jerk. I told you to get lost." Sasuke paused, seemingly infuriated by Naruto, who stood with arms outstretched, blocking his path. He subsequently tossed his backpack aside, placing the vegetables he had bought on top of it. With a shake of his wrist, Sasuke resolved to unleash some of his pent-up frustration on this foolish obstruction. "Idiot Sasuke, today." Naruto Uzumaki intended to deliver another battle declaration. But before he could finish his sentence, Sasuke charged forward and kicked him away. Thus commenced an unrelenting exchange of blows between the two, devoid of any intricate techniques. Merely a tempestuous brawl. Sasuke, having undergone extensive training, often found himself on the offensive, though he occasionally received a few hits from Naruto in return. Their ceaseless skirmish left the surrounding Umbu operatives exasperated. Some were assigned to monitor Sasuke, while 2 others focused solely on Naruto. Additionally, a few were temporarily dispatched to prevent Sasuke from losing control in his quest to locate his brother, thus averting any unforeseen incidents. Before Sasuke could even return home, he was already embroiled in yet another tussle with Naruto. One Umbu sighed in resignation, adjusting his mask before vanishing from the rooftop. Shortly thereafter, Irika Umino, their teacher, passed by once more. He once again reprimanded the 2 troublesome students, making them stand in line at the roadside, lecturing them repeatedly until he deemed it sufficient. Once he felt they had learned their lesson, Irika allowed them to go home. Naruto, battered and sore, remained seated to rest, while Sasuke immediately picked up his backpack and vegetables, hastily making his way home. Upon reaching his doorstep, Sasuke first patted down the visible bruises, attempting to mask the evidence of his scuffle, then softened his expression as he routinely opened the door. "Aluo, I'm home. Tonight we shall have noodles. I bought some semi-prepared ones that just need the vegetables boiled." Upon entering the house and finding his brother absent from the courtyard, he quietly sighed in relief. He then instinctively proceeded to the kitchen, placing the packaged noodles aside to prepare the vegetables. However, after calling out several times without receiving a response, he set the vegetables down and ventured inside to search for his possibly slumbering brother. The bedroom was empty, the bathroom unoccupied, and the adjacent courtyard yielded no sign of him. "Aluo, come out for dinner." Sasuke called from the rooftop, running along the courtyard wall, continuously seeking his brother's whereabouts. "Host, you have raised Sasuke in an unusual manner. Such acting skills. Once you achieve success, remember to create a little golden statue for him." The system expressed its satisfaction regarding Sasuke's theatrical flair, despite its inclination to tease about the host's own dramatic tendencies, wondering how Sasuke had become so adept. Life is but a play, reliant on skill. Ever since he realized that we are constantly under the watchful eyes of Konoha, he had no other choice. Aloe floated beside Sasuke, observing his emotions shift from anxiety to sorrow, and finally to despair. The entire Uchiha clan was devoid of any trace of his younger brother. Unable to find him at home, Sasuke attempted to rush to Konoha village in search of his sibling. "Sasuke, what troubles you?" Naruto Uzumaki had yet to return home. After receiving a beating, he was still aching all over. He remained stationary when he saw Sasuke emerge from his home, his face a mask of urgency. Witnessing Sasuke's bloodshot eyes and ashen complexion, as he muttered incessantly about his brother's condition, Naruto was genuinely alarmed. Nevertheless, he did not retreat. Instead, he lunged forward, tackling Sasuke to the ground. Sasuke awakened. "What is wrong with Aloe? Speak to me." As Naruto pinned him down, he quickly realized that Sasuke had shut his eyes and collapsed. This state was even more terrifying than before. "Take him to the hospital." The Umbu arrived shortly after, witnessing Sasuke's fall, and hurriedly conducted a checkup before transporting him to Konoha Hospital, despite uncertainties. Only Naruto remained, sitting in bewilderment and terror, unresponsive to the Umbu's sudden appearance. Fortunately, the Umbu, sensing Naruto's fright, ignored him and proceeded with their tasks, cleaning up the scene before departing. Chapter 25, Sasuke. Everything is due to my weakness, Aloe. Naruto Uzumaki's gaze was still filled with confusion. He had just seen Aloe floating. So, was Aloe dead? Had his interference with Sasuke's return home caused Aloe's misfortune? He was uncertain if all this was his fault. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts, neither proclaiming Aloe's death nor admitting he had seen him. The masked ninjas had appeared so peculiarly, showing little concern for Sasuke, merely confirming his survival before whisking him away. Trembling with fear and inner turmoil, Naruto rose unsteadily and headed home. Meanwhile, Izuna, who had rarely ventured out that day, curiously glanced at Naruto and then towards Konoha Hospital, ultimately deciding to follow the golden-haired boy. This must be the fabled Uzumaki, the Kitsune child Aloe had mentioned. Had he truly seen Aloe? Yet, despite being able to train today, this boy could not see him. Perhaps Aloe had intentionally allowed this boy to perceive him? Confounded by the connection, he resolved to keep a close watch, hoping that should the boy speak, he could relay the events to Aloe. Simultaneously, within the hospital, Sasuke lay on the examination table, receiving medical attention. Outside the ward, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo awaited news. Hiruzen cast several icy glances at Danzo, who, in turn, did not retaliate but lowered his head, his cane tapping the floor with increasing agitation, his anger surpassing even Hiruzen's. Inside the ward, amidst the doctors and nurses conducting their examinations, the Umbu ninjas and two ethereal youths perched on the windowsill, an unusual scene unfolded. On the way, Aloe had temporarily extracted Sasuke's soul from his body. As Sasuke's soul could not fully detach, part of it remained tethered, allowing them to converse nearby. Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin. You speak of him using the bodies of talented youths as vessels. Can you truly be safe there? Sasuke, having heard his brother's insights regarding the surrounding environment and Konoha's various attitudes and conspiracies, found himself uncomfortable yet compelled to learn various disguises to protect his brother. From the initial act of writing in his palm to suppressing his anger and resentment, he later endeavored to reveal certain emotions to mask his true feelings when confronted with challenges. Now, as he listened to Aloe explain how his body was transferred to Orochimaru, he acknowledged his deep-seated resentment towards Konoha but recognized his limitations, understanding that he could not naively confront the higher-ups of Konoha. He was determined to survive, to grow stronger, and to seek vengeance upon becoming powerful. However, Orochimaru had already taken his brother's body, and he would not see him again. Moreover, Orochimaru's domain was perilous. He had heard Aloe speak of the Sannin being notoriously difficult to interact with. Orochimaru is intrigued by my soul. I can perceive that his own soul bears many wounds. In the future, he will provide me with the means to cultivate my abilities while I assist in maintaining his soul, and perhaps even procure materials to send back to my brother. Konoha offers us no opportunities to grow stronger. We must resort to clandestine methods. I await the day my brother can protect me once he has become powerful. Aloe rested his head against Sasuke's shoulder, sharing tales of his dealings with Orochimaru and his aspirations for the future. In Konoha, the opportunities for growth seemed nearly non-existent. Thus, the present circumstances felt rather favorable. There was time to return and visit more often, provided it did not interfere with one's training. Sasuke grasped Aloe's hand tightly, reluctant to let go, yet aware that he must eventually release it. Having always refrained from placing hope in others, he now found himself wishing earnestly that Orochimaru would not bring harm to Aloe. I had conveyed to him that I would frequently return home to be with my brother. Once I had deciphered my research, I would teach him to train alongside me. My brother would soon have to dine alone. He must eat his fill, and training should not impede the much-needed rest essential for balanced growth. Aloe spoke leisurely, urging Sasuke to pay close attention to his health and growth. Before them, busy doctors and nurses confirmed, after a series of examinations, that Sasuke's fainting was merely a result of anger-induced distress. At last, this round of diagnostic evaluation and treatment came to an end. Aloe carefully restored Sasuke's soul, ensuring there were no lingering concerns before departing from the hospital room. Upon emerging from the ward and drifting to the entrance of the hospital, Aloe beheld Izuna, who was hovering above the golden-haired child's head. What an immature act, stepping on Naruto Uzumaki's head, yet failing to land. Come now, let us return to your home, where I shall explain the situation to you. Aloe cast a glance at the dazed Naruto, urging him to return home before further discussion. At this moment, there was no issue with Naruto being at the hospital entrance. After all, Sasuke's previous condition had frightened him considerably. However, if they were to engage in conversation here, and Naruto were to become overly agitated and shout, it could lead to chaos. Naruto, filled with myriad questions, could only lower his gaze and run home, tears welling in his eyes as he watched aloe float ahead of him. Upon returning home, he shut the door and turned, reaching out to grasp aloe and demand clarity. Yet, his outstretched hand was abruptly pulled forward, causing him to tumble onto the bed without even removing his shoes. Subsequently, he clutched the blankets with both hands, rolled over, and buried himself within, sobbing softly. Outside the window, a member of the Umbu, hearing Naruto's cries, glanced in, shook his head, and resumed his vigil, staring blankly at the sky. After a short while, the room fell silent, prompting the Umbu to look in once more, only to discover that Naruto had wrapped himself in the blankets and drifted into sleep. In truth, at that moment, Naruto was being drawn by two spirits into a place resembling a sewer, where his head was being held down as he obediently listened to a story. Chapter 26, Naruto. Live well therefore, I am not the nine-tailed fox, but the son of the fourth Hokage and his wife? Naruto looked at aloe with a sense of injustice, having listened for quite some time, only to find that the protagonist of the story was none other than his own parents. The nine-tailed fox. The great fox imprisoned in that cage was indeed the Kyuubi, while he himself was merely a vessel meant to seal it away. At not yet 10 years old, Naruto was overwhelmed, feeling a tumult of confusion, grievance, and anger, having endured so much bullying since childhood. He now realized that the third Hokage had believed that by subjecting him to extreme hardship and pain, he would come to appreciate the warmth that was so hard to come by, thinking that this would compel him to steadfastly protect Konoha. It was utterly unfair. It's pointless to lose my temper. I have already been handed over to the elders by the Umbu, and they in turn passed me to a robed ninja. Now, I can only return in spirit to observe, but if I cause any inconvenience or if someone offers a higher price, I can be sold without hesitation. Aloe let out a sigh, leaning against the pitch-black wall, his gaze devoid of sorrow, marked only by an unsettling calmness. The absence of any emotion rendered it starkly clear to Naruto that this was a despair that had crumbled to its very core. He too felt the weight of an insurmountable power confined within a cage that he could not unlock. For to do so would mean his own demise, and that of Sasuke, that foolish boy. They might be ensnared by sealing techniques, leaving no one to avenge aloe, or him, or Sasuke. The Hidden Leaf had a hand in the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, seizing their secret arts and sealing techniques, while condemning his mother to be a vessel for the Nine Tails from a young age. All of this was revealed to him by aloe. Although it was the first time Naruto had heard such truths, his instincts affirmed their authenticity, reflecting upon the tragedies of his youth. Everything became crystal clear upon discovering the source of his suffering. Naruto, you must strive to live on, even if you face bullying in the near future. As long as you survive, there will always be an opportunity for vengeance. I will do my best to return and check on you. My brother may not fare well. If he strikes you in a fit of rage, do not hesitate to retaliate, but I still hope you can refrain from angering him. He is merely reacting to the losses he has endured. Aloe's words were spoken with tearful eyes, resembling a final entreaty before the soul's departure. Beside him, Izuna felt a tightness in the corners of his eyes, striving to focus his gaze on Kyuubi, lest he inadvertently succumb to the exquisite performance of this young one. The Uchiha clan has always been characterized by their forthright thoughts. His brother, Uchiha Madara, was particularly devoid of guile. How is it that in the lineage of their descendants, there exists such complexity of thought? Could it be that he has inherited this trait? At this moment, Izuna had already tacitly accepted that the surviving brothers of the Uchiha clan are indeed his progeny, making his brother, father, and himself the points of reference in terms of hereditary traits. Upon reflection, it appeared that his contemplations during that time were indeed more intricate than those of his brother, indicating a true inheritance from him. This might exemplify the notion that the student surpasses the master, growing ever more remarkable. Aloe, do remember to visit often. Although I fear spirits, I am not afraid of you. Truly, I would not be frightened upon seeing you. Naruto's tears fell in a cascade, and after a moment, he reached out hesitantly to grasp Aloe's shoulder. He was unafraid of aloe. Even if he had become a ghost, he would wholeheartedly welcome Aloe's visits. And as for that fool Sasuke, he would surely take good care of him. If that guy were to lose his mind, he would knock some sense back into him. Well then, Naruto, live well. No matter the challenges ahead, you can surely overcome them. Aloe stood on tiptoe, gently tousling Naruto's golden hair, relishing the delightful texture. He assured Naruto once more that he was capable of achieving greatness. Observing the unwavering determination in the eyes of the young Uzumaki, Alo, accompanied by Izuna, extricated Naruto from the confines of the ceiling space. Restored to normality, Naruto peered out from beneath the blanket, his eyes darting to the side. Witnessing Alo and that individual wave goodbye as they departed, Naruto once again shut his eyes, retreating into the blanket and silently weeping profusely. Within the Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds, Alo stood atop the roof, surveying the familiar surroundings as he pondered the matter of his positioning. It would be impractical to drift back every time. While he did not mind occasionally floating about, excessive occurrences could lead to unforeseen complications. Perhaps he should pursue an achievement. And once he had restored his body and acquired chakra, he could employ the Flying Thunder God technique for positioning. The system provided the means. Regardless of his innate talent in that regard, he could simply purchase some points. Izuna, noticing Alo lost in thought, assumed he was reluctant to leave home and approached him with the intention of offering comfort. Not so. Rather, he wished to accomplish something meaningful before his departure. Alo gazed at the approaching Izuna, shaking his head to indicate that he should not overthink matters. He was not one to be particularly attached to any place, rather. The current concern was how to achieve a certain accomplishment in order to earn points. Ancestor, do you possess the art of illusion? Alo suddenly recalled a certain individual who might indeed possess the means to grant him an accomplishment. Given his understanding of the system, certain pranks involving significant figures are more likely to activate achievement rewards than the standard narrative. Illusions are certainly within reach, but at this moment, what can I do? Suena is adept at illusions. However, if a departed soul were to wield such magic, who would be its beneficiary? Furthermore, he cannot harm the living. Regardless, as long as there is a method, follow me, and we shall deliver some fervent gifts to a certain troublesome member of the Uchiha clan. Alo tugged at Izuna, and they swiftly floated towards the Hokage building, where the two specters glided into the resource storage room. Without a hint of hesitation, Alo began to collect the explosive tags, stowing them away in his system space, only pausing when the system signaled that he could cease. He then procured a large bamboo tube, extracting the scrolls contained within and setting them aside, before methodically filling the tube with layers of explosive tags, each meticulously arranged in a spiraling fashion. He continued this process until the system confirmed that the concoction would undoubtedly shatter the dimensional space. Finally, he came to a halt. You wouldn't be referring to that wretched Uchiha Itachi, would you? Izuna gasped, apprehensive at the thought of such a powerful explosion. No, I'm speaking of another insufferable wretch, one who shares responsibility for the massacre. Fear not, he won't perish. That fellow is remarkably resilient. At worst, he'll be incapacitated for a few days. As for your brother, cough, I'll explain that matter to you later. Now let us get to work. Alo, being a spirit, found the task of collecting items and tossing props manageable. However, the notion of him shouldering a rocket was rather excessive. Once everything was assembled, he tugged at Izuna, and they drifted to a remarkably serene courtyard. Inside the room lay an individual who, even in slumber, did not remove his mask. Resting calmly on the bed, this person was certainly not a member of the Uchiha clan. As Izuna observed the individual's white hair, his expression swiftly shifted to one of disdain. He was indeed not that person. Rather, he was a former comrade who had once bestowed upon him a gift. A glance into his eyes revealed a Sharingan, akin to that of the reckless member of the Uchiha family. His abilities pertained to space, allowing him to absorb objects on one end and release them on the other. Alo let out a mischievous chuckle twice before continuing to hold on to Izuna, drifting in to stand beside Hitaki Kakashi's bedside. Today, he intended to present a flamboyant and explosive super rocket to Uchiha Bido, who had once participated in the extermination and was recently suspected of feeling rather bored. Chapter 27. Gratitude for the explosive gift from Kakashi. System, just rotate a bit. Just a little, and allow me to deliver this. Uchiha Izuna is already capable of cultivation within the convertible range. Alo grasped Izuna's hand, urging the system to hasten the transfer of spiritual energy. At present, he possessed only a feeble trace of spiritual energy, devoid of any other abilities, rendering him incapable of launching an attack on Kakashi Hitaki. Thus, in order to compel Kakashi Hitaki to activate Kimui and deliver this extraordinary fiery rocket to Obito Uchiha, it was imperative to utilize Izuna's Manjiki Sharingan to cast an illusion. As the system provided a response, it grew weary of its host's incessant clamor. Kakashi Hitaki and Obito Uchiha. Why did they have to occupy its host's thoughts at this very moment? Ancestor, I implore you. Grant me the use of your ocular techniques and illusions. I assure you, it shall not bring you harm, but rather allow him to behold the precious treasures that must be dispatched. Alo received a response from the system, and then turned to smile at Izuna. Observing Izuna's bewildered expression, yet nodding in agreement, he found even greater amusement. This ancestor of the Uchiha clan is truly fascinating, despite knowing nothing. He dares to agree to anything. However, it indeed has little impact on Izuna. The consumption of the Mangeki Sharingan's ocular techniques merely depletes his spiritual energy and may induce some discomfort in his eyes. The condition for his utilization lies in Izuna having absorbed spiritual energy and reaching a conceptual similarity with him in a certain mode. Kakashi Hitaki is up and ready to work. Alo, with a mischievous grin, raised his hand, and the ethereal fingers suddenly materialized, tugging at Kakashi's blanket. Startled by the pull, Kakashi sprang awake, instinctively leaping to the window, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Who was it? As he surveyed the area, he found no evidence of anyone's presence. Yet the tugging of the blanket was no mere illusion. It was undeniably real. Kakashi. A voice, peculiar in tone, echoed before him. But it was merely sound. No trace of a ninja could be found. Come out. Kakashi spoke in a low voice, calmly raising a finger to his eyes. His left eye, which had remained shut, opened to reveal the Sharingan, its tomo slowly rotating. Kakashi, it's been a long time. A boy from the Uchiha clan, adorned with goggles and with one eye tightly closed, materialized within Kakashi's line of sight. Yes, it was Uchiha Obito, the Obito of his youth. Obito. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the half-phantasmal figure that could only be seen through the lens of the Sharingan. This was not a living being. He knew that for certain. So, was this truly Obito's spirit, returned to seek him out? Kakashi, listen to me. I'm not dead. I was taken away. My soul was ensnared by a mass of white substance that I could not break free from. Obito's lone remaining eye wept as he recounted how he had been abducted, ensnared by white zetsu, when suddenly, a web-like root of white emerged, attempting to drag his soul away. In the midst of this unexpected assault, Obito struggled desperately, and Kakashi watched as the roots quickly ensnared him, leaving only half of his face and that blood-red Sharingan visible. Unable to contain himself, Kakashi shouted, Obito. In a swift motion, Kakashi activated his Sharingan, shifting into the kaleidoscopic form and instantly initiating the space-time transfer technique. Kemui. The distorted space whisked away the white roots, causing Obito to collapse weakly onto the ground. Kakashi, having used Kemui, felt utterly drained, collapsing to the floor, his fingers pressed against his eyes as he gasped for breath. Yet, just as he believed Obito was safe and prepared to rise and approach, a sudden sharp pain shot through his eye, and blood tears streamed down from the Sharingan. Kakashi himself succumbed to the intense agony in his eyes and head, collapsing to the ground. Completion. Alo raised his hand and snapped his fingers, causing the soul of Obito on the ground to vanish without a trace. He achieved a new milestone, a grateful gift from Kakashi, earning a reward of 500 points. The points were credited, marking a significant accomplishment. Although the ocular space was damaged, it would undergo automatic restoration, expected to fully recover within 5 days. Izuna approached Kakashi to examine the Sharingan, able to ascertain the nature of its condition. Damage to the Sharingan was not uncommon in the past, however. Receiving such an overwhelming explosive gift that obliterated the ocular space was truly unprecedented, particularly as no space-related kaleidoscopes had manifested at that time. The restoration of this unique illusionary space was merely a matter of time. Let us depart, for dawn is approaching. In the future, I will trouble you, ancestor. To keep an eye on my brother, I must also seek out Orochimaru. Alo glanced at the time. It was still the dead of night. However, there was no necessity for him to linger in Konoha any longer. Returning to his body sooner would allow him to enter the chi refining stage earlier, thus enabling him to begin his exploration of the power system within this world. Currently, he possessed 2,501 points. Although the price for acquiring the Flying Thunder God technique was not visible, the system had repeatedly indicated that the value of items in this world was lower than that of cultivation, suggesting he would likely be able to afford it. Stay safe over there. If you can still use it, do so when necessary. Right now, my only concern is being able to emerge for a stroll after my training. Everything else is of little consequence, he said. Izuna reached out to embrace Aloe, carrying the child to the crest of Hokage Rock, where they gazed down at the nocturnal village of Konoha. A wave of concern washed over her regarding the boy's situation outside. Would he face hardships? Would he be harmed? Could Orochimaru truly be trusted? Furthermore, would the fragile body of the child fall ill? Such myriad questions plagued her thoughts. Illusions and ocular techniques were of no concern to him at this moment. Although he was uncertain how Aloe had managed to utilize them, he resolved to allow the child to employ them freely in times of danger. As the child's ancestor, he felt a sense of duty to offer him some protection, validating his role in this ancestral lineage. I will grow up healthy and safe, and I promise to visit you and my brother often. I am not deceiving you. I must take my leave now. I entrust my brother to your care. Aloe nodded, extending his hand to embrace Izuna. It was as if he would never return, which was rather exaggerated. This sorrowful separation left one wondering whether their reunion in a day or two would be awkward. Chapter 28. Healing the Body. A robust health in the ominous underground base. Orochimaru stood before a machine, holding the latest examination report, his gaze shifting between the report and the child lying before him. The data was dismal, to say the least. With such a frail body, not only was the activation of the Sharingan impossible, but even chakra extraction was unfeasible. It was no wonder that Danzo's expression had been so peculiar when he insisted on a personal examination for reassurance. This body was not merely inadequate for a ninja. It held no promise from the very beginning. Had this value improved? A finger appeared before Orochimaru, pointing to a specific datum on the report. From that finger, a spectral figure gradually became clearer, at least within Orochimaru's line of sight. Aloe manifested in this manner. Welcome home, my dear child. Orochimaru paused momentarily, then smiled, reaching out to stroke the slightly tousled hair of the charming young boy. Truly, what a delightful youth. Home. Although it seemed that acquiescing at this moment would bring you greater joy, I must emphasize that my true home is wherever my brother resides. Aloe observed Orochimaru's cheerful laughter and, after a moment of earnest contemplation, decided to elucidate the circumstances at hand. It is of no concern. Once you have grown stronger, you may bring your brother over as well. For a mischievous child with potential, Orochimaru considered himself perpetually lenient, which only served to amplify his delight. Let us assess the situation, he mused. For now, remaining there is the safest option. Although Konoha has its shortcomings, it currently safeguards the last remnants of the Uchiha clan, ensuring that other villages will not lay claim to them. Aloe shook his head, unwilling to instigate significant changes regarding Sasuke's situation. His own perceived uselessness had been taken away. And although Danzo was infuriated, the matter ultimately did not involve substantial interests, thus it would not escalate into a major incident. However, Sasuke was different. Since the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke had become widely recognized as the last survivor of his family, a poignant emblem of the past within Konoha. Tsunade of the Senju clan, Naruto of the Uzumaki clan, and Sasuke of the Uchiha clan. Evidently, each family had been reduced to but one heir. Fear not. As long as one perseveres, the grievances and feelings of resentment shall eventually find their resolution. Orochimaru raised his hand, only to place it upon the small head, regrettably failing to manifest a tangible touch. He could see the child, but his fingers ultimately grasped at nothingness, attempting to offer some solace. The sudden void caused the emotions he had intended to cultivate to dissipate. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he approached the mobile hospital bed, ruffling the boy's hair a couple of times until he felt satisfied. Help me find a place rich in spiritual energy, a location abundant in natural forces. Here in Konoha, I can only maintain a frail state. Now that I have departed, it is time to harness the power of spiritual cultivation to restore my health. As Aloe observed Orochimaru's condition, he floated nearby, chuckling heartily. However, after the laughter subsided, it was time to attend to pressing matters. What else was needed? Perhaps a restorative solution for the body. Would nutrient fluid or a nutrient chamber suffice? Orochimaru possessed a plethora of research materials and directions, particularly in the realms of physical enhancement and restoration. He had an abundance of resources at his disposal. If feasible, acquiring a container without limitations to immerse in nutrient fluid could expedite the recovery process. Aloe contemplated for a moment. The nutrient solution should be utilized, as it could also save a portion of the process of extracting and transforming energy. With a clear objective and after careful arrangements by Orochimaru, as the first light of dawn broke, Aloe found himself deep within a forest rich with the essence of wood. returning to his body to commence a new phase of cultivation. The soul, cultivation. Standing over 200 meters away, Orochimaru leaned against a tree trunk, observing the small boy nestled in a bath, rapidly absorbing the surrounding energy. A smile gradually spread across his lips, and his serpent-like eyes brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Lord Orochimaru, Uchiha Luo's body will undoubtedly recover. A child with white hair stood beside Orochimaru, gazing at the distant boy, his heart a tumult of exhilaration, expectation, and melancholy. His own body was robust, ideally suited to be what Lord Orochimaru required. Yet, he was afflicted by a hereditary illness, diminishing his potential to devote himself to Lord Orochimaru. In that moment, he felt a profound uncertainty regarding his own worth. Suddenly, Lord Orochimaru expressed a keen interest in the Uchiha of Konoha, even daring to venture there yesterday to personally bring back this boy. He felt elated. Lord Orochimaru had finally found a favored vessel. However, the data gathered upon their return cast a pall over his spirits. This young Uchiha's health was alarmingly poor, to the extent that he could not cultivate or become a ninja. Fortunately, there was still hope, though he was uncertain of the particulars. Lord Orochimaru had assured him that this young Uchiha's body could be repaired, and he chose to place his faith in Lord Orochimaru's judgment. As long as the body could be restored, allowing for cultivation and growth in strength, it would fulfill Lord Orochimaru's desires. Junmaru, you are a good child. Orochimaru extended his hand, gently ruffling Junmaru's soft hair, easing the tension that had previously enveloped him. In the past, he had primarily sought vessels, but now circumstances had shifted. He witnessed the child, brimming with wonder, genuinely harnessing the power of the soul to gradually transform that frail shell into one of health. This power, this direction of growth and cultivation, was precisely what he cherished and desired. He was certain his research was on the right track. As long as the direction was correct, all negative states of the body could be alleviated, ensuring he remained at the pinnacle of strength eternally. In stark contrast to Orochimaru's excitement, Aloe, immersed in the nutrient solution, felt an overwhelming urge to voice his grievances. Thus, he did. System, let us speak candidly. Most of the materials I procured are related to cultivation, not physical enhancement. Is that accurate? Aloe gazed at his remarkable physical prowess, surpassing that of his peers. Despite having yet to embark on any training, merely restoring his health seemed rather excessive. The harmonious integration of chi cultivation and physical refinement is essential for optimal growth. Fear not, dear host, for even if one chooses the path of physical cultivation, it shall not render you a muscle-bound figure, as you lack the requisite attributes. The system, rather disdainfully, dispensed this information, cautioning its host against overthinking. The strength of his physique, exceeding that of ordinary contemporaries, is indeed a natural state. The system assures that even its most affordably priced materials are far from inferior. Chapter 29. Sharingan and Flying Thunder God. The host has successfully ascended to the chi refinement stage, and the resources for cultivation in the current world have become accessible, allowing the host to transform energy directions at will. Upon Aloe's entrance into the chi refinement stage, the system provided a somewhat standard notification. A healthy body truly brings about a sense of well-being. Rising from the bath, Aloe stretched lazily, thoroughly content with his current physical condition. Chakra, Sharingan, Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, ocular techniques, and sage arts. He was ready to commence his training. Orochimaru, behold, my body has fully regained its health. Aloe leaped from the bath, clad only in loose trousers, and performed a series of martial arts movements before joyfully turning to greet the approaching Orochimaru. His swift recovery of health was largely attributable to Orochimaru's pivotal role. Not only had he extricated him from the confines of Konoha, but he had also discovered this splendid location and provided an ample supply of nourishing liquid. Having just regained his strength, it was imperative that he avoided exposure to the chill. Orochimaru removed his coat and draped it over Aloe's shoulders, effortlessly lifting the rejuvenated boy, who had even grown a tad taller, and began to carry him back, cradled in one arm. Indeed, Aloe's body had regained its vitality. Yet this mischievous lad seemed oblivious to the need for caution, practicing his punches against the brisk wind right after emerging from the nutrient-filled barrel. It appeared that there would be much to teach in the days to come. Orochimaru, I am no longer a child. I am now, well, I am 9 years old. Previously, Aloe was frail, often being carried or supported while walking, and he did not perceive any discomfort in that. However, now that his health has significantly improved, he finds it rather unsettling that Orochimaru continues to treat him like a child, effortlessly lifting him with one hand as they journey onward. It evokes a lingering question. Is this how Orochimaru nurtures all the children he adopts? A 9-year-old child. Orochimaru paused momentarily, then a broader smile graced his lips. He had assumed there was more to be said. After all, at 9, one is still very much a child. Thus, he willingly allowed himself to be taken back, to be gradually raised. They say he is no longer a child, yet he feels fatigued and longs for a restful slumber. Upon returning, he yearns for a spacious, immaculate room, a soft, comfortable bed, and delectable food. Alo was momentarily taken aback, gazing into the gentle depths of Orochimaru's eyes, which revealed an unexpected tenderness. He weakly murmured his desires for the kind of life he wished to lead. Once Orochimaru carried him back to the underground base, the child had already succumbed to slumber. This time, the restoration of his body took a day and a half, and now night had fallen. After Alo drifted into sleep, his spirit swiftly departed, making its way towards the Uchiha residence. Sasuke, how could you possibly forego dinner? Alo returned to the Uchiha residence, observing Sasuke, who was lost in thought beneath the eaves, and taking in the arrangement of the household. He felt certain about the current situation. Alo. Sasuke lifted his gaze, noticing the presence of Alo before him, sensing that something had changed. Had he grown taller? Sasuke, why don't you go have your meal first? I shall return to my room to set up a location device. It will be more convenient for future visits. After you have eaten and returned to rest, I will speak with you further. Alo gestured towards the room, urging Sasuke to have dinner first, before he retreated into the house to tidy up. The bedroom remained as it had been, and upon entering, he sat down on the floor, beginning his search for the learning scrolls to acquire the Flying Thunder God technique. In this world, all items were represented as individual sealed scroll icons. System, do you even sell the sage body of wood release? Alo gazed upon the $1 million scroll of the wood release immortal body fusion, contemplating that merely observing it sufficed. He preferred to seek out more affordable options, those that could be learned rather than the immediate potency of a finished fusion. The scroll for the multiple shadow clone technique was priced at a mere 300 points, undeniably economical. Awakening the Sharingan cost 500 points, instantly rendering the concept of bloodline limits seemingly trivial. The scroll for the 8 Gates of Might was available for 100 points. Yet, it was understandable. Without sufficient rigorous training, comprehension and application were not synonymous. Activating would release required 1,000 points, which, while pricier than the Sharingan, was not excessively so. Even the summoning contracts from the 3 great sacred lands, accompanied by items that offered a probability of activating sage techniques, were also priced at 1,000 points. This solidified Alo's conviction that, within this system, the items of this world held little value, at least regarding learning scrolls and similar artifacts. Only those energy items that offered direct fusion and ninjutsu readily usable upon purchase held a reasonable price. For instance, the Advanced Flying Thunder God Fusion card, which allowed proficient use of the technique upon acquisition, was priced at, is this truly only 2,000? Alo acquired the advanced version of Flying Thunder God and immediately put it to use. Regarding the application of Flying Thunder God, its principles, methods for conserving chakra more effectively, and ways to enhance the precision of positional information, he comprehended the entire array of techniques intuitively. However, upon this understanding, he realized that mastering the Flying Thunder God was no simple feat. It was not merely a matter of the teaching methods of Senju Tobarama or Namikaze Minato being inadequate. This technique requires both innate talent and keen insight, learned only through moments of inspiration. With 501 points remaining, Alo surveyed the available items for purchase and ultimately decided to acquire the awakening of the Sharingan. The system interjected with utterly unhelpful suggestions after Alo had purchased the Sharingan awakening. No thanks, I'm too lazy. Alo directly activated the Sharingan, and in his originally pitch-black eyes, crimson traces began to swirl within the pupils. Amidst the layers of blood mist that enveloped him, a black tomo coalesced into shape. The host successfully awakened the Sharingan, signifying the activation of the Uchiha bloodline. A simple notification appeared: insufficient chakra. System, exchange 1 point for chakra, and allow me to leave the Flying Thunder God seal. Alo attempted to employ the Sharingan, finding minimal difficulty in utilizing his soul. However, The flying thunder god technique necessitates chakra, and he has only just regained his health, with his spiritual energy still quite limited. After conversion, he found himself unable to inscribe even the mark of the flying thunder god. The transformation was singular, with chakra allocated solely for this moment. Yet, the system remarkably facilitated the transfer, bestowing him with enough energy to perfectly engrave the mark of the flying thunder god, ensuring its lasting preservation. Nonetheless, this came with numerous constraints, applicable only to the single mark Alo inscribed at this moment. Sasuke, I have left a locator on your soul. Alo lowered his head, smiling. As Sasuke entered, he first reached out to tug, then raised his hand to slap, imprinting a flying thunder god mark upon Sasuke's very soul. Henceforth, regardless of his location, he could be summoned. The system promptly bestowed a rolling eyes emoji upon Alo. His host was becoming increasingly mischievous. Alo's soul seemed to hover in a liminal state. And as he gazed at the beaming Alo, Sasuke extended his arms to embrace him. His brother, indeed, had quickly returned to keep him company. Moreover, it was evident that his brother was filled with joy. Chapter 30. Listening to Alo recount the past, both of you, pay heed. First, allow Sasuke's body to rest in the bed. Izuna ventured outside for a brief stroll, checking on Naruto's condition and engaging in a few words with the young boy before returning to keep watch over Sasuke. Upon his return, he was met with the sight of this troublesome brat, who had scarcely been away for a day, already back home. Indeed, this rascal had mentioned just yesterday that he would soon return to see them, yet, how could one go from such a sorrowful farewell, as if facing a life and death parting, to returning so swiftly? While his return was undoubtedly a positive development, it felt as though he had been played by this wretched boy. Sasuke, can you see him? This is presumably our ancestral figure, Uchiha Izuna, a venerable elder who met an untimely demise. Alo gently guided Sasuke's soul back, watching as Sasuke, with a perplexed expression, opened the quilt and lay down. Alo proceeded to introduce the identity and circumstances of Izuna beside him. Previously, when referring to their ancestor, Sasuke might have envisioned an elderly figure. Now, witnessing the undeniably youthful visage of someone who strikingly resembled them, it was only natural for his emotions to be a tangle. What does suspected mean? I may have passed away a bit prematurely, but I am certainly certain that I have descendants. The resemblance to my youthful appearance is unmistakable. There is no room for doubt. They must be my numerous great-grandchildren. Izuna, hands on hips, glared at Alo, clearly irked by the term suspected. It was this insufferable brat who first called him ancestor, and now that he had gained some confidence, he thought he could escape the situation? How naive. Surely, the ancestor must have been just as adorable in his youth. Understood, understood. Alo extended his hand, extracting Sasuke's soul to reveal its upper half, all the while feigning sincerity in his acknowledgement of Izuna. Alo, one should not incessantly tease the elderly. It is quite troublesome to console them when they are brought to tears. Sasuke pulled Alo beside him, half embracing his brother, who indeed could return. And his initial discontent began to dissipate significantly. Whether it was a soul or not mattered little. As long as his brother remained free, that was sufficient. As for the ancestors, he could now see them, yet he had no intention of doubting their existence. They indeed bore a resemblance to their future selves. However, while discussing the ancestors with Alo had seemed perfectly reasonable before, he found himself at a loss for words in their presence. Yes, he decided not to be upset with him. He too had an elder brother, yet his brother was lost. Alo's spirit and Sasuke leaned together, two similar children seated side by side, engaging in a conversation that caused Izuna to widen his eyes in exasperation. You previously mentioned that Uchiha Obito has some connection to my brother. What is it? Izuna observed that Alo seemed perpetually inclined to bring up his brother, and suddenly his eyes widened as a certain possibility struck him. This lad must surely know where his brother is. Reflecting on the previous day, when this boy had tormented that white-haired individual with an illusion, the one named Uchiha Obito, along with that slimy white root-like creature, might indeed have some connection to his brother. Could it be that this white creature had ensnared his brother? Yet those entities did not appear particularly formidable. Even if they were merely the souls of the deceased, his brother would not be so weak. Perhaps it is that your brother lived to a ripe old age, and when his body could no longer sustain him, he sought out a controllable youth, intending to wait until certain plans succeeded before resurrecting him. There was a dark, shadowy figure scurrying about, and out of curiosity, I followed to listen. But they certainly would not resurrect your brother. That shadowy figure claimed that this current vessel was easier to manipulate than your brother. Aloe, with a visage marked by inner turmoil, reminisced about the events surrounding the arrival of Kurojitsu at Konoha. It was only after diligent surveillance that he gleaned the intricacies of these occurrences. Ultimately, the discourse gravitated towards the clandestine secrets of the Uchiha clan, particularly the ancient stone tablet concealed beneath the named shrine, a relic that may have endured for over a millennium. My brother had laid eyes upon that tablet. Izuna pondered, recalling that he indeed possessed some knowledge regarding the Uchiha's sacred stone. It was precisely due to this familiarity that, in a moment of grave injury, he implored his brother to take his eyes, seeking to acquire greater power to potentially vanquish the Senju clan. Little did he anticipate that shortly after his demise, his brother would conspire with Hashirama Senju. As for his brother, once he is found, will he not deserve a sound thrashing first? Half in jest, half in earnest, that enigmatic dark figure had once claimed that in his quest to identify a suitable candidate, the stone tablet had undergone numerous alterations, until your brother, ensnared in deception, finally offered a glimmer of hope. Aloe yawned rudely, reciting to Izuna and Sasuke the tale of how Uchiha Madara was deceived by Kurizetsu, believing that it was his will manifesting. The more they listened, the more their anger grew, particularly Izuna, whose Sharingan erupted uncontrollably. Thus, he intended for my eyes to evolve into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, only to take them for himself. Sasuke, suppressing his hatred, calmed his resentment, and for the first time, inquired of Aloe regarding Uchiha Itachi. The revelation that one could only attain the eternal Mangeki Sharingan through the eyes of a brother suddenly illuminated his understanding of why his entire family perished while he remained. It was because of his eyes. Who could say? Perhaps he intended to bequeath his eyes to you, for in the eyes of all, I was forever deemed incapable of awakening the Sharingan. Aloe sighed, pondering the implications of Itachi Uchiha potentially bestowing his eyes upon Sasuke. With the emergence of another version of himself, the prospect of unforeseen variables introduced by Itachi could not be dismissed. Vigilance was paramount. Aloe, what else do you know that pertains to our family? Sasuke inquired, lifting his gaze, his Sharingan activated, for the first time casting a serious look upon his brother. From the very beginning, he had been privy to numerous secrets, yet now, confined within the small courtyard, his body remained restrained while his spirit observed the unfolding events. In the past, he had been unaware. Now, a fervent desire to comprehend surged within him, a yearning to uncover what his brother had witnessed and confronted in the days gone by. There was still so much more to unravel. Aloe let out a sigh and began to recount the insidious conspiracy of the Uchiha clan, touching upon the figures of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, and elucidating how the Uchiha family was subjected to the scrutiny of the Umbu. During this discourse, he inadvertently revealed numerous insights regarding the transformations that Uchiha Itachi underwent before and after Shisui's demise. At present, Sasuke may not perceive the significance of these revelations, however. Once he attains a state of calm and engages in a thorough analysis, he will inevitably discern the discrepancies. Although the events of the past are immutable, there are times when Sasuke need not rely solely on his animosity towards Uchiha Itachi for his own growth. Aloe also speculated that the resentment and torment directed towards one's closest kin might indeed amplify the transformation imposed by Indra's will. Chapter 31. Sasuke, my brother is everything to me. There is one crucial matter you have yet to mention. Izuna listened to Aloe recounting tales, her frown deepening with each passing moment. All the information served to dilute Sasuke's hatred, which was not inherently problematic. Yet, this insufferable brat inexplicably omitted the most significant detail, arguably the sole matter pertaining to himself. What could it be? Sasuke had been quietly absorbing Aloe's narrative. Previously, he too had sensed the tense atmosphere at home and the hushed whispers among some clan members. However, what could possibly provoke such a sudden outburst from this ancestor? And what relevance could it hold? Sasuke, after all, remained utterly oblivious to everything. Aloe curled up his legs, cradling his knees with both hands, bowing his head to press his face against them, utterly unwilling to broach that particular topic. He was neither a virtuous individual, nor was he inclined to conceal certain information that might displease Sasuke, simply because Sasuke treated him kindly. However, there were certain words that were not his to utter. Host, are you being overly sentimental, or perhaps calculating, or is this part of a premeditated scheme? The system was not proficient in matters of emotion, yet it was certain that its host was being deliberate. Time and again, he had portrayed himself as a pitiable victim. Although those events were indeed true and had not been embellished or altered, I merely require some witnesses to affirm my status as a victim. Relationships necessitate nurturing to endure. My brother, while exceptionally good, is precisely the reason I must safeguard against certain troublesome individuals, such as that Akatsuki who brought ruin to his own mother, his younger brother, and even 2 of his sons. That sage. Alo lowered his head in contemplation, slowly analyzing with the system who might truly pose a threat to them. The entanglements of Indra and Ashura, the so-called reincarnations of will, must be utterly dismantled. His brother, Uchiha Sasuke, was all that mattered. Notions of past lives or former fathers should be cast aside. Yet, merely considering Sasuke was insufficient. He needed to devise a plan concerning Naruto as well. The reincarnation of brothers? When Ashura's will dissipated, what form would the true self of Naruto Uzumaki take? He was filled with anticipation. Host, the narrative has yet to commence. Take your time. The world's collapse will render our existence untenable, and at that point, no one will safeguard Sasuke. The system discerned the host's discontent and promptly provided a pertinent hint. Sasuke, in this realm, had received over a year of care and protection, leading the host to develop a profound concern for Uchiha Sasuke. Thus, for Sasuke's sake, a modicum of restraint was necessary. Surely not. I am not losing my mind. And is there truly a need for me to wreak havoc? If the protagonist has deviated from the original plot, that signifies an entirely new world and future. Alo felt somewhat disheartened by the system's earnest reminder. He harbored no malice towards this world. He merely sought to critique certain entities he found distasteful. Indeed, the system's judgments had become increasingly absurd. While Alo and the system exchanged mutual disdain, Izuna knelt before the 2 young boys, recounting the fateful night that led to the demise of the Uchiha clan to Sasuke. Though he had not witnessed the event, Alo's descriptions allowed him to piece together a vague scene through his own understanding. Alo, I'm sorry. Sasuke, upon hearing Izuna's brief account, tightened his embrace around Alo's arm, weeping more sorrowfully than Alo himself. Devoid of paternal protection and the love of parents, he found himself with nothing. Throughout it all, Alo had never received a shred of affection from his parents. He had often spoken of how formidable his father was and how gentle his mother could be. The same topics, which he previously believed would allow Alo to share in his cherished memories of the past, now felt like daggers piercing Alo's heart. Their actions, though perhaps incomprehensible to many, were born of love. It must have been so. Alo let out a sigh and spoke of another equally existing truth. Neither weeping nor lamenting, devoid of sorrow. For everyone believed that his existence would be a burden to Sasuke, and thus, to spare Sasuke from the weight of a liability. They unhesitatingly made that choice. Previously, Izuna had asked him if he harbored any hatred, and he truly did not, even though the system had orchestrated his role as the younger brother of Uchiha Sasuke. The reality of being perceived as a burden throughout his life severed the bond that should have united him with the couple who had given him life. Moreover, despite his frail condition, during the initial 3 or 4 years, he had Itachi watching over him, and in the subsequent years, Sasuke sought him out for companionship, which was sufficient. Thus, Alo bore no resentment or hatred. Yet, those 2 individuals held little significance in his life. However, the absence of a familial connection should not lead Sasuke to believe that the couple was malevolent, at the very least. They pondered until their last breath on how to ensure Sasuke's future would be less burdensome. Yes, I understand. I comprehend that it is because of me Sasuke realized this, which is why he now held Alo tightly, unwilling to let go. It was because of him, solely because of him, that he believed he could grow up unencumbered without Alo, but he did not wish to become that way. He needed Alo to survive. He cherished having his brother nearby, relishing in the shared journey of growth and care. Alo is the driving force behind his strength, serving as the stabilizing agent that allows him to remain composed. Brother, I shall not perish. Thus, even if I am a burden, you shall not be able to rid yourself of me. After a prolonged silence, Aro suddenly lifted his head and bestowed a smile upon Sasuke. Indeed, it was evident that as long as he called him brother, Sasuke would calm down, proving to be more effective than simply addressing him by name. Yes, Aro would not perish. He would remain by his brother's side. Sasuke embraced Aro, feeling a mix of sorrow and relief. Thankfully, Aro's unique abilities allowed him to survive. That's enough of that. Aro, let Sasuke rest. He must return to school tomorrow to address some training issues. Please elaborate further on those, Izuna interjected, unable to bear the sight of the 2 rascals entangled in their affection. Honestly, if you're back, you should discuss something of substance instead of indulging in such sentimentality. As if no one else has a brother. I have one too, and he is exceptionally formidable, although he is currently untraceable. Chapter 32, Orochimaru. Sensei? Sasuke could also learn, but it would undoubtedly be taxing, as his days were filled with classes, studies, physical training, and cultivation, leaving little respite for sleep at night while he endeavored to enhance his spiritual strength. Alo discussed certain aspects of cultivation with Izuna, and when Sasuke inquired about the possibility of cultivation, Alo assured him that the living could indeed engage in such practices. However, considering Sasuke's rigorous schedule for the day, it was undeniably exhausting. Yet, despite the fatigue, the pursuit of knowledge remained imperative. For Sasuke, the enhancement of his soul not only promised strength, but also fostered a profound sense of synchronization with his brother during their training. Thus, throughout that night, while his body rested, Sasuke's spirit remained attentive, diligently absorbing Alo's teachings on these unique cultivation methods. As dawn broke, Alo observed Sasuke rising to prepare breakfast before he waved goodbye and departed. He had spent ample time outside, uncertain if Orochimaru had arranged for his forthcoming needs. Speaking of which, Orochimaru truly faced immense challenges, researching the growth trajectories and cultivation methods of so many children, while also developing seals as auxiliary tools for enhancing their powers. Orochimaru, what shall we have for breakfast? As Alo journeyed towards Konoha, he drifted gracefully through the air, yet upon his return, he moved with remarkable swiftness. Awakening within his own body, he sprang from his bed and dashed out in search of Orochimaru. Upon exiting his room, he spotted Orochimaru at the far end of the corridor, engrossed in reviewing some data records. Approaching him, Alo tugged at the scientist's sleeve, inquiring about breakfast. Surely this scholar does not forego the morning meal? Feeling hungry? Come now, breakfast is essential. During your growth, nutrition must be ample. Orochimaru observed Alo's sudden childlike demeanor, raising a hand to gently tousle his hair. In a cheerful mood, he took the child's hand, and they set off towards the dining hall. This place, though rather modest, had been prepared with care. Orochimaru had ensured that today's breakfast would not disappoint the young one. Lord Orochimaru. As they entered the dining hall, the men and women gathered there fell silent, rising in unison to gaze towards the entrance. So many people. Alo's gaze swept across the crowd, which numbered no less than 100 individuals, comprising both youthful adolescents and mature ninjas. Most of the young ones directed their attention towards Orochimaru with a mix of admiration, reverence, trepidation, and concern. Despite their differing emotions, their focus remained unwaveringly on Orochimaru, who stood as their guiding light. The adults, however, were consumed by more complex thoughts. Some exhibited loyalty, while others were driven by greed or fear. Among them, there were likely spies. A myriad of expressions adorned their faces, with some fixating their gaze upon him, their attention seemingly drawn to the red and white fan emblem emblazoned upon him. The Uchiha clan had dwindled to but one representative in Konoha, and now, Orochimaru had taken another under his wing. He is Uchiha Lo, my disciple. After breakfast, you shall accompany him to the training grounds for some familiarization. With a gentle tone, Orochimaru introduced Alo, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly. The title of disciple was one Orochimaru had bestowed upon him, and without pausing to observe Alo's reaction, he took his hand and led him to the dining table that had been reserved for him. Teacher? Alo savored the nutritious breakfast presented before him, leisurely chewing as he fixated on Orochimaru across the table. When Orochimaru lifted his gaze to meet his, Alo inquired, a hint of uncertainty lacing his voice, whether this would be the title he would henceforth use. In truth, he yearned for a child, yet he knew such a desire would be met with refusal. The teacher-student dynamic was quite satisfactory as it stood. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes gradually narrowed, and as he observed the moment of their locked gazes, he found amusement in the sudden crimson hue of Alo's eyes, resulting in a broader smile upon his lips. Should the teacher-student relationship prove insufficient, he wouldn't mind a father-son bond. However, he was acutely aware that Alo harbored a strong aversion to the very notion of parents. You cannot surpass Itachi Uchiha. The role of a teacher suffices, and beyond that, do not entertain such thoughts. Should you dare to assume the role of my father, he would undoubtedly bring about your demise. Alo blinked, his Sharingan, resembling a jade, retracted, and his large, dark cat-like eyes gradually narrowed as he smiled and resumed his meal. To consider him a father figure? Orochimaru must truly be weary of life. When will I ever be able to match him? Orochimaru understood that his disciple did not always need to be regarded as a child, except during moments of playfulness. Since Alo had now brought up Itachi Uchiha, Orochimaru was curious about how to curb Itachi's arrogance. Do not expect any immediate results. He is one who seeks death, while you yearn for life. You cannot engage with him on the same level unless, of course, you wish to have a conversation with the Grim Reaper. Alo shook his head, firmly convinced of the futility of the situation. Uchiha Itachi, that individual has been awaiting death ever since the night of his clan's annihilation. Does he desire death? This assertion genuinely startled Orochimaru. Yet upon reflection, Itachi's demeanor indeed reflected a profound despondency, despite being merely in his teenage years. He appeared as though he had already succumbed to the twilight of life. You brought me back, and he will soon learn, be cautious, lest he uncover too many secrets. Such as mine. Alo pointed at himself, and then continued to eat. He felt somewhat sated after his meal. Yet the dishes that had been served were now empty. He thought to himself that if he was still hungry, he could simply request another portion. After all, it was merely a meal, and it should suffice. Orochimaru found himself quite conflicted, but as he observed Alo glancing repeatedly at the empty dishes, he couldn't help but be amused by this peculiar little gesture. If one was hungry, they should eat. After all, there was no prohibition against it. So why the pitiable expression? Thank you, teacher. Alo rose abruptly, his voice ringing out in gratitude as he grasped his tray and hurried to the kitchen. When he returned, bearing several dishes brimming with meat, and swiftly devoured them, not only did Orochimaru appear astonished, but the glances from those around him, drawn by his call to teacher, grew increasingly pronounced. They all harbored a singular doubt. How could this seemingly frail child consume such a copious amount of food? Soon after breakfast, the group transitioned to the training grounds. Orochimaru stood at the edge of the field, observing his disciple, who leaned against his leg, languid and drowsy, and felt an inexplicable headache. He had forgotten that the child had not returned the previous night and had thus deprived himself of sleep. Now, having filled his stomach, he was weary and disinclined to move. A test awaited, and once completed, he could return to slumber, despite his reluctance. Orochimaru gently lifted Alo by the collar and escorted him to the testing area of the training grounds. Here, they would conduct strength, speed, chakra, and combat tests. Completing these assessments would likely consume the entire morning. Chapter 33, Alo's Non-Attribute Chakra Uchiha Alo. Let us engage in a battle. I wish to witness what qualifies you to be a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. A robust youth leapt forth. Jirubo. Kimimaro, standing nearby, watched as Jirubo charged from the crowd. His audacity palpable as he confronted Orochimaru's disciple. He immediately contemplated intervening to retrieve him. However, Orochimaru halted him. Alo, defeat him without restrictions on combat style. Orochimaru was aware that Alo's body had only recently recovered. Although the Sharingan had manifested, he had yet to learn any ninjutsu or taijutsu. Yet, he also understood Alo's peculiar abilities would suffice to handle someone like Jirubo. Very well, let us establish a rule. If you are hurt, do not weep. If you do cry, I shall not console you. Alo raised his hands and rubbed his face, attempting to open his weary eyes a fraction wider. In truth, he was not fatigued. However, with so many gazes upon him, maintaining a semblance of vitality was crucial. For Orochimaru might very well compel him to confront each individual in succession. Curse be it, let me witness what the Uchiha truly embodies. At this moment, Jirubo's identity did not yet align with that of one of the later four, as he merely occupied a position among these individuals, barely qualifying as formidable. Alo's audacious demeanor ignited Jirubo's already volatile temper, prompting him to charge forward with the intent to unleash a barrage of taijutsu upon this frail boy. However, as he surged ahead, Alo inexplicably vanished from his sight. Illusion techniques, those minor yet effective jutsus imparted by Uchiha Izuna, which consumed little chakra coupled with some whimsical tricks of his own devising, rendered him elusive. Alas, it appears my skills are lacking. This is more elusive than I anticipated. Alo's figure flickered momentarily, leaving several afterimages on the training ground, as swift footsteps landed on the shoulders, thighs, and heart of Jirubo. The ephemeral veil obscured his vision, causing a slight deviation in his focus. That will suffice. Return to rest. A month hence, a test shall be administered, Orochimaru remarked, observing Alo's light-footed maneuvers. He understood that to force a battle upon him at such a time would be somewhat unreasonable, lacking in physical prowess and strength. With only a modicum of illusion and speed, his abilities were indeed inadequate. Nevertheless, the outcome was commendable, as it elicited a serious demeanor from the youthful onlookers. Strength, irrespective of the time or place, commands respect only when one possesses sufficient power. Sensei Orochimaru, this is rather excessive. I only just began my training yesterday, and you wish for me to engage in combat so soon? This will exhaust me greatly. It is too arduous for me to grow tall. Alo hurried to Orochimaru's side, his hand grasped by the latter as they exited the training grounds. He disregarded the gazes of others, solely focusing on expressing his discontent regarding the outrageous nature of the recent battle assessment. Is this how Junmaru is? A visibly displeased Moyo approached, eager to ascertain whether Junmaru could truly endure this situation. That sudden arrival, even if he were a Uchiha, was utterly devoid of any offensive capability, yet he had been taken as a disciple by Lord Orochimaru. A prodigy, indeed, until yesterday, he had been a mere patient incapable of cultivating chakra, having consumed an entire barrel of nutritional supplements to restore his health. Even before commencing his training, he possessed the agility to toy with Jirubo and the prowess of illusionary techniques. What Junmaru conveyed was merely a fraction of the truth, yet it was all he could articulate. Matters concerning soul cultivation, soul detachment, the Sharingan, and the unique state during his bodily restoration were secrets he would not divulge to anyone, not even to Shugo. This involved not only Uchiha Lo, but also the future of Lord Orochimaru. It must be a deception. The training ground echoed with gasps of disbelief, as they found it implausible that someone could transform from a frail invalid into a healthy combatant within a mere day. Junmaru paid little heed to their reactions. After selecting a few individuals for combat, he departed. Alo, who had left even earlier, returned to his forthcoming quarters, took a refreshing shower, and then reclined upon the soft bed for slumber. He slept soundly until noon, arose for lunch, and in the afternoon, it was time for Orochimaru's ninjutsu instruction. Beginning with the refinement of chakra, upon realizing Alo's potential for cultivation, he proceeded to assess his attributes. What attributes are these? Orochimaru gazed at a piece of chakra testing paper, observing its unchanged state after several trials, and his confidence wavered. Chakra. Is there such a thing as an attribute-less chakra? It can be transformed, but first, I must comprehend the characteristics and information of each chakra attribute. Alo observed Orochimaru, who was already beginning to question the quality of the test paper, and urged him not to overthink. It was not a lack of attributes, but rather that he was currently converting spiritual energy into chakra. However, due to the peculiarities of his own physical composition, he had yet to adapt to the chakra attributes of this world. Once he gained a deeper understanding, he would be able to transform it into whatever attributes he required at will. Could the original chakra attributes also be transformed? Orochimaru's face suddenly drew closer, his golden serpent-like eyes fixated on Alo. The prospect of free transformation astonished him even more than the absence of attributes. Indeed, treasures are treasures, charming in every regard. Orochimaru-sensei. Although, well, I just feel that perhaps you could step back a little. Your physique seems a bit, Alo stammered. As he glanced around nervously, the serpent-like gaze was not the issue. Rather, the vessel currently being utilized by Orochimaru was a rather voluptuous young woman. Given her casual attire at home, the act of bending forward and leaning in appeared somewhat distracting from his perspective. In a short while, this body would be switched out. As it was nearing its limit, Orochimaru glanced down before retreating a few steps to sit in the chair opposite Alo. He had not concealed the matter of his body switching from anyone. This current vessel could only endure for 6 more months at most. Should Orochimaru-sensei require a new vessel, he ought to seek one with inherent healing abilities, as such a body would provide nurturing for the soul. This ordinary vessel would only bring relentless depletion to the spirit. Alo scrutinized Orochimaru's physique for a moment, and after a brief silence enveloped the two, he proffered a suggestion. While the vessel may be exchanged, such alterations cannot be incessantly made, for the damage to the soul is profound, leading to a decline in strength. In Chapter 34, The Nine-Tails Sealing Space, a nocturnal meeting with Naruto unfolds. I happen to possess a girl of remarkable resilience, yet she belongs to the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their formidable sealing techniques, which carry a significant risk of backlash. Orochimaru recalled the young red-haired girl he had previously found, who was currently recuperating at a base in the south. The Uzumaki clan has the capability to seal even-tailed beasts. Although this girl lacks any substantial inheritance, ancient families often leave behind fragments of hidden knowledge. Furthermore, her innate talent is not suited for his own purposes. During his previous wanderings around Konoha, he frequently observed a subterranean black entity, along with some white humanoid beings, seemingly embodying pure wood release. However, he had not encountered them recently. He resolved to keep a vigilant eye during his outings and, should he come across one, to capture it and bring it back. Alo contemplated the vessel ultimately utilized by Orochimaru, which inevitably led him to reflect upon the existence of white Zetsu. The inherent vitality of wood release allowed Orochimaru, upon adopting it, to engage in meticulous study, thus eliminating the need to perpetually switch bodies. Moreover, with white Zetsu as a container, Orochimaru's condition had notably improved, no longer exuding an ominous aura. Do not wander aimlessly. Such a creature may prove elusive, and you remain unskilled, he admonished. Naturally, upon hearing about the pure wood release body, Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued. Yet, the information regarding the humanoid white entity and the black orb, which burrows underground, conjured memories of a certain individual. Zetsu, the member of the Akatsuki, characterized by his black and white form and subterranean capabilities, was known for his intelligence-gathering exploits, making his presence around Konoha unsurprising. Should Alo take action against him, there was a considerable risk of being ensnared by this foe. He certainly did not wish for his newly acquired disciple to be seized by a mere plant. Indeed, that black orb exhibited a high level of vigilance, yet there were instances when the white entities acted independently. Alo agreed, albeit not wholeheartedly. In response, Orochimaru felt both concern and a sense of satisfaction, realizing that this young pupil genuinely cared for him as a mentor. In high spirits, Orochimaru resolved to impart a wealth of knowledge to his student, encouraging him to dedicate himself to diligent study and rigorous training in the days to come. Shortly, he would have to visit the Akatsuki, as certain obligations remained despite his lack of formal involvement. He pondered how Uchiha Itachi would react, intrigued to witness any shift in that enigmatic expression. After an afternoon devoted to the intricate study of chakra attributes, Alo was finally released to rest following dinner. Lying upon the soft, comfortable bed, he soon drifted into slumber, and his spirit ventured back to Konoha. He found himself beside Sasuke, though he took care to conceal his presence, remaining undetected. At that moment, Sasuke was engaged in physical training in the courtyard, his arms and legs marred by bruises and abrasions from his relentless efforts. That stubborn little brother of mine, can he truly push himself this hard? Izuna mused from the rooftop, voicing her concerns regarding Sasuke's well-being. With no time to rest during the day and his nights consumed by intensive physical conditioning and spiritual cultivation, this unending cycle could lead not to strength but to exhaustion. This is indeed troublesome. I shall devise a better plan. For now, I will ensure my brother eats properly, and then I shall check on Naruto Uzumaki's situation. Alo gazed for a moment, realizing that Sasuke showed no signs of stopping. He decided to temporarily depart and seek out Naruto Uzumaki, while also checking on the status of the Nine Tails. Arriving outside Naruto's window, Alo circled the roof where the Umbu were on watch before finally entering the room. In recent days, Naruto had been retiring to bed rather early. Upon returning home for a meal, he would promptly lie down to sleep. Today, as he nestled in his blankets, hoping for something extraordinary, he had not yet drifted into slumber when, in an instant, the scene around him shifted. Alo, you truly can return. How wonderful. See, I told you I wouldn't be afraid of you, Naruto exclaimed as he looked at Alo, disregarding the imposing cage and the Nine Tails nearby. He leaped forward, embracing Alo, who was now nearly his height. He was certain that as long as he went to bed early each night, surprises would surely follow. Indeed, I can definitely return, and Naruto Uzumaki, I believe I haven't mentioned that I am already dead, have I? Alo raised his hand and playfully slapped Naruto on the head. Has this fellow truly begun to think of himself as a specter? No, he hasn't perished. Alo is still alive, truly? Does Sasuke know you are still among the living? He has been acting rather frenzied these past few days, even emanating a chilling aura during class. Just today, when Irika-sensei attempted to summon him outside, he merely shot a glare that rendered the teacher mute. It was utterly terrifying. Upon hearing Alo's declaration of survival, Naruto leaped for joy, then began to elaborate on Sasuke's current state. Such oppressive atmospheres are indeed formidable. Although I remain alive, it would be preferable for you to regard me as deceased. If you assert my survival, it may only serve to heighten the unease within Konoha. Perhaps it is better to rest in peace. Alo cast a glance at the eavesdropping Nine Tails, took a couple of steps forward, and casually extended his hand to grasp a handful of the chakra that had escaped from the cage. He immediately molded it into the shape of 2 chairs. Settling down comfortably, he gestured for Naruto to join him in this casual conversation. Little brat, the Ninetales, reclining within the cage, had initially intended to eavesdrop on the gossip of this Uchiha youth. However, it soon realized that the impudent boy was manipulating its chakra as if it were mere dough. This was its chakra, and yet, how outrageous. Those with red eyes are all scoundrels, whether young or old, big or small, they are all scoundrels. Be quiet. You're driving me insane. Do you believe that if you keep this up, I shall summon Senju Hashirama and have him deliver a few slaps to loosen your muscles? Aloe turned back to gaze at the Ninetales, whose face was almost pressed against the cage, urging it to calm down. Indeed, upon mentioning Senju Hashirama, the chakra of the Ninetales went into disarray, yet it did quiet down. Though infuriated, the Ninetales could not deny the formidable strength of Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage? Although Naruto was not the best student, he still remembered who Hashirama was. Ah, that naturally dark-skinned member of the Senju clan. Never mind. No need to insult him. Our Uchiha clan has its own share of foolishness. Aloe wanted to curse the deceased Senju, but ultimately refrained. It seemed pointless to berate someone long gone. Instead, he chose to discuss training matters with Naruto. His intention in seeking out Naruto was to ensure that he too could master the spiritual cultivation techniques. With that, Naruto and Sasuke would work together to eliminate the influences of Ashura and Indra more swiftly than if Sasuke were to toil alone. Chapter 35, Ninetales. I am secretly learning once I master it. Will I also be able to venture out with my soul as Aloe does? Upon hearing that Aloe was teaching him spiritual cultivation, Naruto became so excited that he nearly lunged forward again. Then you must study diligently. Training is arduous. You have classes during the day and must practice at night. However, it will undoubtedly be beneficial. And perhaps you might even encounter the souls of those you long to see once more. Aloe cast a captivating bait, observing Naruto's eyes gleaming with anticipation. He proceeded to discuss potential challenges that might arise during training. Meanwhile, Kurama, nestled quietly within the cage, attentively absorbed Aloe's words, committing them to memory. After all, with nothing to occupy its time during confinement, it might as well give it a try. It was that insufferable little brat who had failed to avoid its presence. Thus, it was certainly not eavesdropping or learning in secret. Upon returning, it would gradually experiment for the next few days. I may be preoccupied with training and will refrain from visiting you for the time being. Should any issues arise, consult my esteemed ancestor. He knows the way to reach me. Aloe had conveyed all that was necessary, ensuring that both Naruto and the Ninetales could hear him clearly before preparing to depart. His intention was evident. He sought to extricate Naruto from the confines of this seal. For Naruto lacked the ability to leave on his own. Once they had departed, the Ninetales lay within its cage, paws covering its face, reveling in a particularly smug manner. The method of soul cultivation was something previously unheard of. Now, it awaited the day when it would master this newfound power, ready to shatter the seal. Konoha, brace yourselves. Once the esteemed Ninetales is free, the first order of business will be to dance upon your remains. Farewell for now. Until we meet again. Aloe hovered beside Naruto's bed, waving at him, who was only revealing his large eyes, before dissipating like mist. After leaving Naruto's home, Aloe ventured out to observe the Umbu, who had changed positions yet remained equally bored while waiting for the end of their shift, departing in a cheerful mood. This time, he did not rush home. Instead, he drifted through Konoha for a while, taking a stroll around the Hokage building, where Sarutobi Hiruzen had left work early today. Upon leaving the Hokage building, he visited other clans in Konoha, noting that his contemporaries were all engaged in training their respective secret techniques at home. As heirs of ninja clans, they found school to be the most relaxing phase of their lives. Once home, even Nara Shikamaru, who typically shunned trouble, was exhausted from refining chakra and practicing the shadow imitation technique, lying down to rest before resuming his training. Among his peers, the only one who found home to be tedious was Haruno Sakura. In the original storyline, she would become his sister-in-law, yet, under the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that she would catch up with Sasuke. Not only would Sasuke leave, but Naruto would also undoubtedly find a way to take him along, even if he were reluctant to go. After wandering for a while, Aloe returned home, observing Sasuke, who was already nestled in bed, earnestly attempting to practice the spiritual cultivation technique. He manifested in his spiritual form, quietly waiting beside him. Throughout the night, Sasuke diligently endeavored, yet his efforts yielded no results. He felt disheartened by his struggles in this regard, but he understood that there were no shortcuts. The ancestral spirit that had always been with him had once mentioned that, as a spirit, it took over half a month to gain even the slightest sense of the technique. Thus, as a living person, he might require even more time. Regardless of how slow the process might be, he resolved to persevere, as this represented his opportunity to catch up with his younger brother and walk alongside Alo on the path of growth. It was impressive that his brother could stay awake all night without succumbing to sleep. Now, he would rise to wash up, prepare breakfast, and see him off before returning home, where Orochimaru-sensei would have prepared a nutritious meal specifically for him. Alo sat nearby, observing Sasuke as he opened his eyes, smiling and urging him to hasten. Although his soul had not fully rested, the fatigue of his body had dissipated considerably after a night's sleep. Upon rising, Sasuke swiftly prepared breakfast, along with a lunch to take to school. During his flurry of activity, Izuna approached Alo. "Hey, have you become a disciple?" Izuna had always been present, but most of the time he quietly trained in Sasuke's vicinity. Now, upon hearing a change in address, he curiously inquired about the relationship between Alo and Orochimaru. "Teacher, that title is not to be used lightly. Can the infamous Orochimaru truly instruct Alo in his training?" "Indeed, Teacher Orochimaru is quite remarkable. He possesses a wealth of knowledge." Alo lingered outside the kitchen, engaging in conversation with Izuna, simultaneously allowing Sasuke to eavesdrop. Concerning Orochimaru, devoid of the obsession with the Sharingan, he could indeed be an exceptional mentor. What matters is the utility of his teachings. A commendable teacher embodies not only knowledge but also a spectrum of behaviors, preferences, and habits. One must possess the discernment to differentiate between commendable practices and those best left unlearned. Occasionally, I wander to secluded places where I have heard whispers of Orochimaru's name. It appears he has a penchant for conducting ninja experiments. Izuna, having heard of him, harbors a rather unfavorable impression of Orochimaru. Nevertheless, he trusts that Alo is astute enough not to adopt any detrimental habits. As for the ninja experiments, one must trace their origins back to Senju Tobirama. The various projects initiated by Orochimaru-sensei were derived from fragments of documentation bequeathed by the second Hokage. Alo, disregarding the disdainful gaze of Izuna, began to recount the information he had gathered. He spoke of the forbidden techniques such as the Edo Tensei and the impure world reincarnation, as well as the experiments and cultivation attempts related to the bloodline limits. Naturally, he did not omit the experimental projects specifically devised to combat the Uchiha clan. In essence, the notion of ninja experimentation was initiated by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, during a time when numerous ninjas and civilians met their untimely demise. However, in the records, all individuals subjected to experimentation were labeled as enemies or traitors. Ultimately, the narrative was dictated by Tobirama, and the truth of the matter rested upon his words. Yet, the fact that Tobirama had once laid hands on certain living or deceased members of the Uchiha clan would be a topic for future discussions when the time came to confront him. The wretched Senju clan, the detestable Tobirama, how dare he subject his brother's corpse to examination and experimentation? Izuna harbored little regard for the other members of the Uchiha clan remaining in Konoha, as they were the very ones who betrayed his brother. Nevertheless, he was taken aback when Alo mentioned his brother. It turned out that the body subjected to post-mortem examination and analysis by Tobirama included none other than his brother, Uchiha Madara. This revelation ignited a furious spark within Izuna, compelling him to envision tearing Tobirama apart upon his return from the afterlife. Oh, there exists a technique known as Edo Tensei. He resolved to diligently train, so that one day he could utilize this technique to bring Tobirama back, extracting his very soul to obliterate it completely. Chapter 36. Orochimaru is dead, killed by Uchiha Itachi. Kamaru, I am so weary. Please, do not push your luck. Alo stepped on Junmaru's arm twice, urging him to keep his distance. Having resided in Orochimaru's lair for nearly a week, he had become quite familiar with Junmaru. On yet another morning, as Orochimaru had commanded Junmaru to ensure Alo rose early for breakfast and training, the reluctant Alo, who wished to linger in bed, found himself abruptly roused as Junmaru entered and pulled the covers away. The previous day, Junmaru had attempted to coax him gently, but regrettably, the effort proved futile. Hence, in a display of cleverness, Junmaru chose silence today, opting instead to lift Aloe and toss him into the bathtub filled with water. Your current tasks, Aloe, are to rise, have breakfast, and engage in this morning's ninjutsu lessons. Junmaru proclaimed as he tossed the younger Aloe into the tub, then thoughtfully retrieved a towel while outlining the day's agenda. Junmaru, do you realize that you now resemble a butler, much like the chatty old steward from a story? Aloe turned over in the bathtub, shaking the water from his hair, and stood up to receive the towel he had brought. He shot a glare at Junmaru, recalling the children's storybooks he had perused over the past few days. Despite the young master's antics, the old butler remained unflappable, dutifully executing the head of the household's directives, supervising, and devising various methods to ensure the mischievous young master completed his academic tasks. This absurd sense of immersion, Junmaru mused, was quite enough. There was no need to be so obedient. Lord Orochimaru had mentioned before leaving that upon his return, the requisite study tasks could be adjusted, potentially tripling in volume. Junmaru observed as Aloe, wrapped in a towel, proceeded to brush his teeth while he stood at the door, relaying the tasks and authority bestowed upon him by Orochimaru. Thus, whether it was the foundational quantity of study or a multiplied amount, it was up to him, the temporary steward, to decide. The playful young master, no matter how many thoughts he harbored, would ultimately fulfill his daily academic obligations under the butler's watchful eye. He found such stories quite delightful. Though he felt the butler's image was too aged, a younger replacement would be more fitting. You should tone it down a bit, he thought. With Orochimaru having gone to the Akatsuki, and despite the lack of evidence, I sensed something amiss. Given Uchiha Itachi's temperament, he may have already cast a genjutsu with that penetrating gaze after brushing his teeth and washing his face. Aloe dressed himself and, alongside Junmaru, made their way to the dining hall. As they walked, he glanced at Junmaru, who wore a dazed expression yet bore a hint of amusement in his eyes, prompting Aloe to remind him to prepare a bit more. Having abducted the last scion of the Uchiha clan, even if deemed a failure, Itachi Uchiha could not remain passive. Thus, one could only hope that Orochimaru would not suffer grievous injuries. Should his soul sustain further damage, his leisurely days would come to an abrupt halt. Achievement unlocked. Itachi Uchiha's Wrathful Serpent Slayer. Reward, 2,500 points. Achievement unlocked. Orochimaru's Initial Brush with Death. Reward, 2,500 points. In the early morning, Aluo had just remarked that Orochimaru might be in for some misfortune. Consequently, that very evening, during dinner, an achievement was unlocked. Astoundingly, two were unlocked at once. It appears that Itachi Uchiha has slain Orochimaru. Although Aluo had anticipated that something might go awry, he never imagined that Orochimaru would fall so effortlessly before Itachi. Nevertheless, death is death. While others may not return from their demise, Orochimaru possesses the means to survive. However, the pressing question remains, where is Orochimaru's soul? Junmaru. The cursed seal. Forget it. I shall seek it out myself. Aloe gazed at Junmaru, who was waiting for him to fall asleep, with a profound melancholy in his eyes. He blinked softly and gestured for him to crouch down. What is it? Junmaru thought to himself that this young master seemed particularly obedient today, diligently engaging in his studies. Thus, upon being beckoned, he did not inquire further and settled down before Aloe. Orochimaru has been slain by Itachi Uchiha. Aloe's fingers pressed upon Junmaru's cursed seal, and the ensuing words caused Junmaru's chakra to spiral out of control in an instant. Merely this revelation sent Junmaru into a state of mental disarray, his bones piercing through his skin, transforming him into a spiny creature of bone. Indeed, it appears that the safest haven he could conceive was right here with you. Ignoring the surrounding bone spurs, Arrow channeled chakra through his fingers, unlocking the cursed seal upon Kimamaro's neck. The chakra then transformed into spiritual energy, resembling a rope that penetrated deeply, seizing Orochimaru's soul and forcibly extracting it. You little brat, you have led me into this predicament. Orochimaru emerged, his soul in a somewhat weakened state, yet it did not hinder him from raising his hand to give Arrow a couple of light taps on the head. After all the prior discussion about how Itachi Uchiha had supposedly chosen to let Arrow meet his demise, the reality was starkly different. He merely remarked that although Arrow's physique was indeed frail, he was obedient, understanding, and endearing, often expressing how much he cherished his teacher. However, in a sudden surge of chakra, Itachi unleashed Susanoo, ensnaring him and piercing him multiple times with his sword. Had he not been prepared in advance, he might have truly met the Grim Reaper in the afterlife. I told you not to provoke him. Why did you insist on taunting him? Aloe cast a glance at the soul of Orochimaru, which appeared neither fully human nor entirely serpentine, and this time he genuinely felt troubled. Who is Uchiha Itachi? The one who obliterated the Uchiha clan? Save for Sasuke, he would show no mercy to anyone else. Orochimaru's body-swapping affair was undoubtedly known to Uchiha Itachi long before, now, claiming to have seized another living Uchiha who is obedient and sensible. This is clearly a misunderstanding, leading one to believe that Uchiha is merely being regarded as the next vessel. How was I to know he would act so swiftly? Initially, I intended to suggest that your body could be restored, curious to see his reaction, but he did not allow me to finish. At present, Orochimaru possessed a human head atop a serpentine body. As he spoke, he leaned in closer, peering at Aloe to gauge his fear. Perhaps you might try taking a bite? Aloe's indifference towards the provocation of Uchiha Itachi by Orochimaru, followed by his demise, was palpable. Observing Orochimaru's tentative advances, inching closer with each passing moment, he suddenly felt an urge to toy with the serpent. Thus, as Orochimaru swayed once more, attempting to approach, he tugged at his collar and tilted his head, presenting his neck in a manner that seemed inviting. Do not seek to test humanity, greed, desire. Orochimaru fixated on the exposed neck before him, glancing a few times before instinctively retreating. He nearly succumbed to temptation. Yet, this child was different. He was certain he could not afford to indulge. Just a taste, why not? Unless you sample, you can never truly ascertain. This is an opportunity. A single bite would sever all lingering thoughts. Rest assured, I harbor no anger. If you can inflict harm, this body is yours for the taking. Aloe lightly prodded his finger against his own neck, this time earnestly urging Orochimaru to take a bite. Only through this act could Orochimaru be forever freed from lingering thoughts. Although currently, Orochimaru harbored no such inclinations towards him. The uncertainty of the future loomed. One could never tell when such thoughts might arise. In order to ensure a harmonious coexistence in the future, it was imperative to act now and take that bite. Chapter 37. Orochimaru is alive again. I can refrain from tormenting Lord Orochimaru. Junmaru weakly knelt upon the ground, his consciousness gradually returning, his hoarse voice catching the attention of the two nearby. His Lord Orochimaru was still present. As long as there was a body to serve as a vessel, Lord Orochimaru could be resurrected. Thus, despite his frail condition, this remained his only option. I did not torment him. Aloe cast a glance downward, truly deserving of the title of the most loyal Junmaru. However, he did not truly intimidate the serpent. He merely beckoned Orochimaru closer to confirm a certain matter. I returned with a white zetsu. Even Orochimaru, in his soul form, opened his mouth at that moment, releasing a serpent that in turn produced a scroll. Within that scroll lay a white zetsu he had seized while being covertly observed by Uchiha Itachi just before his demise. One could say the opportunity was quite fortuitous. Uchiha Itachi had indeed witnessed the white zetsu, and it seemed he harbored some suspicion that at that moment, Uchiha Itachi had deliberately paused to allow him to capture the white zetsu before riddling his own body with numerous holes. The white zetsu will be of use shortly. Just take a firm bite, and once you have done so, I will assist you in processing it. Junmaru was already in tears. Aloe glanced at the scroll lying on the ground, urging Orochimaru to seize the opportunity to bite down. If he hesitated now, such a splendid chance might never present itself again. It seems you are more eager than I am. Orochimaru tilted his head, fixating his gaze on Aloe for half a minute, harboring doubts about his student, suspecting some hidden scheme. Yet, with the neck swaying before him for so long, not taking a bite would indeed evoke a sense of regret. With a sigh, Orochimaru opened his mouth and bit down. After a moment of shock, his body stiffened and slowly retreated. His face, one that should have appeared terrifying, displayed not only confusion but also a flicker of indignation. The pain in his teeth was undeniable. Even as he cautiously bit down, the discomfort persisted. It felt as though some corrosive substance was seeping through the surface of his teeth. Having experienced this, he resolved not to dwell on it any longer. I will handle this white zetsu's shell and extract the consciousness within. Aloe observed Orochimaru's contorted expression, chuckling as he leaped from the bed and unfurled the scroll, releasing white zetsu. The consciousness of this white zetsu had previously been shattered, and now only a faint remnant lingered. Once the space was cleared, Aloe reached out and seized the serpentine tail of Orochimaru's soul, disregarding any pleasantries, and unceremoniously cast the entire essence into the vessel. The lifeless shell of white zetsu stirred, its skin gradually transforming, hair sprouting forth, and a rather excessively pale Orochimaru rose from the ground. Nearby, Kimimaro had already retracted his bone spikes, and as Orochimaru stood, He handed him a towel he had pulled from the side. "Mind your diet for the next couple of days." Orochimaru accepted the towel, wrapping it around his waist, then raised a hand to rub his face, still feeling the lingering acidity in his teeth. Indeed, that mischievous boy had done it on purpose. Now that his body had been altered, it was best not to exert further. "I need to rest. Kimimaro the steward, please escort teacher Orochimaru away, for I am quite weary after a day of study." Alo refrained from explaining why the bite caused him dental discomfort, instead urging Junmaru to hasten the process of escorting Orochimaru away. This day was filled with both surprise and trepidation. He truly needed a proper rest. It was best to refrain from unnecessary activities today. Orochimaru observed the mischievous student burrowing back into the covers, placing a hand gently on Junmaru's shoulder before departing from Alo's bedroom. That night, Alo indulged in a tranquil slumber, allowing both his body and spirit to unwind. The following morning, Alo once again rose under Junmaru's attentive gaze, promptly making his way to freshen up. Upon entering the dining area and spotting Orochimaru savoring porridge, he couldn't help but comment on how diligent Junmaru, the butler, was, almost rivaling a professional. Junmaru was indeed earnest in his efforts. Yet the hereditary bloodline limit posed significant harm to his body, and thus far, no remedy had been discovered. Reflecting on Junmaru, Orochimaru felt a genuine sense of regret. The formidable bloodline limit invariably came with various adverse effects. He still had several years ahead of him. Patience was key. "Have you ever attempted with release?" Alo and Orochimaru dined together, free from the customary silence often observed at the table, frequently engaging in light-hearted conversation during their meals. With Alo's appetite satisfied, he faced a plethora of academic pursuits that left little room for idle chatter. Following the establishment of their master-disciple relationship, Orochimaru's expectations of his pupil remained firmly rooted in a rigorous, rote-learning approach. He urged Alo to absorb as much theoretical knowledge as possible, committing it to memory. Mornings were dedicated to intellectual study, while afternoons were reserved for physical conditioning and ninjutsu training. The sole domain in which Orochimaru acknowledged his limitations was genjutsu. However, upon learning of the existence of an ancestral spirit from the Uchiha clan, proficient in this art, he felt reassured. The ancestral master of the Uchiha, with unparalleled expertise in genjutsu, surpassed any current practitioner. After breakfast, Alo immersed himself in knowledge acquisition during the morning, before proceeding to the training grounds in the afternoon. This time, he was not there to practice alone. Rather, he and Orochimaru collaborated on the study of the latter's newfound wood-release techniques. "I'll activate a basic wood-release technique and gradually learn the subsequent ninjutsu on my own. The advanced version is truly beyond my means." Alo observed Orochimaru as he practiced ninjutsu and found the wood-release technique quite intriguing. Thus, he spent 1,000 points to acquire a chakra activation for wood-release. Upon activation, he could employ this technique, although for a novice like Alo, it might only yield the ability to grow a small sapling or create a few wooden sticks. Meanwhile, in the training area, Orochimaru continued his ninjutsu practice. Sitting at the edge, Alo, having purchased the wood-release, contemplated acquiring additional techniques. The activation of bloodline limits required 1,000 points, while the basic elemental techniques of wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning only demanded 100 points each. The system prompted Alo after he purchased would release in 5 elemental attributes, as a languid individual who prefers to take life easy. "You must believe that I would never exert myself so diligently." Alo is aware that he can independently conduct research. However, the issue lies in his lack of diligence. What he has purchased belongs to him, and once integrated, he will naturally comprehend the various formulas and their causal relationships. Thus, the separation of wood release consists of earth and water. The system understands the nature of its host, and what it seeks to convey is that there is no necessity to acquire the foundational elements. It is different. The separated earth and water of wood release cannot be utilized for other experiments. Only after individual purchase can they be freely employed. Do not tell me that you are oblivious to the nature of the products you are selling. Alo was taken aback for a moment, then earnestly criticized the system for its unreliability. It understood, yet the host was indolent, not one to engage in new research and transformation. The system responded, aware of the outcomes that these tools would yield upon usage, but even more cognizant of just how unreliable its host was. I am at a loss as well. Look at my current situation. I have such a diligent teacher and a conscientious temporary steward overseeing me. This is what one might call being prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Who knows, perhaps one day they will suddenly become useful. Alo's explanation this time has rendered the system disinterested in responding. However, he is not entirely incorrect. There are certain fundamental concepts one cannot overlook. having expended 1,500 points. He still retains 3,500 and wishes to explore if there are any other items worth purchasing. Chapter 38. The attempt at would release in the appearance of Uchiha Itachi. Forming seals is quite challenging. Alo, urged by Orochimaru, reluctantly raised his hand to attempt the would release technique. As he observed the intricate hand seals demonstrated by Orochimaru, he couldn't shake the feeling that his fingers might twist into a pretzel, while he felt no particular anxiety about other aspects. The formation of seals weighed heavily on his mind. However, I pondered, is it truly necessary to perform hand seals to wield ninjutsu? Alo raised his hand to tousle his hair. Could he directly employ ninjutsu without any formal seals? After all, he believed he possessed a commendable control over chakra. Forming seals could enhance his chakra management. Why not give it a try? Orochimaru observed Alo's fingers, opting to assess the situation before proceeding. As a non-traditional ninja, he would not confine Alo to the conventional training or combat methods of other ninjas. I'll give it a shot. After a moment of contemplation, Alo conceived a notion regarding the manifestation of would release his power. Without forming any hand seals, he simply raised his hands, and several wooden spikes emerged from the ground before him. These spikes, akin in size to shuriken, lacked significant penetrating power, yet they were undeniably composed of wood. This spiral formation could indeed serve to breach defenses more effectively. Orochimaru crouched down, picking up a few of the wooden spikes from the ground. Observing the swirling patterns etched upon them, he confirmed that would release could indeed be utilized and assessed the destructive potential of these spikes. Their hardness was commendable, and the spiral designs were intriguing. The sole drawback was Alo's insufficient chakra. I shall attempt a simpler ninjutsu with hand seals. Alo sensed the issue of consumption. He believed he could still perform a simple would release ninjutsu. For instance, the four-pillar prison. Upon forming the necessary hand seals, trees emerged from the ground, taking the shape of a rudimentary wooden prison. Although the speed of his hand seal formation was somewhat sluggish, it was commendable for a first attempt. However, the quality of the wood was exceedingly poor. Orochimaru observed the manifestation of this would release technique, praising Alo for his initial foray into ninjutsu with satisfaction. When he raised his hand to tap on one of the wooden pillars of the four-pillar prison, he paused momentarily, then casually hurled several spiral wooden spikes at the pillar, which effortlessly penetrated it, picking up the intact spiral wooden spikes once more. Orochimaru found himself intrigued by the stark disparity in quality. Was it due to the consumption of chakra? This could be recycled, but that could not be reclaimed. Alo gently tapped on the four-column prison. The wood could either shatter or dissipate, yet those few wooden spikes were capable of being transformed back into energy for recovery. This implies that the conventional wood release techniques at his disposal were akin to those of Yamado. Conversely, the alternative method, one that does not rely on hand seals but instead on the mere condensation of chakra to manifest wood release, might not truly qualify as a ninjutsu. He aimed to recover one and, in comparison to the consumption, assess the extent of the loss. Orochimaru urged Alo to attempt once more, observing closely from the side. Thus, it continued. Alo placed a wooden spike in the palm of his hand, and it swiftly dissipated, transforming back into chakra. Are you certain this is wood release and not shadow clone? Orochimaru inquired, gathering the wooden spikes and compelling Alo to retract them all. After a brief twitch of his eyelid, he proposed a more plausible explanation. This is not wood release, it is merely the emission and absorption of chakra. It is akin to the use of shadow clones, capable of both release and retraction, and can even be utilized for external training. However, they lack consciousness. Alo casually waved his hand, and two wooden shuriken materialized before him. He curiously grasped them, scrutinizing them closely. He was certain they were made of wood, devoid of the agility and intent characteristic of shadow clones. However, this object, Junmaru, take it outside and find a place where it won't frighten anyone while you await my return. Alo closed his eyes to immerse himself in the moment, then produced a shuriken and handed it to Junmaru, who was also resting in the training ground. If his assumptions were correct, this wooden shuriken would indeed prove to be quite useful. Positioning? Teleportation? Flying Thunder God technique? Orochimaru nodded, instructing Junmaru to proceed with the task. As he observed the shuriken that Alo was casually twirling in his hand, a memory of someone from the past suddenly surfaced in his mind. The Flying Thunder God technique. That young boy from years ago, wherever the shuriken landed, there was the silhouette of that individual. It may bear some resemblance, yet this was not the Flying Thunder God. He would attempt it again later. If he could master it, life would become considerably easier in the future. Alo swayed the kunai in his hand, firmly convinced that he had not performed the Flying Thunder God technique seal. Moreover, he was now certain that it was not the flying thunder god. Rather, as he closed his eyes to attune himself, he could discern the location of another kunai and the surrounding environmental information. He could even perceive whether Kimimaro was running or jumping. Feeling fatigued, he considered taking a brief respite, for he was still young and had ample time to study and innovate. Orochimaru observed Alo's sudden frown with concern, fearing that he was exhausted and wishing to suggest a moment of rest. No. Master Orochimaru, have you informed Uchiha Itachi of our base's location? Alo furrowed his brow, not due to fatigue, but because he sensed the pause of Kimimaro and the presence that stood before him. Uchiha Itachi had unexpectedly come to seek out Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi was outside. Orochimaru swiftly lifted Alo with one arm and turned to dash out of the training ground. Whether to confront Uchiha Itachi or to evade him, preparation was essential. I shall take a look, teacher Orochimaru. Do you wish to accompany me? Alo could perceive Uchiha Itachi suppressing Junmaru with a mere glance, followed by his words. He was reluctant to see this newly settled abode come to ruin. Nor did he wish for the diligent temporary caretaker to perish outside. Go ahead, here are the various tools I have prepared. Their destruction would result in a significant loss. Orochimaru was disinclined to meet Uchiha Itachi, yet when considering his precious disciple, whom he had taken under his wing just days prior, as well as the outstanding youths within this base, at that moment, departure was not an option. He had initially thought it was reluctance for his presence, but it seemed instead to be a concern for those tools, eliciting a sense of sorrow. Alo stifled a yawn, the wooden kunai in his hand transforming to resemble the form of Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, which he then presented to Orochimaru. Subsequently, he languidly rested his head on Orochimaru's shoulder, willingly allowing himself to be carried outside. Was this considered a gift? Orochimaru grasped the wooden Kusanagi, testing its weight and finding himself quite fond of this unique weapon. For the time being, he intended to keep it at hand, as it could serve a purpose akin to the flying thunder god technique. Though he hoped it would not be necessary, Alo murmured softly before closing his eyes to rest. His body had regained its health, a fact that required no concealment. However, the expression of his chakra attributes should remain subdued. At present, only a faint trace of chakra lingered, signifying a normal state. Chapter 39. Uncontrollable Memories. How dare you come to my doorstep to bully a child, Uchiha Itachi? Orochimaru held the child in one arm, while brandishing the Kusanagi sword in the other, clad in a loose-fitting yukata, presenting a picture of someone who had rushed out in haste to rescue Kimimaro. Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi, dressed in a black robe adorned with red clouds and wearing a ring inscribed with, his fingers painted black and his eyes gleaming crimson, Orochimaru felt a twinge of unease. Yet, he could not afford to show weakness. Kimimaro's vacant gaze was a clear indication that he had fallen victim to a genjutsu. Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi stared blankly at Orochimaru, having previously surmised that he would not succumb so easily. However, he was taken aback by the fact that Orochimaru appeared to be in even better condition than before. Furthermore, even if he could only see the child's silhouette, he recognized who it was. Shu. The small head resting on Orochimaru's shoulder lifted slightly, expressing disdain with a murmured complaint before returning to its previous position. Alo, do not sleep just yet. We are looking for you. Orochimaru gently adjusted the child's posture, still cradling him in one arm while using his free hand to lift the drowsy child's head, encouraging him to open his eyes and observe the situation. In the realm of acting, Orochimaru had long since concluded that Alo possessed remarkable talent. Yet, witnessing Alo's swift transformation into a theatrical persona still surprised him somewhat. Looking for me. Alo, still drowsy, opened his eyes, his expression clouded by sleep. Oh, it's you. Upon recognizing Uchiha Itachi, Alo paused momentarily before curling back into Orochimaru's embrace, turning his face to rest against him. There were no tears, no hatred, apart from fatigue and a reluctance to engage. No other emotions surfaced. Uchiha Alo, you should be in Sunagakure. Uchiha Itachi observed Alo's reaction, and despite his efforts to maintain composure, a fleeting moment of panic flickered in his eyes. His lips spoke cold, unfeeling words, yet his mind could not help but be inundated with memories of the past. A small, crumpled bundle lay in a cradle, surrounded by numerous onlookers. Whether they were parents or elders of the Uchiha clan, they all proclaimed that the child would not survive long and that it would be best to dispose of him, lest he bring disgrace and trouble to Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. At that time, He did not comprehend why his younger brother was rejected by both their parents and the clan elders after the birth of his two younger siblings. It was then that he wished for his brother's survival, stepping forth to assume responsibility. As the eldest son of the clan leader, he asserted that he could bear this burden, and his brothers merely needed protection from their older brother. It had been a long time since he dared to recall those moments or seek the self he once was. It was the Umbu of Sunagakure who entrusted me to my teacher. Alo heard the name Konoha and let out a disdainful hum. He was unaware of what Itachi Uchiha was contemplating, yet he sensed an odd gaze upon him. This was quite normal, for he had perished under Itachi Uchiha's watchful eyes. Orochimaru. He cast a cold glance at Orochimaru, and Itachi naturally deduced that it was Orochimaru who had divulged information to Alo. At that time, Alo was lucid. Although the Umbu of Konoha had administered a drug to him, his innate resistance to toxins was formidable. Thus, whether it was the Umbu escorting him to meet Danzo or Danzo claiming that the child was entrusted to him, he remained fully aware of what he saw and heard. Indeed, that Umbu was a captain. You should be well aware that no one outside the third Hokage could command him. Orochimaru chuckled. He had discerned that Itachi Uchiha did not intend to take Alo's life, nor was he pursuing him further, alleviating his concerns. Hence, Orochimaru resumed his piercing gaze. His golden serpent-like eyes fixated on Itachi, laden with contempt for both Konoha and Itachi. Such a Konoha, such an Itachi, was truly pathetic. Regardless of how Alo had come into their possession, he demanded, "Return him to me." Itachi's Sharingan spun, his eyes locking onto Orochimaru as he reached out to reclaim Alo. The Uchiha clan was off-limits to Orochimaru. He must not be permitted to acquire him. What to do? The poor child had just begun to gain a modicum of physical strength and weight. If he were returned to Konoha, he might be subjected to forced indoctrination by Danzo's root organization, or worse, his memories could be obliterated, transforming him into a mere combat puppet with Uchiha blood coursing through his veins. Orochimaru feared death, yet as long as he remained alive, he delighted in provoking others to the brink of fury. Particularly, inciting Itachi's wrath brought him immense joy. Now, he lowered his head and spoke softly to Alo about the fate that awaited him should he be taken back. "Teacher, let us return home. I wish to avoid him. Although he often protected me in my childhood, it was he who suggested I should perish. I do not harbor hatred for him now, but I have no desire to encounter him again." Alo sensed the impending eruption of chakra behind him. He lifted his head and playfully pinched Orochimaru's face with both hands. This singular action momentarily stunned Uchiha Itachi, who had intended to activate his Mangeki Sharingan, employing Tsukuyami before seizing his target. Itachi's original plan to snatch was momentarily suppressed. What Orochimaru desired was the body of the Uchiha clan as a vessel for his soul. He was not Alo's mentor. Itachi clenched his fingers within his sleeves, observing the easy rapport that Alo had developed with Orochimaru. Cold words articulated the purpose behind Orochimaru's relentless pursuit of children, the vessel that Orochimaru sought. Those unfortunate children he had gathered were merely vessels to facilitate the continuous transfer of souls to prolong existence. He had no genuine intentions of taking on a disciple. Alas, he was acutely aware that Alo harbored a profound trust in Orochimaru at present. Alo's small gestures, such as reaching out to pinch faces and snuggling against his embrace, were his ways of expressing trust. In his memories, during the tumult of the Ninetales attack, he had cradled his two younger brothers, deftly navigating through the chaos, untouched by the tumultuous crowd. Before that day, Alo had been a placid infant, taking bites when food was offered, never crying out in hunger. In stark contrast to his younger brother Sasuke, who wailed incessantly. However, after returning to their newly established home, when he went to embrace his little brother, Alo began to extend his hands willingly, nuzzling his small head against the embrace. By the time he was around 1 year old, Alo would raise both hands to pinch Itachi's face when lifted, bursting into joyful laughter. Just like now, he would laugh and frolic, but only with those he trusted. Wood release was far more practical than the Sharingan, so there was no need to worry. From the very beginning, what the teacher desired was never my body. Alo exhaled deeply, turning to face Itachi Uchiha, his gaze imbued with earnestness as he conveyed a crucial lesson. One should not indulge in excessive speculation. As a once-acknowledged failure of the Uchiha clan, he had little value to anyone but himself. Chapter 40. You are under the influence of Kotoame Tsukumi, Itachi Uchiha. Though you may not desire him, he is a treasure in my possession. If you have no other matters to attend to, I kindly ask you to leave. Do not return to my home to bully the children whom I have painstakingly raised. Orochimaru, though somewhat perplexed, recognized that Alo wished to rest. and thus he too had no desire to engage in further idle conversation with Itachi. Approaching the still recovering Kimimaro, Orochimaru hoisted the psychologically wounded boy onto his shoulder and turned back towards the base, which was merely a few steps away. Standing outside, Itachi Uchiha found his fingers repeatedly clenching and unclenching, yet he did not pursue them. He was at a loss regarding his current state. Memories of Alo and Sasuke surfaced uncontrollably. Occasionally, he was haunted by recollections of that fateful night of the massacre, Sasuke's eyes filled with anguish and despair. And Alo? What had Alo's gaze been like that night? Seating himself against a nearby tree, Itachi closed his eyes, endeavoring to sift through those memories. When Alo gazed at his parents, his eyes reflected sorrow, anguish, and disappointment. It seemed evident, yet when Uchiha Itachi looked at him, he found himself unable to recall the emotion that Alo expressed. It was absent. After a considerable time, a drop of blood fell from the corner of his eye, and Uchiha Itachi finally remembered everything. He had employed Tsukuyomi on himself to revisit that fateful night. Alo, from beginning to end, gazed at him with emptiness, neither love, nor hate, nor resentment. He stood beside her, yet failed to capture her attention. Is it truly amusing to torment oneself in such a manner? Alo appeared beneath the tree, gazing up at Uchiha Itachi perched above. He leapt up to crouch before him, seemingly inquiring with curiosity. Previously, he had returned to the base with Orochimaru to assess Kimimaro's condition, assuring himself that a mere slumber would suffice for recovery, which brought him peace of mind. However, it was rather awkward that Uchiha Itachi remained there, guarding the exit of the base for Orochimaru. Once he had reassured Orochimaru, confirming that he could indeed utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to return, Alo emerged to meet Uchiha Itachi. He did not simply walk out. Rather, he had been brought forth by the wooden shuriken that Kimimaro had cast, landing in a manner that facilitated his appearance. Alo. Uchiha Itachi extended his hand, his eyes wide open, tears of blood cascading down. His two younger brothers, those he had once vowed to protect with his very life. How painful it must be. Alo had yet to decide on what new equipment to purchase. However, upon witnessing Uchiha Itachi's tear-streaked visage, he instinctively opened the system shop and acquired the scroll he had previously contemplated but hesitated to buy. He purchased the Wood Release healing technique for a cost of 3,000 points, directly assimilating the scroll into his knowledge. Although his chakra reserves were limited, this healing technique would prove to be of some utility. While it would not suffice to mend Uchiha Itachi's physical injuries, it could at least provide a temporary alleviation to his blurred vision. Why did you come out? Itachi inquired, feeling a small hand gently cover his eyes. He closed them, savoring the refreshing sensation of the medical ninjutsu. He was taken aback, but at a loss for words to express his curiosity. Thus, he resorted to asking something else. Alo, why did you come out? Aren't you afraid of being taken away and sent to Konoha? Because your presence here is a nuisance. Orochimaru-sensei does not favor you. Your lurking at the entrance of our base makes him cautious whenever he wishes to step outside, as he must guard against your potential ambush. Alo's hands were engaged in gentle healing, yet his words bore no hint of courtesy. This was due to Orochimaru's disdain for Itachi Uchiha's presence in the vicinity, prompting him to intervene and disperse the crowd. Alo, I apologize. After a brief silence, and feeling the small hands that had been resting on his eyes withdraw, Itachi opened his eyes and gazed at the younger boy before him, suddenly uttering an apology. However, before he could articulate the remainder of his thoughts, he was abruptly cut off by a kick from Alo. Steadying himself on the ground, Itachi regarded Alo, utterly uncertain whether he should speak further. Retrieve that crow of Kotoame Tsukumi for me. Alo leaped from the tree and lunged towards Uchiha Itachi. After being caught effortlessly, he made a request. The eyes of Uchiha Shursui, he mused, should be able to earn him additional points, and perhaps, on the day he acquired a pair, he could achieve something remarkable. What? Uchiha Itachi was taken aback, not expecting that Alo was aware of Shursui's eyes, yet he was utterly perplexed as to why Alo desired them. Truly, the power of the deity was formidable, capable of altering one's will, rendering individuals oblivious to their own transformation. That night by the banks of the Nanha River, Uchiha Shursui was indeed ruthless. Alo fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Itachi, his words resonating with a weight akin to a hammer striking an anvil, each syllable echoing within Itachi's heart. The concept of the god of deception, an insidious transformation unnoticed, could render even the most cherished memories insignificant, while the self remains blissfully unaware of the anomaly. The setting and characters were all aligned, Subsequent events corroborated this unsettling reality, even if his heart resisted acknowledgement. Itachi's mind was diligently analyzing the veracity of his potential subjugation by the god of deception. The village's welfare was paramount. The Uchiha clan's significance was undeniable. Yet the Uchiha could not betray the village. They were entrusted with the guardianship of Konoha. Alo leisurely enumerated some of Itachi Uchiha's current beliefs and principles. Konoha. It is all Konoha. The Uchiha clan has only Sasuke remaining, who must grow stronger in order to protect Konoha. How did you come to know about the Nanha River? After a moment of contemplation, Itachi had formed a rough assessment. Yet, one enigma remained unexplained. How Alo knew that the last person Shursui encountered by the Nanha River was him. For, I was confined within the courtyard, devising a playful method of soul projection, frequently venturing out to observe. By chance, I stumbled upon numerous secrets, including those of Konoha's leadership, the Uchiha clan, and various other families such as the Hyuga, all concealed from the public eye. Alo cast a smile towards Uchiha Itachi before succumbing to slumber, his spirit hovering before Itachi. Words would pale in comparison to actions, allowing him to grasp the truth. You have seen it, and thus, from that moment forth, you never called me brother again. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi comprehended. Everything fell into place, revealing the entire narrative. It was due to his ability to transcend the physical realm that Alo possessed such profound knowledge. The South River, with Shursui's demise, left him increasingly occupied. Yet he had visited Alo afterward, only to find that Alo no longer clung to him. Was it because he understood that the man he once knew was no longer the brother of the past, prompting him to withdraw? Alo returned to his body, disdainfully pushing away Itachi Uchiha's hand and leaping to the ground to sit against the tree trunk. He was reluctant to speak the truth. Although he had not yet arrived at that time, he was still inherently himself, with unchanged preferences. Thus, Itachi Uchiha, constantly engaged in lethal missions, was enveloped in a lingering aura of malevolence, which his past self found repugnant. So be it. Misunderstandings need not be elaborated upon. Chapter 41. The control of the heavenly god is lifted. Itachi Uchiha is taken back to the serpent's lair. Give me the eye of Shursui Uchiha. Alo observed as Itachi Uchiha settled beside him, once again extending his hand towards the Uchiha. What do you intend to do with it? Conduct experiments for Orochimaru? Although Itachi was aware that he had indeed been modified under the influence of Shursui's eyes, he was not inclined to heed every word from Alo. As he reminisced about the past, certain thoughts began to alter, yet that did not imply he would allow Alo to handle Shursui's eyes. For the time being, the individual Alo trusted most was Orochimaru, whose actions, both past and present, he found equally repugnant. With that eye, you could free yourself from the control of Konoha Tsukumi. We still have an ancestor watching over Sasuke. If he were to see you in this state, I fear he might be so enraged that he would come back to life. Alo turned to gaze at Uchiha Itachi, urging him to present the eye. As for the venerable ancestor of the Uchiha clan who tended to Sasuke, that was merely a casual mention, lest Uchiha Itachi be struck dumb with astonishment upon his return. Though the conclusion seemed nearly certain, Uchiha Itachi remained reluctant to reveal the raven. Yet, just as he was about to refuse once more, Alo's spirit emerged again, his small hand piercing through Itachi's form to grasp the soul and extract it. A plethora of nonsense filled the air. One could only wonder what deity Sasuke had offended in a past life, or what calamity I might have wrought in my own existence. That I should be burdened with such a brother, one who cannot be slain, nor can he be struck, his frail body seemingly on the brink of demise. Alo's sudden outburst of fury led him to extract the soul of Uchiha Itachi, and he began his quest for the elusive raven. Throughout this search, he incessantly expressed his grievances, lamenting the overwhelming turmoil that his family brought upon him. Host, it seems you are not mistaken, the system remarked, observing the unfolding drama while seizing the opportunity to critique. The more irate his host became, the more candid his revelations, yet these truths, once uttered, would be met with disbelief. Do not betray my trust. If we discover this raven and still cannot unravel the situation, it will truly be a source of distress. Although Alo's performance is indeed an act, his primary focus remains on whether the Konoha Tsukumi truly functions as intended. The system has informed him that, following examination, Uchiha Itachi, through the sheer force of his will, has exhibited signs of partially breaking free from the control imposed upon him. This revelation enables Alo to trace the clues and ascertain that the Konoha Tsukumi can indeed liberate one from previous dominion. However, Alo's chakra is undoubtedly insufficient for this endeavor. Fortunately, The system harbors no intent to exploit its host. A mere 100 points will grant him immunity and permit a singular operation to dispel the control of the Mangeki Sharingan. In light of Aloe's previous cunning maneuver, wherein he inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique on a Sasuke's very soul, the system has taken special care to delineate the parameters this time, aside from utilizing this to relieve Uchiha Itachi of the imposed control. Any additional actions are to be firmly dismissed. Eureka! Aloe waved a red-eyed crow before the spirit of Uchiha Itachi. Observing the astonished expression on Itachi's face, he casually returned the soul back, satisfied as he activated the eyes of sure sway. With the infusion of chakra, the crow disintegrated, leaving only a blood-red eye hovering in the palm of Aloe's hand. As Uchiha Itachi regained consciousness, he was immediately met with the gaze of this eye, causing him to momentarily black out and collapse. His body, already in a frail state, had previously been pushed to the brink by the frantic usage of Tsukuyami to examine his memories, and now, having been subjected to Aloe's provocations in the ordeal of having his soul extracted and returned, both his spirit and body succumbed to exhaustion. It would take 3 to 5 days for him to awaken. Orochimaru-sensei, I beseech you, lend me your assistance. I am unable to bear this burden alone. In Aloe's palm, the Sharingan vanished after its use, having been transported to the confines of the system's space. Although he had procured chakra from the system, the recent exertions against Uchiha Itachi had taken a considerable toll. Now, extending his hand and tugging twice, he resolutely turned around and called out towards the entrance of the base. When faced with tasks beyond his capability, it was only natural to seek assistance from those adept at such endeavors. Could all souls be extracted? Orochimaru had been observing closely since Aloe's emergence, vigilant to prevent his prized disciple from being snatched away. He felt an inexplicable sense of unease as he watched his disciple intuitively grasp what was evidently a would-release medical technique. Alongside the manipulation and examination of Uchiha Itachi's soul, this troublesome youth had previously relished in chaos, yet now, he appeared to have tempered his antics. Observing Uchiha Itachi's current state, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Moreover, there was a pang of bitterness. Fortunately, upon their first encounter, what had captivated him immediately was Aloe's soul. At the very least, it was under conditions of complete trust and absence of wariness that this connection was forged. But this situation was an exception for you, Orochimaru-sensei, as this was not your original body. A mere tug would pose no challenge. Aloe observed as Orochimaru approached to lift Uchiha Itachi, subsequently following closely beside him. Upon returning to the base, he began to discuss the prerequisites for his ability to extract souls. While most of what he stated was accurate, there remained a crucial stipulation: the opponent's soul must be weaker than his own. Host, if you wish to encounter souls with strength surpassing yours in this realm, you might consider the sages of the 3 great sanctuaries, the Sage of 6 Paths, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and Black Zetsu, who could barely be deemed comparable. The system interjected, lacking any regard for subtlety, as Aloe spoke in a manner that was half serious, half jesting, reminding him to maintain a semblance of dignity. After all, he had traversed the realms of immortality and witnessed the great war between gods and demons. Would you care for a complimentary assessment of your soul's strength? I refer to my current soul, the power I have gradually cultivated in this world. The strength from my past is not to be utilized lightly. It is reserved for the event of an emergency escape. Aloe was acutely aware of the inherent rules governing each realm. This understanding illuminated the necessity for the system to preemptively assign him an identity, allowing him to recuperate for several years before achieving true integration. His purpose in traversing these worlds was to acquire skills, strengthen himself, and, perhaps, discover individuals and pursuits that might resonate with him. From the very beginning, he had no intention of opposing the established order. Even in the face of narrative distortions, he sought not to obliterate the worlds he had traversed. The previous realm of cultivation was an exception, as he was thrust into a role that positioned him against the protagonist, leaving him with no option but to either eliminate the hero or await his own demise. It was this unsatisfactory identity that prompted him to procure materials and forge a new persona entirely his own. While the process of being sent to a new world typically engendered some semblance of familial bonds, such ties required nurturing to exist. If he found them distasteful, he could simply refrain from fostering them, thus preserving his autonomy and evading the constraints of the original narrative. Although he currently bore the name Uchiha, he could easily step away from the storyline, particularly if not for his connection to Sasuke, indulging in occasional mischief and reveling in the unfolding chaos. As for the notion of fleeing and potentially facing pursuit from Konoha, he had no desire to embrace the life of a ninja or cultivate a reputation. All necessary tools could be acquired through the system, and he merely needed to assume a different identity, an endeavor of minimal complexity. Chapter 42. Not all Sharingan hold value. The overuse of the Sharingan posed a grave risk. If this continued, the minor ailments he experienced would soon evolve into unhealable afflictions. I was increasingly convinced that this individual harbored a profound disregard for life. After transporting Itachi Uchiha back to the base, Orochimaru first attended to Kimimura's treatment, ensuring that his own child was unharmed before turning his attention to the one who had previously ended his life by conducting a series of essential medical examinations. The results were not entirely dire, yet the dilemma lay within this person's psyche. He was indifferent to survival and was actively depleting his own health with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, issues that transcended mere medical concerns. He had long since relinquished the will to live, having once been ensnared in a web of controlled consciousness and thought, while the memories and convictions of his soul rebelled against such suppression. If his resolve had been stronger, he would not have endured such torment. Aluo sat upon a nearby chair, receiving the examination results from Orochimaru's hands. As he gazed upon Itachi Uchiha, his expression reflected a myriad of complexities. Itachi, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, was undeniably formidable in various aspects. However, Itachi's prowess was somewhat diminished by a mere few years of age, particularly in terms of mental acuity. This disparity rendered him unwittingly susceptible to control in the past. Yet, when matters concerning his younger brother arose, the memories and emotions of yesteryear would surge forth, resisting any form of manipulation. The Uchiha family was renowned for its profound fraternal bonds, often surpassing the ties to their parents. This intensity of brotherly affection was particularly pronounced within their lineage. Thus, after inflicting harm upon his brother, Itachi would endure profound anguish, tormenting himself, striving to maintain a peculiar equilibrium through increased suffering. Could it be that Konoha Tsukumi is so formidable? Orochimaru had yet to witness its power, yet he was aware that one of Danzo's eyes belonged to Shursui Uchiha. If such strength were indeed the case, would Danzo not have resolved all issues by employing ocular techniques against the third Hokage? Each eye possesses its unique capabilities and limitations, and moreover, certain powers cannot be fully realized unless one is of the Uchiha bloodline. Alo tilted his head to gaze at Orochimaru, fully aware of the thoughts swirling in his mind. That individual, who had the audacity to implant a Sharingan into his arm, subsequently employing it as a tool for resurrection. Truly, it is rather pathetic. Have you also utilized that Sharingan as a means of energy absorption? Orochimaru suddenly recalled that Alo possessed the ability to convert the Sharingan into energy. If this were the case, could he not also wield the power to alter one's consciousness? However, the eye itself harbored minimal energy. The capacity to forcefully transform a person's thought patterns came at a tremendous cost. In situations where energy was insufficient to activate it normally, one could only resort to self-destruction to initiate its power, and once control was relinquished, the eye would inevitably vanish. Alo shook his head, offering a simple explanation for his ability to control the eyes of the Sharingan. His intent was not only to enlighten Orochimaru but also to ensure that Uchiha Itachi, who lay in bed with a conscious mind yet reluctant to awaken, grasped some essential information. Can you absorb the powers of other Sharingan? Orochimaru pondered, contemplating the Sharingan he possessed. Regardless of the outcome, it was all part of his research. If absorption were possible, he could provide Alo with a few eyes, allowing him to observe the process. However, the Sharingan taken from the deceased on the night of the massacre held no value for him. Once harvested after death, those eyes had lost their intrinsic worth. Even if transplanted onto certain individuals or subjected to some method of energy absorption for activation, they would remain ineffective. Alo was acutely aware that, aside from a select few pairs of kaleidoscope Sharingan, the rest held no value for him whatsoever. Indeed, the system does not accept refuse. What is the utmost value? This statement piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. Indeed, the Uchiha clan members who awaken the Sharingan are often poetically described as manifesting their emotions. The more intense and pure these emotions, the more potent the activated ocular techniques. However, from a more scientific perspective, it pertains to the interplay between mental fortitude and the cyclical supply of energy consumption. In this regard, Alo and Orochimaru engaged in a prolonged discourse about the ocular phenomena of the Uchiha lineage. Emotions are undeniably significant, yet if one's physical prowess cannot keep pace, they are rendered futile. The two, one elder and one younger, deliberated on these topics for an extended period until Kinshiki arrived to remind them that it was time for a meal. They then departed together, making their way towards the dining hall. After their exit, the slumbering Itachi Uchiha awakened, his gaze fixed on the surrounding medical apparatus, remaining motionless in contemplation for an extended duration. The deity of heaven had been lifted, but it merely rendered his memories and emotions regarding his family more lucid. While sowing seeds of doubt concerning Konoha, in other respects, he perceived no alterations. He calmly analyzed his current predicament, reflecting on his emotional shifts and contrasting his thought processes. Subsequently, he drifted back into slumber. Brother, it is time to rise for your meal. While nutritional supplements are indeed beneficial, one must still partake in food and drink as necessary. Events that have transpired should be addressed in due course. After finishing his meal, Alo approached with a specially concocted medicinal soup designed to invigorate the mind and eyesight, gently rousing the slumbering Itachi Uchiha. Alo, are you happy here? Itachi inquired, blinking as he sat up, his gaze reflecting a hint of confusion. The remnants of his past lay in ruins, obliterated by his own hand. Yet he and Alo seemed to linger in a bygone era. The roles had merely reversed. Now it was Alo bringing sustenance, urging him to partake in his meal. It's manageable, he replied, though I am quite occupied each day. Orochimaru-sensei has assigned me numerous tasks. Mornings are devoted to studying knowledge, afternoons to training. And in the evenings, I return home to attend to Sasuke, engaging in discussions regarding various cultivation matters with our youthful ancestor. Occasionally, I check in on Naruto and the Nine Tails as well. I wonder if this pace will hinder my growth. Alo casually lamented about the multitude of tasks he faced each day. Although he spoke of being busy or fatigued, his demeanor remained relaxed. And every name he mentioned was accompanied by a smile. Your current physical condition is commendable. Henceforth, you must devote yourself even more diligently to your studies. When you return home to visit Sasuke, do take care of your safety. There are certain perilous soul-related experiments being conducted in Konoha, and should danger arise, you must flee swiftly. Uchiha Itachi observed the lively and spirited Alo, managing a slight tug at the corners of his mouth, revealing an unpracticed smile. He had yet to contemplate what actions to take next or what he should be doing at this moment. However, one thing he would never forget was his desire to protect his brother's smiles and to witness them grow up in health and safety. Chapter 43. Alo, he knows everything. Brother, please wait for my return. I haven't been home for the past couple of days, and Sasuke will surely be worried. Concerning your eye condition, I shall inquire with our ancestral elder upon my return. Please refrain from dismantling Orochimaru-sensei's laboratory, and also. That evening, Alo prepared to return home to see Sasuke. Yet he did not forget to voice numerous demands to Uchiha Itachi in the presence of Orochimaru. He insisted that Itachi remain obediently in the underground base until his return. Should he find it unoccupied, he would seek out the Akatsuki for assistance. As Itachi's expression stiffened and Orochimaru stifled a chuckle, Alo reclined onto the bed, leaving behind only a sleeping shell. The first time he had encountered Itachi, he had been equally docile and understanding. Orochimaru, convinced that Alo had already departed for Konoha, wore a progressively sinister smile. You've certainly changed. Your methods of charming children have become increasingly adept, leading Alo to believe you are a benevolent individual. Itachi cast a cold glance at Orochimaru, filled with disdain and loathing. At present, he found himself powerless against Orochimaru, not due to inability or reluctance, but rather, fear. His brother, once slain by their father and resurrected, alongside Sasuke, who was perpetually monitored in Konoha, were both victims. He dared not approach Sasuke or exhibit any overt aggression. Thus he could only maintain the facade that he had reverted to his former self. Yet, those events had transpired, and they could never return to their original state. Alo was merely striving to uphold a semblance of the past, yearning to experience a closer bond with his brother. This performance, which would conclude once Alo regained his composure, he dared not unveil. Such a waste of those beautiful eyes. Alo is a good child, far more intelligent than you, and indeed, he is a treasure, one that I long to cherish and protect. Orochimaru regarded Itachi with the same disdainful gaze. However, when it came to Alo, fond memories of their first meeting flooded back to him. Truly, he was an astonishing and delightful treasure. Orochimaru, you are behaving like a deviant. Itachi, incensed by Orochimaru's words, glared with his three-tomo Sharingan, contemplating whether the use of Tsukuyomi would affect Alo upon his return. Uchiha Itachi, do you comprehend why Alo was so fragile at birth? Perpetually on the verge of death? Upon witnessing the Sharingan, Orochimaru swiftly changed the subject. Provoking Itachi's ire without incurring his wrath was sufficient. It was time to discuss his adorable pupil. From Danzo, he had acquired much information, including details previously unknown to the Uchiha clan. Why? Regarding this matter, Itachi was somewhat aware. Various examinations indicated developmental deficiencies in the womb, or some speculated that it was due to a twin rivalry for nourishment. Yet, Orochimaru's mention at this juncture suggested that Itachi was unaware of the deeper implications. Because you were too exceptional. Observing the sudden danger in Itachi's eyes, Orochimaru smiled ominously. Who? Itachi's mind raced. With just a hint from Orochimaru, he had already conjured multiple possibilities. Because the eldest son is so gifted. His parents must not be allowed to bear another child of similar potential. But who orchestrated this? Was it the higher-ups in Konoha, other members of the Uchiha clan? Or perhaps, Danzo had mentioned that someone had poisoned, but the specifics of who acted remained shrouded in mystery. Orochimaru pondered. The information was scant yet could piece together part of the puzzle. When he had approached Danzo to examine Uchiha Aloe's condition, Danzo had mockingly remarked that examining a Uchiha who had been poisoned in the womb was futile. Only after Orochimaru insisted on the examination did Danzo consult the third Hokage, arranging for the child to undergo a separate assessment, while waiting for the Umbu to retrieve him. Danzo had expressed considerable resentment that a mere child had absorbed all the toxins and had even mentioned that he once wished to intervene but had found no opportunity. Umbu. Itachi was skeptical of Orochimaru's claims, yet the third Hokage had indeed sent Umbu to capture Aloe and present him to Danzo. This was not solely Orochimaru's assertion. Aloe recalled it as well, having previously mentioned the actions taken by Konoha concerning the Uchiha clan. Thus, it became clear to him that the relationship between Danzo and the third Hokage was far from the overt hostility they had once perceived. It could also be possible that other clans, such as the increasingly weakened Hyuga clan, were involved. Observing Itachi's directness, Orochimaru attempted to introduce alternative possibilities. Though he knew these directions were implausible. The Hyuga clan, for instance, would only act ruthlessly within their own ranks. Externally, they mirrored the current state of Konoha, where no one was permitted to rise above. Did Aloe know about this? Itachi disregarded everything else, fixated solely on discovering whether Aloe was aware. And then there was Sasuke. Sasuke in Konoha was also in peril. One could not ascertain the reliability of that so-called ancestor, hoping he would not resemble that self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. I never inquired. He used to roam freely in Konoha, daring to venture anywhere. Perhaps he possessed more information than either you or I regarding such matters. Orochimaru did not press, yet through casual conversations, he had long since confirmed it. Whether it pertained to hidden secrets of Konoha or family affairs, Aloe often mentioned them with nonchalance. Initially, he had wondered if Aloe shared such information with him intentionally. But he quickly realized that the boy regarded these as trivial everyday occurrences. He must also be aware of what kind of person Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, truly was. Itachi cast a cold glance at Orochimaru before lying down on the bed, pulling the covers over himself, intending to remain there. He needed to stay vigilant, ensuring that Orochimaru did not strike while Aloe's spirit was momentarily absent. Your room is on the other side, by the way. Aloe prefers to be alone. Aside from Sasuke, he dislikes the proximity of others, particularly upon waking. Orochimaru stood at the doorway, offering this reminder to Itachi before departing. Whether he heeded it or not, come morning after Aloe's return, this oblivious guest would surely understand. Chapter 44. The Will of Fire. Is it to incinerate the Uchiha? In Konoha, at the Uchiha residence, Sasuke abruptly halted his training to fetch a water cup, taking a few sips to pause for a rest. Beside him sat Aloe, who had just arrived and joined him. Descending from the roof was Izuna, who had been hovering around Sasuke, now taking a seat on Aloe's other side. You little rascal. Where have you been these past few days? Has Uchiha Itachi been behaving himself? Izuna placed a hand on Aloe's shoulder, inquiring about a topic of mutual concern for Sasuke. A couple of days prior, Aloe had suddenly appeared, greeting them with news that Uchiha Itachi had voluntarily surfaced and been captured. Because he needed to address the issues with the other gods and continuously monitor Itachi, seeking ways to prevent his emotional collapse. He had to wait until he was finished before returning. His emotions were certainly not in a good state. I haven't spoken much with him, so we must take it slow. Aloe let out a sigh, feeling somewhat troubled as he leaned against Izuna. Uchiha Itachi, having dispelled the effects of Kodo Amatsukami, was now more cautious with his emotions. Patience is key. That lad has also been ensnared. But what is the story behind Uchiha Shursui? While Izuna undoubtedly harbored a dislike for Uchiha Itachi, he could not voice too many objections, as that individual was the elder brother of both Aloe and Sasuke. Perhaps it would be more prudent to discuss other matters, such as the formidable abilities of Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui, his father, Uchiha Kagami, was a disciple of the second Hokage, embodying unwavering loyalty to the will of fire. Before Danzo seized Uchiha Shirsue's eye, it had housed the very eye of Uchiha Kagami. Aluo extended his hand and poked Sasuke's seemingly tranquil yet actually expectant face, then began to recount information about Uchiha Shirsue. Of course, the emphasis lay in the fact that Uchiha Kagami was mentored by Senju Tobirama. He was a commendable Uchiha, one who would burn himself for the sake of Konoha, much to Tobirama's satisfaction. Thus, did the son of Uchiha Kagami inherit the will of fire, leading to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan? Izuna glared in anger. Again. That damned Senju Tobirama. He was unaware of what others in the village thought, but throughout his lifetime and during his subsequent appearances here after death, he had never believed that anyone could be more significant than family. Initially, his brother expressed a desire to create a place where their family could live in peace. But that premise necessitated the presence of their family, rather than having all their kin extinguished while allowing enemies to live in tranquility. In essence, by the time of the third Hokage, the will of fire seemed to translate into eliminating any hindrances to illuminate his own family. His grandson, merely a child, had caretakers who were elite shinobi, receiving treatment that surpassed even that of the heirs of feudal lords. Alo harbors a deep-seated disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen, which inevitably infuses his discourse with personal sentiment whenever certain topics arise. Throughout his dialogue, he expresses numerous subjects colored by his preferences. Oblivious to whether some individuals have performed commendable deeds, he perceives the world solely through his own lens, evaluating those around him based on whether they are beneficial or detrimental to his own interests. Sasuke, feeling vexed by this, leaped to the ground and let out a cold huff before unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon the wooden training dummy in the courtyard. The ferocity of his attacks, aimed at vital points, cast a shadow of sorrow over Karen. What kind of treatment did your brother receive during his childhood? Karen inquired softly, inching closer to Alo, wondering if a particular remark had provoked Sasuke's ire. Just like an ordinary person, much like now. The few instances of being picked up or dropped off were solely during my brother's days off, when Sasuke would charmingly insist on being carried to school or back home. Alo shook his head. Before the annihilation of their clan, Sasuke did not receive any special treatment. Moreover, although Fugaku Uchiha was the clan leader, he did not possess such extensive authority to summon a Uchiha ninja merely to attend to his son. If he truly wielded such control, he would not have faced disturbances at his doorstep from those seeking Itachi. What was Sasuke like when he was being affectionate? Izuna observed Sasuke's movements becoming increasingly erratic and intentionally engaged Alo in a conversation about the focal points. What could it be like? Well, ancestor, when you were young, did you ever act affectionately toward your brother, perhaps asking to be held, carried, or lifted high? Oh dear. As Aro was about to speak, he noticed Sasuke had glanced back, seemingly without intent, and immediately shifted the topic to Izuna. After all, who among us does not have a brother? Surely, the art of playfully appealing to an elder sibling must have existed in ancient times as well. However, before he could finish his thought, Izuna delivered a light slap to his head. Although there was little to recount, he did mention that he would often train alongside his brother, sometimes so exhausted that he would fall asleep on the training grounds, only to be carried home by his brother. After the playful slap, Izuna affectionately rubbed Aro's head and began to reminisce about the bond he shared with his brother long ago. In those days, there were fewer games, and his brother was quite sensitive, leading to a greater focus on training. It was not uncommon for Izuna to find himself on the receiving end of his brother's punches during their sparring sessions. Yet, with the ever-looming threat of battle, the arduous training at home was a necessary means to grow stronger and return from the battlefield. At that time, he was not weak, his speed was remarkable, his swordsmanship impressive, and his genjutsu was commendable. Little did he anticipate that Senju Tobirama would develop a technique known as the Flying Thunder God to counter him. In the end, speed would inevitably succumb to the manipulation of space. Ah, the Flying Thunder God. Alo shook his head, managing to escape from Izuna's subordinates, and, under his watchful gaze, instantly appeared beside Sasuke. The Flying Thunder God technique, such is its nature. Is it possible to learn it? Izuna observed Alo employ the technique several times before returning to his side, suddenly intrigued by this jutsu. Although the enemies proficient in this ability have perished, one must remain vigilant. Encountering misfortune in the same place twice is a fate to be avoided. Chapter 45, Kaibai, I detest the Uchiha. Indeed, it is as simple as that, and then again. In the dead of night, Alo sat in the center of the bedroom, flanked by Sasuke on one side and Izuna on the other. The two faces, one large and one small, were both adorned with wide, red eyes, glaring at him in frustration. Yet, he had demonstrated the technique numerous times. This ninjutsu could not be deconstructed through mere explanation. They must grasp its essence themselves. Sasuke, your brother, give him a couple of slaps to teach him a lesson. Izuna raised his hand, only to retract it upon meeting Sasuke's intense gaze, instructing him to properly educate his younger sibling before departing. Continuing on, he ascended to the rooftop to bask in the moonlight. The Flying Thunder God technique, in truth, may not be absolutely necessary to learn. After all, even Senju Tobirama might not be susceptible to Edo Tensei. Senju Tobirama. Senju. Darn Senju. He would not be deterred. This Flying Thunder God technique, he must master. Fortunately, this ancestor does not possess a physical form. Otherwise, our home might have been reduced to rubble. Aloe raised his head, observing the faint spiritual energy darting about. Indeed, his ancestor's attitude towards learning was commendable. However, whether he would succeed in mastering it remained uncertain. Nonetheless, Sasuke should manage, as he possessed spatial talent. And acquiring the Flying Thunder God technique would merely be a matter of time. Regrettably, Sasuke currently had limited opportunities to practice. Living individuals were constantly monitored by the Umbu, and one's soul could not fully separate from the body. Even if he could learn it, he would have to wait for a time when the Umbu were not observing him. In Konoha, there was always at least one Umbu keeping a watchful eye on Sasuke, and there might even be distant crystal balls or technological devices capable of detecting chakra fluctuations. It was all right. Knowing how to learn meant that he could attempt it when the opportunity arose. Aloe should return to rest early, as constantly separating from one's body was detrimental to health. As Sasuke gently tousled Aloe's hair, he embraced his younger brother, holding him for a moment before releasing him and drawing the half-formed spirit back into his body. In the past few days, Aloe had not returned, and Sasuke had pondered the reason for his absence. Now that Aloe was back, he recalled some speculations made by the esteemed Senju ancestor. Even if the soul could travel freely, prolonged absence from the body might lead to a slight divergence in physical growth. I shall visit Naruto Uzumaki before heading home. Sasuke needed to rest well. Orochimaru-sensei had already begun researching some subtle nutritional elixirs, and in a few days, Aloe had much more to convey. After finishing his conversation with Sasuke, who lay cozily in bed, he waved his hand and dashed out the door, embarking on a leisurely stroll through the village. He first visited Sarutobi Hiruzen, only to find him preoccupied with tending to his grandson. Next, he sought out Shimura Danzo, who was once again engaged in indoctrinating the members of Root. After completing his circuit, Aloe arrived at Naruto's home, promptly leading him into the ceiling space. The Nine Tails, who had been subtly attempting to cultivate his powers, sensed the presence of Aloe and Naruto and immediately feigned sleep. Aloe, Naruto, inspired by the notion that one should express joy through warm embraces when encountering loved and trusted individuals, opened his arms wide and embraced Aloe without letting go. I've been busy these past few days. How has your training been progressing? Aloe was taken aback by such a warm embrace. However, Naruto's radiant smile restrained him from pushing the person away. Instead, he quietly offered some words of comfort before once again gathering two spheres of chakra, fashioning them into chairs, and sitting down to converse with Naruto. The Nine Tails, feigning sleep, felt quite displeased, yet due to a twinge of guilt from secretly training, it could only continue to pretend to be asleep, perked ears attentively awaiting the two youngsters' exchange on training. Am I simply too foolish, or have I yet to learn? When it came to discussing training, Naruto instantly deflated. He had diligently attempted for many days, but even when he could occasionally sense a flicker of energy, he was unable to absorb it. Try it now. I shall observe where the issue lies. Aloe cast a glance at the Nine Tails, his fingers deftly breaking off a corner of the chair he had just fashioned, reducing it to fragments. The orange chakra within his palm coalesced into a small orb of ethereal energy. This sudden display of arcane prowess left Naruto in a state of astonishment, his gaze oscillating between Aloe and the Nine Tails. It was not so much a matter of doubting any connection between them, but rather the startling sight of the previously slumbering Nine Tails abruptly rising, baring its teeth as it gaped at them. Were it not for the confines of its cage, the Nine Tails might have been inclined to seize them both and devour them whole. No need to concern yourself with it. It cannot escape now. It spends its days eavesdropping and observing, yet it has yet to glean any wisdom. Aluo placed his hand upon Naruto's head, ruffling it playfully. You little rascal. Whom do you accuse of learning in secret? I am learning quite openly. If you possess the ability, take him away from here to a place where I cannot hear and teach him. The Nine-Tails opened its mouth, seething with anger at being caught in the act of secretive learning, especially when it had not yet mastered the skill. Nonetheless, it resolved to embrace the endeavor openly rather than concede to any notion of clandestine study. If I wish to learn, I shall learn without any intention of concealing it from you. However, should I pursue this knowledge, I must do so earnestly. I expect you to ask me any questions promptly, for I still need to return home and rest. Alo cast a glance at the Nine-Tails, uttering a few words of disdain before turning back to Naruto to once again elucidate the process of absorbing the energy that surrounded them. The cultivation of the soul is not a matter of haste. One should learn as much as they can, at their own pace. However, this time, with the assurance that the spiritual energy was firmly within Alo's grasp, Naruto found the absorption process to be rather uncomplicated. Just as Naruto triumphantly stood up, ready to embrace Alo in celebration of his success, Alo had already turned around, his gaze fixed peculiarly upon the Nine-Tails, scrutinizing it intently. Do not glare at me. I have no connection to this matter. My chakra far surpasses that meager spiritual energy. If it cannot compete with me, that is its own dilemma. The Nine-Tails' gaze wandered aimlessly, and without Alo needing to inquire, it had already revealed the truth. The reason Naruto was aware of the energy yet unable to absorb it was entirely due to the Nine-Tails having claimed it all for itself. Yet, the Nine-Tails' strength was such that once it briefly absorbed that energy, it was swiftly assimilated, rendering anyone incapable of proper cultivation. If you hinder its cultivation, then you too shall find your own progress stifled. The dynamic between you two is predominantly centered around Naruto. Only when he adapts can you proceed with your own training. Alo shook his head and earnestly explained the intricacies of cultivation to the Nine-Tails. After being reprimanded, the Nine-Tails slumped back, covering its ears with its forepaws, signaling its disinterest in listening further. Let us return to our training. I too must depart, Alo declared, casting a glance at the Nine-Tails before leading Naruto away. Once they had left, the Nine-Tails lowered its paws and lifted its gaze towards the imposing iron gate. It yearned to venture outside, which was why it sought to learn different techniques. However, if Naruto did not cultivate, it could not learn either. Yet, should Naruto succeed in his training, its desire to leave might once again be thwarted. Uchiha and the like, truly the most detestable. Chapter 46. Uchiha Itachi kicked out of bed after leaving Naruto's home. Ero first returned to see Sasuke, who was now capable of training, before finally returning to his own body. Upon his arrival, he immediately sensed an unfamiliar force constraining him. It was only after he forcefully kicked the intruder away that he recognized the individual. Big brother, are you all right? Alo gazed at Uchiha Itachi, who had collided with the wall, and, upon landing, widened his eyes in astonishment. He suddenly found himself uncertain about the degree of force he had just exerted. Surely, he hadn't sustained any injuries, right? No matter. Itachi finally comprehended why Orochimaru had previously donned such an odd smile. If one were to assess the power and speed of his younger brother based solely on that moment of explosive energy, it might very well rival that of a Nin. However, it was merely a sudden outburst. Under normal circumstances, he would scarcely reach the level of a genin. Orochimaru-sensei never mentioned that when I am asleep, it is unwise to come too close. Alo contemplated the nature of their relationship and surmised that Orochimaru likely wished to witness Uchiha Itachi being subdued. Therefore, even if hints were given, they would be rather ambiguous. How did he come to know this? What had been done to your body when your soul returned to seek Sasuke? Uchiha Itachi's gaze suddenly turned perilous. It required a close proximity during Alo's slumber to uncover this matter. Thus, that scoundrel Orochimaru must have indeed done something. Regular examinations were conducted. After my body regained its health, I underwent meticulous inspections in the initial days, morning, noon, and night, before and after sleep, all meticulously documented to facilitate adjustments during various training sessions. Alo began to recount the various endeavors that Orochimaru had undertaken. After satisfying his hunger with 3 hearty meals a day, he meticulously noted the various metrics prior to dining, as well as the results from regular health assessments, accumulating a substantial 2 volumes of records over the course of several days. To accommodate these examinations, Orochimaru had significantly reduced his rest periods, a fact Alo only discovered when he inquired with Kimimaro about Orochimaru's apparent fatigue. Consequently, the intervals for these evaluations were extended. Currently, they were conducted every 5 days in the absence of any extraordinary circumstances. As Uchiha Itachi listened, a sense of sorrow enveloped him. That cunning Orochimaru was employing these painstaking acts of care and concern to gradually foster trust within Alo. Yet, This method of drawing closer was the most poignant, especially for Alo, who had long been deprived of affection from elder figures. "Brother, do you wish to sleep a while longer? There are still several hours until dawn." Alo observed the sudden surge of resentment emanating from Uchiha Itachi and surmised that it was once again due to his remark regarding Orochimaru's hardships. He shifted the blanket slightly towards the far side of the expansive bed, gesturing to the now vacant space and inquiring if Itachi wished to continue. After all, his bed was quite ample. Accommodating both Itachi and Sasuke would not render it cramped. Indeed, Orochimaru understood him best, providing him with such a spacious and comfortable resting place, one from which he could roll about without fear of falling off. "Sleep now." Uchiha Itachi approached, lying down beside him and pulling a corner of the blanket over himself. Observing the grinning Alo, he glanced at the small toys by the bedside, picked up a tiny ball, and tossed it, causing it to strike the lamp's switch. "Good night, brother." Alo lay beneath the covers, clutching a corner of the blanket, and soon drifted into slumber. Initially, his repose was tranquil. However, after 2 or 3 hours of sleep, his restless nature manifested once more, causing him to roll about the bed, enveloping himself entirely in the large duvet. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, who lay at the edge of the bed, opened his eyes. In the pitch-black room, his emotions were a tumultuous blend. He had previously been oblivious to the reason behind preparing such an expansive bed for Alo. Now, he comprehended the necessity. Had the bed been any smaller, Alo might have tumbled to the floor in his playful antics. Though his younger brother had, in his childhood, possessed a penchant for clutching blankets while sleeping, this was intended as a place for rest, not a training ground. "Your Highness Alo, it is time to rise. Will you awaken on your own, or shall I assist you?" Komaru arrived punctually at Alo's door, knocking twice with no response. He skillfully opened the door, turned on the light, and positioned himself by the entrance to converse with Alo. At that moment, Itachi, having already sensed the commotion and risen to stand by the bed, found himself momentarily overlooked by Komaru. Alo buried his face in the quilt, utterly unwilling to rise. The call for diligence and practice loomed over him. Yet in those fleeting moments upon awakening each morning, he found himself particularly reluctant to part with the comfort of his bed. Alas, there was no choice in the matter. Junmaru silently counted down the seconds, and as the time elapsed, he rolled up his sleeves, stepped forward, and effortlessly lifted Alo into his arms. With practiced ease, he opened the bathroom door and deposited Alo into the bath barrel, which had been prepared with water since the previous night. This barrel, aside from serving Alo's occasional bathing needs, primarily functioned as a means to invigorate him in the mornings. "Step aside, although you are Alo's brother. It is time for him to awaken." Junmaru harbored a deep disdain for Itachi Uchiha, not solely because he himself had once been ensnared by an illusion, but also due to the knowledge that it was Itachi who had orchestrated the demise of Lord Orochimaru. While Lord Orochimaru had managed to return to life, the fact of his prior death remained. Were it not for Orochimaru's repeated admonitions and commands, Junmaru would have been consumed by a relentless desire to eliminate Itachi. However, the order was to refrain from killing. Yet, Orochimaru had not instructed him to exercise courtesy towards this individual. Chapter 47, Orochimaru. They are still just children. "Orochimaru, is this truly how you instruct him?" After breakfast, Itachi followed Alo to their next destination. Observing Alo enter the study room, he barely settled in before Junmaru unceremoniously dropped a pile of scrolls before him and departed. Itachi felt compelled to have a serious discussion with Orochimaru regarding educational matters. A child under the age of 10, who had never encountered formal learning, should not be left alone to peruse ninjutsu scrolls. Setting aside the question of comprehension, what if something went awry during his attempts? Your brother is more intelligent than you. Go see for yourself. Today, he is learning the puppet technique from Sunagakure. Junmaru, prepare a few puppet parts for Alo and save the poison for his next lesson. Orochimaru picked up the disciple's curriculum chart beside him, checked the time, confirmed the morning's lesson, and instructed Junmaru to send over some toys. The puppet technique? You expect Alo to learn the puppet technique from Sunagakure now? Itachi slammed his hands on the table before Orochimaru, having arrived too early to see the contents of the scrolls. What is wrong? He has already mastered basic ninjutsu. Presently, his chakra is insufficient, and he needs to accumulate knowledge. By the way, remember to teach him the newly developed ninjutsu from the Uchiha clan over the last few decades. There is no need for the older techniques, as your ancestors from before the founding of Konoha possess far greater knowledge. Orochimaru reveled in the moment, Though his expression conveyed disdain, it did not hinder him from seizing the opportunity to undermine Itachi's once-renowned status as a prodigy. He is still a child. Although Itachi himself was not much older, he had long since grown accustomed to disregarding his age. Seeing Orochimaru's smugness, he could not resist emphasizing the burden of expecting so much from a child not yet 10 years old. Indeed, you are correct. He is still a child. By the way, you should be 14 or 15 this year. Orochimaru suddenly raised his hands, propping his chin, gazing at Itachi with a peculiar fondness. Ah, children. Itachi, feeling uncomfortable under Orochimaru's gaze, huffed and exited, making his way to the room where Alo was studying. Children can be quite temperamental. Having successfully sent Itachi away, Orochimaru felt a sense of relief as he resumed sorting through the current reports and data. Among these documents, aside from those concerning Alo and Itachi, the majority pertained to Junmaru. Orochimaru had always been concerned about Junmaru's health, wishing for him to grow robustly, even if he would not serve as a backup vessel. However, the information on the Shikatsumiyaku was still woefully inadequate, and historically, there had been little in the way of treatment knowledge. The Shikatsumiyaku became more prone to complications as its power increased, yet powerful warriors often met their demise young on the battlefield. As Orochimaru pondered the direction in which to approach Junmaru's treatment, Alo stared at the scroll in his hands, feeling conflicted about the various secret techniques. Host, if you find learning challenging, you can always purchase from the system. While Alo's spirits sank as he contemplated the puppet manipulation scroll labeled White Secret Technique, the system eagerly emerged to promote its offerings, which included ninjutsu scrolls for learning and comprehension. I understand perfectly. I am merely pondering the naming conventions. This White Secret Technique, that Red Secret Technique, and it seems there is even a Black Secret Technique. Alo was not particularly preoccupied with the art of puppet manipulation. Rather, he found the naming conventions of Sunagakure somewhat formulaic. In contrast, observe the myriad of jutsu names from Konoha, each crafted to aid in recalling the technique's titles, effects, and ranges. It took him 2 or 3 days to fully absorb this information. Host, focus on your studies. The system momentarily refrained from engaging with its host's peculiar thought processes. What is wrong with names? Are the naming conventions of the Hokage from Konoha truly superior? Take the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, with his spiral flash super will dance, 3rd style, or the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, with his body technique ultimate fire release, illusory slash, great shuriken, 2nd segment technique. Can you truly comprehend all of that? Itachi Uchiha approached, standing beside Alo, observing the scrolls that Alo had examined and neatly set aside. Itachi felt uncertain about the practical applicability of the vast amount of knowledge contained within. There was an abundance of jutsu in Orochimaru's repository, yet memorizing them all seemed an insurmountable task, even for the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was renowned as the ninja professor. While he could understand the concepts, attempting to master them might require several more years of diligent practice. Alo nodded, then shook his head. Understanding and memorizing was not a challenge for him. Yet he found himself at an impasse due to the absence of chakra. The strength of his soul allowed him to grasp these concepts effortlessly, but the lack of chakra hindered his progress. He wondered if the Nine Tails had considered this, for it was only when the Nine Tails could cultivate that he could borrow chakra from it, much like when Izuna had trained to absorb spiritual energy, enabling him to utilize the opponent's ocular techniques and illusions. This was the very reason he felt compelled to ensure the Nine Tails comprehended and attempted to learn. The notion of acquiring a tailed beast and creating a sealing space, only to find everything he observed under the scrutiny of the beast, was something Alo wished to avoid. Thus, after his previous attempt to borrow Izuna's ocular power and illusions, he devised a plan to seek chakra from the Nine Tails. Had his target been anyone other than the Nine Tails, he could have easily remained by Naruto's side, employing the same method he had learned from Sasuke, a mode that would not disturb the Nine Tails. Chapter 48, A Journey of Mentor and Apprentice, Alo turned 10. Orochimaru-sensei, I believe this house is quite satisfactory. Let us make it our home. Orochimaru stood atop the wooden roof, contemplating the imperfections that still lingered. He felt that it was nearly time to act. A sandstorm would sweep through the night. He decided to create a protective barrier using earth techniques, leaving the rest for the moment. Raising his hand, Orochimaru adjusted the hat shielding him from the swirling sands, reluctantly acquiescing to the plan. Beside him, Kimimaro smiled softly, bowing his head before following Orochimaru into the wooden structure they had constructed. Indeed, with the passage of time, the value of their efforts seemed to diminish, and each day brought forth a sense of dissatisfaction. Though Aloe was merely jesting, he raised his hand and formed a series of seals. Earth-style, earth flow rampart. Circles of soil emerged from the ground, encircling the exquisite wooden structure and creating layers of protective earth. Having accomplished this, he leaped from the rooftop and dashed into the house. Today marked the 7th day since their departure from the base. They had just crossed the border into the land of wind. When Uchiha Itachi finally left the underground base, infuriated by Orochimaru, and returned to the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru had taken Aloe out, claiming he wished to show him the wonders of the outside world. Thus, their first destination was the hidden sand village. Disguised as a ninja from the sand village, Orochimaru positioned Aloe as a pampered young heir, with Kimimaro serving as the young master's steward. However, as they had yet to reach the hidden sand village and confirm that no ninjas were spying on them, it was time for young Master Aloe to take charge of the task at hand. "I have prepared a gift for you, Aloe. Happy birthday," Orochimaru said, watching Aloe enter as he retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. This was a birthday gift he had prepared in advance for Aloe. Today was Aloe's 10th birthday. "Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei." Aloe embraced the scroll tightly, tilting his head to gaze up at Orochimaru, and expressed his gratitude with a radiant smile. "Happy birthday, Prince Aloe." Junmaru approached from the side, cradling a box that appeared to be hastily crafted from sand. "Thank you, Junmaru. But you truly need not have gone through the trouble of making this box." Aloe felt a surge of joy upon receiving the gift. Yet he found himself in a state of dilemma when the box fell apart in his hands, leaving only a sharp bone sword. This was particularly perplexing, especially as he observed Orochimaru and Kimimaro laughing with such delight. However, this bone sword was crafted from Kimimaro's very own bones. It possessed an admirable weight and quality, perfectly suited for him. Despite his playful jabs at their amusement, Aloe was certain that this sword was tailor-made for him. It's wonderful to have something one appreciates. This wooden sword can serve numerous purposes, be it for combat or otherwise. I can always craft another if it breaks. Seeing Aloe's enthusiasm for the gift brought immense joy to Kimimaro. His current physical condition, having just commenced treatment, rendered him unable to engage in battle except for mundane daily tasks. This identity and circumstance led Kimimaro to feel as though he had lost his worth. In his moments of confusion and self-doubt, it was Aloe who discovered him. His loyalty, even in a state of full awareness, would remain unwavering and steadfast. Aloe urged Junmaru to provide a second answer, yet Junmaru pondered for an extended period without yielding a response. The loyalty of those individuals is tainted by excessive complexities. If the ones tasked with safeguarding Orochimaru are of such a nature, capable of betrayal from behind, can you truly feel at ease? A single statement from Aro instantly invigorated Junmaru, who had been deep in thought, regardless of the presence of Kai, Kidmaru, or others. Junmaru felt a profound sense of distrust. Although he believed that Tempt Shung would not betray him, the precarious nature of Shung himself posed a risk should danger arise. The loss of control among his protectors would undoubtedly lead to terrifying consequences. Thus, unable to entrust the care of Orochimaru to others, Junmaru acquiesced to Aro's counsel. The brief period of protection and treatment was all aimed at ensuring that, in the future, Orochimaru would not find himself in a state devoid of trustworthy allies. Consequently, Junmaru's current responsibilities revolved around attending to daily needs while also procuring bones from time to time. After undergoing meticulous refinement and enhancement, these bones were to be inspected by Aro and Orochimaru. However, crafting a bone sword as a weapon for Aro was an unprecedented endeavor. "That is fine," he remarked, "but my focus is not on combat. When faced with trouble, I would choose to retreat. I'm heading home to celebrate my brother's birthday. Please keep an eye on Orochimaru. Ensure he doesn't wander outside tonight, as the sandy terrain could damage his scales." Before returning home, Aloe took a moment to discreetly instruct Junmaru to keep a watchful eye on Orochimaru. Some time ago, upon observing the stability of Orochimaru's soul, Aloe inquired whether he wished to learn soul cultivation and subsequently imparted the techniques of spiritual refinement. Orochimaru exhibited a remarkable aptitude for this practice, mastering it at a pace surpassing that of his peers. What he learned that very evening, he was able to practice proficiently by the following day. However, post-training, Orochimaru unexpectedly entered a peculiar phase of rebellion, with his spirit wandering freely. On several occasions, while at the base, Aloe found himself confronted by Junmaru, who urged him to retrieve Orochimaru's elusive soul, to prevent losing track of it. Aloe discreetly expended some points to obtain a sufficient amount of disposable chakra and left a flying thunder god seal on Orochimaru's essence. After Uchiha Itachi took residence in Orochimaru's underground base, he ultimately decided to return to the Akatsuki after being disturbed multiple times by the relentless gaze of Orochimaru's spirit late into the night. Aloe understood that Itachi's choice to return to the Akatsuki stemmed from his newfound clarity. After all, the gift for Sasuke, who could be considered his student, warranted a gesture from the teacher on his birthday. Orochimaru then produced a scroll. Although they had never met, Aloe had learned much and intended to share this knowledge with Sasuke, including various nutritional supplements frequently utilized by him, which were products of Orochimaru's research. Thus, Orochimaru insisted that both were his pupils. This assertion infuriated Uchiha Itachi, who sought reasons to confront Orochimaru, yet without resorting to genjutsu, the outcome of their encounters remained uncertain. Well, I shall take my leave now, hoping that tonight's birthday celebration remains undisturbed. Aloe took the scroll and glanced at Orochimaru, advising him to refrain from causing any disturbances tonight. There were no signs of trouble in the vicinity, so they should be undisturbed. He urged Orochimaru to hurry. As darkness was swiftly approaching, Orochimaru observed as Aloe stored away the two scrolls along with the bone sword, then approached his significantly taller disciple, extending his hand. Moments ago, Aloe had been glaring at him with wide eyes, warning him not to make a fuss, but now, with a gentle closure of his eyes, he collapsed into Orochimaru's embrace. Although he should have grown accustomed to such occurrences, it still felt rather absurd. Jumaro approached, producing a blanket to wrap Aloe in, before gently placing him on a nearby wooden bed. Once the young one was settled, Jumaro turned back, his gaze laden with sorrow as he looked at Orochimaru. Having already succumbed to slumber, it seemed unlikely that Orochimaru would venture into the realm of souls tonight. Chapter 49. A brother's birthday. What peculiar gifts are these? Sasuke. Happy birthday. Aloe returned to the Uchiha household, his gaze landing upon Sasuke, who was diligently training in the courtyard. Without hesitation, he dashed towards his brother. In a trance-like state, Sasuke, momentarily detached from his surroundings, caught the approaching figure of his younger sibling. Happy birthday, Aloe, Sasuke exclaimed. His spirits lifted as he beheld his brother, now nearly his height, yet possessing a gentler appearance. Are you truly not going to have dinner tonight? Aloe released Sasuke, who was seated cross-legged, and circled him twice. Is it truly advisable to forego a meal on one's birthday? Yet, if Sasuke were to eat while being observed so intently, it might not feel entirely appropriate either. After some contemplation, Aloe decided not to dwell on this matter any longer. I shall return to my room and prepare your birthday gift. Sasuke glanced towards the direction where the umbu had lingered, then withdrew his upper body back into himself. Rising from the ground, with a heavy heart, Sasuke lowered his head and staggered back to his bedroom. Dinner, it seemed, would undoubtedly be skipped. Upon returning to his room, he closed the door, cutting off the outside world. Following Aloe into the room, he began to retrieve the gifts he had brought back from the system space. This is a birthday present prepared by Orochimaru-sensei. This one is from me. This is from my elder brother. And, oh yes, there's a gift from Naruto as well. He mentioned I should go collect it. Sasuke, please set these aside for now. I will see what that rascal Naruto has prepared. Aloe retrieved the gift intended for Sasuke, and, in a swift motion, tucked away the item that Sasuke had just extracted from his ninja tool pouch before slipping away. The speed of his departure left Izuna, who had just returned, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the antics of this troublesome boy. It seemed he was off to collect a present, presumably prepared in advance by that fool, Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke glanced out the window, thinking that the umbu could afford a brief respite. At this moment, he was eager to unbox his gift. Orochimaru, a teacher he had never met. Sasuke found himself unable to utter that name aloud. Yet, he could sense that the enigmatic figure had taken good care of Aloe. What could this possibly be? Izuna had recently acquired a modicum of skill in simple illusions and had hypnotized the umbu upon seeing Aloe return, ensuring they would not attend to Sasuke's situation for the time being. As he gazed at the unsealed scroll, filled with various vials and containers, he wondered if they were pills. A gift of pills for his birthday? What did Orochimaru mean by this? Not pills. Rather, this one is for eye protection. This one is for calcium supplementation, and this one, hair care? Sasuke harbored doubts about the sanity of this teacher he had never met. Eye protection made sense. The Uchiha clan's use of the Sharingan incurs a toll, necessitating early eye care. As for calcium, that was reasonable. He and Aloe were of average height among their peers. so calcium supplementation could aid in growing taller and stronger. These were not peculiarities, but what on earth did hair care imply? He was still a child, showing no signs of hair loss or the need for such products, which were typically associated with the elderly. Perhaps he thought Sasuke's hair was too coarse? Izuna examined Sasuke's hair, finding it not particularly coarse, yet he could not fathom other possibilities. Could it be that Orochimaru was concerned their hair might end up like their elder brother's? Alo departed swiftly and returned just as quickly. Upon his return, gazing at the vial of medicine in Izwa's hand, Alo let out a sorrowful sigh. This research on hair care stemmed from a day when he wished to experiment with transforming his slightly frizzy locks into something more manageable. Subsequently, Orochimaru observed this endeavor and speculated that the Uchiha hair might exhibit signs of becoming softer. Within 3 days, he had developed a potion to protect hair quality, not for consumption, but to be dissolved in water for washing. Later, when he inquired about the motivation behind this research, Orochimaru remarked that he wished to avoid witnessing a second Itachi Uchiha. This matter incited Itachi to confront Orochimaru in a fierce battle, one that nearly obliterated the surrounding mountains. I have no need for this. I cannot become. Although Sasuke had long relinquished his hatred, often wishing to end Itachi's life, some events are irrevocable. Yet, he would not allow himself to be angered by Alo's choice of address, understanding that their emotional perceptions of kinship diverged. As he examined the vial in his hand, Sasuke earnestly scrutinized the usage instructions before, with an air of petulance, stowing the various bottles back into the space scroll and securing them within his ninja tool pouch. He did not bother to inspect the gift from Itachi, simply accepting it without a glance. Next came the gift from Alo. What is this? Sasuke lifted a necklace. The cord appeared ordinary, but the wooden pendant shaped like a kitten. Could it have been hand-carved by Alo? I made it. Inside is a chakra storage device. Alo believes that the Uchiha clan shares a unique affinity with cats, and at times, Sasuke resembles that proud, feisty little feline. Thus, he spent 200 points to purchase 2 chakra storage devices from the shop, shaped just like the ones he crafted himself. I find them delightful. Sasuke decided to wear one as a necklace, fastening it around his neck. The cat-shaped pendant rests against him, radiating a subtle warmth. Initially, it merely contained some of my stored chakra, but now, we can accumulate much more. With a smile, Aro waved at Sasuke, and as he cradled his hands, a small fox composed of orange chakra materialized before them. This was the birthday gift bestowed upon them by Naruto. According to Naruto's own words, he lacked the funds to purchase a gift and was unable to craft one himself, all while being observed by the Umbu in the vicinity. Thus, he borrowed a bit of chakra from the Nine Tails as a present for himself and Sasuke. In response, the Nine Tails chastised Naruto, yet it was generous in its contribution, making this a collaborative gift from both Naruto and the Nine Tails. That rascal, if only the Nine Tails could manifest, it would undoubtedly have delivered a sound thrashing first. Sasuke and Naruto's relationship, though outwardly strained, had surprisingly improved. Their interactions began on an occasion when Naruto dozed off during class, his spirit attempting to leave his body, resulting in the detachment of an arm. Feeling a sense of progress, Naruto playfully tapped Sasuke a few times. In response, while maintaining a composed demeanor in class, Sasuke discreetly extended his hand, grasped Naruto's arm, and forcefully returned it, following this with a series of swift strikes to the back of Naruto's head. From that day forth, the two engaged in a public display of mutual disdain, never granting one another a direct gaze. However, in private, their exchanges were quite lively. Occasionally, they would share snippets of information, though most often, they relished in ambush tactics, each successful sneak attack elevating their spirits until the cycle repeated with the next ambush. Chapter 50. The Aftermath of the Birthday. The Akatsuki's assault. Happy birthday, little ones, but there are no more gifts. Izuna observed as the chakra of the Nine Tails was divided between the two brothers. He then approached, gently patting their heads, wishing them a verbal happy birthday. Being a spirit, he was limited in his abilities, only occasionally able to employ a slight illusion, leaving him unable to do much else. Your presence here with us is the greatest gift of all. Alo lifted his gaze towards Izuna, feeling a genuine sense of comfort towards this ancestral figure who had suddenly appeared and remained by their side. From their initial encounter to the present, he had consistently endeavored to teach both Alo and Sasuke, utilizing the scant information and abilities at his disposal to safeguard their growth. This sentiment was truly gratifying. The thought of hearing Sasuke address him as ancestor would bring even greater joy. Izuna, with a smile, suddenly turned his attention to Sasuke, playfully broaching the subject once more. Alo was indifferent, casually calling him ancestor without reservation. Yet, Sasuke had never referred to him in such a manner, not even offering a term of endearment for an elder, which only fueled Izuna's amusement in teasing Sasuke further. The more Sasuke refrained from using that title, the more Izuna delighted in this self-designation. Consequently, it was amusing to witness Sasuke's puffed-up cheeks and glaring expression. Humph. Sasuke raised his hand to caress the small cap pendant, feeling quite content. Yet it did not deter him from casting a glare at this prematurely departed elder. He would never concede that this was any ancestor. How shameless of him. To have even contemplated teaching Sasuke how to charm girls, insisting that once he matured, he should seek out beautiful young women to eventually. What audacity. To speak such things in front of Alo. It was nothing more than bullying, knowing he couldn't retaliate. Humph. Sasuke, ignoring him, had already unwrapped his gift. Now, he could rest here while I remained. I would return by dawn. Orochimaru-sensei mentioned that Elder Chiyo from Sunagakure possessed some skill in healing and detoxification and intended to take us there to explore, hoping we might learn some healing ninjutsu techniques. Alo intervened to prevent the impending quarrel between the elderly and the youth, settling beside Sasuke and gently guiding his spirit back. He then leaned against Sasuke, recounting recent events and their purpose for journeying to Sunagakure. The brothers celebrated their birthdays amidst gifts and cherished companionship. As dawn broke, Alo departed from Konoha, returning to his corporeal form. However, upon his return, he was greeted by a swirling tempest of yellow sand, encircled by a protective barrier. Outside this formation, white clay spiders traversed the sandy expanse. Orochimaru-sensei, is this the place you mentioned, where no ninjas reside? Alo gazed at Orochimaru, who was maintaining the formation, and at Kimimaro, who held him tightly to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. With a resigned expression, he slowly rose to his feet. He had merely intended to celebrate his birthday with Sasuke at home, yet by some twist of fate, he found himself here, confronting 4 members of the Akatsuki organization. There was Deidara, tossing clay spiders, Sasori, clad in a puppet cloak, Haiden, wielding his scythe and observing the scene, and Kikyu, who appeared to be calculating something in the corner. Prepare yourselves, we must take our leave, Orochimaru remarked, relieved to see Alo awake. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would have had little to fear, but facing 4 adversaries was an entirely different matter. Thus, they needed to depart. The Sand Village could be visited at any time, and there was no need to expose themselves to peril. Let me bid farewell before we leave, Orochimaru-sensei. I will not go outside. Alo expressed a desire to greet someone, but was immediately met with a stern gaze from Orochimaru. Only after he assured Orochimaru that he would not venture outside did Orochimaru nod in satisfaction. In a household with a mischievous child, one must remain vigilant. Even if one is Orochimaru. Excuse me, that dashing golden-haired elder brother outside. Could you please pause for a moment? Alo's words caught Deidara off guard. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Kimimaro exchanged knowing glances, both sighing in unison. The more charmingly one speaks, the more it reveals their ulterior motives. Dear little brother, are you implying that I am handsome? Deidara skillfully maneuvered his clay bird to land outside the formation, winking at Alo with a broad smile. To be called a handsome elder brother, this child certainly possesses discerning taste. Indeed, elder brother, you are so handsome. What brings you to such a place? The wind and sand here can be harsh on the skin. Allow me to assist. I happen to have some skincare products researched by my teacher, designed for sun protection and hydration. Given your striking looks, I can offer them to you at half price. What do you say? Alo rummaged through the backpack he carried and produced a small glass vial. Indeed, its contents were intended to prevent the skin from drying and cracking. However, it was, in reality, a failed experiment by Orochimaru. Alo suggested that it could be exchanged for money, which was why he had brought along some samples. Originally, he thought that since he was the scion of a wealthy merchant family, he should cultivate an interest in business. Perhaps these products could serve as a promotional venture. And if they truly found a market, the profits could contribute to the development of the Sound Village. Sunscreen and moisturizing. Skincare products? Deidara felt as though he had been outsmarted by this child. Although Orochimaru currently presented himself as a ninja from Sunagakure, everyone was well aware of his true identity. This child was a disciple of Orochimaru and, moreover, the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi, a fact that had ceased to be a secret within the Akatsuki organization. It was rumored that Uchiha Itachi had practically resided with Orochimaru in a bid to compete for the child, returning to the Rain Village only after long intervals. Now, Orochimaru was researching skincare products? Are we certain they are skincare products and not something that would poison one upon application? Indeed, I desire to make a profit, which is why I sought my teacher's assistance in developing something lucrative. Our purpose in visiting Sunagakure is to promote these skincare products, and I have brought along a multitude of samples. Alo, observing Daidara's skepticism, chose to settle at the edge of the formation. He retrieved his backpack and began to extract its contents. Skincare, sun protection, hydration, whitening. With each item he presented, he described it to Daidara with an air of professionalism. After showcasing a dozen or so bottles and jars, Alo finally concluded his presentation. What value do these items hold? As someone who revels in wealth, Kakuzu listened intently to the boy's descriptions, his gaze fixed on the array of containers, perceiving them as a tangible manifestation of currency. Each one could fetch several thousand ryo, a remarkably modest price indeed. Alo retrieved a price list from his backpack and, after perusing it, displayed the printed side outward for Daidara and Haydn to see. Each item was priced at merely several thousand, equivalent to just a few bowls of ramen. Chapter 51. The Failed Ambush. The Akatsuki organization is remembered. That is not much at all, little brother. I'll purchase one. However, how will you deliver it to me? Or how shall I provide you with the payment? Daidara was indifferent to the value. An idea had suddenly struck him. Previously, they had merely passed through. But Orochimaru was currently considered an escapee from the organization, and they could not afford to disregard the encounter. Furthermore, if they could bring this child back, it would undoubtedly be even better. If a transaction were to occur, contact between the two parties was essential. Once the formation was dispelled or the child emerged, they could snatch the child and flee. Even if Orochimaru's ninjutsu was somewhat troublesome, as long as he took the child and soared into the sky, Orochimaru would be powerless to intervene. Place the money on the ground. I will step out to retrieve it while leaving this behind. Alo appeared completely oblivious to the thoughts of certain individuals, fixating on the intricate barrier of the formation before him. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to proceed with the transaction. No problem, I have. Where's my money? Kakuzu, could you lend me a few thousand? The young boy inquired about the golden vial, asking how much it would cost. Daidara intended to lure the child out with money, but upon rummaging through his ninja tool pouch, he suddenly realized he had no funds with him. Turning to Kakuzu for a loan, he simultaneously sought clarification on the cost, asking just how many thousands were involved. It's 60,000. I mentioned earlier that I would offer the older brother a half-price deal, so that would be 30,000. Are you certain this is the only opportunity for such a discount? Alo picked up the golden glass bottle, calculated its price, and then inquired once more with Daidara about such a splendid opportunity at half price, questioning whether it should be squandered in such a manner. Just one will suffice. I rarely use this. Daidara, whose finances were so tight that he could only rely on borrowed money even for bait, hastily shook his head, declining the child's persistent sales pitch. After several urgings from Daidara, Kakuzu finally grasped Daidara's subtle intentions and, feeling rather displeased, extracted 30,000. As Daidara took the money and placed it on the ground, securing it with a small stone, they began to retreat slowly. Moments ago, they had been unleashing chaos with explosive clay. Now, even if they intended to take the child away, they needed to maintain a semblance of decorum. Teacher, Alo meticulously arranged the various bottles and jars before shouldering his backpack once more. He stood up, clutching the portion requested by Daidara, and nodded towards Orochimaru, seemingly having accomplished nothing as he stepped outside the formation. As he placed the small, golden glass jar down, he simultaneously grasped the money. Two white spiders erupted from the sandy layer, detonating in the space between Alo and the barrier of the formation. The force of this explosion was uncertain in its potential to harm the child, yet Daidara was confident that the shockwave would propel the child directly towards them. However, events did not unfold as they had anticipated. In the instant of the explosion, the child had already returned to Orochimaru's side, with only the golden glass jar being propelled by the blast, hurtling through the sand towards Daidara. Alo's reflexes were commendable. Observing Alo's sudden appearance beside him, Orochimaru was struck by a realization, letting out a resigned sigh. He had forgotten that this troublesome brat had marked his soul for tracking, allowing him to be located wherever he might wander. The reason Alo could exit the formation without it being compromised was due to the special wooden fragments that had been previously embedded in the wooden house by this troublesome child. Although the house had been destroyed in the earlier explosion, the minute wooden debris lay scattered in the sand, unnoticed by anyone unaware of the specifics. Naturally, this was a testament to the excellent teachings of his master. Alo, unreserved in his praise for others, expressed his thoughts candidly, weaving words even for virtues that were not inherently present. Indeed, he had received exceptional instruction from Orochimaru, and with the multitude of ninjutsu scrolls at his disposal, he felt as though he was transforming into a repository of ninjutsu within the world of Hokage. Alo was earnest in his studies, and Orochimaru, accustomed to Alo's sweet nothings, occasionally reciprocated with a few remarks of his own. Alo accepted his teacher's commendations with grace. The master and disciple enjoyed a lively conversation amidst the formation, while Kimimaro observed with a smile, diligently organizing the cooking utensils and blankets he had retrieved the previous night before sealing them into a space scroll. However, their ease and camaraderie elicited discomfort among the 4 individuals outside the formation. Orochimaru, you traitor, hand over Uchiha Itachi's brother for us to take back. Haiden, wielding his peculiar scythe, stepped forward and demanded the child's surrender. Although uncertain of the consequences of bringing the boy back, he was aware that this child was Uchiha Itachi's sibling, and that man was rather unpleasant. Hey, that's mine. I laid my eyes on him first. Deidara, having experienced his own torment at the hands of Uchiha Itachi, stepped forward to assert his claim as Haiden fixated on the child. In his grasp, he held the golden skin-whitening cream that had fallen into his lap moments earlier. Enough noise, be quiet. Sasori observed the unfolding scenario, having grasped the situation, that the child had managed to appear and then return. It was astonishing that after all these years, someone had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, he remained baffled as to why the child required neither hand seals nor any specific medium when utilizing the technique. Surely Orochimaru could not have simplified the technique to such an extent. Regardless of whether Orochimaru had indeed modified the ninjutsu, it was now evident that the child possessed considerable abilities. Bringing him back to the leader was the primary objective. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would serve as excellent puppet material. Having gathered his belongings, Kimimaro stored the space scroll in his ninja tool pouch and approached Alo, positioning himself at the boy's side. With their preparations complete, they were ready to depart. Well then, they seem rather fierce. We should take our leave for now. Alo sighed, casting a somewhat aggrieved glance at the 4 individuals outside. Before they could mount a second assault, he had already seized 2 of them, vanishing from the scene and reappearing elsewhere. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he had left markers along his journey, though he had not anticipated their swift application. The members of the Akatsuki organization were indeed a cadre of unreasonable thugs. Just wait a moment. Once his strength increases, he intends to disrupt the Akatsuki, using those individuals to achieve certain accomplishments and earn points. Chapter 52. Upon reaching Sunagakure, Alo's identity was misunderstood. A sum of 30,000 had been secured. Alo extracted the money and gazed at it with delight before tucking it into his pocket. Though this modest sum could scarcely purchase even a single research material, it was nonetheless the thrill of encountering money. However, Orochimaru was undeniably affluent, possessing an abundance of research materials, an array of cutting-edge technological apparatus, and numerous experimental subjects. Was he truly so enamored with wealth? Orochimaru surveyed the surroundings, a valley where they had paused briefly after their departure. Finding no immediate danger, he approached Alo, who was visibly elated at the sight of money, and affectionately tousled the boy's unruly hair, his gaze tinged with a hint of exasperation. He believed he had provided the boy with everything necessary for cultivation and growth, the very best available. Yet, ever since that recent incident when the impudent lad had ventured into his laboratory and discovered the myriad of failed experiments, something had ignited a newfound obsession for wealth within him. While his fixation on money was not as extreme as that of Kaku, it was troubling that he now prioritized profit in every endeavor. After all, wealth opens doors to numerous possibilities, whereas poverty over the past few years. Sasuke had resided in Konoha, and his sustenance and needs paled in comparison to those of an ordinary child from a humble household. When Alo spoke of money, his expression grew somewhat despondent. The Uchiha clan, once affluent, had sadly seen their wealth appropriated by Konoha. In a mere 2 years after graduation, they would embark on missions outside the village, which might provide an opportunity to bring him out. Orochimaru understood that Alo was once again reminded of the injustices inflicted by Konoha. From a young master to an orphan, he relied on the meager allowances provided by Konoha each month. Once the affairs in Sunagakure were settled, he intended to return home and delve into the development of nutritional supplements for young individuals, determined not to let Konoha's restrictions cause suffering for the child. However, Attempting to extricate someone from Konoha at this juncture presented complications and might raise suspicions, so it seemed prudent to wait a little longer. Indeed, Alo responded with a brief acknowledgement, choosing not to dwell on those matters any further. Such concerns could be addressed at a later time. For now, their priority was to devise a strategy to evade the members of the Akatsuki organization and to journey smoothly to Sunagakure. The scion of a prosperous merchant family intended to visit Sunagakure for leisure while simultaneously promoting his family's goods. Should he successfully negotiate a business deal, he could further enhance his identity, perhaps by acquiring a parcel of land in the land of rice and establishing a residence. First, however, they would partake in breakfast before setting off. Junmaru observed the two, who seemed to have completely forgotten what they were lacking. Dutifully, he continued in his role as a steward, retrieving some basic kitchen utensils. He swiftly prepared noodles accompanied by fried eggs, adding a touch of vegetables and slices of meat, thus completing the breakfast. Junmaru, quite impressive indeed. Alo gazed at the multifaceted Junmaru, savoring his noodles while not forgetting to praise him. Teaching Junmaru to cook, guiding him towards becoming an all-encompassing butler, was an idea Alo had never contemplated, yet he was fully engaged in the transformative journey, despite the absence of tangible accolades. Witnessing Junmaru's evolution into a more versatile individual imbued Alo with a profound sense of accomplishment. As long as the young master is pleased. Junmaru's address for Alo has always remained rather fluid. Your Highness Alo, Young Master Alo, Alo, Uchiha Alo. The first two titles are reserved for public occasions. While Alo is used in private, the full name is occasionally invoked when he stirs up some troublesome incidents. My personal feelings are inconsequential. The teacher holds him in high regard. Over time, certain of Alo's mischievous traits have become apparent. He often teases Kimimaro for amusement. Observing Kimimaro's eyes sparkle with anticipation as he glances at Orochimaru, Alo finds his spirits lifted as he continues to eat his meal. After finishing a somewhat late breakfast, the trio tidies up and resumes their journey, skillfully circumventing the possible routes of the Akatsuki. They leisurely approach Sunagakure. When they arrive at Sunagakure, it is a bright and sunny noon. The sunlight cascades down upon a dark-haired youth clad in white attire, who, with his exquisite satin backpack in hand, jogs towards the gates of Sunagakure. Though his clothing appears simple, the fabric is of fine quality, and even the casually swung backpack features several costly gemstone pendants. Kimimaro, hurry up. We have arrived at Sunagakure. Alo dashed to the entrance, turning around to wave his hand towards the approaching figure, urging his butler to hasten his pace. Not far away, the silver-haired young butler, with a rather helpless expression, ran over to catch up with the playful young master of their household. Simultaneously, a ninja from Sunagakure appeared at the gate, greeting the sentinel and approaching to share the young master's background. What a fortunate turn of events to encounter such an opportunity on the way back from a mission. You should hurry. Lord Forth is likely in the office, and it would be splendid to treat a few friends with the bonus. Upon hearing that this seemingly affluent young master had been introduced to Sunagakure during his travels, the gatekeeper ninja promptly expressed his admiration for the returning ninja. Due to environmental constraints, Sunagakure rarely receives income from sources other than Wind Country missions. The arrival of an evidently wealthy young master for a visit, regardless of any potential mission commissions, would undoubtedly lead to expenditures once he entered the village. Of course, verifying identity was necessary, but it did not hinder their enthusiastic welcome for the affluent young gentleman. Greetings, here are our identification documents. We kindly request the ninjas of Sunagakure to provide additional information regarding what to be mindful of while in the village. The previous ninja spoke at length, yet we seek further clarification. Although young, Kunmaru's earnest and meticulous demeanor sparked certain speculations among the Sunagakure ninjas. For instance, some wealthy families might provide training and companionship for their young lords or ladies. This is the tourist guide for the village. We hope both of you enjoy your stay in Sunagakure. After reviewing the basic identification details, confirming the young men as scions of a prominent merchant family from the land of rice, the gatekeeping ninjas returned the documents, presenting the travel guide with bright smiles. Inviting the two within. Kunmaru, have I inadvertently revealed something? After Alo settled into the inn, he suddenly leaned closer to Junmaru, cautiously inquiring. Above their room, two ninjas from Sunagakure were eavesdropping. It cannot be true. You are merely the young master with a bit of wealth at home. Without the public disclosure of your identity by the Lord, you possess no other identity. Junmaru, mimicking the words Alo had just taught him, lowered his gaze to meet Alo's eyes and earnestly repeated the phrase. He felt a tinge of helplessness. It seemed the ninjas from Sunagakure had indulged in excessive speculation. Yet, since they harbored such thoughts, it would be prudent to play along and enhance this identity a little further. Moreover, they had not mentioned any connection between Alo and the Lord of the Land of Rice, merely stating that the identity could not be disclosed. Indeed, the identity information of Uchiha Alo had not been made public by the Land of Rice. Chapter 53. Temari. He says I am a beautiful sister. How dull it is. Junmaru. Let us venture outside. It is written that if we walk down the street to the other side from where we are staying, there will be plenty of food. After settling in, Aro rested for less than half an hour before urging Junmaru to head out. With an energetic young master at hand, Junmaru had no choice but to comply. The two ventured into the streets of Sunagakure, purchasing anything that piqued their interest, and by the afternoon, Aro had grown quite familiar with the village's thoroughfares. He was a clean-cut, charming child, whose compliments brought comfort to those around him without seeming overly deliberate. Of course, there was one significant detail. He was quite wealthy. Kenjiro, look ahead, isn't that the child? Hanamaru called out, pointing to a young boy with 4 small braids, who playfully tapped Kanjiro on the head with a fan. They had come out today with a mission, and Hanamaru reminded Kanjiro to pay close attention. It's him. There is no other child like that in Sunagakure. Upon seeing the boy, Kanjiro felt even less inclined to engage with such an exquisitely refined outsider. Yet, the task entrusted by their father was to observe and familiarize themselves with this young master under the guise of ordinary ninja students. Go on, Hanamaru insisted. Having confirmed that the boy was indeed their target, and she unceremoniously pushed Kanjiro forward. That child was undeniably handsome. According to their father, this boy might be the offspring of the Lord of the Land of Rice, though he had been given a different identity for certain reasons. Hanamaru had heard whispers of the tumultuous affairs involving feudal lords, so she was not surprised by such matters. Junmaru, what shall we have for dinner? There are so many options here. Alo walked along the roadside, glancing at Junmaru, who was burdened with numerous bags, and once again found himself grappling with indecision. Young master, you hesitated before, yet ultimately purchased everything. Now you may as well indulge in all of them. Junmaru, laden with over a dozen items, tilted his head to observe Alo beside him, uncertain whether he genuinely wished to buy or harbored ulterior motives. However, even if we were to acquire everything, we would be unable to consume it all. Let us select one to sample first. The words of those two ladies earlier were hardly trustworthy. Alo shook his head, acknowledging that one should not be overly greedy when it comes to food. Is she no longer the beautiful sister? Junmaru's lips twitched slightly before he regained his composure, continuing to engage in conversation with the young master. Earlier, he had been listening from the sidelines, feeling a sense of melancholy as he heard the incessant calls of sister. Fortunately, it was not a matter of aesthetic appreciation. Rather, Alo occasionally crossed certain boundaries in his performances. By age, I should indeed be addressing her as aunt, yet most women prefer to be perceived as younger. Junmaru, I must say that coming to Sunagakure presents an opportunity. Our family's beauty and skincare products would undoubtedly find a market here. Once they try them and witness the effects of hydration, moisture retention, and whitening, transforming into beauties will prove to be an effortless endeavor. The conversation took a turn as Alo redirected the topic towards his intention to sell beauty products. Although Junmaru nodded in agreement, his expression clearly conveyed indifference. Shoju, who had approached them, could not help but touch her face when she overheard mentions of hydrating, moisturizing, and whitening. Ever since she began accompanying her teacher on missions, her skin had deteriorated considerably. Little brat, are you still dreaming? The sand and dust of Sunagakure cannot possibly be countered by mere cosmetics. Kankuru stepped forward, placing himself in front of Alo. This little rascal actually harbored the intention to sell beauty products in Sunagakure, harboring ill intentions. Whether I sell them or not is my own business, and it's not as if I intend to sell them to you. However, for the beautiful ladies here, considering your exquisite beauty, I shall offer you a complimentary trial package. Simply use it morning and night, on days when you must venture out in the windy weather. This will provide protection. This one is for restoration, and this. Alo shot a glare at Kenjiro before turning to see Temari, at which point a smile broke across his face as he hurried over. He handed her several glass bottles, meticulously explaining the purpose of each one and the appropriate quantities to use. Thank you. I'll give them a try when I get home. Temari's current mood was a perplexing mix of emotions. She was fully aware that the little imp's reference to beautiful sister was not to be taken seriously. yet it inexplicably brightened her spirits. Moreover, the assortment of skincare products, though their prices remained a mystery, had been gifted to her. Thus, Tamari's smile was somewhat elevated, almost ethereal. We reside nearby, so if the beautiful sister feels inclined, you may come find me. We shall head off to dine now, farewell. Aloe swiftly delivered the skincare products before turning to grasp Junmaru's hand, joyfully sprinting back to their inn. After tidying up their purchases, Aloe and Junmaru ventured out in search of a nearby eatery, indulging in a hearty meal before returning to rest. Everything unfolded in serene tranquility. As night fell, Raza sat in the office of Wind Shadow, his gaze fixed upon the analysis report, lost in contemplation. Nearby, Granny Chiyo awaited his decision from her chair, while Shino and Kankuro stood by, along with two elite shinobi relaying the latest updates. The skincare products posed no threat to Sunagakure. Rather, they could stimulate economic growth. Yet Raza's identity required clarification. Observing Raza's hesitation, Granny Chiyo interjected, asserting the merits of the products, emphasizing the importance of the young man's identity. Provided that his identity was sound, merchants could open shops in Sunagakure, generating revenue while simultaneously contributing to the local economy. She believed it was a viable opportunity, one that could enhance the beauty of the village's women. Though she had aged, she remained a woman who understood the pursuit of beauty. They had no immediate plans to depart, having already dispatched individuals to investigate the land of rice. Raza nodded in agreement with Granny Chiyo's insights, but acknowledged that individuals with ambiguous identities should be monitored closely to prevent any complications for Sunagakure. The matter was fundamentally unproblematic, requiring only a slight confirmation before preparations to disperse were underway. However, at that moment, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from a corner of the village. The chakra of Shikaku, the One-Tail, had gone berserk. Chapter 54. The Rampage of Shikaku, the Solitary Gara. Orochimaru, do you desire Shikaku? The soul of Aloe floated beside Orochimaru, half man, half serpent, pondering whether he had lost his mind. Just moments ago, he had returned to his lodgings, lay down to rest, and then felt compelled to consult Orochimaru about whether they should return to the land of rice, to further strategize regarding his identity issues. To his surprise, Orochimaru's spirit had also ventured forth, causing quite a stir. Aloe had merely intended to check in. Yet little did he know that this fellow would roll his eyes and fall straight into slumber. Orochimaru's gaze wandered aimlessly, in this ethereal state. He felt a twinge of apprehension facing his student, Aloe. However, he truly refrained from taking action. The tailed beasts were a precarious matter, and under the looming threat of being pursued by the entire Akatsuki organization, he had no intention of engaging with them. The seal on Shikaku, the One-Tail, was incomplete. Should he succumb to sleep, Shikaku would undoubtedly escape. Aloe observed the increasingly erratic Orochimaru and seized him to leave the scene. Upon arriving at the location where Orochimaru's essence resided, he forcibly returned the wandering spirit to its vessel and prepared to depart. Aloe felt a sense of responsibility for having led Orochimaru astray, allowing him to indulge in aimless escapades. Thus, he resolved to ascertain whether Gara had truly been put in peril. As a ninja of Sunagakure, even in his current state of leave, he felt compelled to fight for the safety of his village. Orochimaru rose from the bed, fully adorned in the traditional attire of a Sunagakure ninja. Now, he stood as a Nin of the village. Feel free to lounge about. Take your leisure if you wish. Aloe spoke and then departed, vanishing from Orochimaru's sight. In a peripheral area of Sunagakure, the Shikaku, having grown 2 forelegs, was striking the surrounding ninja technique barriers with its mighty paws. Are you weeping? Upon arriving, Ero did not concern himself with Shoha. Instead, he ventured into the seal and discovered Gara, who lay in a slumber. Gara was not entirely asleep. He curled up in a corner, surrounded by layers of sand walls. Raising a hand, Ero gently patted the crimson hair of the weeping child, hoping to rouse him. Who are you? Gara inquired, lifting his gaze to the figure of Ero, his expression a mixture of fear and confusion. I am but a passerby, traversing through Sunagakure. Aloro gazed at me with an expression of profound bewilderment, his fingers playfully poking at my face. The current Aloro appears frail, his spirit seemingly more delicate than his physical form. You should leave. This place will be destroyed. I cannot prevent it, nor do I wish to. The sensation of being touched startled Aloro momentarily, and he soon realized that this person could indeed reach out to him. Tears erupted once more, as Aloro cried out for this child, who had the ability to touch him, to depart. It is of no consequence. Even if it is destroyed, it matters not. You may rest when you are weary. Alo settled beside Gara, choosing to remain quietly at his side, genuinely resolved not to offer any further hints. Not far from him, beyond the layers of protective sand walls being constructed, an anxious spirit began to materialize. Gara, you must awaken. You cannot succumb to slumber. A short-haired woman approached urgently, as the once solidified sand barriers swiftly began to dissolve. Outside, the guardian Shikaku continued to battle, while the surrounding seals were still in effect, and Raza had already issued the command for Gara to be killed. If time were to slip away any further, Gara would truly perish. Who are you? Gara questioned, his gaze fixated on the advancing figure, mirroring his prior confusion. Why, after relinquishing his fight against Shikaku, were there multiple individuals approaching him? Gara, I am. Karura rushed to Gara's front, yet upon witnessing the bewilderment and sorrow in his eyes, her words faltered. She was Gara's mother, but... Your mother, Karura. Alo stood nearby, revealing the identity of Karura. Mother? Upon hearing the word mother, Gara's eyes widened, only to gradually lower his gaze and curl up on the spot. He must be on the brink of death. Otherwise, how could he possibly see his mother? Gara, awaken quickly. Shikaku has already wreaked significant havoc. If you do not rouse, calamity will ensue. Karura, observing Gara retreating once more, reached out and grasped his shoulder, urging him to flee from this place. Only before the sealing outside is completed can Gara awaken, allowing him to continue living. Destruction? Mother, after Yashimaru's failed assassination attempt, claimed you named me out of hatred for Sunagakure. So now, if the village is destroyed, surely it would bring you joy? Gara tilted his head, staring blankly at Karura as he recounted a past event. Yashimaru, how could he? For her only brother. Karura had always been concerned while he was alive. Yet, this revelation seemed too cruel for her to bear. Her brother had come to assassinate her son, and the result of failure could only be death. Moreover, why did Yashimaru say such things? She bore no resentment towards Sunagakure, none at all. Thus, was Yashimaru's assertion true? Gara quietly extended his hand, grasping the arm beside him. He was unsure whom to trust or whose words were genuine, yet he yearned for support. A peer willing to silently accompany him. Though he felt no strength, he cherished the comfort of their proximity. No, that cannot be true. Gara, do not ponder too much now. You must awaken. Shikaku cannot destroy Sunagakure, or you will perish. Karura shook her head, but there were many words she could not express. She had surmised the reason. Only the Kazekage could command Yashimaru, and the Kazekage was her husband, Gara's father, who had once promised her, before her demise, to protect Gara and ensure their child grew up joyfully. What does it matter? They all wish for my demise. No one hopes for my survival. Raza, Temari, Kankuro, Yashimaru. Gara's hand clutched Alo's arm, his small figure swaying as he attempted to shake off the hand on his shoulder, wanting to retreat once more. What significance does life or death hold? He truly did not understand that those individuals wished for his demise. Upon awakening, he would again confront their resentment. It isn't like that, they. Karura wished to say that those people loved him. Yet, such words faltered on her lips. For she too knew that no one cherished Gara. Sunagakure merely desired an obedient Jinchuriki weapon, while Gara lacked the stability and compliance they anticipated. Chapter 55. Those who have come into contact with the host have become abnormal. Gara, you must live to have a future, even if no one loves you. You must learn to love yourself. The love you seek is fleetingly easy to vanish, while at the pinnacle, countless individuals will rush to proclaim their affection for you. Alo sensed a movement within his body, rising to gently press down on Gara's small crimson head, swiftly whispering his words into the child's ear before returning to his own form. Whether Gara comprehended the message was beyond his concern. Host, should not the love received in one's vulnerable youth be more pure? The system remarked, observing Alo's return to his body without disrupting the course of events, while criticizing its host for bullying an innocent child. System, the crux of my argument is that love cannot be sought after. A love that is begged for is inherently flawed from the outset, and what is more, such pleas are often in vain. Alo returned to his corporeal form, engaging in conversation with the system while simultaneously grasping Junmaru's shoulder. He lightly pressed his toes against the wall, and together they leapt from the collapsed structure. Beneath the shattered remnants of the building, a peculiar green blade of grass was rapidly sinking, burrowing deep into the earth. It was a stark contrast. A dichotomy of black and white. Though I remained uncertain of his intentions, it was clear that the tumultuous events of the day would inevitably place the blame upon him. This grass, indeed, was an extraordinary specimen. Aloe, cradled by Kimimaro, continued to dart across the rooftop, pointing towards the rear and exclaiming that there was a blade of grass. When the ninjas from Sunagakure appeared around them and conducted a search, they found nothing amiss. However, one ninja soon recalled having encountered a blade of grass clad in clothing during a prior mission. This ninja, bearing confirmation, hurried back to assist with the sealing of Shikaku. Shikaku's claws flailed wildly, claiming the lives of dozens of ninjas before finally being subdued by the sealing technique. As Chiyo and her companions prepared to seal Gara alongside Shikaku, the previously unresponsive red-haired child suddenly opened his eyes. A layer of sand materialized around him, lifting the sealing technique that had descended upon him. And this sandy shield gradually morphed into the form of Karura. This manifestation, a protective embrace from his mother, became Gara's most formidable defense. The sight caused Chiyo to pause. And even the murderous intent of Raza was tempered. Mother said you once promised. Gara spoke slowly, his eyes filled with disdain as he gazed at Raza. From the moment he became a Jinchuriki, he had lost his parents. Now he realized that his mother's spirit had always been safeguarding him. Yet, this revelation did not bring him joy. Rather, the more he understood, the more he recognized the contemptible nature of those around him, especially that of his biological father. At this moment, he simply desired to rest and contemplate how to locate the child who appeared in his dreams. Thus, he merely alluded to a certain matter, holding no interest in vocalizing Raza's promises. The opinions of the people in Sunagakure mattered little to him. If no one loved him, then he would love himself, striving to grow stronger until he stood at the pinnacle. At that time, he could attain much, even if it were all mere facades. For those who had once looked down upon him would have to raise their heads to see him. System, I seem to have said little. It feels as if Gara's aura has shifted significantly. At present, Arrow finds himself in the esteemed position of a wealthy young gentleman. Thus, whether in flight or at rest, he is under the diligent care of Junmaru. They now stand not far from the location of Shikaku's rampage. Observing the fluctuations in Gara's expression, Arrow is uncertain whether this transformation is a consequence of his presence. It is Shikaku, Gara, with the assistance of Karura, has initiated their first interaction. The system has revealed the reasons behind Gara's change, which is significantly tied to his host, albeit indirectly. The emergence of Orochimaru startled Gara, already fatigued, prompting Shikaku's emergence. Following this, Arrow approached Gara, instilling a glimmer of hope within him. Karura's spirit, distressed by Shikaku's turmoil, yearned for a solution, only to be met with Gara's sorrowful sentiments, which could be likened to heartbreak. A woman, who believed she died for love, discovers that the husband she cherished has never safeguarded their child and instead devises daily torment for him. Furthermore, there is the demise of Yashimaru. Ultimately, the most significant factor remains Shikaku. When suppressed by the seal, Shikaku's intellect surprisingly sharpened. It attributed all of Gara's suffering since becoming a Jinchuriki to the Suna and the Sand Village, simultaneously indoctrinating Gara, who was not fully aware of these truths. Consequently, Gara appears to have entered a state of dark transformation. So what does this signify? A darkening of intellect by threefold? His current intelligence and mental acuity have not merely increased by a trifling measure, but rather enhanced threefold. Aloe gazed at Gara in the distance, so composed. It hardly resembled the Gara he knew. Yet, altering character arcs is not an unprecedented occurrence. Sasuke's acting could easily earn him an Oscar, while Naruto, with his profound thoughts, cunningly deceives the Nine-Tails in everyday life. Thus, Gara transforming into a rational, darkened youth is hardly a concern. The host must not forget the increasingly boisterous Orochimaru and the vengeful Itachi Uchiha. As the system inwardly critiqued Aloe, it also included the two characters he had overlooked. Since arriving in this world, none of those who frequently interacted with the host have remained unchanged. Therefore, this is quite splendid. This version of Sasuke will no longer be bullied, and the elder brother now embodies the essence of an Uchiha. However, as for Orochimaru's sensei, Aloe let out a sigh, feeling quite helpless regarding Orochimaru. Teaching him the art of spiritual cultivation was intended to enhance his soul, alleviate his suffering, and prevent unforeseen mishaps in the future. However, he never anticipated that once Orochimaru regained his freedom, he would essentially abandon restraint. Of course, on the surface, he would still maintain a semblance of decorum, apart from Kimimaro and the occasional startled presence of Kabuto, who would drop by the base. It was primarily Alo and Itachi Uchiha who were aware of the Serpentine Soul's chaotic wanderings. This aspect of Orochimaru's personality had surfaced before, akin to certain information that emerged at the conclusion of the storyline. After Alo had expressed numerous grievances, the system provided a new prompt. Orochimaru's exuberant and bizarre state, when viewed through the lens of the original plot, could hardly be deemed a complete transformation. Are you certain that this isn't a reckless side story? Alo was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, he wished to steer clear of the topic, for he had witnessed the conclusion of Shikaku's affair. Orochimaru's ninja, who had borrowed an identity, met an unfortunate fate. After receiving a slap from a nearby comrade, he lunged forward, impaling himself on a shard of sand that had yet to settle, creating a gaping hole in his chest. Even if one were to exit, such a demise was undeniably awkward. Chapter 56. Kankuro, we must earn money to sustain the serpent. Dear guests, I sincerely apologize for the unfortunate circumstances. The innkeeper expressed his regrets to Alo and Kankuro incessantly after the ordeal had concluded. He had received instructions to accommodate these two esteemed guests well, only for calamity to strike that very evening. Moreover, he was perplexed as to why the issues at a distance had led to the collapse of his establishment. They had witnessed some traces of the grass that had emerged from the earth, and when a ninja inquired earlier, they had provided a thorough report. He now fervently hoped that the village would intervene, at least covering the costs for the inn's repairs. Are there any other places to stay? Kankuro inquired, supporting Alo, who leaned against him, solely concerned about finding a suitable place for them to rest. The young master was already quite fatigued, having endured a night filled with shocks and fears, which had disrupted his sleep. Indeed, there is. A small establishment just down the street has prepared rooms for you two. Please, follow me. The proprietor of a nearby inn emerged, beaming with enthusiasm as he ushered them back. These two were affluent, very affluent, something that was well known among the local shopkeepers. Thus, inviting them to stay at his inn not only ensured accommodation fees, but also the possibility of additional patronage. Upon settling into the new inn, Alo was finally able to sleep soundly. Kankuro, however, hardly managed to rest. As the young master's steward, he could not afford to relax in such uncertain circumstances. After a tumultuous night, the chaos in Sunagakure was gradually restored to tranquility before dawn. After undergoing inspections from Chio and others, Gara faced no repercussions and was allowed to return home. The following day, after Alo awoke, had breakfast, and ventured out with Kankuro, he was greeted by the same cheerful expressions from the shopkeepers as the day before. It seemed the resilience of the local populace was remarkable, despite the previous night's upheaval. It felt as if nothing had transpired. After enjoying lunch and returning to their lodgings, Alo shared his observations from their outing with Kankuro. The disturbance caused by Shikaku's emergence appeared to be a common occurrence. Businesses seemed largely unaffected. This was hardly surprising, as the life of ninjas in their hidden villages was fundamentally distinct from their own. Kankuro sighed, then stepped aside to quietly prepare some written materials they would require next. Their primary objective for visiting this place was to learn about poison and its antidotes, as well as Chio's healing techniques. However, opening a shop was also a venture Alo aspired to pursue. Although Orochimaru felt somewhat disheartened that his disciple seemed uninterested in being a ninja and more inclined towards earning money, he had no intention of thwarting Alo's ambitions. Thus, establishing a shop in Sunagakure to sell skincare products and potentially health supplements in the future needed to be conducted through proper channels. Kankuro, how many shops do you think we must open to sustain the kind of consumption our teacher requires? Alo sat upon a chair, observing Junmura diligently organizing the application materials for their shop. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind. Raising and nurturing Sasuke was not particularly challenging. As long as there was sustenance and hydration, coupled with the development of ninjutsu and various nutritional supplements, it would suffice. However, Orochimaru was a different matter altogether. Every scientific endeavor relies heavily on financial resources. At this moment, he contemplated the possibility of opening numerous stores to amass considerable wealth, thereby allowing Orochimaru to dedicate himself solely to research. It seemed that such a lifestyle would greatly please Orochimaru. We would accumulate an abundance of riches. Junmura paused momentarily, lifting his gaze towards the window. After a brief interval, enlightenment struck him. All the various studies that Lord Orochimaru cherished, whether they pertained to ninjutsu, Kekkei Genkai, or other forms, necessitated funding. Although the land of rice had fallen under Lord Orochimaru's control, its limited scope and resources posed constraints. Thus, Since Master Aloe harbored such aspirations, he naturally resolved to join forces in this endeavor, striving to generate substantial wealth to procure the latest scientific apparatus and the finest experimental materials for Lord Orochimaru. I knew it, Aloe observed Junmaru, who had suddenly developed an interest in making money, and let out a sigh. He leapt onto the bed, rolled around under the covers, and buried his face in the fabric, chuckling intermittently. Just moments ago, he had remarked that there was no need for such avarice, yet the mere shift in perspective, framing it as a means to benefit Orochimaru, instantly ignited Junmaru's enthusiasm for the endeavor. Indeed, the magnetic charm of Orochimaru was undeniably potent. That evening, after a leisurely afternoon rest, Aloe ventured out once more for a meal. This time, he did not stray far. He chose a restaurant conveniently located across from the inn, highly recommended for its delectable dishes. Upon their arrival, they found that the only 2 vacant tables were situated adjacent to Temari and Kankuro. The conspicuous arrangement prompted Aloe to reflect on how swiftly the Sunagakure villagers had gathered certain information. Remarkably, he had only been in this place for a mere 30 hours, yet they had already uncovered his identity as the carefully cherished scion of the land of rice. The fabricated identity orchestrated by Orochimaru was proving to be remarkably effective. Handsome little brother, do you remember your sister? Temari, having prepared for this encounter, observed Aloe discreetly as he settled into his seat. She soon approached with a warm smile, ready to greet him. Such an adorable child, akin in age to Gara, yet the chasm between them was immense. If only Gara possessed such charm, she would spare no effort to protect her younger brother. Alas, recalling her father's words from the previous night, that Gara must die, she pondered why Gara could not simply behave. If only he were more compliant. Everyone would shower him with affection and protection, and her father would never entertain thoughts of harming his own child. Big sister, are you feeling unwell? Alas, Shino was oblivious to what Temari was contemplating, yet the sorrow evident in her gaze was unmistakable. No, not at all. I simply recalled that the skincare products you gifted me yesterday were taken by an ant, which left me feeling somewhat disheartened. I had only used them once, she explained. By the way, little brother, you mentioned that there would be a shop opened in Sunagakure, which means there would be plenty more of those skincare products, correct? Temari swiftly endeavored to regain her composure, concocting a rationale to attribute her discontent to the loss of the sole skincare item. This provided her with an opportunity to engage the child in conversation regarding the future establishment of a shop in Sunagakure and the business endeavors that would ensue. Opening a shop in Sunagakure was merely a facet of their plans. The crux of the matter lay in connecting with the land of rice, thus enabling them to expand their operations there, allowing the ninjas of Sunagakure to receive more assignments and consequently earn greater wealth. Chapter 57. Temari's ambitions. There are still some left, but they can no longer be given to the elder sister. Aloe nodded and shook his head. He certainly had more of the skincare products, but unless Shoji revealed her identity as the daughter of the Wind Shadow, it was unlikely he would give her any more. After all, how could one request additional supplies so soon after receiving a delivery? No, there's no need to gift me any. I will purchase them myself. I wish to buy 2 sets. One for my own use, and another to gift to an elder. I tried it last night. The one to be used before bed, and upon waking this morning, my face felt incredibly smooth. Although Shoji had barely slept last night, she had indeed tested the product's efficacy. While the effects might gradually fade after use, the allure of maintaining a smooth and radiant complexion during its application is a temptation that most women find irresistible. Even though she was merely a novice in her first couple of years of missions, she understood the importance of skincare early on. She aspired to find a clever, handsome, and powerful husband in the future, and to bear a child with excellent genes. Therefore, it was imperative for her to enhance herself, both inwardly and outwardly, in terms of strength and appearance, ensuring she could attract superior genes and thus produce a remarkable offspring. Was she truly going to make a purchase? As Aro observed the sudden spark of excitement in Tamaki's eyes, he instinctively recoiled, apprehensive that this woman might snatch away his backpack. After all, the bag contained merely 2 spatial scrolls. Truly, I do have money. Tamaki, noting the child's evasive gaze, swiftly produced her wallet. A single D-rank mission could yield several tens of thousands of coins, and as the daughter of the Wind Shadow, she seldom needed to spend her own money at home, amassing a considerable amount of personal wealth. Allow me to calculate. 1 set costs 20,000, 2 sets 30,000 each, 3 sets 60,000. Thus, a complete set totals 260,000. and for 2 sets, it would be 520,000. Are you certain you wish to acquire 2 sets? Dear sister? Alo extracted various bottles and jars from his bag and placed them meticulously on the table, referencing a price list for comparison. After calculating the costs, he lifted his gaze towards Sh-Ri, eagerly awaiting her payment. The prices of these skincare products were, indeed, quite reasonable for a ninja capable of undertaking missions, amounting to merely a handful of D-rank tasks. However, ninjas are not limited to D-rank missions. Well, it's not too bad. The items I previously used were similarly priced. This little brother is indeed quite adorable. Sh-Ri paused momentarily before opening her wallet, retrieving the money, and handing it to Alo. She couldn't help but compliment him, acknowledging that this charming young merchant was truly conscientious. She had initially presumed that an entire set would cost over $1 million, considering the remarkable effectiveness of the products. Thank you for your patronage. Alo accepted the money, his face lighting up with joy. 520,000, no discounts, the money was in hand. Kanjuro, please help me bring this home, and let's hope nothing unexpected happens. Tamari placed the skincare products she had purchased before the astonished Kanjuro, insisting he carry them back. In the presence of her less than adorable younger brother, the sister was both fierce and formidable. She then turned, her face beaming with delight, and pulled a chair closer to Alo and the others. Little brother, how are your plans for opening a shop coming along? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I have grown up in the village since childhood. She approached with familiarity, sharing stories about Sunagakure while offering Alo several suggestions for potential shop locations. Initially cautious, Alo gradually relaxed over the course of their meal, becoming comfortable enough to discuss his past with Tamari. He largely recounted his history truthfully, albeit with some details obscured. He spoke of having been confined to a courtyard since birth, until the tragic demise of those around him led to his eventual release under his brother's care. However, they were later forced apart, and he encountered a remarkable teacher, whose research outcomes he now shared as his own. This information was genuine, merely veiling the most crucial aspects, ensuring that even if his identity were to be uncovered in the future, it would still hold true. Of course, the ambiguous identity crafted for him by Orochimaru served a similar purpose. Rest assured, little brother, in Sunagakure, your sister will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll send them flying with just a flick of my fan, Tamari declared, patting her chest. She would take good care of this unfortunate little brother. Moreover, once their relationship strengthened, the associated tasks of escorting and protecting, along with various ninja missions, would likely fall to Sunagakure as well. It was a win-win situation, earning money, caring for this adorable child, and using a bit of pocket change to enhance her own beauty. What could be better? But would her fan, being somewhat small, produce enough wind? Alo glanced at Shoju's fan, noting that it was not the grand fan she had anticipated. Thus, it seemed that Shoju's larger fan remained unfinished or perhaps was simply unnecessary for everyday use. Nevertheless, it would not be long before the magnificent fan was completed. Previously, she too had considered this one rather diminutive. When striking Kanjuro, it had failed to deliver any real impact. Shoju observed the small fan in her hand, acknowledging its lack of grandeur. Indeed, it was time to prompt them to hasten their efforts, for wielding the larger fan would undoubtedly exude a far more striking presence. Alo tilted his head, glancing to the other side. At present, Kankuro's face bore little of the heavy makeup, revealing that he might be upset, his cheeks slightly flushed. Thus, as the elder sibling, why would one strike their younger brother? In his household, aside from the period when Itachi Uchiha was under control and transformation, the elder brother consistently protected the younger, who idolized him in return. Sister Tamari, tomorrow we shall visit the places you mentioned. Thank you, Sister Tamari. Having satisfied his hunger, Alo did not forget to express his gratitude to Tamari once more before departing. Tomorrow, after surveying the locations, he would be able to ascertain a few viable options before approaching Sunagakure to submit the application for opening a shop. Alo is simply adorable. Tamari stood at the door, watching the child leave with the butler, marveling at how wonderful other people's children could be. However, upon hearing footsteps and glancing back at her own younger brother, she could not help but feel a surge of annoyance. Her own 2 younger brothers, one could not utter a single kind word, while the other was the very embodiment of terror in Sunagakure, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread and discomfort with just a glance. Chapter 58, Departing from Sunagakure. Gara pursues. Thank you for the renovations over the past month. I appreciate your efforts. A month from now, we will be sending goods and personnel. But considering the long journey ahead, it may be necessary to issue an escort mission in advance, involving the ninjas of Sunagakure to travel to the land of rice. Alo stood at the entrance of his shop, observing the workers engaged in construction measurements, feeling quite satisfied with the location. He turned to the ninja who had facilitated the leasing of their premises and various business permits, raising a matter of paramount concern for Sunagakure. He inquired whether the transport of goods for business operations in Sunagakure would necessitate the assistance of their ninjas. Not a problem at all. This task will be entrusted to us of Sunagakure, and we shall ensure that Master Alo's goods are delivered safely. The ninjas of Sunagakure beamed with delight upon hearing Alo's assurance that future escort missions would be assigned to them. While this arrangement appeared to be a mutually beneficial accord, the complexities of inter-village and international logistics, particularly with the more conveniently positioned Sunagakure in the mix, meant that the assignment of escort missions was a rather commonplace affair. A month later, with plans to return by tomorrow, Alo reflected that it was time to issue the task orders. The funds he had brought should suffice for one escort mission, though future expenditures would hinge upon the sales performance. Alo, accompanied by Junmaru and the other ninja, made their way to the mission office of Sunagakure. They first filled out the address, time, and quantity of the goods to be escorted, and subsequently determined the mission's rank. The strengths of the participating ninjas were duly recorded, completing the mission commission form. It is worth noting that the difficulty level of the mission may be subject to change. Should the employer's circumstances exceed the established difficulty level, it would not only allow the ninjas of Sunagakure to abandon the mission without compensation, but could also result in the employer being liable for damages due to the ninjas' losses. Such information is made abundantly clear during the mission's release, especially for first-time clients like Alo, who would receive dedicated explanations of these rules before signing the liability agreement and commissioning the task. Instances akin to those in the original narrative typically occur only with the protagonists. For if a ninja were to sustain injuries due to the employer's misrepresentation of the mission's rank, the compensation required from the employer could far exceed the mission's commission fee. "Young master, are we not hiring ninjas for our return journey home tomorrow?" Junmaru inquired after completing the paperwork and returning to the inn. Escort missions not only involve the transportation of goods, but also include accompanying clients to specific destinations. As they were set to depart from Sunagakure and return to the land of rice, the perils of their journey loomed ahead. However, his question stemmed from having spotted two ninjas stealthily observing from the rooftops. "Are you unable to protect me?" Alo lifted his gaze to Junmaru, then proceeded to the bedside, lying down to prepare for a brief slumber. From the outset, there had been no concealment regarding Junmaru's identity and prowess. Thus, the Sand Village ought to be aware of why a wealthy young master dared to venture from the land of rice with only a youthful butler in tow. "Young master, please rest first. I shall procure some local specialties from the Sand Village to bring back for the elder," Junmaru remarked with a smile before bidding Alo farewell and heading out to the nearby streets, where he sought the various shops he had observed over the past few days, purchasing an abundance of local delicacies. The butler possessed strength comparable to that of A.J. Neen, while the young master seemed to exhibit a rudimentary level of combat capability. This was the impression that Alo and Junmaru left in the Sand Village. That night, Alo slept soundly, refraining from wandering about. At dawn, while having breakfast, he encountered Temari once more. Upon learning that they were departing, Temari warmly escorted the two to the gate, accompanying them for several thousand meters before turning back. Temari, as it happens, is the daughter of the Wind Shadow. After Alo had left Shumaru for a while, he suddenly spoke up, confidently revealing Shumaru's identity. Indeed, Kazakage has 3 children, his eldest daughter Shumaru, his eldest son Kanjuro, and his youngest son Gara. Gara is a Jinchuriki of the One-Tail, and that night, it was the One-Tail Shikaku that went berserk. Junmaru looked at Alo, who raised half of his soul's arm and gestured towards him, then glanced down to decipher the meaning of the hand signals before promptly beginning his response. It was a frequent occurrence for Alo to project his soul, extending a portion of his arm. Although their coordination was seamless, Junmaru recalled that his initial intent in gaining the ability to perceive souls was to catch glimpses of the elusive Orochimaru. Now, he pondered whether Orochimaru, having returned home, had stealthily ventured out to play again, with no one at home to keep watch. Well, Gara is quite a well-behaved child. He should be around my age, but his life has likely been far more arduous than mine. During my 8 years of confinement, I at least had my elder brothers to protect me. Alo sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy for Gara's plight. while also experiencing a sense of resonance. The two continued their journey through the sea of golden sand, with the sand-formed child trailing closely behind, neither too far nor too near. Stop right there. At the moment when he felt he was reaching his limit, Gara's sand clone could no longer restrain itself and called out to the two ahead. Earlier that morning, he had overheard Kankuro mention that Temari was going to see off that wealthy, dark-haired boy. Driven by curiosity and a hint of skepticism, Gara summoned a sand clone that delved underground, following the boy as he departed the village. It was only after confirming that Temari had returned that he emerged from the sand, gazing from a distance at the familiar silhouette. Alo paused momentarily before turning to look. "Young master, be cautious," Junmaru said, as he swiftly drew two white bones, positioning himself as a protector between Alo and Gara. "It's all right, it's Gara. He must have come specifically to see me." Alo extended his hand and gently patted Junmaru's shoulder, reassuring him not to worry so much. However, despite Junmaru obediently standing beside him, his gaze remained vigilant, unwilling to relax even for a moment. "Will you return?" The sand clone of Gara felt a sense of unease as he watched Alo approach him. Words that he had intended to say suddenly eluded him in that moment. He was perplexed, unable to comprehend why this youth could draw near to him and why he had appeared by his side at that particular time. Numerous questions flooded his mind, yet all he could muster was the hope of possibly seeing him again. "I have already opened a shop in the Sand Village. In a month, ninjas will come to escort the goods from my family, and at that time, I will return to the Sand Village alongside them." Alo approached Gara. Gazing at the sand clone before him, he raised his hand and gently patted Gara's head. Such affectionate gestures were typically reserved for his elder brother at home. It was only when he ventured out that he felt compelled to offer a comforting touch to Naruto and Gara, both of whom craved affection. In Chapter 59, the unfolding drama made it clear to me. Gara nodded obediently, and then, in Alo's presence, dispelled the sand clone. His pursuit had merely been to ascertain the identity of this individual and whether they might meet again in the future. Having gathered this information, he naturally returned to his true form. "Kimimaro, let us depart." After Gara's departure, Ero turned and continued on his journey. "Yes, your highness." Kimimaro's expression suddenly turned serious as he bowed respectfully to Ero. He then quickened his pace, approached Ero, and lifted him up, dashing away with a swift motion. Moments later, after their departure, two figures began to materialize from the sand. It was the Wind Shadow, Rasha, alongside Chiyo, who appeared aged yet still possessed formidable combat prowess. Rasha. Orochimaru is a rogue ninja from Konoha. Collaborating with him is exceedingly perilous. Chiyo sighed, her gaze drifting to Rasha's eager countenance, heightening her concerns. "Orochimaru's desires do not conflict with ours," she continued. "As you have seen, that boy from the corpsebone path is a natural warrior. Beyond his concealed identity, he possesses a unique constitution that calms Shikaku when in proximity, proving effective against the tailed beasts of other villages as well." Rasha's eyes coldly followed the direction in which the two had departed. Conspiring with a serpent is inherently dangerous, yet substantial interests can forge alliances. Those two youths may genuinely believe they are merely here to survey and profit, but in truth, this is Orochimaru demonstrating his willingness to cooperate. He will undoubtedly influence Gara. Chiyo remained apprehensive. Although the precise effects were not yet discernible, the fact that Gara had willingly pursued them, exhibiting an unprecedented docility and tranquility, signified that this boy posed a significant threat to Sunagakure. Perhaps this threat extended beyond their village, endangering all Jinchuriki. The tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki are symbols of a village's strength, yet we understand that if Gara were to become disobedient, replacing him with another Jinchuriki would merely be a slight inconvenience and would not alter the reality that Sunagakure would still retain its tailed beasts. When Rasha spoke of Gara, he did so devoid of paternal sentiment, merely assessing the value of the Jinchuriki. "Ultimately, he is also your child with Karura." Chiyo sighed, turning towards the direction of Sunagakure. She had undertaken many actions without regret, but as one ages, errant thoughts often arise uncontrollably. The early Jinchuriki experiments, which resulted in the demise of many infants, were only successful after Karura sacrificed her own life. And that fateful night, they all witnessed the protection Karura left for Gara. "I am the Wind Shadow. The only thing I care for is the village." Rasha stood in place for a long while, then sighed and made his way back to the village. The wind blew, stirring the sand. After an hour had passed, a larger grain of sand, disturbed by the wind, rolled twice and emerged atop the sandy surface. With an almost imperceptible cracking sound, Fissures appeared on the surface of the grain, gradually fragmenting into fine particles. At the border of the land of fire, Kimimaro stared blankly at the barbecue grill. It was noon, time for a meal, which seemed quite normal. However, Lord Orochimaru, why have you come to this place in such a manner, and where has your body been cast away? Kimimaro, once this is cooked, please do not tease him any longer. It has been quite arduous for Kimimaro on this journey. Alo presented the roasted meat, neatly sliced and placed upon a plate, extending it towards the seated Junmaru across from him. Beside them, a half-human, half-serpent creature attempted to reach out and touch Junmaru's head across the grill, only to be gently pulled back by Alo's ethereal hand. This innocent child remains blissfully naive, sighed Orochimaru, reflecting on the evolution of his spirit, which, following rigorous cultivation, had taken on a semblance of humanity, albeit with only the upper half resembling a person, while the lower half retained a lengthy serpentine tail. Now, Orochimaru languidly reclined upon his coiled tail, gazing intently at Junmaru, with a heart untouched by the complexities of the world. Junmaru's thoughts were solely occupied by his esteemed Orochimaru. So, might I inquire, dear Orochimaru, where have you left your corporeal form? Prolonged absence may lead to its demise. Alo savored the grilled meat while observing Orochimaru, who showed no inclination to return. With a disembodied hand, he grasped the serpent's tail, intending to fling it away. I will carry it. I can take it out later when I return. The shell of white zetsu is remarkably useful. It won't perish even after several hours. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Orochimaru hastened to explain. Typically, he holds the role of a teacher, and Alo, as a diligent student, has always been obedient. Yet, in this ethereal state, he possessed none of his usual authority before Alo, as if their identities had exchanged, even their temperaments seemed altered. Let us dine first. Once we are satisfied, we shall head home sooner. Kimimaro sighed while enjoying the grilled meat, reassuring himself that few could perceive the spiritual form, treating it merely as a relaxing diversion required by Lord Orochimaru. Regarding their journey to Sunagakure, he had come to a realization. Lord Orochimaru was indeed correct. He lacked the skills of an actor, and many matters, if disclosed prematurely, could lead to less natural responses. However, he still did not fully comprehend the true purpose of their visit to Sunagakure. Was it a collaboration between Lord Orochimaru and the Kazekage? A quest to observe the puppet techniques and medical ninjutsu of Sunagakure, or perhaps an endeavor to establish a shop and generate profit? Oh, and then there was the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. That child had gazed at Alo with an odd expression, causing Kimimaro to worry that if Alo invited the Jinchuriki to accompany them, the boy might simply flee from Sunagakure. A month later, I shall bring 2 companions, accompanying the ninjas from Sunagakure. Upon arrival, I will reside in Sunagakure for a month to study, as it requires time. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, I returned 1 person and 1 spirit to the land of rice, where Alo observed the now restored Orochimaru and Kimimaro, sharing his future plans with them. Previously, in Sunagakure, he had noted that certain things were indeed worth learning, such as the poison and antidote techniques from Granny Chiyo. Do not rush. What you have learned is already considerable. Orochimaru, having returned to his corporeal form, resumed his role as a teacher. He had always been immensely pleased with Alo's eagerness to learn and his rapid progress. This child had the potential to fulfill his long-held dream of mastering every ninjutsu and knowledge that exists in this world. Just maintain your current state. Teacher, I will return home to see Sasuke. Please refrain from wandering about and make sure to rest well. Alo stretched languidly, glanced at the time, and recalled that he had not returned home for several days. He resolved to head back and check on Sasuke, that proud older brother of his. Chapter 60. The Uncontrollable Sharingan. Alo, your timing is impeccable. Sasuke has recently learned to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, but his condition is rather precarious. His control is unstable, and his Sharingan tends to activate uncontrollably. Izuna observed Alo's arrival beside Sasuke and immediately urged him to conduct an examination. Although considerable time had passed since they began teaching Sasuke the Flying Thunder God technique, he had been unable to practice regularly due to the ever-watchful presence of the Umbu. Recently, however, Izuna's spiritual power had significantly increased, allowing his Genjutsu to finally prove effective, thus granting Sasuke the opportunity to experiment. The results of this endeavor were quite promising, as Sasuke possessed an innate talent for spatial techniques. Sasuke, let's try once more. If your Sharingan continues to activate spontaneously, it is likely that your ocular technique possesses a similar type of innate ability. However, your physical prowess may not yet suffice for a more profound evolution. Alo gently patted Sasuke's shoulder, urging him not to glare at the ancestral figure of the Uchiha clan. He conveyed that it was normal to communicate one's training status. One should not conceal such matters simply because the practice felt somewhat awkward. It was important not to disturb the Umbu outside, as the individual who had come today seemed rather formidable. While Sasuke could scowl at a certain elderly gentleman, he certainly could not afford to lose his temper with his younger brother. Nevertheless, he first cautioned Alo to be wary of the Umbu outside, for Izuna's genjutsu might not completely obscure their presence. What an unusual day it was. The Hokage seemed quite generous, allowing the captain of the Umbu to oversee matters. Ancestor, what is transpiring? Alo ventured outside, casting a glance, and, upon spotting the tousled white hair, discerned that the masked figure before him was none other than Hitaki Kakashi. His Sharingan had long been erratic, and after being subjected to several examinations, most of his assignments were confined to the village. He was either monitoring Sasuke, observing Naruto, or safeguarding various affluent merchants and nobles visiting Konoha. Izuna was quite knowledgeable about Kakashi's circumstances, for he was the one who prompted Alo to present a warm gift upon his departure. Moreover, it was quite remarkable that someone without Uchiha lineage could wield the Sharingan. Although his proficiency might not be exceptional, he remained a rare and extraordinary presence. Due to the imperfect restoration of his eye, he was in a precarious state, and even Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated to allow him to venture outside. Should any mishap occur during a mission, not only would it result in failure, but it could also lead to the loss of a formidable elite Jonin and an exceptionally powerful Mangeki Sharingan for Konoha. Curious, Alo ventured outside to ascertain the condition of Kakashi's Sharingan before floating back. The host had sustained injuries from an explosion, and after the restoration of the Kamui space, Obito Uchiha regained his strength after a few days of weakness. However, Kakashi Hitaki's reliance on chakra to maintain his borrowed abilities prevents him from self-adjusting after the repair of his Sharingan. While Alo lamented Kakashi's misfortune, the system interjected a reminder for the host to maintain some dignity. On the side of Konoha, they ought to have attempted to remove it on several occasions. I just went to check, and many of the nerves around his eyes have been damaged from surgery and have yet to fully recover. Alo stood by the window, his gaze fixed upon Kakashi, who was perched upon a tree. He was acutely aware of the mischief he had orchestrated. At that moment, the sight of the Sharingan sparked a peculiar thought within him. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan in Danzo's right eye socket had been the subject of several examinations. Danzo had attempted to seize it on multiple occasions, only to be thwarted each time by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Currently, Kakashi Hitaki held significant importance to Hiruzen. He was a capable, well-regarded elite Jonin who followed orders diligently. The system, having conducted a temporal regression analysis on Kakashi, ascertained the events that had transpired. The comprehensive examination and treatment could not eradicate the inherent instability, prompting the medical ninjas of Konoha to devise a plan for separate assessments. While this approach proved somewhat beneficial, it required a substantial allocation of resources and medical personnel to sustain. Nonetheless, it facilitated a swift treatment for Kakashi when the eye was removed, allowing him to maintain a precarious state of stability. Sasuke, do not fret, he cannot perceive much. Now, utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, and I shall inspect your Sharingan for any additional issues. Alo turned away, no longer paying attention to Kakashi. He focused on Sasuke, instructing the system to conduct an assessment to ascertain Sasuke's condition before proceeding. Sasuke nodded, picking up a new shuriken and inscribing the Flying Thunder God seal upon it anew. Given their current state, the amount of chakra was insufficient. However, they had previously stored a portion of Ninetail's chakra within the pendant. Drawing upon a small thread of chakra, the Flying Thunder God seal was successfully imprinted onto the shuriken. As the shuriken was hurled toward the corner, Sasuke's figure instantaneously shifted to its location. Simultaneously, his two-tomo Sharingan, which he seldom activated voluntarily, flared to life uncontrollably. When he turned to face Alo, his crimson eyes appeared tinged with a hint of embarrassment and helplessness. His control was commendable. With a bit more practice, it would pose no issue. The emergence of the Sharingan was indeed linked to the ocular techniques. Yet the advancement and development of such techniques would require several more years of patience. Alo raised his hand, skillfully forming several seals while elucidating his thoughts to Sasuke, and then pressed his palm against Sasuke's forehead. In addition to the information he shared, the system had also provided further diagnostic results during that moment. The will of Indra subtly permeates and transforms through the repeated cultivation and utilization of chakra. Now, as Sasuke attempts to employ the Flying Thunder God technique, he finds it impossible to control the activation of his Sharingan. This is a manifestation of self-protection in response to spiritual interference. The past 2 years of soul cultivation, along with Aloe's occasional tutoring and nourishment, have finally begun to yield some results. Aloe's current task is to safeguard Sasuke's soul more effectively, enabling him to cultivate and grow undisturbed, even in the face of Indra's encroaching will. As for the shadowy figures lurking behind, Kaguya, the sage, the Akatsuki clan, there is no need for haste. Growth must be gradual. Only when Sasuke becomes truly formidable can he confront impending calamities with ease. Chapter 61, The Uchiha Clan. The Sharingan appears before Danzo. Do not worry, brother is not so fragile. Sasuke observed as Aloe withdrew his hand and then sat beside him, tilting his head in curiosity. Although uncertain about the number of hidden adversaries at play, Sasuke has come to realize that the Uchiha massacre may merely be the beginning of certain events. Thus, despite the treacherous path ahead, he is resolute in his determination to persevere. Indeed, brother will grow to be exceptionally powerful. Aloe earnestly expressed his unwavering faith in Sasuke. However, at this moment, there remains a significant task to be accomplished. To be precise, Aloe himself must undertake a momentous endeavor. Ancestors, please safeguard my brother. I shall be. After chatting with Sasuke for a while and urging him to rest, Aloe pulled Izuna up to the rooftop. Tonight might bring about a measure of turmoil, and it remained uncertain how some individuals would react after losing their Sharingan. Nevertheless, certain actions were imperative. If someone truly intended to harm Sasuke or seize his eyes, then the Nine Tails would need to be unleashed. Presently, aside from himself and Naruto, the Jinchuriki, only Uchiha Izuna possessed the capability to release the Nine Tails. Go on, be cautious, and avoid any pitfalls in this place, he advised. Izuna glanced at Aloe, ruffled his hair playfully, and then swiftly crossed the rooftop back to their quarters. This restless brat, day in and day out, truly wore on the patience of his venerable ancestor. However, there were indeed some individuals who needed to be dealt with. Poor Kakashi, may you escape the scrutiny tomorrow. Perhaps Hiruzen Sarutobi will protect you. The soul of Arrow hovered before Kakashi, casting a glance at the comic book before drifting away with a hint of disdain. He decided to first greet Naruto, then investigate what Sarutobi Hiruzen was up to. Once he had confirmed the whereabouts of certain individuals, he would proceed to confront Shimura Danzo. The notion of utilizing the Sharingan as a disposable resurrection token in the future seemed rather superfluous, even if, aside from Shirsue's eyes, the rest held little value. It did not hinder him from employing the system's reclamation method to obliterate certain elements before the plot commenced. Arrow, you must exercise caution. Should danger arise, return promptly. With the addition of Kurama, we are more than capable of delivering a sound thrashing before making our escape. Upon hearing Arrow's intention to settle a score with an adversary, Naruto generously suggested unleashing Kurama if peril loomed. After all, the Nine Tails had been learning alongside them, and when the time came to act, it should not be allowed to slack off. In response, Kurama lazily swatted at its ear, disinterested in Naruto's remarks, yet it did not voice any objections. During these days of training, even though they could not yet depart from this place, Kurama's emotions had gradually mellowed. Eagerly awaiting the day it could join Naruto in shattering Konoha, it yearned for the Jinchuriki who sealed it to engage in a thorough obliteration of the village. A far more enticing prospect than merely escaping to cause destruction on its own. As for whether it harbored any fear of the Uchiha who might come calling, such sentiments were something the great Nine Tails would never admit. Now, go home and rest well. Should trouble arise, I shall come to find you. Aloe gently patted Naruto's head, then gestured towards the observing Nine Tails with emotion as if to stroke its head. Before the Nine Tails could react, he had already departed, floating above the village of Konoha to assess the general state of affairs for the night. Satisfied that all was well, and noting that Sarutobi Hiruzen was at home entertaining his grandson, Aloe then drifted towards the location of Shimura Danzo. The Shimura clan, though not among the most prominent in Konoha, held a respectable status. Today was a rare occasion for Danzo to return home, as his grandson had just been born. As both a grandfather and the clan head, he felt compelled to make an appearance for the sake of family honor. Ah, the descendants of Shimura Danzo. Aloe had not previously contemplated these matters. However, as he floated above the courtyard, observing the members of the Uchiha clan reveling in their happiness, He was suddenly resolved to uproot certain families entirely. During his time at Orochimaru's base, they had conducted numerous examinations on Itachi Uchiha and had glimpsed fragments of his memories. On the fateful night of the massacre, the majority of the Uchiha clan met their demise at the hands of root members, the only ones truly deserving of Itachi's wrath. Aside from their parents, were the formidable elder members of the Uchiha. Host, it appears you harbor no emotional ties to the Uchiha clan, the system noted, detecting Aloe's murderous intent. What does that have to do with me? They destroyed Sasuke's happiness, and thus, those who have obliterated Sasuke's joy are unworthy of experiencing happiness themselves, along with their kin. Aloe blinked his eyes, a smile gradually deepening, transforming his gaze into the shape of 3 intertwining tomo. He meticulously noted all that brought sorrow and heartache to Sasuke, intending to address them when the time was right. Certain individuals, such as Itachi Uchiha, could not be slain. Instead, he would allow them to bear guilt and anguish, dedicating their lives to protecting Sasuke. Upon completing its assessment, the system determined that the host exhibited no emotional lock state. Nevertheless, it still sensed an anomaly and swiftly conducted further examinations, only to discover that the host appeared rather normal. Yet, this somewhat distorted emotion did not align with a typical state of being. I am merely attempting to reciprocate emotions equally. Sasuke perceives me as his sole tether, his remaining emotional anchor. Aloe sighed inwardly, not waiting for the system to issue any further detection information, and drifted into Shimura Danzo's bedroom. Within the Shimura residence, Danzo's chamber was undoubtedly opulent. Having returned to his room for some time, Danzo was now groomed and seated in a chair, perusing some recent business records of the family. Shadowy figures from the Umbu stood guard at the doorway, while others were stationed on the windowsills and rooftops. Should any anomaly arise, these operatives would swiftly intervene. In such a secure environment, Danzo felt considerably at ease. However, as he turned a new page in the ledger, a sudden flash of crimson caught his attention. A blood-red orb, no larger than a palm, bore 3 spinning tomo, converging as one. Uchiha Shursui. In an instant, Danzo recognized the eye's owner. Possessing a similar eye himself, he was immediately aware that this was the other eye belonging to Shursui. Danzo, today marks your demise. The souls of the Uchiha clan shall finally exact their vengeance upon you. The eye from the ledger transformed into a figure, and the voice of Uchiha Shursui echoed. Do not harbor delusions, wicked Uchiha. You are all extinct, and your illusions hold no sway over me. Danzo raised his hand, unwrapping the bandage from his eye, revealing an identical Sharingan. Merely an illusion, he thought. Although uncertain if Uchiha Itachi had returned, he was confident that the Uchiha clan's Genjutsu would be utterly ineffective against him. Chapter 62. Trapping Danzo in Genjutsu. I have seen through your illusions. You cannot deceive me. Come forth, Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami? Danzo's gaze shifted to the side, and upon detecting a fluctuation in chakra, he smiled with satisfaction. However, as he formed hand seals to dispel the Genjutsu, the figure that appeared left him momentarily dumbfounded. Uchiha Kagami had perished at his hands many years ago. How could he possibly be here? It was an illusion, yet. Danzo, this is no mere illusion. Uchiha Kagami shook his head, raised his hand to form seals, and executed a transformation technique. He morphed into the likeness of a root member on the rooftop, then leapt suddenly, shattering the roof and vaulting outside. 2 identical figures stood on the rooftop, both momentarily stunned at the sight of each other. Danzo quickly followed suit, summoning other ninjas to capture the 2. Although the root members were few, a signal sent out soon attracted a dozen more. To minimize damage to the Shimura residents, they initially engaged in close combat, but as the skirmish ensued, the ninjas began to resemble one another more and more. A chaotic melee of identical ninjas unfolded, and Danzo, observing the scene, felt a sharp pain in his right eye. Your mission is to eliminate everyone here. Danzo raised a hand, pointing at the ninjas who had now halted. His eye throbbed, and a severe ache radiated through his head. He needed to swiftly deal with this Uchiha intruder and seek medical assistance for his eye. Unable to discern the impostors, he resolved to let them all perish here. Kill them all. The root members facing Danzo lifted their heads in unison. Disbelief etched across their faces. You shall all die. Raising his hand and forming seals, Danzo decided to take matters into his own hands. These were not the root members he had trained. Their expressions alone confirmed their deception. After forming the seals, he unleashed a torrent of wind release, which swept through the ninjas like bullets. Yet, they all evaded the attack, none falling victim to it. This unexpected turn prompted Danzo to raise his hand once more. Release. His eyes narrowed as he performed another dispelling technique. Humph, just a bunch of lowly thieves. With the Jinjutsu dispelled, Danzo surveyed his surroundings. He remained in his home, and the documents in his hand showed no signs of irregularity. Frustrated, he tossed the papers onto the table and strode toward the door. As he exited, he assigned tasks to the gatekeeping ninjas, leaving only one on the rooftop. Upon re-entering his chamber, Danzo found himself devoid of any desire to peruse the documents further. His cane struck the floor viciously as he muttered curses against the wicked Uchiha. Unbeknownst to him, whether past or present, an unseen spectral hand lingered over his right eye. Aloe is in no rush. He has ample time to engage in a battle of attrition with Danzo. When it comes to chakra, he cannot compare with Danzo, for he has only recently begun his training, while Danzo has been honing his skills since the age of 10 and, nearing 70 now, has devoted nearly 60 years to his craft. My lord, we have discovered the source. It was the wine served at the previous banquet. After over half an hour, a captain from the root organization enters the room, kneeling to report the latest developments to Danzo. It is essential for Danzo to attend tonight's feast, thus it is not uncommon for someone to attempt poisoning at such events. However, every item consumed or used by Danzo has been inspected by ninjas, making it quite peculiar that an illusion could be cast through the wine. Yet, Danzo is certain that after dispelling the illusion, he found no traces of chakra around him. Continue the investigation. Danzo clenches his fingers, angered yet compelled to await further news. Gesturing for the root captain to proceed. Leaning back in his chair, Danzo closes his eyes for a brief respite. However, less than 10 minutes into his rest, he is startled by the sound of clashing weapons outside. What is happening? Danzo opens his eyes, grasping his cane as he strides out of the door. He cannot afford to be distracted at this moment, for if he were to glance into a mirror, he would discover that his right eye has subtly transitioned into its kaleidoscopic form. Of course, he does not consider looking into a mirror, as he is currently being tormented by the very eye he possesses. The Uchiha's ocular powers, even when housed within Danzo's eye socket, can only be effectively controlled by a member of the Uchiha clan. Aloe may not possess much chakra, but he has borrowed enough from the Nine Tails to gradually torment Danzo into a state of despair. Once more, he ventures outside to assess the situation, only to witness Uchiha Shursui along with numerous root ninjas slain by his hand. Uchiha Shursui is dead, and after scrutinizing the illusion for its flaws, Danzo dispels it once again. Yet, he barely steps through the door before another illusion engulfs him, this time revealing Shinji Tobarama, confirming once again that Tobarama cannot possibly exist. Danzo struggles to evade repeated attacks from Flying Thunder God techniques, dispelling the illusion and returning to his room. This time, the illusion manifests as Uzumaki Kushina, and more alarmingly, in her tailed beast form. As time stretches on, Danzo finds himself increasingly exasperated while searching for the vulnerabilities within the illusion. Throughout this ordeal, Aloe repeatedly drags Danzo into the illusion, occasionally releasing him only to ensnare him once more, again and again. When the clock strikes midnight, Aloe gazes at the mentally exhausted Shimura Danzo, an unseen hand gradually grasping Shursui's eye within his palm. The Uchiha's illusions, combined with their formidable Sharingan, are more than sufficient to toy with Danzo until his demise. Yet, for now, Aloe refrains from killing Danzo. He desires for Danzo to personally send his clan to the afterlife. Chapter 63, Danzo's Annihilation Operation Elder. There are new developments. The captain of the root organization arrives with 2 ninjas, bringing along 2 boxes. The boxes are placed before Danzo, revealing a myriad of letters densely packed within. These letters have been retrieved from the hidden chamber of the Shimura clan. They actually. Danzo opens the letters, scanning through them as his anger surges and a flicker of internal conflict arises. He is sworn to protect Konoha, the very roots of this great tree. Yet his son and clan members are conspiring to destroy it. Not just his son, but others from the Shimura clan as well. They harbor deep resentment toward Konoha and plan to kill themselves tonight, instigating internal chaos within the village, providing an opportunity for the Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village to invade. Gather all members of the Shimura clan and bring back those on missions. Due to the relentless torment of the previous illusions, Danzo issues his command without much sorrow. He suddenly realizes that this is yet another illusion. Thus, no matter what actions he takes now, when he awakens from the illusion, he will still find himself seated in his study surrounded by a pile of documents. Yet, even if this is but an illusion, he will not allow anyone to harm Konoha, not even his family or descendants. Host, the ability of Kodo Amatsukami is remarkable. Have you considered utilizing it after modification? The system detects Danzo's mental state, confirming the functionality and effects of Kodo Amatsukami before reminding him of its considerable value. Although it would only be applicable in this world post-modification, it is indeed quite useful. I'm not interested. Altering someone's thoughts to turn them into a puppet is devoid of meaning. Aloe floated beside Danzo, deliberately diminishing his presence even in a spectral form, with one hand still gripping the eye socket of Danzo's right eye. This singular Sharingan was simple to operate, yet it required a constant supply of chakra to maintain control during its usage. Once the flow ceased, its effects would dissipate effortlessly. While it proved to be effective, Aloe harbored no interest in manipulating the thoughts of others. What truly captivated him were the genuine emotions emanating from the essence of another's soul. For those he deemed unworthy of his consideration, he would simply eliminate them without hesitation, negating the need to create a puppet. The possibility of an immortal emerging and tracing back to his location through the controlled individual was a rather undesirable prospect. Furthermore, the most crucial point was that he had discerned through the system's prompt that this pair of eyes held significant value. Valuable items could be exchanged for currency to procure what he truly required, far surpassing the utility of an optional Sharingan. After all, he possessed his own ocular abilities, which he had awakened upon his growth, potentially rivaling those of a higher echelon. Thus, why would he trade his uncertain powers for something already established? The eternal Mangeki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui was valued at 8,000 points, prompting the system to display an exchange notification. Do not overreach. Danzo has yet to complete his tasks. Wait until I am finished. Aloe was firmly convinced that the system had intentionally chosen this manner to express its protest against his complaints. He had previously mentioned that his own Sharingan would only be utilized once he had matured, never implying its current efficacy. Nonetheless, the system merely emerged to inform Aloe of the value of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Whether to sell it or to modify it was entirely up to Aloe's discretion. Unseen, Aloe engaged in casual conversation with the system while continuing to follow Danzo outside. The members of the Shimura clan were oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet the root ninjas who discovered them gathered here commanded immediate obedience. It did not take long for the Shimura clan members to congregate in the courtyard, including those who had been on missions, who were summoned as best as possible, except for a few who were unreachable due to tasks outside the village. The rest awaited Danzo's slow approach in the plaza. Today, Danzo arrived at the forefront of the densely packed crowd, seated himself upon a chair, and gazed at the members of the Shimura clan. Among them were elders older than he, as well as youths and children, all of whom regarded him with grave expressions. As Danzo began to speak, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Deep within his heart, a singular thought resonated. Konoha must not be destroyed. All potential threats must be buried beneath the roots. Danzo had already issued commands to the leaders of Root during his journey here. Now, he raised his hand and forcefully waved it downwards. Before the members of the Shimura clan could react, over 100 masked Root ninjas leaped forth. Beneath each mask lay an expressionless executor of their orders. Some, unwilling to meet their demise, attempted to resist, but they were unprepared. Even those who managed to counter were swiftly eliminated by the blades of the Root ninjas. One after another, the members of the Shimura clan vanished, reminiscent of the Uchiha clan's fate from years past. Yet, distinctions remained. The Uchiha had been engaged in village security duties at the time, seldom venturing outside the village, thus avoiding certain stragglers. Go, obliterate all Shimura clan members outside the village, and return only upon completion of the task, Danzo commanded. Rising to survey the expanse of lifeless bodies, issuing new orders to another Root captain. The Root ninjas would not question why. They were mere executors of orders. So even if Danzo commanded the death of his own son, they would carry it out without hesitation. Among the corpses now lying in front of him were indeed his own son and grandson. A contingent of Root ninjas embarked on their assignment, and simultaneously, the sealing formation that had enveloped the Shimura clan dissipated. The stench of blood permeated the air, prompting the already suspicious Umbu ninjas to swiftly relay the news to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. By the time Hiruzen hurriedly arrived with reinforcements, Danzo sat motionless in his chair, his countenance vacant, and his unwrapped right arm resembled a withered branch. Just moments ago, after issuing all commands, his consciousness had gradually returned. Upon observing the bodies of his kin, he was filled with loathing. However, before he could issue further commands, the eye socket of his right eye suddenly exploded, the Sharingan from Shursui erupting. Fortunately, possessing the cells of the first Hokage allowed for rapid regeneration, preventing his brain from being shattered. Yet, the damage to his eye socket was severe. He soon discovered that the Sharingan embedded in his arm was also bursting one by one. With each explosion, A portion of the would release cells dissipated. Once every Sharingan in his arm had detonated, it transformed into a lifeless branch, rendering him incapable of using would release. In this moment of despair, his remaining eye beheld a phantasmal apparition. It was Uchiha Kagami, still preserving the visage he bore upon his death. This time, Danzo was certain. It was the spirit of Uchiha Kagami. Danzo, after death, we shall reunite. The second Hokage and I await your arrival, he intoned. You annihilated my Uchiha clan. I now extinguish your Shimura clan. You killed me once. When I return, I shall personally take your life. These words left Danzo frozen in place. The kin he had commanded to slaughter, former companions, his mentor, the entire Uchiha clan. And the exceptional ninjas of Konoha whom he had caused to perish, all these deaths were orchestrated by him. At that moment, he envisioned the fate awaiting him at the moment of his own demise. Chapter 64. Sasuke, my brother is the best system. Look, their bond is indeed profound. Aloe floated above the Shimura household, observing as Sarutobi Hizen carefully assisted Shimura Danzo. Once again, he couldn't help but lament to the system about the bond shared between the two. The system, however, paid no heed to Aloe's grievances, instead offering a warning based on its assessments, as the host is utilizing an excessive amount of chakra in a spiritual form. It is advised that the host promptly return to their physical body for recuperation, despite Aloe's unique circumstances and the system's support. Maintaining the continuous use of the Shursue's right eye in a spiritual state for an extended period would inevitably lead to adverse consequences. I'll go greet Naruto and then return to have a chat with my brother. Aloe observed as Shimura Danzo was taken away to the hospital, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen to oversee the subsequent arrangements with the Umbu. There was no need for him to linger any longer. Departing from the vicinity of the Shimura residence, Aloe made his way to seek Naruto, and along the path, he encountered the bustling ninjas of the village. The events of the night had stirred quite a commotion, rousing many of Konoha's shinobi from their slumber. Arriving at Naruto's abode, Aloe exchanged greetings with Naruto and the Ninetales, informing them that his tasks were complete and advising them to remain vigilant in case Danzo succumbed to a frenzied rampage. If necessary, they should flee. Subsequently, Aloe returned to Sasuke's side. At that moment, Sasuke was awake, seated within his blankets, his double Tomo Sharingan activated, patiently awaiting Aloe's return. Sasuke, why are you not asleep? Upon Aro's return, he gazed into Sasuke's eyes, his smile faltering slightly. While you were away, I had a dream. Sasuke tilted his head, observing Aro. Although Aro, in his ethereal form, exhibited no outward signs of distress, Sasuke sensed an underlying fatigue within him. Just moments ago, Aro had experienced a dream where he bore witness to the brutal slaughter of many individuals. The ground was stained crimson, littered with countless corpses. Though it was not the Uchiha clan, he could ascertain that it encapsulated the annihilation of a family. Upon waking, he meticulously recalled the attire of those unfortunate souls and the emblem adorning the walls of their estate, ultimately realizing that it was the Shimura clan, led by Shimura Danzo, facing its tragic demise. You must have seen the destruction of the Shimura clan through my eyes. Aloe sat beside, gazing at Sasuke's visage, acknowledging the veracity of the dream. Yet, why would Sasuke experience such a dream? It certainly could not be attributed to the peculiarities of their twin bond. The faint aura left by the Sage of Six Paths was detected, allowing Sasuke, through the resonance of bloodlines, to witness the images in his slumber. The system provided the analysis. The Sage of Six Paths had indeed visited, albeit without lingering, merely allowing Sasuke to glimpse those scenes in his dreams. As for the intention, what significance lies in Sasuke's visions? Does he believe that, due to my annihilation of the Uchiha clan, I possess an excessive thirst for blood, thereby fostering a rift between us? Aloe quietly nestled in Sasuke's embrace, engaging in a mental dialogue with the system. The rationale behind the Sage of Six Paths' actions eluded him. Indra, along with every subsequent reincarnation of chakra, would ultimately succumb to bouts of insanity and darkness, yet in their youth, they were brimming with ideals. The system provided an explanation. At least during their formative years, figures like Indra, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Sasuke were remarkably innocent. Moreover, among the Sage of Six Paths descendants, the emotional lineage of the Uchiha clan was the most untainted. What does it matter? Even the purest of souls cannot afford to be lenient in the face of adversaries. Those who show mercy to their foes are often deemed foolish. Aloe harbored no desire to speculate on the thoughts of the Sage of Six Paths any longer. For Sasuke, annihilating the enemies of his clan and eradicating the entire family of his foes should pose no psychological barriers. Aloe, refrain from taking risks in the future. We have ample time to prepare for vengeance. Do not jeopardize yourself in pursuit of retribution, he murmured, holding Aloe tightly after a prolonged silence. He was uncertain why he could perceive such visions in his dreams, yet Aloe's reaction confirmed to him that this was no mere dream. Matters concerning the reincarnation of Indra. Fragments of information regarding Uchiha Madara, the dark entity striving to save his mother, as well as Indra, Ashura, and the Sage of Six Paths, were all topics he had overheard during casual banter with Aloe and Izuna, and he had retained much of that knowledge. The Uchiha clan had long been ensnared in the machinations of these so-called sages. Each survivor or formidable member had become a pawn in their game. Presently, only a handful of them remained. The distinction between who was a mere pawn and who was not had become rather insignificant. While the true strength of the sages remained an abstract notion, it was known that the moon was a creation of theirs. Thus, upon awakening, Sasuke pondered extensively. Indeed, this time he had fortuitously encountered Danzo and had been unable to restrain himself from acting. He resolved to refrain from immediate further actions from now on. It was imperative for his brother to exercise greater caution. Should danger arise, they should escape with Naruto, and if necessary, unleash the Nine Tails without hesitation, as it would at least sustain them until he and Orochimaru sensei could arrive. Aloe nodded obediently. Recently, he had indeed resolved to refrain from causing any more disturbances in Konoha. For now, his priority would be to focus on personal development, to earn and enhance himself. There would be no cause for concern. You should return and rest. Take good care of yourself, and come back only once you are well rested. Sasuke gently ruffled Aloe's hair, urging him to head back and recuperate. Prolonged detachment of the soul was, after all, a source of unease. Then I shall take my leave, said Aloe. Sasuke, do indulge in a little more sleep. Aloe raised his hand to touch back, then said he was leaving, directly returning to his body located in the underground base of the Land of Rice. Once it was confirmed that Aloe had departed, Sasuke reclined back into the covers. Izuna, your brother's mind is severely troubled. After contemplating for a considerable time, Sasuke suddenly began to berate Uchiha Madara in front of Izuna. You insolent brat, mind your words. That is my brother. Even if his mind is impaired, only I have the right to scold him. Izuna descended from the rooftop and slapped Sasuke on the head, but without using any chakra, the blow went straight through, landing harmlessly. Your brother may not seek revenge for you, but my brother is different. Because of me, he has already gone to annihilate the Shimura clan. In the future, we will also seek out the Sarutobi clan and many others in Konoha. Sasuke squinted at Izuna, a hint of pride lacing his words. While he harbored concerns, it did not diminish his ability to feel the affection and care emanating from his younger brother. If not for him, Aloe would not have cared about the Uchiha clan's fate at all. Thus, Aloe's arduous efforts were all in pursuit of vengeance for him. He truly has the best brother. Chapter 65. Teacher Orochimaru. Please act normal. Teacher Orochimaru. Do not cause a ruckus. I am utterly exhausted and need to rest. The Shimura clan has been annihilated under the arrangement of Shimura Danzo, employing root ninjas. Aloe's soul returned to his body as he raised his hand to swat away Orochimaru, who had leaned in too closely. He was genuinely exhausted, weary, and burdened. Thus, unless there was a matter of great importance, it would be best to wait until he awoke from his slumber. Shimura Danzo was annihilated. The Shimura clan? Orochimaru's serpentine eyes widened in surprise as he stared blankly at Aloe, who was already pulling the blanket over himself, on the verge of sleep. He lifted his hand, intending to pull Aloe back and inquire further, but seeing Aloe's fatigued state, he lowered it again. My lord Orochimaru, the latest news from Konoha. Kumahira had received the most recent information from Konoha that morning and hurriedly rushed to find Orochimaru. Unfortunately, Orochimaru had not returned to his chamber the previous night. Upon arriving at Aloe's room, he was greeted by the sight of Orochimaru squatting by the bedside, gazing intently at Aloe, which nearly rendered him speechless. Shimura Danzo was annihilated? The Shimura family? Orochimaru slowly turned his head, maintaining his crouched position by the bed, and looked up at Kumahira. He had pondered this matter for half the night yet could not fathom how Aloe managed to orchestrate the destruction of the Shimura clan. The Shimura clan had been attacked, resulting in the deaths of most of its members, and Danzo was gravely injured. The third Hokage had convened the ninjas to investigate and pursue the intruders. Kumahira picked up the letter, scrutinizing it closely before reciting its contents. It stated that there was no mention of the extermination of the Shimura clan by Danzo. It merely indicated an invasion by external enemies. However, the identity of these foes remained unknown. The information was accurate. It was indeed Danzo who had claimed to visit his brother, only to turn around and decimate a prominent clan in Konoha, the Shimura clan, alongside the Sarutobi clan, both of which had long surpassed the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans in influence. Orochimaru spoke in a somber tone regarding the destruction of the Shimura clan, the perpetrator being right before them. Furthermore, the Shimura clan held a status in Konoha that was likely third in rank. The foremost clan was the Hyuga clan. Yet they were seen as weak and ineffectual, their only strengths being their numbers and the unique traits of their bloodline. The second largest clan was the Sarutobi clan, bolstered by the decades-long leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage, which naturally lent them considerable influence. The Shimura clan was slightly inferior to the Sarutobi clan, but not by much. The Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans shared a similar standing. It was uncertain what the future held. When this child grew up, which clans would remain in Konoha? Perhaps Konoha itself might cease to exist, a prospect that was indeed intriguing. My lord Orochimaru, Alo appears to be quite fatigued. Perhaps you should attend to breakfast? Kumahira suggested. Observing the sleeping Alo, who seemed to have been disturbed by their conversation, kicking the blanket in displeasure, everyone understood that he needed rest. Hence Orochimaru ought not to linger here. When Alo awoke, he could directly inquire about anything he wished. Alo would not vanish. It seemed that even if Orochimaru remained here, it would be of little consequence, for with the Flying Thunder God technique, he could depart at will. Kumahira then suggested bringing food, including Alo's favorite dishes. Orochimaru shook his head, insisting that he would stay and watch the extermination of clans. It was known that Uchiha Itachi had annihilated the Uchiha clan, yet it was understood that most had perished at the hands of root ninjas. There were even some umbu mixed in. Such an act could not have been executed solely by Itachi. Last night, it was Danzo, who had evidently been manipulated into the extermination of the Shimura clan. Could it be that Alo had employed the Kodo Amatsukami? Do not presume he was unaware. This mischievous boy harbored many secrets. The incident with Uchiha Shirsue's eyes, which exploded upon use now, it seemed as if this troublesome child was deceiving him, if not him. Then perhaps Uchiha Itachi. Teacher, could you not gaze at me with such a mournful expression? I have done nothing to betray you. It is merely that Danzo took an extended time to recover, and you have long since ceased your collaboration with him. Alo, cocooned in his blanket, rolled over as Jiwanmaru went to fetch breakfast. Groggily, he opened his eyes, half hidden beneath the covers, casting a disdainful glance at Orochimaru. That mournful and aggrieved expression, Orochimaru. You ought not to present yourself in such a manner. You are a notorious rogue ninja from Konoha, and this portrayal resembles that of a pitiful, delicate soul deceived by a scoundrel. Such an image does not suit you. Indeed, it is utterly inappropriate. Is it possible that the divine has taken control of Danzo? Regardless of Alo's musings, Orochimaru remained unfazed, resting his arm on the edge of the bed, leaning in anticipation for Alo to elucidate how he had managed to exert control over Danzo. Danzo's right eye bore the ocular prowess of Uchiha Shirsue, employing the Uchiha clan's secret technique, which, while highly effective, exacted a severe toll on chakra. Were it not for the Nine-Tails chakra bestowed by Naruto previously, I would not dare to attempt such a feat now. Alo stifled a yawn, nuzzling his face into the blanket before turning his gaze towards Orochimaru, briefly explaining his thoughts. The Sharingan, is it not true that those who are not of the Uchiha clan can be subjected to reverse control? Orochimaru, upon observing Alo's awakened three-tomo Sharingan, was suddenly reminded of an individual. During the time he had brought Alo back, another possessor of the Sharingan encountered significant difficulties. Kakashi Hitaki, who sustained considerable injuries, remains in an unstable condition even to this day. It's manageable, I suppose. The ocular techniques combined with secret arts are simply too exhausting. Alo, with his eyes closed, spoke in a languid tone. Indeed, he had reveled excessively the night before, and now he was suffering the aftermath, with discomfort in his eyes. Are your Sharingan unable to close? Orochimaru had spent considerable time with Alo, yet this was the first occasion he witnessed Alo, who did not require it. Still activating his Sharingan. It was not severe, he merely felt fatigued. After nearly 70 years of life, and having been a ninja for 50 or 60 of those, the potential repercussions had indeed tormented him for half the night before he finally managed to succeed. Alo blinked, feeling a slight twinge of discomfort, yet nothing more amiss. The system had once again expressed its concerns, urging him to pay heed to his health, for in this world, he was utilizing his own body. Chapter 66. You needn't bring gifts when you come to see me. You are aware that he is a ninja who has cultivated for over 60 years, while you have barely trained for less than 2. Are you truly unafraid of the consequences? Orochimaru extended a hand, pressing it against Alo's head, ruffling his hair in a teasing manner. This troublesome lad, did he not realize that such reckless adventures would cause his guardians distress? He had nurtured him from a frail and vulnerable child into the vibrant and healthy individual he was today. Orochimaru-sensei, in the future, I intend to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen. And I won't spare the members of the Sarutobi clan either. Will this not displease you, considering he was your mentor? Alo raised his head, resting it gently in the palm of Orochimaru's hand. Regardless of how Orochimaru felt about Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Sarutobi clan, he could never truly let go of the past. However, there were certain matters he wished to discuss with Orochimaru in advance. After all, Orochimaru's teacher had once played a significant role in his life, guiding, caring for, and protecting him long ago, despite the many events that had transpired since then. No, at most, I will simply choose not to observe him. Orochimaru sighed, his serpent-like eyes blinking slowly, ultimately conceding a sliver of flexibility to himself. If Alo and Sasuke were to destroy his former mentor in the future, potentially bringing ruin to Konoha, he resolved that he would refrain from witnessing it, should it cause him discomfort. Nevertheless, in all other matters, he remained steadfast in his resolve to not show mercy. Alo did not express his thoughts verbally. He merely nodded, turned over, and rested his face against Orochimaru's hand, closing his eyes in repose. Although he was certain that Orochimaru could not deter him, simply standing beside him brought immense joy. Next, it was imperative to rest well, for after recuperation, he must return to his studies. The small village nearby had already seen their people arrive to take charge, and in a couple of days, he would lead a group to reside there. The location was not far, and there were underground passages that would facilitate swift returns to the base when necessary. Furthermore, once the shop in Sunagakure resumed normal operations, he intended to establish additional stores in other regions. Earning a living was indeed a laborious endeavor. Young Master Alo, please rest after your meal. Your body requires nourishment at this time, Jumara said, bringing forth food. Observing that Orochimaru's hand was pinned down, he promptly set the tray aside and lifted Alo into his arms. Despite the commotion, it was essential that Orochimaru's breakfast remained undisturbed. Moreover, Alo needed to eat well to ensure he could continue his slumber. Alo, with a sense of resignation, opened his eyes and swiftly consumed the breakfast placed before him. That fellow Jummaru is truly endearing. Is it really necessary to be so anxious over merely teasing Orochimaru a little? After finishing his breakfast, Alo decided to genuinely rest this time. He slumbered soundly until dinner, awoke to partake in the evening meal, and then returned to his dreams. 2 days later, he had fully regained his vitality. Before long, young Master Alo relocated to a quaint village in the land of rice, leading a life that was said to have been safeguarded by samurai servants since his early years. After a week of residing in this grand estate and embracing the life of a young lord, Alo encountered Itachi Uchiha, who arrived in the dead of night. Brother, you could have simply come to see me without bringing gifts. Alo stood in the courtyard, lifting his gaze towards Uchiha Itachi, who donned a robe adorned with crimson clouds against a black backdrop. In the corner, several tendrils abruptly sprouted, each lined with sharp thorns, ensnaring a white zetsu, swiftly siphoning its wood-based energy. Do not consume indiscriminately. Inappropriate energy can lead to digestive distress, Itachi sighed. After receiving news of the troubles plaguing the Uchiha clan, he intended to check on Alo, only to be burdened with a multitude of tasks assigned by Pain. Now that his mission was complete, he took a detour on his return, yet found himself unable to shake off the persistent white zetsu. Thus, he brought it along and signaled Alo to take action. While Alo's strength may still be lacking against certain formidable ninjas, the abnormality of the white zetsu presented no challenge before him. During his stay at Orochimaru's base, he had easily extracted several white zetsu sent to investigate, discarding them for Orochimaru's research. Recently, he had felt fatigued. Although he could not directly convert it into his own chakra, the restorative properties of the wood element were potent, rendering it anything but wasteful. Alo raised his head to gaze at the moon in the sky, stifling a yawn before turning to walk toward the house. Despite the presence of ninjas and samurais for protection, the courtyard he occupied remained undisturbed by intruders. Danzo, what have you done? Uchiha Itachi glanced once more at the white zetsu, then followed Alo into the room, leaning against the wall as he inquired about the recent significant event. Although the information was not particularly clear, it immediately reminded him of Alo's previous words. The founding of Konoha was the joint effort of the Uchiha and Senju clans, with other families merely following suit. Given that the Uchiha had been annihilated, it was only a matter of time before the families involved in the plan to obliterate the Uchiha would meet the same fate. I lack such formidable power. All I have done is awaken Danzo Shimura's right eye, allowing it to witness a splendid spectacle before its inevitable demise. In honor of its master and the Uchiha it represents, Alo reclined upon the sofa, his eyes fluttering shut before reopening, the three tomo swirling within his crimson pupils. Shursui. Kodo Amatsukami. Uchiha Itachi gazed upon Alo, his heart uncontrollably haunted once more by the memories of the Uchiha clan's tragic night. Even now, he found it difficult to accept that Shursui would employ Kodo Amatsukami in that final moment. Yet, one cannot deny the formidable strength of Kodo Amatsukami. Potent enough for a single eye to obliterate an entire prominent clan of Konoha. Once, he stood alongside the Uchiha. More recently, he witnessed Danzo and the Shimura clan's machinations. Brother, even if Sasuke and I could eliminate certain individuals within Konoha, I implore you not to act rashly. Otherwise, I would face the arduous task of traversing to the Pure Land to retrieve your spirit, only to have Orochimaru's sensei resurrect you. Such an endeavor is immensely taxing. And most importantly, it would sadden Sasuke. Alo suddenly lifted his head, his crimson eyes fixating on Uchiha Itachi. You must not perish, especially not in death. To resolve the matters of your past, I shall live well, witnessing your and Sasuke's growth, and observing your family blossom. Uchiha Itachi, ensnared by the Sharingan's gaze, felt an involuntary tremor within him and nodded with a sense of resignation. He would not seek death nor allow his life to fade away. Certain past events remained immutable. Yet he was acutely aware that should he fall, Alo might resort to even more reckless actions. Death is not the conclusion, though Alo's spirit could traverse beyond and return. He had previously deliberated with Orochimaru on this matter and concluded that Alo's essence must not reach the Pure Land. Mortality is an inescapable fate. Even the extraordinary is bound by certain limitations. Therefore, he would strive to live on, ensuring Alo's safety and preventing Sasuke from losing his last remaining kin. Chapter 67. A store opens in Sunagakure, Alo in women's attire in the land of wind. Sunagakure buzzed with activity. Today, the village was alive with excitement. In the bustling commercial district, a store had been transformed into a realm of opulence over the course of nearly a month, evoking the impression that its owner was a person of considerable wealth. After a period of observation, both the ninjas and the townsfolk of Sunagakure finally witnessed the store's preparations for its grand opening. At noon today, the entrance swung open from within, revealing a grand glass door. As it opened, petals danced in the breeze. Petals flew out from the entrance, soaring upwards before gently descending. Today marks our grand opening. The first 100 customers shall enjoy a 50% discount. We warmly welcome you. Amidst the fluttering petals, a stunning young woman with long black hair appeared on the second floor display, elegantly stepping barefoot upon the petals as she made her way to the entrance. Her voice was sweet, and her beauty was striking. She wore a simple yet exquisite white dress, her flowing black hair swaying gracefully without disorder. The moment she emerged, she became a beautiful legend in Sunagakure. However, this was all an illusion. Beneath the enchanting exterior lay the Uchiha youth, currently grumbling to the system. System, the women's attire is complete. You ought to grant me my achievement. Alo is now solely focused on achieving rewards. In pursuit of this accomplishment, he has even donned women's attire, yet where are the rewards? The host has attained a new achievement, cross-dressing superficial visual organism, granting him a reward of 10,000 points. After Alo's insistence, the system promptly inundated him with notifications. Achievements are essential, and this reward is, thus far, the most substantial. The previous achievements of Uchiha Itachi's wrathful extermination of the serpent and Orochimaru's demise combined yielded only 5,000 points. System. What sort of achievement is this? Alo was elated upon receiving points. However, such joy should not warrant shallow insults. The host, adorned in feminine attire and employing transformation magic, garnered the admiration of a total of 1,092 individuals from Sunagakure within a mere minute, transcending gender and age. This leads to the conclusion that humans are inherently visual beings. The system provided a meticulous response, even offering a detailed count. Nevertheless, while this admiration may seem somewhat trivial, it sufficed to achieve the corresponding rewards. Moreover, the promotional impact was remarkably effective, even though Alo merely presented today's special offers briefly before retreating to the store. The sales for the day exceeded expectations. You are not a woman. A swirl of sand drifted through the window, coalescing into the form of Gara on the third floor of the shop. He observed Alo, who had reverted from her transformation, reclining on the sofa in white attire and black pants, engrossed in a book. After a few moments of silence, he finally spoke. He had witnessed the earlier spectacle outside. It was merely an illusion, not reality. The transformation magic was newly acquired, intended to showcase what constitutes beauty. Please, have a seat and enjoy a drink. Would you prefer tea or a beverage? I can have either prepared for you. Alo gestured to the side, inviting Gara to take a seat. He possesses the ability to perform transformation techniques. This is hardly a matter of great significance. Certain individuals from the hidden sand village have long been aware of his status as a disciple of Orochimaru, although he does not hold the formal title of a ninja. There has never been a stipulation that one must be a ninja to learn ninjutsu. As Gara settled into a nearby position, he observed a girl with black hair swiftly appearing at the entrance, selecting a beverage. Their intentions were far from innocent. Gara turned his gaze back to Aloe, carefully organizing his thoughts before offering a subtle hint. A month prior, after bidding farewell to Aloe, he had left behind a concealed eye of sand. Subsequently, he had come across certain information that further darkened his mood. Nevertheless, he remained stoic, dedicating himself to daily practice and self-improvement, ensuring that any necessary provisions were delivered to him. Those who questioned him were silenced by the grip of his sand. It matters not. I merely aspired to open a shop, engage in commerce, and generate profit. As for all those other matters, contemplating them excessively is futile unless the moment of necessity arises. Aloe set aside the book in his hands and, having composed himself, turned his gaze towards Gara, although he had long been aware of it. Being the recipient of someone's concern was indeed a delightful experience. Ah, the art of making money is quite an impressive endeavor. Gara nodded. He was unaware of the challenges that accompanied financial pursuits, yet he often heard many lamenting the hardships of being in want. In truth, it was not so dire. By the way, I still possess some exclusive items that are not for sale. Would you like to take one back and give it a try? It could prove invaluable for your training as a ninja, particularly in the realm of physical techniques. Gara suddenly rose from the sofa and approached the adjacent desk, where he opened a box. Inside lay a vial of reagent, devoid of any exquisite packaging. It was a single-use application solution. Ninjas require rigorous physical training, and this potion can permeate the muscles, allowing for an extended duration of training. Application? Gara glanced at the label before lifting his arm. A layer of sand dissipating to reveal his skin beneath. The inhabitants of Sunagakure typically suffer from poor skin quality, given the pervasive dust and sand in their environment. However, Gara's all-encompassing layer of sand provided him with substantial protection, resulting in surprisingly fair skin. It was likely of a shade that Temari would envy, a beauty unattainable for her. He poured the entire vial onto his arm, and after evenly spreading the substance, Gara commenced his arm training. No expansive space was necessary. He could play with Shikaku in the sand, and through this playful interaction, achieve effective training results. When Arrow brought over the beverages, cradling a cup and a pillow, he leaned against the side, observing Gara's training game with keen interest. The results were rather impressive and appeared quite amusing. During a casual conversation, Shikaku and Kurama had made a few jests about that silly raccoon. It seems effective. Is it available for private sale? Sensing the subtle differences, Gara once again allowed the sand to envelop his arm, seated himself, and took a slow sip of the drink. Setting the cup down, he turned to Arrow, inquiring about the sales method for this product. Since it was brought along and presented for him to try, it was certainly intended for sale. This does not fall under skincare products. You can take another sample back and arrange for someone to deliver it to the Kazakage's office. If they complete their tests and intend to make a purchase, I will negotiate the price with them. You need not bear the expense yourself. Aloe presented another document to Gara. Naturally, the items suitable for a ninja were those that could be traded with the hidden village. Moreover, as the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, everything Gara required for his development should be financed by the village. Chapter 68, Returning Home Early. Orochimaru had not slept for 3 days. Young master, you cannot truly intend to sell these items to Sunagakure, can you? After Gara's departure, M.Y. entered the room once more. Observing the now empty box, she felt a twinge of dismay. Young master Aloe, aside from becoming increasingly formidable in combat, was also growing more ruthless in his dealings. The teacher did not prohibit selling. And moreover, selling a portion would not diminish what was rightfully yours. As Aloe gazed into the eyes of Doye, he discerned that the young lady was once again internally branding him a mercenary. Yet, there was little he could do. The fruits of their research invariably necessitated conversion into currency. One must be meticulous in accounting to ensure that Orochimaru could persist in his scientific endeavors without financial constraint. If the pursuit of knowledge rested solely upon Orochimaru, while the acquisition of wealth also depended on him, the burden would be exceedingly arduous. Indeed, Doyu lowered her head, choosing not to elaborate further. Some sentiments, once one departs from home, remain unutterable. However, dear Orochimaru, are you truly aware that your disciple resorts to exchanging refuse for money? It is true that selling off these surplus items does not affect their regular training equipment, as these are merely obsolete artifacts they no longer utilize. Feeling a pent-up desire to express her grievances, Doyi, days later, beheld several crates of potions, which transformed into a bountiful box of money. From that day forth, whenever she cast her gaze upon young Master Aloe, her eyes sparkled with radiant brilliance. The sight of Mr. Arrow haggling with others, striving to earn money for Lord Orochimaru, is truly magnificent. This time, Arrow spent merely a few days in Sunagakure before hastily departing. This was due to the fact that all the goods he brought with him had been sold, although he had prepared in advance. He still underestimated the purchasing power of women. Farewell, Gara. Aloe and Gara have forged a friendship, a fact that is no secret in the hidden sand village. They have no desire to conceal it. Thus, on the day Aloe departed from the village, he was escorted back to the land of rice by the sand village ninjas, alongside Gara, who had come to bid him farewell at the village gates. Well, goodbye. Gara spoke few words, yet his demeanor was markedly more composed. At the very least, the surrounding ninjas, though apprehensive, were able to muster the courage to stand nearby. As Aloe walked away, Gara finally turned back and returned to the village. Meanwhile, Aloe, after leaving behind some of the other staff, set off towards the land of rice with Mayu and a contingent of sand village ninjas. Young Master Aloe, do you usually? Tamari, a member of this escort team, paused during a rest to observe Aloe's maid as she retrieved pots and pans from a space ceiling scroll for meal preparation, her emotions somewhat conflicted. This young master certainly lives a life of luxury. The previous butler was versatile, while this maid, aside from her business dealings, was always attentive to his needs. And this space ceiling scroll, used to store these kitchen items. Indeed, since the young master does not favor dry rations, we tend to prepare more substantial provisions. Food and drink must always be plentiful. Mayu smiled gently. She knew their young master was quite delicate and required proper care. As for the space ceiling scroll, it seems to command a high price in the outside world. However, they truly lacked for nothing. For young Master Aloe possessed a well-rounded skill set and could easily create such items, ensuring that those who accompanied the likes of Orochimaru and young Master Aloe were never short of such conveniences. Ah, truly, the young master. Tamari sighed, stealing another glance before stepping aside with her large fan in tow. While surveying the surroundings, she took a few bites from her own rations. The life of a ninja is not an easy one. As Aloe dined, he couldn't help but glance at Shizen, who was surreptitiously glaring at him, while also sharing some grievances about the tribulations faced by certain ninjas. However, it was merely Shizen who felt out of sorts. The other three ninjas appeared perfectly composed. As long as there was no imminent danger, they remained indifferent to Aloe's actions. Upon their arrival in the land of rice, when they reached Aloe's residence, Shizen was taken aback by the numerous exquisite decorations and suddenly reconsidered her previous thoughts regarding the decor of Aloe's shop in Sunagakure. It became clear that the lavishness was not a deliberate attempt to attract attention. Rather, this young master resided in a place that was indeed a testament to wealth. After spending a night in a quaint courtyard led by a servant, Shizen was somewhat dumbfounded the next day upon receiving the two spatial ceiling scrolls. Were the items intended for transport sealed within these scrolls? Given that they were fragile, it was imperative to handle them with care. Beautiful Miss Shizen, we shall depend on you this time. Aloe gazed at the expressionless Shoju, offering a polite greeting before instructing the recently arrived butler to escort the ninjas away. His recent journey to Sunagakure had imparted a wealth of knowledge, necessitating time for reflection and subsequent collaboration with his esteemed teacher, Orochimaru. The art of puppetry was indeed remarkable, truly exceptional. However, the healing techniques of Granny Chiyo had not met his expectations, perhaps due to his initial hopes being overly ambitious. Young Master Aloe, you have endured much during this time. Lord Orochimaru, he has not slept for 3 days. Would you like to check on him? Junmaru, in his capacity as Aloe's butler, returned to the courtyard after seeing the ninjas off, observing Aloe once again tending to the trees. Unable to restrain himself, he urged Aloe to visit Lord Orochimaru. 3 days without sleep? What could he possibly be researching? Aloe was taken aback. Orochimaru had gone without sleep for 3 consecutive days. Could it be that Kimimaro could no longer keep watch over him? Previously, his soul wandered aimlessly, but now it had ceased to roam, and he had resumed his sleeplessness. That foolish child, Kimimaro, usually fretted even if his esteemed Orochimaru had a meager meal. Chapter 69. Orochimaru's Experiment. There is hope for Kimimaro. Aloe, your return is timely. Come and take a look with me. Aloe had just utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive beside Orochimaru, only to be immediately seized by the arm and brought before the laboratory table. Upon it lay several bones, all belonging to Kimimaro. Recently, Orochimaru had been engrossed in research focused on finding a cure for Kimimaro's ailment. Has there been any progress? Aloe activated his Sharingan, gazing intently at the several petri dishes before him. The substances contained within were predominantly extracted from the body of white Zetsu, representing would-release cells. But differing from those of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, whose usage necessitated the imposition of his formidable visage. The effects remained somewhat ambiguous, yet their utility was undeniable. As he observed this, Orochimaru, brimming with excitement, pointed to these groundbreaking discoveries that had deprived him of sleep for 3 consecutive days, urging Alo to utilize his Sharingan once more for recording and analysis. The Sharingan, with its enhanced ability to perceive and document, rendered the task exceedingly convenient. "Hold on. Let me take a closer look," he said reassuringly. "Rest assured, it will remain unharmed." Alo had ceased to concern himself with the urgency of their purpose. As the two engaged in deliberation and examination, they occasionally extracted a fragment, allowing Alo to employ his would-release for some transformations. Upon swiftly returning to the underground base via a secret passage, Junmaru received the unsettling news that no one had emerged. Anxious, he proceeded to the vicinity of the laboratory, only to have a wooden sign spring forth from the wall, declaring not to disturb. It was Alo's would-release. Thus, Junmaru understood. He had not yet vocalized his thoughts from within and had sent another in. Time passed, and by the following morning, Junmaru finally witnessed the imposing doors of the laboratory swing open. "Junmaru, come. Let me have a look at you." Alo emerged from the laboratory and spotted Junmaru, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and struck the unsuspecting Junmaru, rendering him unconscious. Such urgency was perhaps unnecessary. Orochimaru observed as Junmaru was incapacitated and carried back to the laboratory by Alo, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over him. Yet, Junmaru had not been resting well these past few days, had he? "Master Orochimaru, please take a moment to nourish yourself. I will commence with the initial treatment for him, and you may relieve me shortly." Alo is currently filled with excitement, and upon discovering an effective method, his enthusiasm rivals that of Orochimaru. Observing from the sidelines, Orochimaru urges Alo, who has gone 4 days without sleep, to seize the moment to nourish himself before returning. On the operating table, Junmaru's soul is partially extracted by Alo, who gazes fiercely at his own body undergoing various preliminary treatments. "Alo, I am not in a hurry. You should rest now." Although Junmaru is somewhat astonished by his current state, having witnessed Orochimaru's soul wander previously, he is not overly frightened. Yet, watching Alo's busy demeanor, he suddenly realizes that Alo, too, deserves a moment of respite. The time spent learning and observing in Sunagakure must have been exhausting, and since his return, he has hardly had a proper sleep. "It's all right. Let me first conduct the preliminary treatment, and then you can rest afterward. Also, keep an eye on yourself. Remember what I told you to memorize. As your combat training will be on hold for a while, you need to attempt new self-repair methods." Alo administered treatment to Junmaru, who was in a state of complete paralysis, yet he still had to ensure that Junmaru remembered certain steps and key points of the procedure. When Orochimaru returned from a swift meal and a refreshing shower, dressed in clean attire, the sight that greeted him nearly caused him to spit blood in fury. Junmaru's soul was partially extricated, and with Alo supporting his arm, he conveyed strength to Junmaru, enabling him to wield the scalpel himself during the operation. "Orochimaru-sensei, please assist him. My constitution is unique, and there are certain matters I cannot touch." Alo was met with a piercing glare from Orochimaru, prompting him to urgently call for assistance. His intention was not to intimidate Junmaru. Rather, he had recently discovered a curse embedded within Junmaru's very bloodline. The more potent the bloodline's power became, the closer the approach of death. This curse, originating from a certain sage, compelled Alo to refrain from revealing too much of his involvement while he remained cautious about a direct confrontation. This initial implantation was merely a preparatory phase. The next step would involve the transformation of the cursed seal. "Junmaru, you should occupy the nutrient pod for a few days. Once the cursed seal is perfected, your body will be able to recover fully." Orochimaru took the scalpel and swiftly implanted several small components at various locations. These were not would-release cells. They were regenerative capabilities extracted from several white Zetsu, meticulously separated and consolidated by Alo into a unique sealing technique, mimicking the beast sealing employed by Jinchuriki. It would activate when necessary, converting Junmaru's existing pathological deterioration into energy drawn from the seal. Currently, only these seals were implanted. The crucial switch was still under Orochimaru's research, albeit with numerous potential hazards associated with the cursed seal. "Lord Orochimaru, you must rest." Junmaru reminded Orochimaru as he was being escorted to the nutrient pod for temporary accommodation, emphasizing the need for the latter to take a break. "By the way, I was instructed by Junmaru to keep an eye on you. as you have gone without sleep for 3 days, and now it has been 4. Alo closed the nutrition chamber and activated the internal self-repair mechanism. He then raised his head, gazing earnestly at Orochimaru. He had a nagging feeling that he had forgotten something of great importance. You should take a rest now. Go sleep for a while, and when you awaken, I'll take your place. Orochimaru gently patted Alo on the head, then his fingers slid down, tugging at Alo's collar, and with a swift motion, he tossed him outside the laboratory door. You cheeky brat, how dare you claim you haven't rested? You're not in much better shape either. After laboring for so long with those 3 Tomo Sharingan, you can't even utter a word about being tired. Orochimaru-sensei is truly formidable. Aluo called out at the door, then turned and made his way toward his bedroom. Indeed, it was time for a well-deserved rest. He would return after rejuvenating himself. However, the shell of white absolute was truly remarkable. The prolonged interest of Orochimaru in it was largely attributed to its remarkable self-repair capabilities. Host, sleep now. I shall awaken you in 10 hours, the system announced as Aluo settled down. According to the system's calculations, it was essential for the host to indulge in a deep slumber for 10 hours to eradicate both mental fatigue and physical exhaustion. Thank you. I must once again trouble the system to act as my alarm clock. Alo sighed softly, then relaxed completely, drifting into slumber. Chapter 70. Dressing as a woman is not difficult, but Sasuke is still young. Orochimaru, you should take the opportunity to rest. By the way, have Doya fetch Go for me. I shall take my time to study. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, Ero partook in a meal before swapping shifts with Orochimaru. After ushering Orochimaru out of the laboratory and reminding him to make the necessary arrangements, Ero returned to his observation station. The cursed seal had now progressed to a second form, albeit in an unstable state. Moreover, it consistently exhibited issues such as loss of control, madness, and diminished command over its powers. Host, the shop offers a selection of scientific literature. The system, having detected Ero's internal struggle with these technological dilemmas, interjected with a gentle reminder. You may purchase directly, though it comes at a considerable cost. I cannot afford it. I must accumulate points. Once I reach 50,000, I will be able to acquire a piece of soul protection equipment. Alo perused Orochimaru's experimental records while engaging in conversation with the system. Currently, he had accumulated only 18,000 points, which fell considerably short of the 50,000 target. However, with a clear objective, he was determined to strive diligently. Within the realm of the Naruto world, the category of purchasable technology-related books indeed encompassed various theoretical explorations concerning cursed seals, yet their prices were exorbitantly high. Had the cost been merely a few hundred points, or even 1,000 or 2, he would have readily made a purchase. Yet, the steep price of 15,000 for a single research direction was beyond his reach. The system once again suggested to Alo that he could earn points by donning women's attire and parading before Sasuke or Itachi Uchiha, as this would likely yield achievements. Previously, in the Sand Village, it had proposed that without significantly distorting the storyline, Alo could alter his own appearance to create unique accomplishments. Thus, he made a flamboyant entrance in women's clothing, showcasing a particularly dramatic performance that enhanced the popularity and aesthetic appreciation within the Sand Village. Numerous clothing stores had already intensified their efforts to manufacture and sell elegant white, minimalist long dresses. Sasuke's Sharingan won't evolve to the 3 Tomo until at least the age of 12, which means some matters must not be rushed, after all. He lacks the regenerative capabilities of would release. Alo envisioned the chilling moment when Sasuke beheld his brother transformed into a sister. It was truly unsettling and rather unacceptable. Even if the intention were to instill a fright, it would be prudent to wait until he was older. This thought led Alo to reminisce about Naruto. One wonders when Naruto will develop the seductive technique. With such a bold and passionate friend, he could undoubtedly bolster Sasuke's emotional resilience. To date, Uzumaki Naruto has yet to embark on the creation of alluring jutsu, as the cultivation of his soul has consumed the majority of his time, leaving little room for whimsical or attention-grabbing techniques. The system provided diagnostic results indicating that since Naruto and the Nine Tails reached a temporary understanding, one fateful day by the riverside, after an elderly man snatched away half of his catch, Naruto returned home in tears, subsequently embracing a life of seclusion. He adhered strictly to a routine of attending school, returning home, and after satisfying his hunger, lying down to sleep. Sarutobi Hiruzen often found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend why Naruto had previously been so delighted when he sampled his grilled fish, yet on that day, he was inexplicably aggrieved. Even the Umbu, upon meticulous reflection, noted that on the day Naruto was fishing, he had scraped his knee and had 2 small wounds on his arm. Yet they fail to grasp the essence of Naruto's distress. After all, during his prior fishing endeavors, he had always borne minor injuries. The sudden transformation of the lively young boy into a reclusive hermit understandably caused concern for Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the original Umbu had now been replaced by 2 or 3 others, Alo set down his experimental records and began to voice his grievances about certain decisions made by Sarutobi Hiruzen. As he spoke, his fingers coalesced into a wooden spike, which he then utilized to test the cursed seal studied by Orochimaru. His wood-release chakra was remarkably effective, purchased from the system, ensuring its quality beyond doubt. Although it did not possess the destructive power akin to that of Hashirama Senju, he was nonetheless capable of cultivating trees. Outside the base's entrance, he planted 2 saplings, allowing them to absorb nutrients and grow slowly. In the nearby estate of Master Alo, 2 additional trees were also planted in the courtyard. The vigorous life force generated from these trees as they absorbed nutrients could be transmitted to Alo, in addition to the few living trees. He had also crafted wooden weapons and ornaments, all of which could be located whenever he needed them. However, the system often criticized his trees, referring to them as a diminutive version of the god tree of the Tsutsuki clan. Prince Alo. After a brief interval, Tenbin Jugo arrived at the laboratory. Standing at the entrance, he refrained from entering, greeting Alo, and awaiting his instructions. Please come in. I am monitoring things here, and the equipment is quite safe. Alo glanced back at Tenjin and gestured for him to enter and wait. Tengen's natural celestial arts were formidable, yet his destructive capabilities were equally fierce. A moment's carelessness could result in devastation. Thus, in the face of uncertainty regarding safety, Tenjin consistently maintained a prudent distance from the laboratory, avoiding proximity to valuable items. Earning a living was arduous, and Lord Orochimaru struggled to support his family. This realization had gradually permeated the understanding of everyone over the past year. Upon stepping inside and hearing the door close behind him, Tenjin suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. His gaze fell upon Junmaru, who lay in a nutrient pod, deep in slumber. It must be true, the means to cure Junmaru's affliction were at hand. Were they not? There remained a need to refine this cursed seal, as Junmaru was in a phase of adaptation. Once the seal was successfully re-established, it should enable him to endure a longer life, free from the torment of the internal decay that had plagued him. Alo followed my gaze and beheld Junmaru. At that moment, Junmaru lay serenely immersed in the nutrient solution. His hands crossed over his chest, his shoulder-length hair cascading gracefully. Quite handsome, exuding an odd sense of sanctity. Well then, before the teacher returns, let me examine the previous seals. I have crafted an abundance of weapons, yet these 2 sealed kunai still possess some utility. The rest have merely been relegated to mere ornaments. Alo set aside the experiment in his hands and turned to gaze at Tsubasa Shingo, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Regardless of whether it was a wooden sword, a wooden knife, or a wooden shuriken, everything he had given was merely collected and never utilized. Only Tsubasa Shingo wielded the weapons he had bestowed, albeit for the purpose of sealing, which instilled a faint sense of accomplishment in Alo. Just days ago, during a combat test, he nearly lost control and resorted to sealing with 1,000 blades. Tsubasa Shingo placed his outer garment aside and turned his back to Alo, facilitating the inspection. 2 shimmering 1,000 blades, adorned with red character patterns, rested alongside Shingo's spine. Some new seals and activations were still required, but for now, this would suffice. Once Kimaru was healed, it would soon be your turn. Alo withdrew a kunai, swiftly replacing it with a new one. The kunai in Alo's hand, upon the unsealing of its characters, sprouted forth, transforming under Alo's command into a flourishing little branch. The potency of the sage arts is indeed remarkable. With just a minuscule amount consumed, it can multiply exponentially while maintaining the same quality. However, this substance does have its drawbacks. Akin to the wood release of Senju Hashirama, insufficient control may lead to unforeseen consequences. Lord Orochimaru requires rest, and it is prudent for Prince Alo to take a respite as well. Moreover, Midoriya has expressed that Kunmaru, distressed by your lack of rest, has been venting his frustration by poking the walls with bones. Tenbin Go naturally felt delighted by the concern shown towards him. Yet, he recalled the words of caution Midoriya had imparted during their journey, the necessity of earning a livelihood while conducting numerous experiments, toiling day and night, all for their sake. Thus, he remained unhurried, content to wait patiently. Chapter 71. It is said that Alo was reprimanded by the teacher. Who would have thought that Kunmaru had such peculiar interests? Alo imagined a delightful scene of Junmaru, entangled in his thoughts, hiding in the corner and poking the wall with a bone. It was utterly charming. As Doya mentioned, he had not witnessed it himself. Tenpaku Jugo, with utmost sincerity, reiterated that he could not ascertain whether such an event had truly occurred. It was merely hearsay. Nevertheless, it mattered not. If he harbored such a peculiar hobby, it would eventually come to light. For now, you should take a moment to rest. Once the teacher awakens, we shall proceed with the creation of new seals. Alo gently patted the shoulder of Chungwoo, urging him to lie down and rest. The peculiar whims of Junmaru. Much like his occasional penchant for employing wood release to craft a wooden sign to hang outside, it is a similar sort of playful pastime. The cursed seal shall await Orochimaru's arrival for further examination. Holding a freshly sprouted twig in his hand, Alo reclined on the sofa, meticulously scrutinizing the energy fluctuations within the branch. With a naturally gifted sage body, as long as Chungwoo can stabilize this power, his future development promises to be exceedingly promising. Alas, the training speed of a sage body is remarkably swift, and its strength formidable, yet Chungwoo's control lags behind. What could this be? After taking a brief respite, Orochimaru felt rejuvenated and made his way back to continue his research. Upon entering the laboratory and observing Alo sprawled on the sofa, his curiosity drew him closer, only to discover this peculiar twig. This branch was undoubtedly crafted by Alo, yet its aura diverged from Alo's own power. It resembled the 1,000 books previously utilized by Chungwoo as seals. Such a sage body is indeed formidable. Should Chungwoo's soul strength catch up, he stands a chance of becoming a new generation superpower. Alo handed a small twig to Orochimaru, stood up, and walked over to Chungwoo's side, speaking of his virtues and shortcomings in his presence. Moreover, the situation concerning Chungwoo was clear in terms of resolution, yet it remained unresolvable. Previously, he had instructed the system to examine Chungwoo's soul, which could not be extracted. It could only develop with age and through regular training. However, the enhancement was exceedingly slow. At least in Alo's perspective, it was painfully sluggish. Therefore, are you interested in researching the realm of souls? Orochimaru observed the twig before placing it in a vial of potion for later study. The cursed seal could amplify chakra, enhance physical strength, and strengthen certain bloodline limits or secret techniques. Yet, these enhancements were confined to the physical realm. The fortification of the soul still relied on the training methods that Alo had imparted. No, it pertains to enhancing control. I currently possess no alternative method for augmenting soul strength. Alo shook his head, deeming it unnecessary to squander time on matters already determined. Instead, he advocated for a more practical approach. As long as there were no issues with Chungwoo, the strength of his soul would naturally increase with age. The master and apprentice conducted a thorough examination on Tianping Chungwoo, confirming the absence of new problems. They then extracted a portion of cells and chakra to embark on a new study of seals. During this period, their discussions regarding various research directions grew somewhat heated, providing Tianping Chungwoo with a glimpse of what a quarrel between this teacher-student duo entailed. Once the preliminary extraction steps were completed, Tianping Chungwoo was released from the laboratory. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he encountered Duyi, still in a state of shock. Tianping Chungwoo cautiously inquired during the meal whether Lord Orochimaru and His Highness Alo often bickered in the past. After a night of intensive work, Alo and Orochimaru perfected the new seal and made their way to the dining hall, only to find everyone casting peculiar glances their way. Rumors, indeed, can be quite terrifying. After consulting with Doyu, Aro instructed them to proceed with their tasks. While dining, Aro cast a melancholic glance at the smiling Orochimaru and let out a sorrowful sigh. Their discussion had somehow transformed into a scenario where he felt reprimanded by his teacher, Orochimaru. There were even speculations that after leaving the laboratory, Tempi Go might have received a beating. Perhaps it was due to Orochimaru's discussion on the topic of wood release, during which he had picked up the wooden Kusakabe sword, coincidentally visible to Tempi as he departed. The image of a student getting chastised by his teacher for neglecting his studies. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes narrowed with delight as he observed Aro's exasperated expression, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Although he found the rumor absurd, Aro's glaring demeanor was undeniably entertaining. He wondered if Sasuke, the other student, was equally adorable when sulking. Given their resemblance as twin brothers, it was likely similar. Once Kimamaro's health improved, he intended to discuss matters with Aro as a teacher. He felt compelled to check on the well-being of his other student. Of course, his concern was purely professional, not at all motivated by the desire to witness the bond between the two brothers. After enduring Aro's disdainful atmosphere throughout dinner, the master and disciple returned to their respective quarters to rest. The subsequent curse marks would require Aro's presence for on-site observation and testing. Upon returning to his chamber, Aro reclined on his bed, first planning to chat with Sasuke and Konoha, followed by a visit to Naruto and the Nine Tails. Before heading home, He stealthily ventured into certain clandestine locations in Konoha to observe Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, although Sarutobi had requested not to be disturbed. Danzo still managed to maintain contact with the root ninjas. Both elders were playing their parts, their synergy as impeccable as ever. After thorough observation and confirming there were no hidden troubles, Ero returned to his body and enjoyed a restful slumber. The following day, upon awakening, Ero truly found himself engulfed in busyness. He needed to organize the knowledge he had acquired during his time in Sunagakure, preparing it for Orochimaru so they could engage in further research and discussion. Each day was filled with activity for Ero, to the extent that he had enabled the system's auxiliary mode, which would remind him when to rest and call him to rise. Thus, when Kimimaro, having assimilated the new curse mark and resumed his role as a butler, observed Ero rising promptly and moving towards the dining area after his morning routine. His emotions were rather complex. Kimimaro, what are you pondering? It's time for a meal. Alo took 2 steps and, noticing Jumura still lingering at his doorway, turned to beckon him to follow. Alo, it seems you can rise promptly after all. Jumura quickened his pace to walk alongside Alo, unable to restrain his curiosity. Since the butler has yet to return and the teacher is working so hard, please, Jumuru, continue to wake me up tomorrow. These days of strictly timed meals and sleep are truly exhausting. Alo tilted his head, gazing at the dazed expression of Jumuru, and entrusted the task of waking him once more to this diligent young steward. Oh, system, we may continue our languid existence. Jumura blinked, raising his hand to touch the cursed seal on his neck. What is this situation? He has returned. So is it because of the steward's presence that Master Alo can truly relax? Yet, why does this relaxation manifest in the reluctance to rise each day? Chapter 72. At the age of 11, Alo embarks on another business venture. Orochimaru-sensei, please focus on your research at home. Let us postpone our next outing. Alo, having quietly honed his skills for an entire year, found himself restless once more after celebrating his 11th birthday. Standing at the entrance of the base, he waved cheerfully at Orochimaru before turning on his heel and dashing away. That mischievous boy. Orochimaru leaned against a tree, watching the child scamper off into the distance, then lightly struck the trunk with his hand. Just as he had settled in, the boy was eager to leap into adventure again, leaving him with little peace of mind. Master, be gentle. If you break me, I'll have to return and run again. A youthful face materialized on the tree, gazing at Orochimaru with a mix of indignation and pleading, urging him to be a tad more considerate. Alo had departed with serious business at hand, so Orochimaru could not afford to vent his frustrations on the tree in Alo's absence. Take care of yourself, return swiftly, and do not place too much trust in Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru poked the forehead of the shadowy visage with a finger, hoping to instill some wisdom in the impetuous boy. There were certain matters he could not express directly, hence he deliberately allowed Alo to hear his words through the tree before he ventured too far. He was confident that Uchiha Itachi would not harm Alo and would even go to great lengths to protect him in times of danger. However, the potential threat posed by Itachi in relation to Sasuke remained a valid concern. Not long ago, during a visit, Itachi had broached a sensitive subject regarding the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, which required blood relations for its ultimate evolution once the Mangeki was awakened. Orochimaru had privately discussed with Itachi the future allocation of his eyes when both Alo and Sasuke would need them. At that time, Itachi's response was unequivocal. They would be given to Sasuke, though he justified his choice by claiming Alo possessed the regenerative capabilities of wood release and thus had no fear of blindness. With Orochimaru's assistance, no amount of reasoning could alleviate Orochimaru's discontent. He realized that regardless of whether there was an influence from the Kodo Amatsukami, the options presented would inevitably lead Itachi to choose Sasuke, just as during the Uchiha clan's massacre. When faced with the choice of saving one or two, both Itachi and Fugaku had chosen to spare only Sasuke. Alo, frail and dependent, lacking the potential for growth, was deemed better off perishing at that time. Hence, torn between his affection for his own child and the desire to shield Alo from such harsh realities, Orochimaru had sent Itachi away that day. Moreover, he instructed Itachi never to return to their base, stipulating that if he wished to see Alo, he must wait outside. From that point onward, he would not permit Alo to disclose any details about their experiments or research directions to Itachi. He was determined to keep the extent of Alo's potential and future growth from Itachi, for the more he knew, the greater the peril for Alo. To suggest that a weakling should perish when faced with choices, while a strong individual should not require care, was an attitude he found utterly preposterous. Just a few days ago, he had taken Alo to the Uchiha clan's territory, where they encountered the proud little Sasuke and the current specter of Uchiha Izuna. While disdain and wariness were essential, Itachi still endeavored to treat Alo with kindness, as long as no dire choices arose between them. Master, do not worry. I am merely going to negotiate with the Akatsuki, not to court death. Even if I cannot win, I can always flee back. Alo observed the serpentine gaze of Orochimaru, which appeared tense. The indistinct face upon the tree trunk stirred slightly, brushing against Orochimaru's hand a couple of times. He was acutely aware of certain matters. Even though there were moments he was not present, and the wooden grass pheasant sword had been entrusted to Kimimaro, his system rarely had the opportunity to indulge in gossip, and thus made a diligent effort to assert its presence. It meticulously detailed not only their conversation but also the nuances of their actions and expressions. However, the system expressed its disappointment. After all, there was no fluctuation in his emotions. Was it not entirely normal for Itachi Uchiha to be most concerned about Sasuke? Well, it was prudent to flee when necessary. Escaping was not an act of cowardice, and returning sooner would be wise. Orochimaru prodded the hardened bark of the tree, advising Alo to cherish life and steer clear of certain lunatics. Within the Akatsuki organization, many feared death, yet there were even more who courted it. Not to mention one who was impervious to demise. He hoped his well-behaved child would not be led astray. I understand. I have seen my elder brother. The teacher awaits my return home. Although Ero was engaged in conversation with Orochimaru, his physical form was still on the move. Upon spotting Itachi Uchiha leaning against a tree in anticipation, he decided not to linger and bid farewell before fully returning to his corporeal self. Did Orochimaru truly permit you to go alone? As Itachi observed Ero approaching, he took a few steps forward, expressing his discontent with Orochimaru's arrangements after confirming that no one else was following. Despite his presence, he still bore the identity of a member of the Akatsuki organization. I can manage on my own. Kimimaro will remain to attend to the teacher. I informed him that if the teacher does not rest for more than 2 days in the laboratory, you should intervene and bring him out. As Alo spoke of the reasons for not bringing Junmaru along, his steps remained unbroken as he advanced forward. Beside him, Uchiha Itachi observed Alo's smile, once again making a note regarding Orochimaru. As a mentor, it is truly disappointing that he burdens his students with everything. Brother, is that your partner? He is quite tall. Isn't he? Is he carrying a weapon? That weapon appears to be alive. Alo beheld the imposing figure of Kisame Hoshigaki waiting ahead. This tall individual, with a visage reminiscent of a fish, is indeed a man of remarkable integrity. Ah, there stands Kisame Hoshigaki. Uchiha Itachi, observing his brother's gleaming eyes and then glancing at Kisame's somewhat awkward expression, felt compelled to make an introduction. Yet, one could not help but wonder what qualities Kisame possessed that endeared him so profoundly to Alo, whose joyous smile nearly suggested he might leap forward in delight. Kisame Hoshigaki, a member of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, is someone I have seen in action. He is extraordinarily formidable, rivaling even the tailed beasts. Alo dashed over and circled around Kisame twice before extending his hand to tug at the large figure, recounting some information he had encountered while with Orochimaru. It wasn't as exaggerated as he made it sound. Kisame felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. To compare him to a tailed beast was indeed an overstatement. Nonetheless, the child was undeniably charming, entirely unlike the enigmatic Orochimaru. Chapter 73, An Encounter with the Cloud Ninja from Konoha. Mr. Kisame, do you find it dull accompanying my elder brother on missions? He tends to remain silent, doesn't he? Does he always rely on his eyes during tasks? As Alo strolled alongside the enigmatic Kisame Hoshigaki, he inquired about the illustrious Itachi Uchiha. These questions caused Itachi himself, who stood nearby, to cast his gaze about distractedly, offering no hints to Kisame. Thus, Kisame could only speak candidly. Mr. Uchiha seldom engaged in combat, occasionally overexerting his eyes, and spoke little. Yet he could effortlessly recall the location of every dumpling shop he passed by. A prodigious talent, endowed with formidable strength yet possessing a rather strong-willed disposition. Itachi was a partner whom Kisame often tended to with great care, albeit with a degree of internal conflict that was difficult to articulate. Now, with a willing listener present, Kisame began to share insights regarding certain individuals, particularly highlighting Itachi's neglect of proper nourishment, his penchant for excessively sweet dumplings, and the strain on his eyes. No wonder. Kisame mused that my elder brother would urge me to be mindful of such matters. It turns out they are habits he himself indulges in. Alo listened to the tale of the dry persimmon Kisame, casting a disdainful glance at Uchiha Itachi, subtly reminding him to be more cautious. You are still young. Uchiha Itachi, unfazed by the glare, provided a rather common justification. My elder brother is 5 years older than Sasuke and me, and he is merely 16. With a huff, Allo quickened his pace momentarily before slowing down again, matching the speed of the two behind him. After all, Uchiha Itachi is only 16. In Allo's eyes, at that age, one is still merely a youth. The narratives of this world often portray protagonists at a youthful stage. The system reminded Allo that each world is distinct. Thus, he should not dwell on age-related concerns. I find myself pondering whether the reason I cannot maintain this fervent rhythm is due to my overly mature mindset. Allo grasped the bone sword in his hand, swinging it lightly. On the surface, he appeared to be a jovial youth on a journey. However, beneath this facade. Host, does your frequent return home to visit your brother truly signify maturity? The system, though accustomed to its host's shamelessness, could not help but express disdain. What sort of mature individual kicks stones along the road? Even if your stone were to strike a concealed ninja, it would not diminish the childishness of your actions. System. That's enough with the sarcasm. That ninja must belong to Konoha. Allo came to a halt, gazing at a patch of grass by the roadside where a reluctant ninja had been compelled to reveal himself. This ninja bore the forehead protector of the Cloud Village. Yet he was, in truth, an operative from the Hidden Leaf, a member of its covert ANBU division. Several years prior, following the tragic massacre of the Uchiha clan, this figure had been observed lurking near the Uchiha estate, keeping a watchful eye on the actions of the Cloud Village. At the moment the ninja made his appearance, Itachi Uchiha had already executed the body flicker technique, materializing before Allo to obscure the ninja's line of sight. It is from the Hidden Leaf. Shall you take the lead? Or shall I? Allo stepped forward, standing beside Uchiha Itachi. The crimson tomo of his Sharingan fixated on the ninja head, and with the Uchiha clan's characteristic striking appearance, complemented by his innocent and pure smile, he seemed utterly unthreatening despite the grave intentions underlying his words. I shall take my turn, Itachi remarked, noticing the shift in Allo's expression as he advanced deliberately, step by step. The three-tomo Sharingan. His younger brother had already attained the formidable strength of the three-tomo. It was no wonder that Orochimaru had sought him out recently to discuss the potential advancement of the Mangeki Sharingan. Elder brother, give it your all. Do not let him escape. Allo raised a hand, performing a rather foolish gesture to cheer on Uchiha Itachi. Regardless of the rushing Uchiha Itachi or the protective stance of Kisame Hoshigaki beside Allo, even the Konoha Anbu ninja adorned with a cloud forehead protector cast a disdainful glare in Allo's direction. Oh dear, he glared at me. Brother. That ninja from Konoha's ANBU is glaring at me. Allo raised his hand and waved it downward, pointing at the ninja, his fingers moving deftly. Although he was not particularly fond of hand seals, he executed them with considerable skill. Moreover, he favored single-handed seals for their stylish appearance. The ninja was on guard against the impending assault from Itachi Uchiha, only to find himself pierced by a barrage of water arrows that rendered his body riddled with holes. Water release, alongside wood release, was Allo's preferred technique, often leading to playful admonishments from the family patriarch. What a fine Uchiha. Spending his days either perfecting wood release or water release, surely to provoke him intentionally. Water release ninjutsu? Itachi Uchiha felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing Allo employ a technique other than fire. Water release, a technique his younger brother wielded with such ease. It seemed he had indeed been led astray by Orochimaru. Surrounded by numerous trees, one should refrain from carelessly using fire release in the wilderness. Allo nodded, elucidating the rationale behind his use of water release. It was not merely because fire release could inadvertently ignite the mountains. Currently situated within the borders of the land of rice, this territory belonged to both him and Orochimaru. Thus, he must refrain from creating excessive disturbances that could adversely affect the livelihood and economy of the region. The hand seals he had just performed, how had he accomplished that? Kisame Hoshigaki scrutinized Allo's hand, captivated by the clarity with which he observed the technique. Hand seals? What is it? Itachi Uchiha had already proceeded to seal the corpse within a scroll, erasing any traces from the ground. He returned, glancing at Allo's hand, perplexed by Kisame's astonishment. While his younger brother was indeed swift in performing hand seals, it was unlikely that Kisame's eyes would gleam with such fascination. Was it perhaps the water release technique that piqued his interest? It was merely a simplified version, still in the early stages of research, and as yet, no definitive results had been achieved. It indeed demanded considerable control. Allo turned and continued along the path, in a pleasant mood as he spoke to Kisame about why he could so effortlessly complete Orochimaru's research project. The sheer volume of new studies was astonishing. This notion enlightened Kisame. After Orochimaru departed from the Akatsuki organization, he devoted himself entirely to his research. The current endeavor which involved retrieving Orochimaru's disciple to discuss business with the Akatsuki, was motivated by the potential value of certain research outcomes. However, Kisame was taken aback by the extensive range of Orochimaru's studies. They encompassed not only trivial toys but also beauty products for women and health supplements for men, as well as medications for enhancing physical abilities and accelerating recovery. Furthermore, there were even studies on forbidden techniques and wood-style jutsu. Did that man truly delve into every field without rest? Chapter 74. Kisame, the ruthless Uchiha. Indeed, Orochimaru Sensei works tirelessly to support us. Although we lack the formal title of master and disciple, he is responsible for their growth, training, medical care, and psychological guidance. Every significant and trivial matter falls upon Orochimaru Sensei, and the expenses for their sustenance require a substantial amount of money. As Ero spoke of Orochimaru, his once black pupils gleamed with admiration in his large, expressive eyes. Mr. Itachi. Orochimaru. Kisame Hoshigaki observed the child, now enraptured by his idol, and turned his gaze towards Uchiha Itachi, silently inquiring whether this situation truly warranted no intervention. This is your brother, who now holds the notorious Orochimaru in such high esteem. Orochimaru, aside from his questionable character, lack of intellect, and twisted psyche, possesses some degree of utility. Itachi articulated numerous critiques, ultimately arriving at the conclusion that despite his many flaws, Orochimaru could be deemed somewhat competent. Kisame then pivoted, taking a couple of steps forward to join Ero. He now comprehended the complex grievances between Itachi and Orochimaru. It was indeed a troublesome matter. It felt as though, given the slightest opportunity, Itachi would not hesitate to eliminate Orochimaru. Mr. Kisame, Ero continued, I came across your section in the current roster of formidable shinobi compiled by our teacher. Is it true that your chakra levels can rival that of a tailed beast? Alo possesses a remarkable ability to engage with anyone effortlessly. At that moment, upon noticing Kisame Hoshigaki walking beside him, he continued to seek certain information directly from the source. No, it must be a recording error. Tailed beasts are formidable entities capable of obliterating an entire village. Kisame felt it imperative to enlighten Itachi's younger brother about the complexities surrounding tailed beasts. The fact that a Jinchuriki can become the most potent weapon of a ninja village signifies its uniqueness. Alo nodded obediently, though his gaze betrayed a lingering skepticism. Tailed beasts? In the presence of the Uchiha clan, such thoughts need not be verbalized. Yet he pondered whether the shadowy figure trailing them might overthink the implications, an issue beyond his purview. Once the recipient of a fervent and explosive greeting from Obito Uchiha, he is now known as Akatsuki's member, Tobi. The water feels quite refreshing, dear brother. Is this how you and Mr. Kisame typically undertake missions? After a lengthy trek, Alo perched upon a stone in the river, observing Kisame skillfully fishing, while glancing at Itachi, who was awaiting his meal. Poor Kisame, dutifully embarking on missions, must not only engage in combat but also ensure the safety of his comrades and even manage their sustenance, quite the arduous task. If they could procure food along the way, there would be no need for the hassle of preparation. Can you eat dumplings now? Itachi, noticing Alo with his feet submerged in the water, suddenly recalled that he had brought some provisions. However, Alo had never indulged in overly sweet foods during his childhood due to health constraints. At Orochimaru's, he had never encountered anything sugary, leaving him uncertain if it was merely a matter of preference or a lack of exposure. I can eat. But is there anything with a spicy flavor? Alo harbors no interest in the overly sweet dumplings. Rather, he favors the subtlety of gentleness and the invigorating zest of spiciness. Upon reflecting on the myriad flavors available when considering the purchase of dumplings, Itachi Uchiha is quite certain that he did not encounter a spicy option. However, unbeknownst to him, Kisame is well aware. Once we arrive in the hidden rain village, I shall take you to a noodle shop where the majority of the flavors are indeed spicy. Kisame remarked as he emerged with a fish he had caught, sharing tales of the culinary delights in the hidden rain village. Notably, the array of spicy flavors is quite abundant. It seems I must trouble you, Mr. Kisame, though it appears my elder brother is giving you quite the glare. Alo nodded obediently, acknowledging the necessity of tasting the delicacies, but suggested that further introductions be postponed, as Uchiha Itachi had glared at him several times. Kisame Hoshigaki, feeling quite innocent yet at a loss for words, decided to step aside and concentrate on grilling fish. The two brothers were indeed polar opposites in temperament, embodying extremes. However, as Kisame turned the fish and brushed on seasoning, he suddenly realized that he had overlooked a crucial piece of information due to the child's innocence and closeness. At that moment, he could unmistakably identify the masked ninja adorned with a Konoha forehead protector. The ease with which the ninja executed a one-handed hand sign to eliminate his opponent, devoid of hesitation or doubt, was chilling. A smile remained intact even as lives were taken. Conflicted, Kisame presented the perfectly grilled fish to the two brothers, generously sprinkling chili powder on Aloe's portion. Delicious. Thank you, Mr. Kisame. Aloe expressed his gratitude while savoring the laboriously prepared fish, showering praises upon its taste. After satisfying their hunger, they resumed their journey towards the hidden rain village. The village was not far, and after a hearty meal, utilizing the swift-traveling methods of ninjas, they arrived at the hidden rain village before nightfall. Standing outside the village, Aloe gazed at the rain-soaked settlement and then dashed towards a nearby tree. Little brat, don't come over here. Deara, who had been hiding behind the tree with Haydn, observing the child brought back, felt exposed. With his cover blown and Haydn fleeing, he feared the wrath of that Uchiha scoundrel. Ah, it's you again, my handsome golden-haired friend. This time, let me treat you to some fireworks. In a flurry of movement, the swift technique of teleportation ensued, accompanied by an invitation that threatened to shatter Deidara's composure. Please, do not approach, he exclaimed, darting to and fro, vexed by the relentless pursuit of the child who seemed impossible to shake off. Upon his return from a previous encounter, he had merely mentioned that he had nearly succeeded in obliterating Orochimaru's disciple, only to be struck by that scoundrel Itachi Uchiha's genjutsu. Had it not been for Pain's timely intervention, he might have met his demise. Now, this child dared to resurrect that incident. While he had yet to cultivate a more resplendent and exquisite form of art, he could not afford to perish here. Do not be afraid. I invite you to witness the fireworks. They are truly magnificent. Aloe's hand rested upon Deidara's shoulder, urging him to refrain from fleeing. The three-tomo Sharingan locked eyes with Deidara, as fingers gripping the bone sword swiftly completed the hand seals. Illusions, though his aptitude for them was not particularly exceptional, had been deemed usable by Izuna. The leader has permitted your entry. A blade of grass emerged from the earth. A black and white manifestation that, upon surfacing, deftly caught Deidara, who was ensnared by the genjutsu. This child, whom he had observed on several occasions, remained an enigma. However, this was not the time for such ponderings. The primary objective of their plan was to generate profit. Thus, it was imperative to negotiate a collaboration with Orochimaru, as only with the accrued funds could they advance to the subsequent phase. Moreover, should the partnership come to fruition, he would have ample opportunities to keep a watchful eye on the young artist. Chapter 75. Resonance from Kakuzu. There are always those who squander their wealth. Brother, what was that just now? It appeared so peculiar. Is he a human, or is he merely a blade of grass? Aloe observed as Deidara was taken away, choosing not to pursue him further. Instead, he returned to the side of Itachi Uchiha and inquired about the matter concerning Zetsu, one of the members of the Akatsuki organization. Zetsu bore the codename Black. Itachi placed his hand upon Aloe's shoulder, and together they ventured into the hidden village of Rain. Moments ago, he had watched Aloe confront Deidara without intervening, remaining vigilant against potential threats from others. Although he was uncertain of the illusionary techniques Aloe had employed, he recalled that Deidara had once attacked Aloe, even attempting to eliminate him. Such a conflict could not be resolved with mere illusions. It was that voyeuristic individual. I hold little interest in him. Rather, I find Deidara to be intriguing. After all, he was my very first client in the realm of commerce. Aloe walked sincerely beside Itachi, recounting the tale of his first encounter with Deidara. He merely mentioned that he had awoken one day to find his dwelling dismantled. There was no need to disclose the fact that he celebrated his birthday at home with Sasuke. In due time, he would settle the score with him. The persistent rain in the hidden rain village was a product of Pain's jutsu, capable of lasting indefinitely, allowing for the observation of individuals or unforeseen events amid the downpour. As they entered the village, Itachi held an umbrella over Aloe, discussing various aspects of the hidden rain village. He spoke of the village's rainfall, the codenames and identities of each Akatsuki member, and the culinary delights that the village had to offer. The climate of the hidden rain village remained perpetually humid. One wondered if such conditions would render ordinary life inconvenient. Living in such an environment for extended periods might lead to ailments related to rheumatism, causing excruciating pain in the bones and rendering one unable to walk. After a moment of reflection, Aloe suddenly recalled that Nagato's condition rendered him unable to walk. Thus, one might ponder whether his words inadvertently touched a sensitive nerve. Nonetheless, as he was unfamiliar with Nagato, it surely did not count as such. However, he chose not to dwell on this topic, instead suggesting that excessive humidity could lead to skin issues and similar concerns. Do you study these matters every day? Itachi Uchiha was aware of Alo's venture in Sunagakure, but had been oblivious to the depth of his knowledge regarding skincare products, cosmetics, and health supplements. He pondered how different environments could induce various physical discomforts, necessitating specific remedies to address deficiencies or eliminate excesses. Indeed, while Orochimaru focused solely on his research, the outcomes he produced ranged from effective to mutated results, including several failed experiments. As long as there were any viable effects, Alo would refine and transform them into marketable products, for it was imperative to earn a living and support his family. Alo appeared to be entirely oblivious to Itachi Uchiha's intentions as he strolled along the path, candidly discussing their methods of earning money. He unabashedly revealed to the eavesdropper that he was engaged in selling various defective and substandard goods. Can defective items truly fetch a considerable sum? Kakuzu lurked beneath the eaves of a nearby dwelling, fixated on Alo as if he had encountered a deity of wealth. If even defective items can be monetized, then surely finished products must yield even greater profits. The designation of defective merely stems from their failure to meet the teacher's standards. However, they inherently possess value, and value can invariably be translated into currency. Alo tilted his head slightly, maintaining a distance as he walked while elucidating the concept of defective products. Defective products are not synonymous with worthless items. Are those sold at the Sand-Hidden Village shop all defective? Kakuzu kept a slight distance, proceeding forward. He is the principal leader in this collaboration, for when it comes to financial matters, the entire Akatsuki organization lacks reliability. Each member merely indulges in expenditure, wreaking havoc without an ounce of economic acumen. Some even lack the basic discernment for proper consumption. Essentially, they are all defective products, which must undergo my secondary examination to ascertain their utility, subsequently adjusted to maximize their effectiveness, thus enabling them to be sold for profit. Alo elaborated on the development process of those items, causing Kakuzu's eyes to gleam with interest. However, standing beside Alo, under the shelter of an umbrella, Itachi Uchiha felt increasingly suffocated by the conversation. What on earth was Orochimaru doing day in and day out, in this constant state of tidying up after him? Did Alo even have time to practice? Kakuzu's obsession with wealth stemmed partly from his own nature, yet it was predominantly driven by his role here, which revolved around maximizing profit. Thus, whether it involved Akatsuki members undertaking missions for monetary gain or pursuing bounties to exchange for cash, he endeavored to engage in any lucrative endeavor. He even sought out tasks for the members to undertake. Nevertheless, the earnings from these ventures were meager, often insufficient to cover their expenses. Take those two artists, for instance, they were nothing short of lunatics, wreaking havoc daily, consistently exceeding their budget regardless of how tightly they were constrained. Then there was the origami-loving angel, who, despite not utilizing her skills, also managed to overspend each month. The only source of relief for him lay with Haiden, Itachi Uchiha, and Kisame. While they presented certain risks and complications, they were far from extravagant. It was imperative to excel in this endeavor of earning a living. One had to strive diligently. Unexpected circumstances frequently arose, resulting in hefty repair costs, occasional medical treatments, and equipment upgrades, all of which necessitated substantial financial resources. Alo discovered that everything he said was comprehended by Kakuzu. Thus, the two engaged in an increasingly speculative discussion about wealth and the tendency of certain individuals to squander it. By the time they traversed half the village and reached Pain, Kakuzu had already shared several viable collaboration plans with Alo. What was happening? Konan inquired of the accompanying Hoshigaki, seeking clarity on the situation. She had been standing at the doorway, observing the leisurely approach of the group, with Kakuzu lingering beside the child, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of Uchiha Itachi casting a genjutsu upon him. Perhaps it was a meeting of kindred spirits. Hoshigaki let out an oddly exasperated sigh. Acknowledging a possibility he was reluctant to accept. Yet, having listened throughout their journey, it was evident that the two had indeed achieved a remarkable level of resonance regarding financial matters, particularly during their shared grievances about the profligacy of certain individuals. The atmosphere was strikingly harmonious. Mr. Itachi's eyes widened several times, yet each instance proved futile. Is this the power of money? Chapter 76. A surprising new discovery in negotiating collaboration with Kakuzu. Greetings, esteemed sir. I am Uchiha Alo, a pupil of Orochimaru, here to represent my teacher in discussing business with you. Alo took a few steps forward, approaching Pain of the Akatsuki, greeting him with a smile. Ah, hello. Pain looked down at the child before him, at a loss for words after the initial greeting. Orochimaru had always been a sinister figure. How could he possibly have trained a disciple who greeted others with a foolish grin? They had always presumed that this Uchiha, allegedly taken by Orochimaru, would at least resemble Itachi Uchiha, rather than embody such naivety. Feeling a hint of disdain, Alo decided to be forthright. Uncle, please allow the individual we are to conduct business with to come forth. After we discuss the matter at hand, I would like to sample the culinary delights of the Hidden Rain Village. Brother Kasame shared many enticing tales with me during our journey, and I wish to indulge before returning home. Alo, with an innocent expression, blinked and turned to face Kakuzu, who stood just outside the door. When it comes to business, one must naturally seek out those who are adept at generating profit. As for Nagato, he was best left aside. This individual, fitting the mold of an ideal partner, lacked Naruto's exceptional persuasive abilities. It was far more prudent to engage in straightforward discussions focused on financial gain. After all, as someone responsible for supporting a family, money holds far greater significance than those ephemeral ideals. Come with me. What would you like to eat? I'll take you out for a meal first. Kakuzu, in a good mood, greeted Alo and beckoned him to follow. Their meeting was not merely about business. Kakuzu was eager to learn how to turn various failures into profit. When it comes to research, they had ample resources at their disposal. From Daidar's explosive clay to Sasori's puppet components and various toxin studies, as well as Konan's origami and Zetsu's intelligence operations, new avenues of thought had been opened. Now, when Kakuzu observed each member, his first instinct was to consider whether their seemingly useless items could be transformed into profit. Kakuzu, I can't shake the feeling that in this collaboration, you're the only one truly invested. Don't they have enough money? Once seated at the noodle shop, Alo resumed their previous conversation while they dined. They only know how to spend money. They have no comprehension of the hardships involved in earning it. At most, they undertake a few under-the-table ninja assignments. Kakuzu grumbled, feeling exasperated. How could those fellows possibly understand? They claim to seek profit. Yet they merely accept a few black market missions and chase after bounties, and they still find ways to nitpick. It's truly not easy. That's why I previously told Orochimaru-sensei that no matter how powerful I become in the future, I will simply be a businessman focused on generating revenue. Alo savored the spicy noodles, the piquant flavors causing a slight flush to rise on his cheeks. When discussing the various schemes employed by ninjas to earn money, a hint of disdain seeped into Alo's demeanor. Although there were no restrictions forbidding ninjas from engaging in commerce, he harbored no interest in becoming a ninja to undertake tasks commissioned by others. Merchants, too, require protection. Otherwise, they risk encountering bandits or being targeted by ninjas hired by unscrupulous individuals. Kakuzu shook his head. While he acknowledged Alo's remarkable acumen for making money, he recognized that the boy was still just a child, lacking in experience. Wealth abounds in the world of commerce, yet it is also more susceptible to the covetous eyes of others. Many of the assassination contracts he occasionally accepted from the black market were aimed at affluent individuals. Perhaps it is my innate talent and diligent efforts that allow me to maintain a delicate balance, earning while simultaneously enhancing my own capabilities. Regrettably, my youth stands as a limitation. Given more time, I could cultivate my strength further and amass even greater wealth. Alo pointed at himself and, after a serious analysis, concluded that he was indeed quite remarkable. Rather than mock him for this self-awareness, Kakuzu nodded thoughtfully, beginning to contemplate the advantages he had acquired over the years. As they enjoyed a bowl of noodles, the two refrained from discussing business, recognizing that a noodle shop was not an appropriate venue for such matters. After their meal, the casual conversation came to an end, and they departed from the establishment. They proceeded to a conference room belonging to the Akatsuki organization, where they unpacked various items, documents, and a business model plan to engage in a formal negotiation for collaboration. The meeting involved Kakuzu from the Akatsuki and Alo from the Orochimaru clan. While all onlookers were kept outside, able to listen but not interfere, no one, not even Pain or Itachi Uchiha, was permitted entry. Konan leaned against the wall outside, observing the calm, black-haired boy inside as he engaged in rational discussion with Kakuzu. She approached Itachi Uchiha, seeking to gossip about the situation. Rumors had circulated that the third son of the Uchiha clan leader was a weakling, incapable of harnessing chakra, and a disgrace to his family. At that time, she merely regarded these as idle gossip from Konoha, lamenting the issues that plagued large families. This fragile child had managed to survive against the odds, yet, simply for being the son of the clan leader, he was targeted. Itachi glanced at Konan but offered no response. He had been present during those events. But the affairs of his family were not fodder for others' idle chatter. Perhaps it stemmed from the Uchiha's pride, which did not permit the existence of the incapable. He recalled that fateful night when the Uchiha clan vanished. Itachi had declared that those deemed useless should not live, for they would only become a burden. Suddenly, a black and white Zetsu emerged from the wall, seizing the opportune moment to provide additional information. After conversing with Gara, he learned that this child could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique and was suspected to have been implanted with the first Hokage's cells by Orochimaru, enabling him to use a limited form of wood release. An Uchiha child capable of wood release, awakening the three-tomo Sharingan at the age of 11. This was more perfect than any Uchiha he had previously selected. The perfect pawn he had anticipated had appeared unbidden. What did this mean? The conference room door swung open, and Alo stood at the threshold, his three-tomo Sharingan fixated on the black and white Zetsu, who had deliberately timed his arrival to relay this information. Alo, Itachi exclaimed, stepping forward to approach, but Alo simultaneously vanished in a flash, reappearing on the opposite side. The Zetsu, trapped against the wall, was yanked out by Alo, who held a bone sword to his neck with one hand. The speed was astonishing, so swift that others merely sensed a fluctuation in chakra before positions were swapped. Chapter 77, Black Zetsu. This child is unlike the Uchiha. Hey, don't be hasty. I didn't speak falsely that night. Itachi Uchiha looked at your corpse and said those words. I was present. You can ask him if he said it, and Akatsuki was there too. Black and white Zetsu raised his hands, appearing frightened. Nonetheless, such information needed to be conveyed. Akatsuki? Who? Alo did not visit Uchiha Itachi. His attention was directed elsewhere. Afe, Uchiha Obito. It seems that this timeline should not yet be the moment for Afe's appearance. Initially, he remained inactive, but the night of the Uchiha massacre, which he could not control, revealed certain information. Subsequently, he frequently emerged into the spotlight. The system provided an explanation. It is possible that, upon being discovered by Uchiha Itachi that he is not Uchiha Madara, Obito decided to liberate himself prematurely. I shall not bear this burden. Alo firmly stated that he would never acknowledge bringing someone astray while in a corpse state. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Afe emerged with a spring in his step, and Hei seemed to have set his sights on him. The trajectory of this world had already veered significantly off course, rendering any fixation on the original narrative unnecessary. Afe, a mere prospective member of the Uchiha clan, had indeed aided in the demise of numerous Uchihas that fateful day. Anyone he had set his sights on met a grim fate, their eyes extracted post-mortem. Hei and Bai continued to utilize their ostensibly frightened demeanor to provide Alo with as comprehensive an introduction as possible. Oh, so there are other surviving Uchihas? Why hadn't you mentioned this before, my friend? Knowing about such an ally earlier could have garnered more attention. Alo sheathed his bone sword and retreated to stand beside Uchiha Itachi. He had long been aware of those matters and had no intention of holding anyone accountable. All he needed to do was to wait for Sasuke to seek vengeance, accompanying him to vanquish their foes. Uchiha Alo, how can you remain so composed? The arm of Heibai Ju rose, pointing at Alo and then at Uchiha Itachi, utterly perplexed by the boyish train of thought. Having been privy to such information, what was there to be astonished about? Are you not, after all, an intelligence gatherer unaware of this? Alo smiled as he gazed at the enigmatic black and white, playfully prodding with his bone sword, retracting it swiftly upon seeing his adversary evade the thrust. Are you not afraid that one day he may seek to end your life again? Black's irritation swelled at Alo's nonchalant demeanor. Yet he remained intrigued to understand why this child appeared unconcerned. After all, it had once nearly cost him his life. The tales circulating in Konoha asserted that Uchiha Fugako had sacrificed his life to grant this child a semblance of death. Such narratives were mere figments born of the foolish imaginations of Konoha's denizens. Though Black was unaware of how Uchiha Luo had survived, he was certain it did not stem from paternal protection. This family had indeed wished for the child's demise. Even if he harbored desires for my death, it does not alter the fact that he is my elder brother. Can the bonds of blood be severed by one's actions? Alo's tone was remarkably calm, laced with a hint of incomprehensible confusion. When it came to brotherhood, as long as one was not faced with a moment of critical choice, he indeed appeared to be an admirable elder brother. Host, you are being deliberate. The system interjected with a note of sarcasm. Deliberate, indeed. For your host is preoccupied with achievements, though it remains unclear whom his true goals pertain to. This statement held some truth. Hikaboka murmured softly to himself before sinking into the ground, needing time to ponder the peculiar disposition of this child. It was as if he bore no resentment. Yet it remained indiscernible just how much animosity he harbored towards Uchiha Itachi. The Uchiha clan was known for their direct emotions. How could such an ambiguous sentiment arise? Could it be attributed to the cells of Senja Hashirama's would release? Previously, Orochimaru's cellular transplant and cultivation experiments seemed to yield only a single defective specimen. Was this child a product of successful transplantation, with his inherently fragile character twisted beyond recognition? Puzzled, Hikaboka chose to depart, but the others remained, feeling awkward as they observed the duo. While it was undeniably true that blood ties could not be altered, even amidst mortal peril, they remained brothers. Yet, to vocalize such sentiments, particularly from the lips of a child who had faced death, felt extraordinarily uncomfortable. Alo, come rest with me. Matters of collaboration can be discussed later. Itachi suggested, his heart a tumultuous whirlwind, yet his expression remained composed. He extended his hand, resting it on Alo's shoulder, ensuring he did not flinch before guiding him to his residence. At the very least, Alo was still willing to call him brother and acknowledge their fraternal bond. However, certain events, once transpired, could never be mended. The last time he visited Alo, Orochimaru's words rang true. What has been carelessly discarded should not be expected to be retrieved in its entirety. No amount of reasoning or reparations can alter the fact that you once forsook it. No rationale could change his past choices. Brother, what shall we eat tomorrow? Sasuke told me you can cook. May I taste the meals prepared by my brother? As Alo walked along the road, it seemed as though nothing had transpired moments before. The conversation continued as if everything were perfectly normal. Yet, his calm demeanor only heightened the concern of those around him, particularly Itachi Uchiha, whose heart was in turmoil. Every word Alo uttered prompted a flurry of contemplation. Well, tomorrow, I shall prepare something delicious for you, he said. Itachi felt a warmth in his palms. Yet he maintained his hand upon Alo's shoulder, proceeding forward with a facade of tranquility. Sasuke had mentioned to Alo that he would cook. This single statement revealed an abundance of information. Sasuke would likely bring up memories of their childhood, sharing anecdotes that Alo had never experienced, stirring curiosity and perhaps a hint of anticipation. Itachi thought to himself, there was no saving him now. Konan stood by the window, observing the two brothers as they walked together until they vanished from sight. Only then did she leisurely voice her thoughts. Why do you think that? A voice interjected from the side. Ju, who had fled moments before, now stood beside her, accompanied by Nagato's pain. The intuition of a woman, she mused, deemed that child to be perilous. Just as everyone anticipated a profound revelation from her, Konan offered a reason that left them speechless. Intuition, simply the instinct of a woman. This explanation was so trivial that even Nagato, who controlled pain, hesitated to engage with Konan further. Chapter 78. A wandering soul reappears in Konoha and Konoha. Within the Uchiha clan's territory, Sasuke was engrossed in his routine training exercises. Upon sighting Alo, his gaze softened in an instant. After completing his training for the day, Sasuke took a shower and retired to his room for rest. Perched upon a nearby tree, a silver-haired Umbu, clutching a comic book, cast a couple of glances at the house before returning to his reading under the moonlight. Sasuke, come try this, today. I managed to send that black blob running twice over at the Akatsuki. Alo presented 2 servings of food before Sasuke, delicately prepared by Itachi Uchiha. He had stored them in the system's space and brought them forth without a second thought. As for the system's insistence that such items could not be contained within, he chose to disregard it. After all, it had never explicitly stated that it was impossible. For now, it was prudent to avoid confrontation. His safety was paramount. Observing Alo's cheerful demeanor, Sasuke merely reiterated the importance of self-protection, refraining from further discussion. His younger brother was remarkably talented, and as the elder sibling, Sasuke had been diligently striving to follow in the footsteps of their ancestors. Even if he could not surpass him, he was determined to remain as close to Alo as possible. Lifting his chopsticks, Sasuke took a few bites of the meal before abruptly pausing. Go ahead. I've already had my fill. Alo sat across from Sasuke, smiling as he encouraged him to continue eating when their eyes awkwardly met. The culinary creations of Itachi Uchiha were undoubtedly distinct from those of Alo. In the past, Alo would occasionally bring a few dishes to enhance Sasuke's meals and provide a change of flavor. This time, however, Sasuke assumed it would be the same as before, only to discover a remarkable difference in taste. Do not place too much trust in him, he remarked, lowering his gaze to resume his meal. Even though the food was prepared by that individual, it was brought by Alo and should not go to waste. Furthermore, a few days prior, when he had brought that esteemed teacher along, Alo had been urged to check on Naruto, leading him to engage in discussions with Orochimaru. Although certain topics might be unsettling, Orochimaru spoke only truths. Human hearts possess limitations. They cannot dictate what is paramount within another's mind. Thus, it is essential to safeguard oneself in daily interactions. When dealing with those who cannot be fully trusted, one must prioritize personal safety and refrain from granting them the opportunity to inflict harm. Indeed, Alo tilted his head, gazing at Sasuke with a smile and a nod. He believed in part, but not entirely, prioritizing self-protection. He was undoubtedly untroubled. You too. Dining together in the house late at night, do you not fear the scent wafting outside? Izuna wandered about, and upon returning home, he was greeted by this vexing scene. These brothers had become increasingly outrageous. Fully aware that he could not partake, yet frequently bringing food, when watching the other eat with such delight. If you truly possess the capability, conjure something that the soul can consume, so that I, this venerable ancestor who diligently cares for your brother, may savor a morsel as well. Ancestor, where have you ventured, and whom have you encountered? Alo turned his head, casting several glances at the drifting Izuna, before suddenly leaping up, seizing Izuna by the collar and pulling him down to sit. In Konoha, there is another presence of a spirit, he declared, making his way to the Hokage building, intending to consult with Sarutobi Hiruzen and also to check on that foolish Naruto. Izuna gazed at Alo with a bewildered expression, uncertain whether this mischievous lad was merely playing with him. You stay here for now. Once the aroma of the food dissipates, I shall investigate what has gone awry. Alo rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that there were no anomalies in the vicinity before deciding to venture out in search of others. Though the presence of other souls was faint, his intuition was infallible. Be cautious and return promptly, Sasuke advised, lifting his gaze to remind Alo of the importance of safety. After Alo nodded and swiftly departed, Sasuke set down the meal and stood by the window, gazing outward. The Umbu, the Hokage, Konoha, these were their limitations, as well as a reflection of his own inadequacies, leading him to rely on Alo to confront challenges alone. Each time such an event occurred, he silently etched a mark in his heart, both for himself and for Konoha. Having left Sasuke's side, Alo first made his way to Naruto. Upon finding Naruto fast asleep and confirming that all was well, he drifted to the top of the Hokage building. At this hour, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already returned home to rest, but Alo was not there to seek him out. After a thorough search, he once again detected a trace of unusual residual soul energy atop the Hokage building. System, I have spotted him. But could you first ascertain how it is that the souls of the deceased in this world are all rushing back? Alo stood atop the Hokage rock, gazing down at the black-haired man seated on the summit, his expression one of despondency. He needed the system to ascertain the nature of this peculiar situation. Shinja Hashirama, how could he have escaped the Pure Land? While Uchiha Izuna was an exceptional case, not strictly a character within the narrative, his appearance did not constitute an anomaly. Hashirama's emergence was attributed to Orochimaru's latest Edo Tensei experiment conducted that very evening. The soul of this legendary figure had just been summoned and had swiftly fled. Upon analyzing the spectral presence before him, the system provided crucial information. Izuna was a unique entity, woven into the storyline yet never having manifested in reality. Not even through Edo Tensei. As for Shinja Hashirama, his appearance could only be described as an unintended surprise, a byproduct of extensive research conducted by his host and Orochimaru. Yet it aligned perfectly with his formidable prowess and esteemed identity. The Edo Tensei technique, having undergone numerous modifications by the master and apprentice duo, had granted Hashirama's soul the liberty to roam freely. I had instructed him to remain at home. Well, he did stay at home, without his soul wandering aimlessly, but now he has released an uncontrollable spirit that runs rampant. Alo was enveloped in sorrow. His esteemed teacher, Orochimaru, must have acted with intention. He had only just departed from home, having joined the Akatsuki, and the negotiations were still in their infancy, yet this individual could not remain idle, stirring up trouble. It seemed as though life could be prolonged indefinitely, leading him to drift aimlessly. Even Kimimaro was unable to restrain him. Do you intend to return? Alo expressed his grievances regarding the unexpected situation created by Orochimaru, yet matters must be resolved. Standing before Shinja Hashirama, Alo observed the look of distress on his face, his gaze drifting momentarily as he steeled himself to approach once more. Izuna, you are not Uchiha Izuna. Upon hearing someone speak, Shinja Hashirama lifted his head and turned to look. Did you not see it before? My esteemed ancestor. His soul remains that of his age at the time of his passing. Alo shook his head, directly piercing through Shinja Hashirama's pretense of ignorance. Floating to his side, Alo seated himself, patiently awaiting Hashirama to speak first. Chapter 79 Alo, this matter remains unresolved, and yet another arises? What are your thoughts on Konoha? As Hashirama found himself unable to wait for the child to initiate the conversation, he took the initiative to inquire. After all, having been deceased for so many years, he was no longer a living being, and it seemed unnecessary to uphold any semblance of an image. Konoha, a place fervently dedicated to the eradication of clans, perhaps. Alo raised his gaze towards the village, marveling at the splendid view this place offered. It was here that Uchiha Madara, alongside Senju Hashirama, had once forged their dreams. Alas, dreams of such nature rarely yielded favorable outcomes. Annihilation of clans? The shocking revelation left Senju Hashirama momentarily stunned as he turned to scrutinize the young Uchiha, demanding clarity. This matter harkened back to years past. Senju Tobirama had likely foreseen this grim fate, which prompted him to disband the clan, renouncing their Senju name and merging into the populace. Yet, in the end, they still faced demise, leaving only Tsunade, his granddaughter, as the last remnant. Alo smiled at Senju Hashirama and began recounting the tale of their clan, the Senju. Is it true that only Tsunade remains of the Senju? Hashirama was taken aback. He never anticipated that the annihilation of their clan would leave them so sparse. He pondered how he had traversed Konoha without encountering any other members of the Senju clan, only to realize they had perished. Tsunade must be quite aged by now, he mused. Ah, yes, your grandson was obliterated by an explosive tag, leaving behind merely a trace of charred flesh. As for your granddaughter's husband, his demise was even more gruesome. His insides were ravaged, leaving your granddaughter so traumatized that she can no longer bear the sight of blood, fainting at the mere sight of it. Alo patiently detailed the fate of the Senju clan to Hashirama, recounting how they had met their end. While the specifics remained vague, the accounts he shared were all he knew. Who else has faced such a calamity? Hashirama's anger flared, yet he was merely a disembodied spirit, devoid of any capacity for aggression, unable even to disturb the stones around him. With a sigh, he directed his gaze towards the boy, urging him to continue. The Uzumaki clan has been eradicated as well. After the 5 great shinobi villages united to obliterate them, Konoha brought back the most gifted member from the Uzumaki clan, while the rest likely perished. Alo observed Hashirama's expression carefully as he spoke of the Uzumaki, noting the lack of significant emotional response, thus opting to withhold further details. Though there were indeed a few survivors from the Uzumaki clan, aside from Kushina, he chose to keep that information to himself. Is there more? Hashirama, reluctant to dwell on the once-allied Uzumaki clan, prompted Alo to proceed. The Uchiha clan has also been lost. A few students of Tobirama Senju, driven by their will of fire, managed to control 2 of our Uchiha prodigies, ultimately leading to our clan's destruction. When Alo spoke of the Uchiha clan, his expression remained placid, mirroring the indifference he exhibited while discussing the previous 2 families. There was also Senju Hashirama, whose fingers tightened in an effort to maintain his composure. It was all gone. Even the Uchiha had vanished. The Shimura clan, under the orders of Shimura Danzo, had commanded the root ninjas to take action. Now, only Danzo himself remained. Indeed, it was I who manipulated him, thus the annihilation of the Shimura family could rightly be attributed to my hand. As Alo spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to himself. The eradication of the Uchiha clan is indeed his merit and deserves mention. Is there anything else? Senju Hashirama had some recollection of the Uchiha clan. Though small in number, they possessed several remarkable ninjas. For now, this is sufficient. I have been quite occupied lately, so I shall delay any action for a while. When the time comes, there will also be the Sarutobi clan to consider. And the Hyuga clan might face extinction as well, though that remains uncertain. I still need to engage in a thorough discussion with their prodigious youth. Their clan dispatched numerous ninjas during the Uchiha massacre, vigilantly utilizing their Byakugan to monitor the surroundings throughout the night, lest any of our kin escape. Alo, upon mentioning the Hyuga clan, suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. The annihilation of a clan should be a collective endeavor, after all. Someone from the Hyuga possesses the potential for such a feat. He will undoubtedly remember all those who contributed to the destruction of Sasuke's blissful childhood and will strive to repay them in kind. You are already deceased. You should not meddle in the affairs of the living. Senju Hashirama felt discomfort at this notion, yet after a moment of silence, he gently advised the young one. Matters of the living should be resolved by the living. The deceased need only glance upon them before returning to the Pure Land. Indeed, the dead should refrain from interfering in the lives of the living. So, as a departed first Hokage, shall you return to the Pure Land, or shall you remain here? Observing his eye, a living being, gradually bring about the downfall of Konoha? I intend to obliterate Konoha, causing certain Hokages to fade into obscurity, their souls tarnished and infamous. Alo extended his hand and picked up a small stone from the ground, tossing it playfully in his palm. Observing the astonished Senju Hashirama, he spoke with a gentle smile, slowly articulating his intentions. Sunagakure will be destroyed, will vanish, will transform into a place of malevolence that invokes disdain upon mere mention. This, indeed, is the outcome he desires. Sunagakure is a village we painstakingly established. If you seek vengeance, pursue those who participated, but why obliterate this serene haven? Senju Hashirama reached out, yearning to grasp the still quivering hand, only to find himself grasping at emptiness. Realizing his impotence, he sighed sadly, attempting once more to impart to this child the significance of the village's existence. For this place is utterly lacking. Once you aspired for your children and descendants to enjoy a life of tranquility and stability, yet you relinquished the village forged from generations of enmity, thereby destroying the very families you once sought to protect. How absurd it is that for millennia, the great clans, who have fought yet endured, have perished due to your so-called protection. Alo was certain that Senju Hashirama could not touch him, and continued to provoke his opponent with taunts. However, when juxtaposed with the purpose behind the creation of Konoha and its ramifications decades later, it truly seemed like a mere jest. The host, Orochimaru, made another attempt, this time. Senju Tobarama was also rushing towards Konoha. The system was engrossed in admiring its host's performance when suddenly, an ethereal disturbance occurred, prompting it to display a notification. What is Orochimaru up to? Is he becoming addicted to this? Alo had intended to say more, but at this moment, he was eager to return home and confront Orochimaru, demanding clarity on his intentions. Having let one escape, was he now attempting to seize another? Would Uchiha Madara soon make an appearance as well? What was going on? Senju Hashirama looked over with curiosity. The child, in the midst of his speech, suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. The arrival of the white-haired Senju was indeed vexing. Alo cast a disdainful glance, contemplating that if he were not obliged to wait for Senju Tobarama, he would relish the opportunity to return home and grasp Orochimaru by his serpentine tail, swinging him about like a whirlwind. While he was away, let him indulge in his antics. Once he captured the restless spirits of the Senju clan brothers, he would return to interrogate his teacher, inquiring whether it was truly necessary to carry them everywhere to ease others' concerns. Chapter 80. Indeed, we have always been adversaries. Senju. Which one? Senju Hashirama meticulously recalled, noting that none in his family bore the moniker white hair. Your brother, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the Senju with white hair. Alo felt quite displeased, and now, whenever the name Senju Tobarama was mentioned, his irritation only intensified. Moreover, the reanimation jutsu was indeed developed by Senju Tobarama. Do you harbor such disdain for us? Upon hearing the name Tobarama, Senju Hashirama offered an awkward smile, intending to continue conversing with this being he could not reach. Of course, there is animosity. My ancestor perished by the hand of your brother, and it was your clan's relentless targeting of the Uchiha that led to the subsequent annihilation. Alo cast a peculiar glance at Senju Hashirama, engaging in casual conversation. The system had just alerted him that Hashirama intended to detain him until Tobarama arrived, with the ulterior motive of dragging him to the Pure Land. Such intentions were evident without the system's notification. He could perceive the urgency with which Hashirama wished for his demise. He deliberately spoke words that would agitate Hashirama, even inside his ire, all to serve as bait, ensuring that the brothers would not escape to an unreachable place. He would simply bide his time until Tobarama's arrival, which would present the perfect opportunity to seize both. For now, he could only hope that Orochimaru would cease his meddling. He felt a lingering guilt regarding Izuna, yet, during that time, we were entrenched in battle, where death was a commonplace occurrence. Hashirama's expression turned somber as he mentioned Uchiha Izuna. Indeed, in the theater of war, enmity dictated a brutal reality of life and death, making the act of killing one's opponent an unavoidable norm. Thus, is it not reasonable for me to harbor disdain for your clan and wish to obliterate that which you hold dear? Alo gazed calmly at Hashirama, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Hatred had lingered for a millennium. The ancestor who had nurtured and guided him had fallen victim to the blades of the Senju clan. Was it unreasonable for him to harbor resentment towards them? That animosity belonged to the past. During the establishment of the village, the two clans had reconciled. Hashirama found no fault in Alo's words, yet after a moment of contemplation, he felt compelled to persuade this young man to relinquish the grievances that had long since faded. If Tobarama had the means, he could simply take Alo away. But if that were not feasible, preparations for the village's future must be prioritized. Did you consult my ancestor's opinion when you founded the village? Your reconciliation bears no relevance to my ancestor, Izuna, does it? Right, ancestor? Alo questioned vehemently, letting out a huff before suddenly leaping back, only to be embraced by Izuna, who appeared beside him. The reconciliation between the two clans had been achieved by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. What connection did it have with Izuna? Indeed, their peace had nothing to do with me. As Izuna gazed at Hashirama, his eyes reflected not only vigilance but also the enmity of a long-standing rivalry. With one arm around Alo, he symbolically represented himself, declaring the so-called reconciliation of yesteryears null and void. Ancestor, how could you have hidden this from me while still being alive? Alo had no intention of allowing them to converse for long. Sensing that Hashirama intended to mention Uchiha Madara, he switched to a mode of feigned innocence, lifting his gaze to glare at Izuna, blaming him for concealing his ability to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. In truth, even after rigorous training, the ethereal Izuna would find it challenging to perform ninjutsu beyond the scope of his Sharingan. Spiritual cultivation yields spiritual energy, and a soul entity lacks chakra. Thus, to execute certain ninjutsu, one must first convert between the two forces, whether it be transforming spiritual energy into chakra or vice versa to expend spiritual energy for ninjutsu use. Both processes are exceedingly arduous. However, Izuna managed to achieve this feat. Not only that, he also mastered the use of the Flying Thunder God. Initially incapable of using it, he suddenly found himself able to do so, driven by concern for your safety. Izuna lowered his gaze to meet Alo's intense stare, gently patting the small head concealed within his robe, speaking with utmost sincerity. Is it truly so? Alo feigned ignorance, displaying a broad and joyous smile. Indeed. Karina sensed an underlying unease, yet chose to align with Alo's demeanor and continue the charade. However, upon returning, how could one possibly explain the situation? Surely, one could not candidly admit to being compelled to deliver a few kicks to the statue of Shinji Tobarama each night, which had led to the attempt at leaving a marker here. Such a rationale, if uttered, would elicit laughter from both Alo and Sasuke. These two youngsters never seemed to grasp the notion of respecting their elders. I knew it. My ancestor would never conceal the truth from me. By the way, aside from Shinji Hashirama, I also sensed the presence of Shinji Tobarama, although he has yet to arrive. Could it be that he has been gone for so long that he no longer remembers the way back to Konoha? Alo leaned against Izuna, enveloped in a protective embrace, and gestured towards Shinji Hashirama while recounting the arduous journey of Shinji Tobarama. Upon hearing Tobarama's name, Izuna momentarily paused in his gentle caress of Alo's small head, then resumed gazing at him with a tender smile. Ah, Shinji Tobarama, that fellow has returned from the Pure Land. Uchiha Izuna Madara. Hashirama observed Izuna, then glanced at the child who had just moments ago been irritable, now nestled under Izuna's protection, feigning innocence, which deepened his sorrow. After being ignored for a while, he could no longer contain himself and sought to broach the subject of Uchiha Madara. What do you wish to say about my brother? How you disguised yourself? Won his trust, deceived him time and again, only to chase him down when he was betrayed by his clan and forced to leave the village. Stabbing him in the back? And as if that weren't enough, you erected 2 statues at the site of his demise to celebrate the death of that fool, who trusted you, regarded you as a close friend, and was willing to forsake his vengeance for his brother's murder. Izuna lifted his gaze, his blood-red eyes glaring fiercely at Hashirama. Each word he spoke was like a sharp blade, slicing through Hashirama's memories. Yet, those words weighed heavily on his own heart. Originally, these remarks were Alo's jests about Madara, which Izuna had memorized after hearing them a few times. As for the matter of someone faking their death and biting off a piece of flesh to transplant another's face onto their own heart, Izuna preferred to forget such disgraceful details, especially in the presence of his junior, Alo. Madara, Hashirama stood there, expressionless, as memories resurfaced. Recalling the disbelief and sorrow he felt when Madara was slain, the emotions began to spread. Images from the past flickered in his mind, moments from their childhood when they were unaware of each other's identities, standing in this very spot sharing their aspirations as adults, deliberating on how splendid it would be to establish stability in the fierce battles that ensued after Izuna's death. It had been a long time since he had revisited these memories. Standing here, they had exchanged words and laughter, solidifying the names of Konoha and Hokage. Why? After the village's founding, had they drifted apart so drastically? Chapter 81. Let us seal it for now. Host, Shinji Tobarama is nearby, observing. The system alerted Alo, reminding him not to focus solely on Hashirama. By utilizing Uchiha Izuna's Mangeki Sharingan as a foundation, he could evoke memories through words and trigger vivid images from the depths of consciousness with spiritual energy, piecing together profound recollections. Although this might exert a slight influence over Hashirama, it would not fundamentally alter him. If he wished to engage, he could, but should not expect absolute results. Therefore, host, it would be wise to attend to more pressing matters. System, I seek to achieve greatness. I am in need of points. Alo leaned against Izuna's embrace, feeling protected. Although his spiritual energy was considerably depleted, it did not hinder his sense of purpose. Moreover, dear system, refrain from your criticisms, allow me to accumulate more achievements, earn points, and procure a soul protection shield, so I may continue to be at ease in my idleness. As for Tobarama Senju, he stood behind a nearby tree, gazing longingly at his brother and Izuna, who stood face to face in tranquil silence. Izuna, I am sorry for Abido. It is I who have wronged your brother. After a prolonged silence, Hashirama Senju sorrowfully regarded Izuna, conceding that he indeed owed an apology to Uchiha Abido. Yet, his transgressions towards Abido were a matter between them. Should they meet in the Pure Land, he would engage in a heartfelt conversation with Abido. For now, he remained resolute in his duty to protect Konoha, safeguarding the village he and Abido had founded together. Izuna, let us return to the Pure Land. That is the rightful abode for us departed souls. We must not disturb the realm of the living, nor should we allow Konoha to face peril because of your presence. As Hashirama spoke, his gaze shifted toward the direction behind Izuna, raising his hand to grasp Izuna's shoulder. Konoha must not be destroyed, especially not by these spirits of the past. Therefore, Abido, I apologize. Izuna, you must return to the Pure Land. We shall escort you back. Tobarama, your ambush is futile. With a swift hand sign, Izuna performed a substitution technique, instantly relocating to another spot. In his previous position, Tobarama's hand grasped nothing but air. My target is not you. Tobarama advanced his hand slightly forward, successfully seizing Alo by the neck. Though he was uncertain of the circumstances surrounding this young Uchiha soul, he understood his brother's intent to capture him. Thus, he succeeded. Ancestral spirit, you flee so swiftly. What am I to do now? Alo cast a pleading glance towards Izuna, his small hands gripping the wrists of the Senju brothers. The hand encircling his neck belonged to Senju Tobarama, while the other resting atop his head was from Senju Hashirama. In contrast, the two youthful hands of Alo clutched at the wrist of these two imposing figures. What else could he do? A light ceiling might suffice. Or perhaps a more forceful approach could disperse the situation. Izuna floated nearby, observing as Alo tilted his head, urging him to take decisive action. Whether it be sealing or dispersing, he longed for Alo to abandon the appearance of being bullied, though Alo assured him that no harm would come. Witnessing the two Senju brothers tormenting the young boy stirred an uncontrollable surge of frustration within him, an overwhelming sense of agitation rising to the surface. To seal or to disperse? Alo tilted his head, first glancing at Hashirama Senju, then at Tobarama Senju, seemingly awaiting their verdict. Tobarama, seal him. Hashirama was the first to make a decisive call. He looked at his glaring younger brother, urging him not to shatter the child's soul, lest they face complications when they eventually encountered Madara in the Pure Land. Brother, I believe it would be better if you fragmented him. Tobarama cast a frustrated glance at his own hands before turning to his elder sibling, imploring him to take action and obliterate the child. Although he had delved into numerous forbidden techniques during his lifetime, including many sealing arts, he now found himself utterly powerless. He indeed held the neck of the Uchiha child. Yet his entire arm felt immobile, and as a spirit, he was incapable of performing jutsu. Let us seal him. To disperse his essence would be too cruel. Hashirama remained steadfast, insisting that sealing him and taking him away would suffice. Very well, let us proceed with the sealing. Brother, do it. Tobarama sighed, conceding that sealing was acceptable as long as it was done swiftly. Me? I cannot harm him. You are the one who can restrain him and seal him away. With an odd expression directed at his counterpart, Hashirama perceived that his brother had arrived late and lacked full awareness of the situation. However, this was not the moment for explanations. They needed to seal the child first, and then they could discuss matters further. Brother, you cannot hurt him. What do you think I can do? I am merely a spirit, having arrived even later than you. Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Tobarama felt a chilling sensation enveloping him. It seemed they had been ensnared, in a state where neither of them possessed any means of attack. They were deliberating on how to deal with this child. Tobarama, why do you not insist a little longer? Alo let out a sigh, raising his gaze to meet the terrified eyes of Senju Tobarama, shaking his head in disdain. Alo, refrain from wasting time with him. Your brother is still waiting at home. If we delay any longer, he might not be able to resist coming out. Izuna urged from a short distance away, pressing for a swift conclusion. All right, dear ancestor. You truly are impatient. As for the sealing, let me ponder. The seal should be. Alo cast a resentful glance back at Izuna, then began to murmur, seemingly searching through his memories for a method to seal their souls. Those detestable Uchiha. Senju Tobarama roared in frustration, attempting to break free from the small hand gripping his wrist. Just as he made a slight effort to struggle, believing he might escape, he discovered several crimson symbols materializing where the boy's fingers were clasped. It was not only him. Similar markings adorned Senju Hashirama's arm, spreading from the point of contact on their wrists throughout their bodies. The blood-red symbols entwined around the souls of the Senju brothers like ropes, gradually tightening their grip. What name could one bestow upon this technique? Alo gazed at his rigid brother from the Senju clan, whose eyes burned with fury, and with a smile, inquired about an appropriate name for this sealing technique. Konoha, cannot. Senju Hashirama still held on to thoughts of Konoha, and for a moment he hesitated, attempting to say something before being sealed. Well, never mind. Coming up with a name is quite taxing. Perhaps it needs none. As if completely ignoring Hashirama's words, Alo relinquished his fixation on naming. At that moment, two blood-red chains entwined the souls, swiftly constricting, shrinking them to the size of a fingernail, before retracting into the palms of Alo's hands. The sealing was complete. However, I am quite exhausted. Alo. Izuna watched as Alo completed the sealing of the two souls. Before he could approach, he saw Alo's eyes close, and he plummeted downward. The previously floating chakra, upon his release of restraint, erupted violently, coalescing into a translucent black armored giant. This was Susanoo, albeit a mutated form of it. In the palm of this Susanoo lay Alo, who had now succumbed to slumber. Chapter 82. Kakashi in the shadows. He witnessed the achievement of new milestones. Guardian of Uchiha Izuna, reward, 8,000 points. Journey of Senju Hashirama sealing space, reward, 8,000 points. Journey of Senju Tobarama sealing space, reward, 3,000 points. The consecutive rewards from these three achievements elevated Alo's spirits, even in his slumbering state. He was indeed weary, yet he had not pushed himself to the brink of collapse. He had anticipated gaining achievements from sealing the two brothers of the Senju clan, yet he had not foreseen Izuna's surge of power due to his unconsciousness. The soul protection gear he desired was priced at 50,000 points, and now he had accrued 19,000 from this endeavor, along with 18,000 previously, leaving him 13,000 short. He hoped that the Akatsuki organization might yield more achievements. After all, not every individual's worth would be so substantial. The current disparity in points for the same sealing technique between Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama became evident. Alo, if you do not awaken soon, you will frighten Sasuke. You surely do not wish for him to activate his three-tomo Sharingan at this moment, or perhaps even unlock the Mangeki. Izuna retracted the erupted Susanoo, cradling Alo in the air, attempting to rouse him. Not far from him, due to the eruption of his Susanoo, albeit in a spiritual state, some tangible effects ensued, shattering half of the Hokage rock in Konoha. The statues of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, were reduced to rubble. Hashirama's statue was shattered halfway, its remaining visage marred by cracks. The only statue that remained relatively intact was that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, which, despite several fissures, was comparatively in good condition. The ninjas of Konoha, including the Anbu, Hokage, and elders, gathered nearby, with the Hokage issuing orders for an investigation, leaving some sensory-type ninjas on site to search for any potential clues. Well, it's time to return home. Alo, in a state of drowsiness, responded with a soft murmur, resting his head against Izuna's shoulder, making a slight movement to indicate that he was still awake. Izuna lowered his gaze, fixating on the child nestled in his arms, observing him intently. He knew all too well that the moment news of Sasuke's peril reached him, this boy would awaken, no matter how weary he felt. Truly, this brotherly obsession is quite vexing. Ancestor, please take your time. Allow me a moment to recuperate. Sasuke is still so young. He must not be allowed to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan prematurely, for the earlier it manifests, the greater the toll on his body. Alo gently patted the arm of Senna, urging him to slow his pace. You are merely half a day younger than him. Although he was aware of the underlying reason, Senna could not help but voice his irritation. Day after day, these two mischievous boys appeared to be intentionally teasing him, relishing in the fact that he could not locate his brother. The notion of half a day was merely a conceptual expression. In reality, it amounted to just over 2 hours. Moreover, my ability to utilize this time was attributed to my remarkable recuperative powers. While I may not possess the extraordinary self-healing abilities akin to Hashirama Senju, I can certainly facilitate a swift restoration of my body. Upon mentioning this, Alo suddenly opened his eyes, casting a disdainful glare at Izuna. Some individuals are truly foolish. Why are you staring at me, you little brat? That was my brother's foolish deed, not mine. Moreover, he even relinquished his quest for vengeance because of it. This is infuriating. If Orochimaru could extract those two, when will he manage to retrieve my brother? I cannot swallow this indignation without delivering a few blows. Izuna understood the meaning behind Alo's glare. Initially, he had contemplated urging the boy to calm down. Yet, as the conversation escalated, his ire intensified, and he found himself contemplating a desperate request to pull his brother from the Pure Land. A mere beating would not suffice to alleviate his frustration. He envisioned initiating a reanimation through impure reincarnation, allowing for repeated strikes while his brother remained unyielding, to fully vent his anger. His body would be difficult to locate. After all, he had deceived Senja Hashirama with his feigned death, and only Kagaya's manifestations knew the true location of his demise. Alo chuckled softly, then, with an expression of exasperation, remarked that this was indeed an impossible task. Patience is required, since they believe my brother to be of value. They will undoubtedly seek him out in due time. Moreover, refrain from provoking that elusive figure, Heijue, who has endured for millennia and has plotted for just as long, harboring countless hidden strategies. Mizuna merely expressed a playful grievance, not genuinely intending for Alo to seek out the corpse. For now, let us leave matters as they are. Although it is quite vexing and I long to see my brother again, I cannot allow Alo to undertake such risks. Despite the fact that this young man has already engaged in numerous perilous endeavors, I am aware of my limits. We have arrived home, ancestor. Please do not frighten my brother. Aluo gazed at Sasuke, who stood in the courtyard, and nudged Izuna, urging him to remain cautious and refrain from uttering anything that might startle Sasuke. Understood, he remarked, annoyed by the constant fear of angering his brother. Izuna playfully smacked Aluo's back, pushing him toward Sasuke. If he was to prevent any missteps in conversation, then perhaps he should simply refrain from mingling altogether. Whatever needed to be conveyed, let that young lad explain it to Sasuke himself. Aluo. Sasuke looked at the figure before him, tilting his head to gaze at the moon. He softly called out his brother's name before lying down on the ground, appearing to drift into slumber. Nearby, a hastily arriving Umbu ninja witnessed this scene and attempted to approach, only to be halted by a hand. No need to go over there. He occasionally does this. He wakes from nightmares and stands in the courtyard for a while, missing his brother. The fox-masked ninja, with white hair, leisurely stowed away a small comic in his ninja pouch while raising a hand to deter the newcomer from approaching. The circumstances surrounding Uchiha Sasuke's nightmares following his brother's disappearance, his erratic training sessions, and his blend of longing and resentment towards his brother were no longer unusual. That useless young master of the Uchiha clan? The mask concealed his expression, yet the newcomer's tone dripped with derision, seemingly disdainful of the once esteemed young master of the Uchiha family. Whether he was truly useless was debatable. Kakashi leaned against the courtyard wall, observing the distant figure of Uchiha Sasuke. He had just confirmed that his Mangeki Sharingan would not fail him again, and beneath the mask, it quietly activated. He could see, yet not clearly. A vague shadow resembling Sasuke's height and build occasionally appeared at the Uchiha residence. Almost every time Sasuke fled to the courtyard after a nightmare, that small, indistinct shadow would be nearby. This matter had remained unspoken, and he himself was uncertain if it was indeed the missing Uchiha. At times, upon glimpsing that shadow, he contemplated his duties as an Umbu, pondering whether he should report such occurrences to the Hokage. However, when that thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but recall certain ambiguous information he had perceived during his troubled visions. Thus, he opted to dismiss these uncertainties as non-existent. Recently displaying signs of fatigue during his evaluations, he evaded several high-intensity missions, choosing instead to remain here, watching over the young Uchiha. Chapter 83, Orochimaru's Uni's brother. Please do not be angry. I truly did not intend to cause a ruckus. It was Senja Hashirama and Senja Tobirama who emerged. If we fail to seal them, they will trouble us in the future. I have not endured much hardship. The matter of dismantling the Hokage rock is not my doing. It was our ancestor who, upon encountering an enemy, could not restrain his rage. Alo gazed at Sasuke, who appeared to be in a state of disembodiment, and, feeling aggrieved, leaned closer, casting aside the burden of responsibility as he lamented being the unfortunate one who had been compelled to seal those two individuals. In future encounters filled with uncertainty, one must prioritize their own safety. If escape is an option, then one should flee. There is no shame in preserving one's life. Sasuke observed his younger brother's pitiful expression, initially intending to adopt a stern demeanor to leave a lasting impression on Alo. Yet, ultimately, he could only extend his arms and embrace his brother, offering careful comfort and gentle reassurances. However, he had come to understand Alo quite well. The mere act of calling him brother suggested a degree of deception. The aspect of deceit likely pertained to the sealing of those two Senju, which was far from the ease and nonchalance he had professed. As for the dismantling of the Hokage rock, it was highly probable that it was orchestrated by that ancestor. For Alo, wishing to avoid unnecessary upheaval, would refrain from destroying the Hokage rock, which held no substantial purpose. Such childish and futile acts of revenge could only stem from that particular ancestor. Brother, where did you learn that phrase? Alo momentarily paused, gazing intently at Sasuke. There is no shame in fleeing. It is not the first time he has heard such words. Orochimaru had once said it, claiming that it was indeed uttered by him. Sasuke, feeling somewhat awkward, lifted his gaze towards the moon. During that occasion, Orochimaru had imparted much wisdom, and this was but one of his numerous teachings. Perhaps Orochimaru, noticing Sasuke's occasional disobedience, had taken special care to emphasize that it was Alo who had said it. Now, he finds himself reiterating those words in front of Alo. It does seem to be something I said, but Orochimaru-sensei, brother, you should return to your room and rest. I must make my way to the underground base. He is quite the troublemaker, and I am uncertain if he is still in good health. Alo wished to express his grievances regarding Orochimaru, but as soon as he broached the subject, he was immediately reminded of the incident involving the two souls of the Senju clan. Wait a moment, you sealed them away. Where exactly is that seal? Is it the symbol? Sasuke tugged at Alo, urging him to postpone the discussion. He had yet to clarify the nature of the seal Alo had previously mentioned. If it posed any danger, they should prioritize that over other matters. Indeed, it is a sealing technique that amalgamates the beast sealing with various other forbidden arts. Though it is being employed for the first time, it proves to be quite effective, offering greater safety than the beast sealing. However, since the souls lack chakra, their other potential uses have yet to be discovered. Alo extended his hands, allowing Sasuke a glimpse. In the palms of his hands lay two distinct red tomo symbols, each encapsulating a separate sealing space. Do not allow anyone to touch your palms, he cautioned. Once they discover what lies within, many will seek to unleash them. Sasuke scrutinized the two seals for a moment, then affectionately ruffled Alo's hair, reiterating his advice before permitting him to seek Orochimaru. The study of seals was undoubtedly a collaborative endeavor between Alo and Orochimaru, and consulting the somewhat unreliable mentor could prove beneficial, despite his questionable character, ethics, and peculiar inclinations. Orochimaru's expertise and knowledge was undeniably commendable. Most importantly, Sasuke was aware that Orochimaru genuinely cared for Alo. Rest assured, Sasuke, I have sealed it with spiritual energy, not chakra. So even if others come into contact with it, there is no cause for concern. I shall take my leave now. You should return to your room and rest. Sleeping outside may lead to a chill. Alo nodded obediently and added another layer of restriction to the seal. After Sasuke nodded in agreement, he activated the tracking mechanism on Orochimaru, leading them directly to the underground base of the Sound Ninja village. Once his brother had departed, Sasuke turned his gaze towards the ceiling, awaiting a serious conversation with the ancestor who pretended to be asleep. He could hardly believe that the sight of an enemy could provoke such uncontrollable wrath as to demolish the Hokage rock of Konoha. What, in truth, had transpired to incite this ancestor to unleash such a tremendous surge of spiritual energy in a state of death? Inside Orochimaru's underground base, what was once a training ground now lay in ruins, with damaged walls and splintered wood scattered across the floor. Kimimaro stood beside Orochimaru, grasping the Kusanagi sword, hesitating several times to speak, only to swallow his words back down. Do you think Alo will return tonight? He ought to be in Konoha, shouldn't he? Orochimaru, perched on a broken column, sighed mournfully, contemplating how to manage the aftermath of the chaos he had caused that evening. Their experiment had seemingly succeeded. Yet he had not anticipated the formidable strength of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. What a miscalculation. Orochimaru-sama, can that person from Konoha truly handle these two spirits? Kimimaro pondered, still feeling a tinge of concern. Regardless of whether Alo was in Konoha, Orochimaru's other disciple, Sasuke, was certainly there. Releasing two spirits into Konoha posed a risk. If they became uncontrollable and harmed Sasuke, Alo would undoubtedly go mad with fury upon discovering it. The spirit of the Uchiha clan was exceptionally powerful. At least in its spectral form, the combined efforts of the Senju brothers would prove ineffective. The pressing concern now was that if Alo were to witness this in Konoha, he would immediately suspect it was orchestrated by him and would rush back Orochimaru's side again. His decision not to pursue or inform Alo stemming from his confidence that everything would be fine. However, Alo would inevitably learn of it, whether tonight or in the future. Regardless of when Alo discovered the truth, he felt a profound sense of unease. Chapter 84. Alo's Pity Play. The guilty Orochimaru master, is your current state satisfactory? Alo appeared beside Orochimaru, extending his small hand to grasp the latter's arm. Then, with a sudden and forceful tug, Orochimaru's soul, entwined in a serpentine form, was yanked from his body. This was not good. Just moments ago, Orochimaru had been contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Now, with his soul expelled and confronted by Alo's wide, inquisitive eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that he had indeed taken a perilous gamble. They had ventured to Konoha, intent on ending my life. Aloe stared for a moment, and as his eyes reddened, he lowered his head and released his grip, allowing Orochimaru's soul to return. He found a clean spot to sit down and, with a somewhat dejected expression, spoke of the incident where Shinja Hashirama and Shinja Tobirama attempted to seize him, even harboring intentions to take his life. Orochimaru's soul re-entered his body, only to emerge once more, cautiously approaching Aloe and enveloping the child's spirit in an embrace. Thankfully, nothing disastrous had occurred. He had previously underestimated the situation, presuming that those two souls lacked chakra and therefore could not pose a threat, which led him to believe that Uchiha Izuna could handle them. He had forgotten that Shinja Hashirama was once revered as the god of shinobi, possessing the sage body during his lifetime, and his soul might retain certain formidable powers. Additionally, Shinja Tobirama, the mind behind the Edo Tensei technique and the Flying Thunder God technique, harbored ill intentions towards the Uchiha. If such formidable beings were to encounter Aloe in the Land of Fire, particularly upon discovering his hostility towards Konoha, it was he who had inadvertently placed Aloe in jeopardy. "Teacher, I almost didn't make it back," he lamented, tears welling up. Aloe turned away, burying her face in Orochimaru's shoulder, weeping softly in a manner that conveyed her grievances. "Host, you certainly know how to evoke a sense of guilt in Orochimaru," remarked the system, observing the scene with a sense of amusement while also criticizing its host for her lack of shame. It was quite evident that she had merely waited to seize the Shinja brothers for achievement rewards, yet here she was, brazenly shedding tears as if she had been wronged. "Look at your hands. The pair of brothers sealed within your palms are the ones who truly deserve to weep. Otherwise, what shall you do? Strike him once. And will he truly learn his lesson?" Aloe wept sorrowfully on the surface, while internally lamenting the incessant vexations posed by Orochimaru. For a scientific zealot, the myriad perilous experiments cannot simply be abandoned due to their inherent danger. When under his watchful gaze, Orochimaru might exhibit a modicum of restraint. However, given the slightest opportunity, he would undoubtedly be unable to resist the temptation to experiment. It is precisely because he understands this that he resorts to subtle admonitions, hoping to instill in Orochimaru a sense of caution regarding the consequences of his reckless pursuits. Despite being a mere child and a student, he bears the weight of concern for this teacher, an endless burden indeed. "How are you faring now? Have you sustained any injuries? How shall we mend your wounded spirit? Is your body still in the Rain Village? I will first proceed to retrieve your corporeal form from there." Orochimaru lifted Aloe, his serpentine tail guiding them toward Kimimaro. It was his fault that Aloe was harmed, thus, bringing back Aloe's body would allow for proper rest and the nurturing of his spirit. Matters of business are trivial. No monetary gain can ever eclipse the importance of Aloe's well-being. "I am uninjured, merely fatigued, excessively so. I shall return to rest shortly. By the way, my ancestor witnessed my predicament and unleashed their spiritual energy, causing an explosion at the Hokage rock in Konoha." Aloe clasped both hands around Orochimaru's neck, urging him to set aside his other concerns. Instead, he requested that Orochimaru recount the tale of how he was restrained by the two Hokages, pressed down by their foreheads and gripped by their throats, and how this had incited his illustrious ancestor's furious outburst of spiritual energy, leading to the destruction of the Hokage rock. The prowess of that individual was undeniably formidable. As Orochimaru listened intently to Aloe's hushed narration, he gradually composed himself after absorbing the astonishing account. To wield Susanoo through the essence of one's soul, employing spiritual power, is indeed a terrifying display of strength and innate talent. Alas, that individual perished too soon. Had fate been kinder, they might have surpassed Uchiha Madara. Yet, the catalyst for that individual's eruption was Aloe's predicament. Captured by Shinja Hashirama and Shinja Tobirama, they deliberated on whether to seal or disperse him. Though he did not witness the scene firsthand, he surmised that it was his release of those two souls that plunged Aloe into peril, leading to Orochimaru's current state of profound discontent. Regret gnawed him, regret for hastily conducting the experiment, regret for not pursuing them when they fled, and for failing to return those two to their rightful peace. "Teacher, please refrain from taking such risks in the future. It worries me. When I saw them, I feared the worst had befallen you." Aloe's voice, tinged with a sense of grievance, emerged softly. He genuinely felt a pang of worry. Despite the system providing assurances of safety, his initial instinct was still one of concern. "Very well." Orochimaru tightened his embrace around the child, coiling his serpent tail around them both, forming a protective circle. In the future, he vowed to exercise utmost caution, ensuring he assessed the level of danger before embarking on any experimental endeavors. Indeed, no mishaps must occur. "I shall return to my slumber now. Teacher Orochimaru, you two should rest, allowing Kimimaro to keep watch over you." Alo yawned languidly, resting his head against Orochimaru's shoulder. After exchanging pleasantries and offering a final concerned admonition, he vanished from Orochimaru's embrace. He felt utterly fatigued and yearned for a restorative slumber within his own body. As for Orochimaru and Kimimaro, he was confident that Orochimaru would remember this moment vividly and would refrain from any reckless behavior in the foreseeable future. Orochimaru-sama, please return. I shall escort you to rest. We cannot allow Alo to worry, Kimimaro urged, having observed the entire exchange. Now that Alo had departed, he insisted that Orochimaru re-enter his body. He would meticulously manage the subsequent matters, but for now, the utmost priority was Orochimaru's need for rest. He felt responsible for not having kept a closer watch on Orochimaru and for failing to intervene during a critical moment. Kimimaro, once you receive news from Konoha tomorrow, please relay it to me, Orochimaru instructed as he returned to his body. He stretched his legs and approached Kimimaro, gently ruffling the young steward's hair. After all, he was still just a child and should not bear the weight of everything upon his shoulders. At that moment, he reflected on how he had failed to heed the warnings that would have prevented the current situation. Chapter 85. Those who attempted to kill me are already dead, brother. What are you doing here? Alo awakened, his soul returning to his body, and with a swift kick, he sent the person beside him flying. Gradually, he opened his eyes, gazing at Uchiha Itachi, who stood innocently by the wall, and inquired why he was present. There is only one bedroom here. Uchiha Itachi approached the bed, observing Alo, who was attempting to feign nonchalance but appeared utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to clutch the blanket. Tonight promised to be tumultuous. In this unfamiliar locale, the absence of food delivery suggested that something must have transpired in Konoha. Yet, he was uncertain how to broach the subject. For he had come to a significant realization that day. Alo harbors neither resentment nor hatred towards him, yet this absence of animosity is not rooted in their fraternal bond. Rather, it stems from Alo's perception that this elder brother holds no significance in his life. The bond of blood does not equate to the brotherhood he acknowledges. The camaraderie cultivated since childhood was irrevocably erased on that fateful night. Elder brother, our family's ancestors have shattered the Hokage rock. Alo squinted, caught in a state that hovered between wakefulness and slumber, when he suddenly spoke up, mentioning the incident in Konoha. He briefly recounted the matter. And just as Uchiha Itachi seemed poised to inquire further, Alo closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Let him rest. Itachi's eyes fluttered open and closed, as he gently draped a blanket over Alo. Sitting on the floor beside the bed, he observed Alo's serene slumber, while turmoil surged within him, a tempest of conflicting emotions. The incident that had provoked the ancestral wrath sufficient to dismantle Hokage rock was undoubtedly grave. Furthermore, it was highly probable that something had befallen Alo, leading to that ancestral figure, uncertain if it was indeed their family's forebear, manifesting an extraordinary power from beyond, perhaps due to Alo's soul being disturbed or injured. The child, who should have been kicking and thrashing in restless slumber, now lay still, as if his spirit had not yet returned. What on earth had transpired in Konoha? Achieving a new milestone, Deidara's artistic reverence, reward, 2,000 points. In the depths of his dreams, the system announced a point acquisition notification. After being ensnared by Alo's Sharingan Genjutsu and witnessing a magnificent display of fireworks, Deidara, upon awakening from his lengthy stupor, found himself ignited by a renewed artistic ambition. The destruction of a ninja or the obliteration of a mountain no longer sufficed as his artistic pursuit. His aspiration was to create the most breathtaking moment one day, allowing countless souls to partake in this grand festivity. System, I haven't corrupted the artist, have I? In the midst of slumber, Alo was roused by a notification from the system. Upon confirming that Deidara had bestowed an achievement upon him, he felt quite pleased and promptly shifted the responsibility elsewhere. Host. A friendly reminder, you require an additional 11,000 points to purchase the desired item. The system, undeterred by Alo's deflection, presented him with a prompt to illustrate the points still needed, encouraging him to strive earnestly to earn them. As a rather lackadaisical system, it remained indifferent when the host occasionally wished to turn over and continue resting, relishing the unfolding drama. As for the members of the Akatsuki organization, may fortune smile upon them. It is hoped they do not become too twisted in their endeavors, otherwise, the host would be overly occupied, which would be incongruous with their laid-back ethos. Yes, I am aware, 11,000. Alo offered a brief response before succumbing to slumber once more. Even if there were plans to discuss, it would be prudent to wait until he awakens. Subsequently, there remains business to negotiate with Kakuzu, alongside the necessity of guarding against certain schemes devised by Kaguya, and that fellow, Obito Uchiha, seems to be increasingly unrestrained. Is this lively persona of Akatsuki's Deidara perhaps a manifestation of Obito's second identity? It appears that Obito, in his youth, was rather rambunctious as well. Thus, it is not entirely surprising. A night devoid of dreams. On the following afternoon, Ero rolled around in bed with a quilt for a few moments before finally rising. Good afternoon, big brother. Stepping out of the room, Ero stood in the courtyard, gazing at Itachi Uchiha, who was donned in an apron in the kitchen, greeting him with a charming smile. I just woke up. I'll wash my face now, and lunch will be ready shortly. Itachi turned to face Ero's beaming expression, reciprocating with a gentle smile and encouraging him to freshen up first. As Ero headed to the washroom, Itachi's gaze remained fixed on the bubbling soup, his smile gradually stiffening. The clean, innocent, and adorably pure smile of Ero. This was merely a facade he presented to everyone, including his elder brother and even those he had yet to meet. Big brother, has that golden-haired young man from yesterday awakened? Did I perhaps go too far? Will he be angry? After lunch, Ero observed Itachi tidying up the dishes and inquired about Deidara's condition. When we arrived at the entrance of the rain village yesterday, I took him down with the genjutsu. I should at least show some concern. Besides, his golden hair was quite striking, shimmering, and very endearing. He awakened last night, and he had attempted to kill you. Do you still wish to see him? Itachi paused, looking at Ero, his heart racing as he posed a question. Though he truly wished to ask why Ero could maintain his smile in the face of someone who had sought his demise. He did not kill me. Big brother, all those who had tried to take my life thus far are now dead. Alo turned away, his back to Uchiha Itachi, and in a hollow tone, softly articulated the current reality. Many sought to take his life, yet few dared to act. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes, adjusting himself several times before regaining his composure. He recalled that fateful night when his father struck down Alo. Even if it was merely the overwhelming force of chakra at that moment, Alo was utterly devoid of any means to resist or survive. Those who acted had perished, because he had merely observed without intervening. Alo could still calmly address him as brother and continue their conversation. This was the implication, was it not? After all, Deidara had once assaulted Alo. Yet now he could still be referred to as big brother. Big brother, uncle, big sister. As Alo opened the door and stepped outside, Itachi suddenly grasped the subtle distinctions conveyed by Alo's various terms of address. Sasuke, Orochimaru, the esteemed ancestor Izuna, Kimimaro, Jugo, Naruto, Gara. These were the individuals whom Alo regarded as fundamentally different, as family and friends. Even the Nine Tails, when occasionally mentioned by Alo, bore a name. Kurama, that foolish old nine. Chapter 86, Obito, this little brat is far too arrogant. Beautiful big sister, are you looking for my brother? Upon stepping outside, Aluo encountered Xiaonan. Observing the gentle smile of Xiaonan, he eagerly approached her, greeting her with a cheerful demeanor. Not looking for you, but for him. Xiaonan gazed at the child before her. Behind that innocent and endearing smile, there seemed to lurk an air of peril. Yet, this did not concern her greatly, for her purpose in approaching was to escort the child to meet Pain. Did the big sister come to fetch me to meet that puppet uncle? Alo sat beside Xiaonan, following her as they meandered into a hidden passage. Observing Xiaonan suddenly halt her steps, Alo casually inquired, as if the matter were not of any secrecy. It is Pain who wishes to meet you, not the puppet within. Xiaonan felt a pang in her heart, yet she attributed it merely to coincidence, recalling that the child had encountered Scorpion outside the village of Rain the previous day. Indeed, Pain is that remarkable puppet master, a living corpse, quite formidable. Alo paused momentarily before elucidating to Xiaonan that he was referring to the Devapath, Pain. However, the subsequent events were not merely about Xiaonan's sentiments. Before them, a stone door creaked open, revealing Pain and the masked figure of Akatsuki. Today marked the occasion for their meeting with Alo. Uchiha Obito regarded Alo as he stepped through the threshold, leaning against the wall, his single Sharingan eye brimming with scrutiny and skepticism. He vividly recalled that this child had perished, not only having witnessed the tragic demise but also having approached the lifeless body to examine it. Indeed, my ancestor, Izuna Uchiha, mentioned that there were certain matters he wished to discuss with you. Perhaps you could find a suitable time to converse with him directly, thus sparing me, this mere child, the burden of relaying messages back and forth. Wouldn't you agree? Alo gazed at the closed door, casting a sideways glance at the heavenly path Pain beside him. His smile vanished, and his gaze towards Uchiha Obito turned icy. Uchiha Madara? Although this was merely a substitute summoned by Uchiha Madara, his dashing and gentle ancestor had certainly been incensed by this affair. Who are you referring to? Uchiha Obito's pupils trembled, and after a moment of astonishment, He sought clarification once more. Izuna? Could it be? Uchiha Izuna, his brother? Is he still alive? Black Zetsu had claimed that Izuna had been slain by Uchiha Madara, who had gouged out his eyes. I must inform you that my dashing ancestor, Uchiha Izuna, is eagerly awaiting a conversation with you. Alo raised his gaze, fixing it upon Uchiha Obito, urging him to listen attentively. You, masquerading as Uchiha Madara, should prepare for the reckoning that awaits you. Even if the real Uchiha Madara has indeed returned, he would certainly endure a few blows. It is inconceivable, utterly inconceivable that he could still be alive. Uchiha Obito's tone was frosty. He remained uncertain about the extent of this young one's awareness. However, if the conversation continued to be led by him, there would be nothing left to discuss today. I never claimed he is still alive. You will come to understand this matter in due time. Now, do enlighten me. What brings you to seek me out? If we linger here too long, my elder brother may come searching for me. With a look of disdain, Arrow cast a glance at Obito, retrieving a seed from his pocket and casting it onto the ground. It sprouted and blossomed into a vine chair, upon which he reclined, directing his gaze towards the two and urging them to express their intentions promptly, regarding his proficiency in wood release and his ability to sustain himself financially. The information within the repository of Kuro and Shiro should be rather comprehensive. As the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, I extend an invitation for you to assume the position previously held by Orochimaru and join our ranks. Pain observed from the sidelines, his understanding somewhat unclear. Yet his primary focus remained on integrating this financially astute and formidable young man into the Akatsuki. This proposal was presented to him by Kakuza during a private conversation the previous night. The potential of this Uchiha surpasses that of Itachi Uchiha, and he possesses a remarkable talent for adaptability. Your aspirations are truly admirable, but I must clarify that I am here to negotiate a business deal, not to become a mere employee of your organization. Frankly speaking, the economic conditions of both the Akatsuki and the Rain Village are, without intention to belittle, utterly inadequate. Alo fixed his gaze upon Pain for a brief moment, and after a silence, he outright declined the proposal. Joining the Akatsuki? He had no interest. A group of individuals with such peculiar thought processes might be tolerable for occasional interactions, but prolonged association would surely lead to corruption. Look at your current position, kid. Not every moment affords you the luxury of choice. Uchiha Obito remarked coldly, his displeasure evident. He harbored a distaste for the boy. Yet he recognized that should this child mature, he could prove immensely beneficial to them, possessing the ability to wield would release, having awakened the Sharingan, and demonstrating remarkable talent in ninjutsu. Such a person must be kept under their control. By the way, you should be familiar with this item, right? Alo raised his finger, a wooden kunai swaying within his palm, adorned with chakra engravings. Flying Thunder God. He gave a slight shake of his finger. Observing the not-so-composed Uchiha Obito, as the kunai in his grasp vanished without a trace. In the next instant, the vanished kunai materialized before Obito's mask. At that moment, Alo seized the kunai with one hand while pressing the other against Obito's mask. The applications of the Flying Thunder God technique are manifold. It encompasses more than just the Flying Thunder God slash. In the second stage, it also includes the third form. Little brat. Are you attempting to provoke me? Obito's gaze lowered, his form momentarily dissipating, causing Alo's fingers to pass through him. Shifting to the side, he turned to regard Alo. His expression beneath the mask contorted, his tone harsh yet laced with menace. I merely wish to convey that I can utilize the Flying Thunder God at will. Whenever and wherever I desire. I can traverse to any location I have marked, and furthermore, spatial seals hold no power over me. Alo's fingers playfully twirled the shuriken, while he comfortably settled into the wicker chair. The notion that he would be obedient simply because he had arrived here was utterly implausible. Thus, if cooperation were to ensue, it was imperative to engage in earnest dialogue, rather than veering off into trivial matters. Given your reluctance to join our ranks, you may as well continue your discussions with Kakuzu. Pain observed keenly from the sidelines, recognizing that this youth likely harbored some private vendetta against Uchiha Madara, and thus chose to refrain from interference. As the doors swung open, Konan and Itachi Uchiha waited outside. Ah, Deidara, do you fancy those ephemeral blossoms of beauty? The fireworks that burst forth in an instant, albeit with a lingering after-effect that may shatter the fabric of space itself. Alo stood up, and the rattan chair disintegrated into dust. Just before stepping outside, he suddenly turned to face Uchiha Obito, raising his youthful, innocent smile, and posed a question that nearly sent Obito into a frenzy. In that fleeting moment, an explosion of beauty occurred. Uchiha Lo. After Alo exited, walking away with Uchiha Itachi, Obito clenched his fist tightly, angrily striking the wall. That brat, it was him. That scoundrel Kakashi Hitaki, he had been threatened by a mere child, nearly reducing him to fragments. Scoundrel, all of them are scoundrels. Chapter 87. It's all your fault. The eyes are to blame, do not provoke him too often. That fellow is quite formidable. Uchiha Itachi observed Alo, who was bouncing joyfully beside him, and recalled the perilous nature of Uchiha Madara, thus cautioning Alo to remain vigilant. For now. Let's ignore him. Let us go and visit that charming older brother with golden hair. He is quite handsome and adorable, and his hair color resembles Naruto's. Alo nodded obediently, truly wishing not to encounter Obito in the near future. He mentioned his intention to seek out Deidara, and Itachi Uchiha did not deter him, guiding him towards Deidara's residence. Just moments ago, after leaving the secret chamber, Alo received a commendable achievement reward. He had attained the new achievement titled Obito. It's all your fault. The eyes have caused the calamity, earning him 3,000 points. This was a consequence of Obito's outburst of resentment, as he had harshly berated Kakashi, thereby unlocking such an achievement. 3,000 points is no small sum, yet he still requires an additional 8,000 to acquire the item he desires. The peculiar title of this achievement made Alo question whether his system had perhaps heard some romantic ballads. Uchiha brat, you cannot glare at me. Deidara awoke in the morning, indulged in a light meal, and took a brief nap, finally feeling rejuvenated enough to bounce back to life. However, upon stepping outside and encountering two approaching Uchiha, his expression instantly soured. Those bothersome Uchihas are far too oppressive. To the golden-haired elder brother, I shall no longer glare at you. Please do not run away. Have you tried the skincare product I sold you last time? How effective was it? With a swift motion, he arrived beside Deidara, grasping his wrist firmly to prevent the latter from making any hasty attempts to flee. Although their initial encounter was fraught with miscommunication, marked by explosions and frantic escapes, he found himself quite enamored with Deidara's striking golden hair. It was undeniably beautiful. The next time he visited Naruto, he contemplated inquiring whether Naruto might consider growing his hair a bit longer, as he imagined a golden-haired Naruto could be even more charming than Deidara. Yet, he suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to mention something important. Deidara, slightly awkward, turned his head, his tone significantly calmer now. I forgot. If you need it, you should purchase it from a store in the future. It can indeed be beneficial for the skin, as it is made from genuine materials. My visit to the Rain Village is primarily for discussing a collaboration, and it is likely that we will encounter each other frequently. By the way, what did you think of yesterday's fireworks? Were they not splendid and magnificent? Alo felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing the news, but he quickly regained his enthusiasm, eagerly dragging Deidara aside as he inquired about the fireworks he had witnessed while under the illusion. Are there really fireworks capable of obliterating an island? What materials would be required for such a spectacle? Look at this. At the mention of the dazzling fireworks, Deidara's spirits lifted instantly. The unpleasantness of yesterday's illusion faded away, and he produced several pieces of clay to share insights about the power and range of explosions. Behind them, Itachi Uchiha and the hastily arriving Kakuzu exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of concern and intrigue, worried that their discussions might lead to irrevocable consequences. What are they up to? Haiden pondered as he stood atop a rooftop, wielding his scythe, contemplating whether to join the fray below. The young boy had an intriguing aura. He wondered if the child would appreciate the Lord of the Abyss. Don't go down there. Kakuzu is there for business. If you disrupt him, you'll be responsible for the loss, Konan cautioned, folding her large paper wings and standing beside Haiden. Although the child appeared charming, she sensed an underlying danger. Nevertheless, Nagato had informed her that the child had provided crucial information, essentially confirming the falsification of Uchiha Obito's identity. Yet, even with this revelation, what could they do? Their plans had progressed too far to be halted or altered. The four meandered through the Rain Village, with Deidara enthusiastically detailing which shops sold what, and providing insights into customer traffic patterns. Occasionally, he would recommend his favorite establishments. As they explored, he grasped Alo's arm and led into a clay figurine shop, encouraging Alo to choose a piece. After surveying the commercial landscape of the Rain Village, Alo cradled a cat figurine and entered a shop run by Kakuzu. Here, Deidara and Itachi were promptly shooed away, leaving only the money-obsessed duo inside to sift through various documents for hours before reaching an agreement. Kakuzu, let me tell you. While you may be older and more cunning, your ambitions are still too narrow. You need to broaden your horizons when it comes to making money. As their business dealings were finalized, Alo earnestly advised Kakuzu over dinner, emphasizing the importance of expansive thinking in financial ventures. Having previously interacted only with ninjas and unscrupulous merchants, whose money-making schemes revolved around ninja missions and bounties, Aloe was now eager to share new strategies for profit. In the future, share any new money-making opportunities with me. We can all benefit together. If I earn, you won't miss out on your share. Kakuzu's hearts raced with excitement at the prospect of wealth. Money, wealth? They could not overlook the fortunes of the 5 great nations in their respective villages. Achievement unlocked. Kakuzu's advancement. Expand your mind for great wealth. Reward, 2,000 points. Another achievement. Yet like Deidara, it only yielded 2,000 points. Although modest, any amount of profit was welcome. With 6,000 points still needed, Aloe brimmed with determination. After a lengthy discussion with Kakuzu post-dinner, he finally returned to rest under Itachi's watchful gaze before the break of dawn. That night, Aloe remained obedient and did not wander. Though his sleeping posture was still restless, tossing and turning while occasionally throwing punches and kicks. Itachi, leaning against the wall, couldn't help but smile at his younger brother's animated slumber. Chapter 88. He became infatuated with Shinji Tobarama. Aloe, heed my warning. Do not indulge in the dumplings over there. They are far too greasy. As a new day dawned, Deidara whisked Aloe away for some fun, and upon encountering Itachi near his favorite dumpling shop, he specifically cautioned Aloe against entering. Not far behind them, Itachi's gaze was sharp and dangerous, yet it did not deter the two boys from their playful antics. With golden-haired Deidara and black-haired Aloe having discovered a barbecue restaurant, they dashed inside to place their orders. Big Brother and Kisame, come join us. As Aro placed his order, he called out to Uchiha Itachi outside, along with the recently arrived Kisame Hoshigaki, who was engaged in conversation with Itachi. Upon hearing his brother's call, Itachi promptly turned and entered, leaving Kisame momentarily taken aback as he intended to discuss their latest mission, but ultimately followed suit. Elder brother, are you about to embark on a mission? If so, please do not concern yourself with me. Deidara will look after me, and I can also visit Uncle Kakuzu. Furthermore, there is always Sister Konan to rely upon. Do not let my presence hinder your work. Aloe savored the grilled meat placed before him by Uchiha Itachi, taking a moment to express that he had already become acquainted with many individuals within the Akatsuki organization. Tomorrow morning, he planned a journey to the Land of Water with Kakuzu. He inquired about Itachi's intended visit to Orochimaru. Itachi observed his exuberant subordinate, who showed no signs of reluctance, reveling in the delights of massacre, and felt a sense of exasperation. Indeed, while there were companions to entertain him, the pressing concern remained that certain individuals could not yet approach Aloe. Should the opportunity arise, they would undoubtedly seize it. I shall delay my return for a couple more days, preparing for a trip to the Land of Wind. It has been a while since I visited Gara, and I find myself missing him, as well as the delectable dishes that Temari, his sister, prepares, which must surely have improved over time, he mused, unreservedly sharing his future plans. The recent business discussions with Kakuzu had proven to be quite fruitful, with a portion of the goods successfully transported using space-time scrolls. Although only a fraction of the payment had been received, as long as Kakuzu remained alive, their collaboration would endure, fostering prolonged growth that would benefit them all financially. In the preliminary stages, he would rely on Kuro and Shiro to relay messages, subsequently coordinating with Kakuzu for the continuation of payment transactions. However, this was merely a temporary arrangement. Once stability was achieved, he envisioned replicating this operational model with Sunagakure. This time, his ambitions extended beyond just Sunagakure. He intended to traverse both major and minor nations before the narrative commenced, to observe the current state of the relatively stable shinobi world. By the way, once you arrive in the Land of Water, do remember to send a signal. I still need to replenish supplies for Kakuzu, and I'm curious to see what the Land of Water is like. He recalled suddenly, pondering whether Kakuzu might have forgotten the matter he had previously mentioned. Aloe handed a wooden shuriken to Uchiha Itachi, instructing him to crush it with chakra upon receiving it, allowing him to sense its presence. At that moment, the Flying Thunder God would come to find Uchiha Itachi. The Flying Thunder God technique is indeed a remarkably efficient and worry-free ninjutsu. Reflecting on ninjutsu, Aloe was reminded of Shinji Tobarama, who resided in the ceiling space. Although his strength may not rival that of the first Hokage and the points awarded for his accomplishments are notably scant, he harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan and has propagated the notion of Uchiha's innate malevolence. Yet, none of this can overshadow his remarkable talent. In the realm of research, while Orochimaru may excel in development and enhancement, it is Shinji Tobarama who possesses the truly imaginative and expansive mindset capable of pioneering new paths. However, The individual confined by him cannot be expected to obediently engage in research, and to let such valuable resources go to waste is indeed a travesty. How can one inspire Shinji Tobarama to be willing to work? Even if the soul cannot conduct various experimental operations, his ideas and creativity can still be harnessed. Hey, what are you pondering? I'm talking to you, you little brat. Acknowledge me. Deara, upon hearing Alo mention going out to play, expressed his desire to join in the merriment. Yet, after asking twice, he realized that this little one was lost in thought. I was contemplating that if you wish to join me, you can head to the land of water. As for me, I shall teleport directly to Sunagakure using the Flying Thunder God technique, and you won't be able to catch up. Alo shook his head, not believing that Deidara's journey to the Sand Village was a wise decision. Although the narrative might not be recoverable, the fates of certain individuals could unexpectedly intertwine once more. Gara, so charming and gentle, and the exuberant, mischievous Deidara, should their paths cross, it would pose a significant danger. Even though the pursuit of tailed beasts had yet to commence, the peril remained palpable. The land of water, I harbor a disdain for its weather, hence I shall not venture there. What is there to enjoy, to taste, to behold? Regardless, should you encounter any novel treasures, do remember to procure a share for me. Upon hearing about the land of water, Deidara's interest waned instantly. Ultimately, he found no desire to travel anywhere, preferring instead to remain at home, molding clay while awaiting Alo's return from her adventures, eager for her to bring back something entertaining. In his mind, Itachi Uchiha was a member of the Akatsuki. Despite his personal aversion to that individual, Alo, being Itachi's younger sibling, could not possibly return to Konoha. Naturally, once her tasks were complete, she would seek out her elder brother. Thus, he resolved to simply await gifts at home. He must also strive to reciprocate any presents he received. It appeared that Alo had a fondness for cats. Hence, he intended to diligently study and craft an exceptionally strong clay kitten, so that when Alo presented him with a gift, he could unveil a delightful surprise in return. On the following day, after rising in the morning, Alo stood at the entrance of the rain village, watching as Itachi, Kisame, Kakuzu, and Haiden departed. Meanwhile, she planned to stay in the rain village for a few more days. Certain individuals and achievements must be diligently pursued upon arrival. They should not be squandered. Chapter 89, Dreams? Please acknowledge reality. The rain village remained enveloped in a continuous drizzle. At the village's entrance, Alo appeared somewhat dejected as she turned and ambled slowly through the rain. In addition to the four who visibly departed, Black Zetsu and Tobi also slipped away. Currently, the remaining members of the Akatsuki within the village included Nagato, Konan, Deidara, and Sasori. Why the sorrow? Konan tucked away her paper wings, impervious to the rain, and gently descended before Alo. This was the first time she witnessed the rain drenching the child as clothing, and he refrained from using chakra to shield himself. Droplets cascaded slowly from his damp hair. This appearance was uncharacteristic of him. What, indeed, is a village? Alo stood before Xiaonan, allowing the rain to cascade down without lifting his head, lost in his own tumultuous emotions. The village? Are you referring to the hidden leaf? He asked, his words disjointed. It must be about protection. Xiaonan was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that the boy was recalling some painful memories. The Uchiha clan, rumored to be one of the principal families during the founding of Konoha, had dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self while the village still thrived. It is said that one often must sacrifice certain things to safeguard others, the protected and the lost. As Alo raised his gaze to meet Xiaonan's, his eyes remained unfocused, consumed by his own thoughts. The concepts of protection and loss, gain and sacrifice. What one strives to protect may be a person, a home, a dream, or even an aspiration for the world. In that moment, Xiaonan was reminded of the Akatsuki's goal, for the peace of the world. Protection. When I stand in the position of the discarded and the forsaken, their notion of protection feels like an act of malice to me. In an instant, Arrow's eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, 3 Magatama manifesting, as unrestrained hatred permeated the air. He spoke of those who must sacrifice, noting that the portion they relinquished held little significance to him. For the sake of his dreams, personal interests were of little consequence. Konan gazed into those blood-red eyes, sighed softly, and attempted to offer further counsel. If personal interests are deemed unimportant, then why is Pain the leader of the Akatsuki? A single remark from Alo left Xiaonan momentarily stunned. Then, he departed. As the silhouette of the youth faded away, Xiaonan remained rooted in place, only regaining her composure after a considerable time. For we toil relentlessly in pursuit of our dreams. Pain is the leader guiding us toward their realization. Xiaonan lifted her gaze, allowing the raindrops to cascade down her face, and softly murmured, reflecting on the dreams they have all been striving for. Pain. That is a fusion of Yahiko, Nagato, and Yahiko. Everyone harbors aspirations. Why is it that you choose solely to pursue Pain's dream, rather than Daidara's or Haiden's? Aloe's voice echoed in Xiaonan's ear, yet his presence was conspicuously absent. A single inquiry jolted Xiaonan, who had been immersed in certain memories, into a sudden chill of realization. For Pain was undeniably their superior. As her gaze swept the surroundings, Xiaonan let out a cold snort, unfurling her paper-white wings and soaring into the skies above. Their collective inadequacy rendered their aspirations unworthy of the Akatsuki's vision. Thus, the notion of guardianship is but a facade, born from the pretentious declarations of the powerful. The strong dictate the truth, while the weak are subjected to oppression. The courage to acknowledge one's own autonomy is a rare virtue that most individuals lack. Aloe's voice continued to resonate, enveloping the airborne Xiaonan. Guardianship? Dreams? Aloe, nestled under the covers in bed, had always held a skeptical view toward such notions. Dreams flowed like a river, unless one possessed the fate of a protagonist, sacrificing the lives of numerous allies and adversaries in exchange for personal gains. Indeed, even the original dreams and promises made might fade from memory when the time came, never to be fulfilled. He recalled, within the original narrative, Naruto's vow to Neji Hyuga, pledging that he would alter the clan system of the Hyuga family once he became Hokage. Yet, Neji perished, and no one urged him to fulfill that promise. The Hyuga clan remained steadfast in its division between the main and branch families. Furthermore, a crucial reason lay in the fact that Naruto's wife and sister-in-law in the original storyline were both from the main family, thus serving the main family. He naturally could not recall having once spoken to a young member of the Hyuga branch family. Alro harbors a fondness for Naruto. Yet this does not preclude him from scoffing at the myriad dreams and ideals portrayed in the original narrative. No amount of discussion can alter a singular truth. Only strength serves as the foundation upon which others may sacrifice to fulfill their aspirations. Uchiha, reveal yourself. Conan soared through the air, circling several times, unaware of any chakra presence. However, she instinctively sensed that this was the doing of that boy. After calling out twice with no response, she darted towards the residence of Itachi Uchiha and landed to open the door. Sister Conan, there are eyes watching me. It's rather frightening. Aloe enveloped himself within the cocoon of his blanket, extending his small hand from beneath its folds to point at the vacant space by the wall. Pain could no longer restrain himself and rushed over to find him. He lacked the prowess to engage in verbal sparring, as he was no protagonist. Thus, he could only take a different approach, inciting them to observe what transformations might ensue. He earnestly hoped that these two would possess considerable value. For according to the narrative of the Akatsuki organization in this world, their significance should surely surpass that of Hashirama Senju. It was indeed a formidable risk to provoke the leader of the Akatsuki in hopes of earning some points. His efforts were truly commendable. Chapter 90, Yahiko's Death. A lesson to open your eyes, Pain. Do not gaze into his eyes. Conan has now realized that it is unwise to meet the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan head-on. Her emotions wavered, reminiscent of a child caught in the rain, lifting their gaze and making eye contact, only to lose control, despite the verbal provocations. It is undeniable that those eyes are exceedingly perilous. Yet, a mere 3-tomo Sharingan pales in comparison to the ultimate evolution of the Uchiha's eyes, the Rinnegan. How could there be any real danger? Aloe tugged at the blanket, revealing a face of disdain as he gazed at the figure of Tendo Pain directly opposite him. He had not yet succumbed to folly. Confronting Pain with his pair of Rinnegan eyes using Genjutsu was an exercise in futility. Not to mention an expense he could ill afford. What did it mean? What was this notion of the ultimate evolution of the Uchiha clan's eyes, the Rinnegan? Conan, more agitated than Pain himself, was acutely aware that Nagato had always possessed such eyes. However, Nagato certainly did not bear the Uchiha bloodline. Nor did he have the Sharingan. He was merely the child of a certain fugitive from the Uzumaki clan during its annihilation. The uniqueness of the Uzumaki clan is well known. Therefore, a child with Uzumaki heritage serves as the most fertile ground for the cultivation of these eyes. At Orochimaru's, there exists another child of the Uzumaki bloodline, a pitiful girl whom Orochimaru rescued from a band of merciless assassins during one of his expeditions in search of materials. Aloe's gaze locked with Pain's as he curled up beneath the covers, leisurely recounting tales of the whirlpool. Foretelling the future felt ephemeral. Hence he found solace in discussing the past with certain characters of the narrative. What precisely are you trying to say? Conan inquired, stepping beside Pain. Her cold eyes fixed on Aloe, eager to decipher the child's intentions. I merely feel a sense of unease. My ancestor, Izuna Uchiha, would likely be quite displeased with the notion of someone impersonating his brother, especially one who had transplanted his living eyes to another unfamiliar individual. Thus, I feel compelled to enlighten you regarding the original owner of those eyes and to stir up some trouble for Obito, Uchiha, and Kagaya. Alo's hand, resting outside the blanket, brushed through his still damp hair before he offered a brief explanation of how those eyes came to be in their current state. You were right in your earlier assertion. Strength is indeed the foundation of everything. At present, you lack the capacity to seize these eyes from me. After a moment of silence, Pain fixed his gaze upon Alo, articulating his understanding of the situation, and urged the Uchiha boy not to interfere with his plans. Seizing the eyes would be futile. My ancestor is now a mere spirit, and he holds no desire for the Rinnegan. The once magnificent Sharingan has been reduced to this state, and he finds it utterly distasteful. Alo let out a sigh and expressed his disdain for the Rinnegan. The Sharingan is so aesthetically pleasing. Why resort to such unsightly would-release cells? In their occasional conversations, he and Izuna had mentioned this several times, unanimously agreeing that the circular patterns of the Rinnegan were quite unattractive, significantly detracting from one's appearance. Souls, even souls can continue to exist. Can you converse with the deceased? Conan gazed at Alo in astonishment, as if she understood why he could immediately discern that Pain was not a living being. This was Yahiko's corpse. If Yahiko's spirit still resided here, then could it be a living corpse? Do you believe his soul could find peace in the Pure Land? Alo was uncertain of where Yahiko's soul resided, yet he was currently engaging in deception. So he spoke casually. At most, he considered extracting some flesh and blood from Yahiko's body to attempt a reanimation through impure resurrection, testing the waters to see if he could draw forth the departed spirit. Under normal circumstances, retrieving Yahiko's soul from the Pure Land should not pose a significant challenge. However, should that prove impossible, alternative possibilities would need to be contemplated. Could he potentially return to life? Conan's thoughts took a sudden leap, and upon observing Pain, a new notion began to form. If the corpse was animated, then could they not facilitate the return of the soul, thereby achieving resurrection? Even if the soul were to return, what would it matter? He had perished before their very eyes. The current Akatsuki was not entirely under their control. Were they truly contemplating allowing him to become a sacrificial offering once more, merely to showcase the value of death? Alo, with unreserved candor, shattered Xiaonan's hopes. He, too, yearned for Yahiko's revival, wishing for the trio to be reunited once more. Alas, the system emerged, unequivocally informing him that, following its assessment, the reassembly of the trio was impossible. The resurrection of Yahiko necessitated Nagato's invocation of the Rinnegan, a feat that would inevitably lead to Nagato's demise. Thus, the trio could never be whole again. What does this imply? Pain recalled Yahiko's death. At that moment, he seemed to grasp the concept, though not entirely comprehending it. It is said that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can only awaken upon witnessing the death of one's most cherished person, while the initial stage of the Rinnegan, once transplanted, remains dormant, devoid of power. Alo spoke languidly, ensuring that Nagato and Conan listened intently. The death of Yahiko was, from the very outset, a necessity, serving as a key to awaken Nagato's Rinnegan powers. At that time, one of them, Yahiko or Conan, was destined to perish. Chapter 91. Purchasing the Soul Protection Shield. And conversing with Nagato about suffering. His fingers clenched tightly, and though a muffled voice threatened to escape his lips, he restrained himself. It was they who, in a bid to compel him to awaken his eyes, orchestrated Yahiko's demise. That false Uchiha Madara, that absolute. Thus, ideals and aspirations, when overshadowed by an opponent's superior strength, merely render one a pawn in another's game, forcing you to witness, hear, and make decisions that ebb and flow with their movements. This is the essence of a formless existence that has endured for a millennium, whether it be you or I. Alo chuckled self-deprecatingly, recognizing himself merely as a pawn. For a millennium, existing without form, these two pieces of information might allow Nagato to retain a semblance of sanity. However, what achievements might arise? Achievement unlocked, Nagato Conan. Yahiko, we miss you. Reward, 2,000 points. Achievement unlocked, Conan, the Darkened Angel. Reward, 3,000 points. Achievement unlocked, Nagato, the Prophetic Son of Darkness. Reward, 3,000 points. Alo nestled under the covers, appearing somewhat dispirited. Yet he was deeply engrossed in contemplating the true significance of the three achievements related to the system's issues. The first was somewhat comprehensible. They desired to bring Yahiko back, hence the notion of resurrecting him. The second pertained to Conan's descent into darkness, which was hardly surprising. However, dear system, could you perhaps elucidate whether Nagato, the child of prophecy who has succumbed to darkness, is also considered a child of prophecy? The child of prophecy is Naruto. Yet Nagato has long been recognized by Jiraiya as a child of prophecy. Therefore, The reward for this darkened child of prophecy is rather meager. The system, ever considerate, prompted Aloe to first examine the reward points, allowing him to grasp their significance. Indeed, the points are scarce, truly scarce, merely equivalent to that of a single Hashirama Senju. Aloe silently scoffed, directly considering Senju Tobarama as a unit of measurement. Sealing a soul that would not manifest in the early stages indeed holds little value, yet this does not imply that Senju Tobarama is without merit. The manner in which it is developed and utilized depends solely on the host's capabilities. The system earnestly endeavored to enhance the presence of Senju Tobarama. It is not that he is weak, rather, the seal lacks significant meaning. I shall contemplate thoroughly on how to maximize his utility. Prompted by the system, Aloe recognized the necessity of dedicating time to meticulously research the application of Senju Tobarama. However, the current priority lies elsewhere. He could now purchase the item he had set his sights on. Moreover, after the acquisition, he would still retain 2,000 points as a reserve. The host must expend 50,000 points to acquire the Soul Protection Shield, which requires charging before use. Energy type is unrestricted. The host currently possesses 2,000 points. The Soul Protection Shield has been acquired. It does not boast formidable defensive capabilities, but rather absorbs damage equivalent to the amount of energy invested up front. The damage assessment is determined according to the system's calculations, regardless of whether it stems from chakra, spiritual energy, or sage techniques. In essence, it categorizes energy sources based solely on the system's damage computations. This implies I must invest money to gain an advantage. But I am quite eager to see what unfolds. Aloe resolved that once he departed from the rain-hidden village, he would channel some spiritual energy to test his abilities. However, that was certainly not feasible at present. The two individuals before him, shrouded in silence, were poised to embrace their darker selves once more, leaving him utterly perplexed as to their intentions. Uchiha, what are your plans? After a lengthy contemplation, Nagato, embodying the essence of pain, approached and stood before Aloe. Perhaps they were all mere pawns in this grand game, but what of it? Were those who fancied themselves the players not also pawns in their own right? Furthermore, the young man who dared to converse with them now likely wished to manipulate them as well. For the moment, his focus remained solely on self-enhancement and, akin to their previous objectives, inflicting suffering upon this world. Of course, the party destined to endure the anguish I have chosen is none other than Konoha. Aloe raised his head and locked eyes with pain. He had expressed much and earned his points, thus. It was time to discuss with the leader of the Akatsuki organization the collaboration that would inflict suffering upon the world. You seek vengeance? Conan interjected, concerned that pain might be swayed by this young man. Konoha had commanded Uchiha Itachi to eradicate the Uchiha clan. So this youth's intention to make Konoha endure pain diverged from their ultimate goal. Is there truly a distinction? The origin of the suffering inflicted upon the Rain Village stemmed from the higher-ups in Konoha, in their pursuit of power. They cast many into a whirlpool of anguish from which they could not escape. Aloe's lips curled slightly, yet a profound sorrow weighed upon him, rendering his smile elusive. The conflicts between the ninja villages were commonplace. However, the upper echelons of Konoha, particularly that insidious Danzo, had wrought an abundance of calamities and anguish. You are correct. Konoha is reputed to be the first ninja village, a sanctuary where shinobi could live in peace. Yet, countless tragedies have emerged from Konoha itself. As Pain of the Six Paths closed his eyes, memories of the individual who once taught them flooded his mind. The concept of peace was imparted by him. Nevertheless, Konoha has been the harbinger of relentless strife. He was one of the legendary three ninjas, a disciple of the third Hokage, and a mentor to the fourth Hokage. His position dictated that any future encounters would inevitably position them as adversaries. This was due to the very essence of the founding principles laid down by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, which were forsaken the moment the village was established. He proclaimed that for the village's sake, one must be willing to abandon everything. Thus, to ensure a better life for the villagers, an abundance of resources was necessary. But the ninja world was finite, with resources limited. Consequently, the leaders of the various villages initiated wars against one another in their quest for resources. Aloe rested his chin on one hand, tilting his head as he engaged in a thorough analysis with Nagato regarding the very essence of warfare. Much like the Akatsuki of the present, their ambitions to instigate chaos necessitate the generation of wealth beforehand. The same principle applies to the village. Only with resources can they cultivate ninjas, and with trained ninjas, they can continue to acquire the necessary resources. These resources may encompass money, manpower, or a variety of ninja tools and secret techniques. Chapter 92, Nagato and Conan. striving to transform the world into a reflection of Yahiko's desires. Uchiha Bido. Your refusal to join the Akatsuki is truly a squandered opportunity. Conan approached the bedside after pain had departed, gently pulling back the covers. She gazed at the child, who was curled up beneath the blanket, peering out with a pitiful expression. With rare tenderness, she smiled and ensured the child was snugly covered. You are all rogue ninjas in the Akatsuki, yet I am not. Alo gently rubbed his head, nestled comfortably beneath the covers, and gazed at Xiaonan as he imparted a crucial piece of information. The young master led a rather comfortable life. He was not a ninja, and thus could never become a rogue ninja nor a member of the Akatsuki. You clearly possess the skills of ninjutsu. Why do you not wish to become a ninja? Xiaonan realized that she could now effortlessly grasp the essence of the child's words. Previously, she had mentioned to Jiaodu that being a ninja was not financially rewarding, and that merchants earned far more than ninjas. Perhaps he truly had no desire to be a ninja? The pursuit of ninjutsu and the quest for strength were merely means to safeguard oneself and those dear to him. And these aspirations bore no relation to the title of ninja. In the minds of many, ninjas were indeed perceived as formidable. Yet, Sister Shonan, you are aware, as long as the payment is sufficient, the hidden villages, fully cognizant of the peril that awaits many ninjas, will still send them forth. Alo's gaze appeared somewhat languid as he reclined beneath the covers, engaging in a conversation with Xiaonan that meandered through topics neither overly tense nor particularly cheerful. The notion of being a ninja posed no issues. Indeed, ninjas were the predominant force of combat in this realm. However, this did not imply that he was destined to tread that singular path. He had exerted considerable effort to attain freedom, seeking to eschew the narrative that sought to confine him to a predetermined identity. You are an Uchiha, Xiaonan remarked. And the Uchiha clan has long been renowned as a powerful lineage of ninjas. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she gently ruffled Alo's hair, unconvinced that this young lad could truly liberate himself from the mantle of a ninja. For the moment he stepped outside and proclaimed himself an Uchiha. The immediate response of all would be to regard him as merely a ninja. Before the Uchiha name was publicly known, I was simply Alo, the esteemed young master, the wealthiest heir of the land of rice. Alo laughed joyfully. Although his identity has only garnered a certain impression in the land of rice and the land of wind, he is confident that soon he will expand his chain of stores in various countries, both large and small. The land of water has already sent Kakuzu, and he plans to take on several other minor nations in the vicinity. His aspirations are solely directed towards the land of earth and the land of lightning. As for the land of fire, he currently has no desire to venture there, as it inevitably involves contact with Konoha, until Sasuke graduates from the Ninja Academy. He wishes to avoid causing any disruptions. Previously, he had inquired with Sasuke about the notion of becoming a ninja, to which Sasuke replied that the Uchiha clan must always have a ninja. Thus, he is determined to enable Sasuke to embrace the path of a ninja and seek vengeance for the Uchiha family. Alo has consistently endeavored to protect Sasuke's aspirations, so he does not mind waiting a few more years. Well, everyone has their own ambitions. If one day you wish to become a ninja, Amigakure has ninjas as well. There is no necessity to become a rogue ninja. Orochimaru has already established Otogakure, offering numerous options. Conan has discovered that she rather likes this child. Indeed, the awkwardness she felt earlier stemmed from the child's exceptional performance, even as her instincts sensed an underlying falseness. Now that things have been clarified, when she looks at Alo, she perceives merely a somewhat tsundere, charming child. Especially now, he clearly still requires care, as he is the sort of child who kicks off his blankets while sleeping. When the time comes that I have such thoughts, I could certainly give it a try. After all, I have many choices and the freedom to be whimsical. Sister Conan, would you like to check on Nagato? After all, I spoke to him quite a bit. Do you think he might retreat and weep? Yahiko cannot comfort him. You are the only one by his side. Alo wished to rest for a while, yet he felt increasingly uncomfortable under the gentle gaze of Xiaonan. Even with the blanket covering him, he quickly sought a reason to coax Xiaonan out of the room. He assured himself that she would not cry. Although she had said so, Xiaonan promptly stood up and exited the room. The truth is, she might indeed cry. After all, she is a tender older sister. Alo tugged at the blanket, rolled over a couple of times, murmured softly, and then closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. In his sleep, Alo's soul ventured forth, pursuing Conan, and arrived at the hidden chamber where Nagato resided. Upon entering the chamber, Conan gazed at Nagato, who was bowed low, shedding tears, and stepped forward to embrace him. Nagato, we can do this. We will avenge Yahiko. We can awaken this tormented world and usher in sunlight and warmth. As Conan held Nagato, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Once, they had believed that Yahiko's death was the machination of Hanzo the Salamander, prompting Nagato to seek vengeance after awakening his powers. Yet, Hanzo was merely a pawn in a grander scheme, manipulated by unseen conspirators aiming to force Nagato to awaken the power of the Rinnegan, thereby fulfilling their hidden agendas. Yahiko will return. I promise. Once we transform this world and the future becomes bright, we will bring Yahiko back. He must not witness the darkness that precedes dawn. Nagato lowered his head, resting it on Conan's shoulder, wrestling with his thoughts before arriving at a resolution. They wished to bring Yahiko back, but this world, rife with despair and suffering, would not be one he would cherish. They resolved to first eradicate the chaos, and when the world flourished, they would welcome Yahiko back to live in a realm of happiness and beauty. Nagato, I will be by your side. We will walk this path together. When the world is transformed, we will reunite with Yahiko, the three of us. Conan nodded, sharing the same sentiment as Nagato. Having grown up together, their understanding required little exchange of words. Alo floated nearby, conducting a scanning examination of Nagato's frail physique before discreetly departing. With the achievement secured, he took a brief respite. For tomorrow he would be ready to depart. The chain store in the Land of Wind was also nearing its opening. Chapter 93, in Sunagakure, Gara waited. Tamari, I have come to trouble you once more. A few days after departing from the rain-hidden village, Aluo arrived at the sand-hidden village, navigating his way to the home of Shoji with familiarity. Upon knocking on the door, Kanjuro opened it with a hint of impatience, and his expression became somewhat awkward upon seeing Aluo. Aluo had long been accustomed to Kanjuro's disdainful gaze, and he simply waved his hand before darting inside to seek out Shoji. Aluo, my brother, I see you've once again come alone on a clandestine visit. Last time, you left without a word, and when I went to your shop to find you, your staff were still unaware of your absence. Shoji, who was busily preparing a meal in the kitchen, emerged with a spatula in hand upon hearing Aluo's voice. It was an unforeseen circumstance, my dear Shoji. My teacher slipped away again, and I had to return home to capture him. Please do not be upset, for I have brought you a gift, an exquisite new product that has yet to be officially released. Designed to enhance the luminosity of your skin, Alo presented a small gift box, cradling it as he approached Tamari, in the art of bringing joy to others. Regardless of gender, Alo had always excelled. After all, with his good looks, sweet words, genuine smile, and timely gifts, he had a natural charm. You little rascal. Next time do send a message. Your sister worries about you. I shall accept this gift, and since you are here, could you do me a favor? Please deliver these cookies to Gara. That fool Kankuro was once again chased away by Gara last time. Tamari chuckled as she accepted the gift and set it aside, then retrieved a bag of freshly baked teddy bear cookies for Alo to take to Gara. As for Kankuro, he might as well stay home and enjoy his cookies. She truly feared that if he went, the cookies might not reach Gara, and he could end up receiving a beating. All right then, Tamari, are you preparing something delicious for lunch? If Gara hasn't eaten yet, I shall bring him along. Alo, clutching a cookie, cast a glance at the kitchen, and then, under the watchful gaze of a smiling Tamari, dashed out the door. I love you, Iroh, Tamari said. She has invited us over for lunch. These cookies were specially made for you, and she didn't prepare any for me. Alo stepped out and took a few strides, soon arriving at Gara's residence. Gara lived alone in a rather secluded area, but it was only after Tamari expressed her desire to move nearby that they became neighbors, separated by merely 2 walls. During times devoid of missions, Tamari would prepare meals at home, ensuring that both Kankuro and Gara were included. Alo, while in Sunagakure, would also partake in these offerings. However, the act of delivering these meals to Gara often left Kankuro feeling melancholic, as he was always at risk of being flung away by Gara's sand if he were not careful. I heard you. You need not always take their side, Gara remarked, jumping down from the second-floor windowsill. Though his tone carried a hint of disdain, he earnestly accepted the cookies, opening them to share with Alo. He understood that Alo always wished for him to lead a better and more joyful life. As for family, he felt indifferent. Yet, for Alo's sake, he had previously engaged in lengthy discussions with Tamari, not wanting Alo's sentiments to go unappreciated. Thus, he found himself in this current situation, willing to accept her culinary offerings, though he would occasionally display a touch of irritation. As for sharing a meal together, that would only be possible when Alo was present. When Alo is absent, Shemu cannot help but feel an overwhelming sense of fear upon seeing him, while Kankuro becomes even more timid, wanting to flee at the mere sight of a few grains of sand. They too are making an effort, and moreover, the cookies are delightful, a favorite of Gara's. Alo picked up a delightful little bear-shaped cookie and savored it leisurely, reclining back into the embrace of a soft sofa. It tastes exquisite. I love Luo also settled onto the sandy, plush sofa, placing the cookie between them as they chatted and nibbled at their treat in a relaxed manner. In truth, they approached it with a sincere heart. It sufficed to simply enjoy the experience. If they liked it, they would keep it. If not, they would discuss it later. Aloe nestled into the spacious sofa, gazing at Gara's dark circles, and chuckled softly. Despite the opportunity to rest, those shadows beneath his eyes seemed impervious to vanishing. It was rather endearing. Well, it was tolerable, not overly unpleasant. Gara, with a vacant expression, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, conceding that it wasn't so bad after all. At least it alleviated the monotony. The two engaged in hushed banter in the courtyard, savoring cookies until Temari called out to them from the yard, summoning them for dinner. The fact that Aloe could forge a friendship with Gara, along with the 3 children from the Kage's household managing to engage in rudimentary communication, was a development that the higher-ups of Sunagakure appreciated. After dining at Temari's home, Aloe and Gara ventured out for a leisurely stroll, with Temari and Kankuro remaining behind to prepare for their mission the following day. In the Wind Country, the affluent were few, thus, establishing these shops necessitated the escort of ninjas. Over the past 2 years, Gara had begun to engage with various matters concerning the Wind Country. As Aloe, being a businessman, possessed greater knowledge in this realm, the pair wandered through Sunagakure, eventually reaching a quieter area where they rested atop a mound of yellow sand. Merchants issued tasks to ninjas, and ninjas earned their livelihood. The ninjas accepted missions to protect merchants or their establishments, thereby ensuring the merchants continued to thrive. This mutually beneficial cycle rendered Aloe's shops exceedingly popular in Sunagakure, as ninjas eagerly accepted missions from this affluent young lord. The recent construction of new shops and numerous escort routes involved directly assigning tasks to the village, allowing Aloe to simply await the arrival of those tasked with the missions. Wasn't this a splendid arrangement? The ninjas earned money, which they could then spend at my family's stores, where our merchandise catered to the needs of all. As long as one possessed wealth, they could acquire whatever they desired. Aloe also harbors the hope that the ninjas can amass wealth, for with their prosperity, they can further enhance their own profitability. Although there exists a plethora of products accessible to the common populace, Orochimaru's research predominantly gravitates towards the ninja-centric series. Thus, the earnings garnered by the ninjas from their endeavors will largely be reinvested into Aloe's offerings. The more one delves into this realm, the more one discerns the immense allure that Aloe's merchandise holds for the ninjas. Might your establishment be expanding to other locales soon? Gara inquired, seated beside Aloe. After a serene moment of contemplation, he was unable to suppress his curiosity. He was aware that Aloe's aspiration was to see his shops flourishing across the 5 great nations. Presently, the various regions in the Land of Wind have nearly completed the layout of the stores, awaiting only the grand opening. Gara wishes for Aloe to achieve substantial financial success, yet he fears that Aloe's commitments to other ninja villages may leave him with little time to visit. Indeed, those minor nations have already secured partners to manage the operations, but for the larger nations, I must personally assess the environment. Aloe spoke of the progress he had made thus far. A gust of wind swept by as he leaned against Gara, tilting his head to gaze at the setting sun. The vast desert, with its golden sands and the sun descending. No matter where one goes, safety must be paramount, though you are not weak. Sometimes harm may not stem from direct confrontation. He could not stifle his friend's aspirations. So Gara could only share with Aloe the various ninja techniques he had once learned. Perhaps his knowledge was limited. Yet his sole desire was to ensure Aloe was well informed and vigilant, so he could return home safely. Gara, do you wish to become the Wind Shadow? As the sun descended, Gara suddenly posed a question. Does the current Gara still aspire to become the leader of a village? The next Kazekage belongs to me, but... Gara rose with a smile, surveying Sunagakure before locking eyes with Aro. Though he could not voice it, he was aware that Aro would comprehend his intent. The Kazekage, who had orchestrated assassination attempts against him since his childhood, was still alive, necessitating a few more years of patience. When the opportunity presents itself, he would return the assaults of these years in kind. Chapter 94, Journey to Awagakure, Karatsuchi. Gara, and Temari, when I open a shop elsewhere, I will ensure that gifts are sent to you. Aloe waved farewell to Gara and his siblings. After spending several days in Sunagakure, he traversed numerous shops established throughout the Land of Wind, accompanied by Gara and his team, led by the ninja Maki, to oversee the opening and stockpiling of goods. Although Gara was not currently on any missions and could not be compelled to undertake one, he decided to accompany Aloe for a leisurely stroll, enjoying his company while gathering information about the Land of Wind. Maki, who had previously served as the team leader for Temari and Kankuro, remained unchanged in his role. This time, he directly escorted Gara's team to the designated meeting point at the border of the Land of Earth. Alo's next venture would take him to Iwagakure, as he aspired to establish a chain of stores throughout the entire ninja world, necessitating an acceleration of his efforts. Young Master Alo. We are the Iwagakure ninjas assigned to this mission. I am their team leader, Akatsuki, announced a short-haired, dark-haired kunoichi clad in fishnet stockings. As she approached Alo with a radiant smile upon seeing him cross the border, this marked her inaugural mission since becoming a team leader, and she was determined to execute it flawlessly. Moreover, the rumors of this extraordinarily wealthy young master had spread, and his smile was undeniably charming. Hello, Akatsuki-san. I am Alo from the Land of Rice, and I am a merchant. I will rely on your guidance and care for the upcoming journey. Alo encountered Akatsuki, who greeted him with a charming and endearing smile, sweetly calling him sister. This familiar demeanor caused the eyebrows of Temari, who was not far behind and had yet to turn away, to twitch involuntarily. That mischievous little rascal. Temari had long known that Alo was merely sweet-talking, flattering everyone he met. With a huff, she turned and departed. Gara cast a glance at the ninja team from Iwagakure before also turning to leave. Subsequently, Kankuro wore a perplexed expression, unable to discern whether Temari was genuinely upset. In truth, she was not angry at all. After walking a considerable distance, Temari happily expressed that Alo's status as her younger brother, combined with his sweet and adorable nature, would ensure he faced no hardships in Iwagakure. There was nothing to worry about. Indeed, Alo's experience mirrored her words. During their journey, he was frequently asked by Akatsuki if he was hungry or thirsty, and periodically inquired if he was tired, suggesting he could rest on a ninja's back if he grew weary. Sister Akatsuki, he remarked, if you have something to say, please do so directly. You've asked me more questions along this journey than my family steward does, and it's making me a bit apprehensive. As Alo paused to rest in the evening, he observed Kuroto approaching with 2 roasted rabbit legs in hand and quietly inquired about her intentions. Her exuberance throughout their journey had been somewhat unsettling. I did not mean to frighten you. I merely wish to convey how seriously we, the ninjas of Iwagakure, regard our obligations to our clients. Kuroto offered one of the rabbit legs to Alo and sat beside him, earnestly elucidating her intentions. She harbored no ill will. Rather, over the past 2 years, they had all received various intelligence regarding Sunagakure. Beyond the monetary rewards afforded by this young master for commission tasks, the significance of certain goods loomed larger. Everyday items, cosmetics, skincare products, and health supplements might not capture the attention of ninjas. However, each of the great ninja villages harbored their share of spies. It was those clandestine items capable of enhancing a ninja's abilities and aiding in their training that incited envy across the ninja villages. Consequently, upon discovering that this young master Alo had issued a request for an escort on a leisurely journey, that Sasuke promptly arranged for his granddaughter Kuroto to lead the way, ensuring a cordial reception and safeguarding for the young merchant. The primary aim was to persuade him to establish a shop in Iwagakure, thus procuring a share of those non-saleable items for their village. It was not as though no one had proposed seizing or detaining hostages, among other tactics.